Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
123 lift. At the entrance of Lihua Hotel, people wearing thin clothes and face masks lifted corpses that had been moved from hotel rooms onto a vehicle. The vehicle was an official corpse transport truck specifically dispatched for this purpose. On the first day after the rules ended, numerous corpse transport trucks shuttled along the city's main roads, collecting bodies from various gathering points. During the final stages of the rules' effect, with temperatures dropping to dozens of degrees below zero, storing corpses indoors temporarily wasn't a problem. But now with the blazing sun and rising temperatures, failing to quickly remove these corpses would only risk outbreaks of infectious diseases. 123 go. Several people lifted another corpse onto the truck, and during the process, a pair of glasses fell out from the bag wrapping the corpse. Su Xiaoan bent down to pick them up. He remembered these were Teacher Feng's glasses. The latter hadn't survived after developing a high fever and died during these rules. After all corpses were loaded onto the two trucks, everyone watched as the corpse transport vehicles drove away, their expressions appearing somewhat numb. The rules had ended, but the psychological trauma the rules left on people would not end. Many people, to distract themselves from these thoughts, took up tools spontaneously without waiting for official calls, and went to clear snow from the streets and demolish those ice walls. Others immediately packed their belongings, preparing to leave as soon as the snow melted, wanting to get away from this place that had left them with psychological scars. Only the original residents who had first moved into Lihua Hotel had no plans to leave. Even though the hotel now looked completely different from before, with collapsed signage and main entrance, a swimming pool filled with plastic bags of excrement, multiple rooms filled with the stench of death, they still decided to stay. Because this hotel had already become like their home, and those people they held mutual support sessions with every day had become like family. No matter how filthy this place had become, as long as everyone worked together, they could slowly clean it up over time. After moving the corpses, Su Xiaoan returned to the lobby and packed his own belongings. He planned to head to the capital Yong'an as soon as transportation resumed, waiting to join the academy when it opened. Like many others, he too had suffered significant psychological trauma from these rules. Yin Hua had become a place he wanted to leave and escape from. Ding! His phone buzzed in his pocket at that moment. Taking it out to look, his face immediately lit up with joy. Guan Tong had turned off his phone during the mid-phase of the rules to save battery. After completing his July plan today, he turned it on and found it still had 37% battery remaining. He originally intended to check social dynamics online, but upon turning on the phone, he was notified that he had received a text message from Su Xiaoan sent yesterday on the 1st. "Brother Tong, are you still alive?" Seeing the message, Guan Tong simply replied, "Still alive." The fact that he received this message proved that Su Xiaoan had also survived. Having someone he knew survive the rules counted as a rare piece of good news. After replying, he browsed information online. As expected, most information related to disaster situations across various regions. The most tragic situations occurred in some villages near major cities. Villages in remote areas suffered less severe damage due to lower snowfall. But these villages near major cities had the disadvantage of high population density while lacking the advantage of concentrated rescue resources that big cities enjoyed. This resulted in many similar villages experiencing the terrifying scene of entire villages being buried by blizzards. Guan Tong saw some drone capture village videos that were simply too horrible to watch. The drone flew from one end of the village to the other, capturing scenes of almost all civilian houses collapsed and buried by the blizzard, with not a single person visible. The entire village had disappeared beneath the snow. Given such scenes, one could imagine what had happened to those villagers. Even more tragically, no one knew when their bodies would be excavated, since urban rescue efforts would naturally prioritize cities. This way, population distribution will likely become polarized in the future, Guan Tong thought. One extreme will see excessive population concentration within those megacities, while the other extreme will see some people choosing to live far from cities, isolating themselves in remote areas to live self-sufficient rural lives. Guan Tong tried searching for Yin Hua City and found many videos. Opening them revealed the city filled with ice walls everywhere, entire streets of collapsed shops, and numerous buildings with caved-in roofs. Without those ice walls, the entire city looked like it had experienced war or an earthquake, presenting a completely devastated scene. Guan Tong speculated that after these rules, major cities across the country would likely undergo drastic collective reconstruction. For example, after entering the era of Doomsday Rules, most street-side shops stood empty, without employees or customers, so they naturally lost their value for existence. Even without these rules accelerating the process, authorities were surely planning to demolish all these shops and construct other facilities more conducive to national survival, like establishing large material reserve warehouses in every neighborhood block. This way, when similar disasters occurred again, refugees could receive aid quickly instead of relying on inefficient transport vehicle deliveries as happened this time. Of course, Guan Tong didn't know exactly how the higher authorities were planning. Not being in that position, worrying blindly served no purpose. Better to focus on things more directly related to himself. He searched online for tradable items and found, as expected, many people shared his concern about this issue. Some posts pointed out that the emergence of tradable items would create a Matthew effect, where resources would be siphoned away by powerful individuals and organizations at astonishing speeds. Others believed that powerful organizations, particularly official ones, would likely concentrate resources on a few elite ascendants, enabling them to strengthen faster and thus serve their organizations to acquire more resources, creating a positive cycle. Many others shared Guan Tong's concern that the appearance of tradable items would deal a devastating blow to solo-acting ascendants, turning them into unclaimed fatty meat in the eyes of major organizations who would all try to take a bite. After browsing online for a while, Guan Tong felt the social situation aligned with his judgments, so he stopped looking and began acting according to his own plans. Over the next few days, while waiting for the accumulated snow to melt naturally, he sequentially carried out his actions of adding characters, storing bullets, and opening new pages in the wordless book. Wang Yin and Chun Na, the mother-daughter pair, also followed Guan Tong's advice, using their spare time to improve their mind power upper limits and deeply develop their items. They both worked hard at this. Even Chun Na, who was only 12 years old, vaguely understood after these rules that survival depended on one's own strength. Several days passed like this, and by July 8th, the trio's food supplies were completely exhausted, while the snow around Mingdao Mountain had mostly melted. Although some snow remained on the roads, it would only trouble small cars. Wang Yan's large truck would have absolutely no problem driving. After discussion, the three decided to depart for Yin Hua City tomorrow morning, first going to the hospital to check Wang Yan's stomach condition. If nothing serious was found, Wang Yin planned to check the national highway conditions and, if suitable, take Chun Na to the capital Yong'an. Guan Tong would also ride along back to Yin Hua, though he had no plans to go to the capital. He just intended to settle temporarily, complete his July plan, and consider other matters later. The night before departure, Guan Tong opened the wordless book. The character edition on the first page had been completed with his priority attention. Looking at the words transformation physical form Guan Tong on it, he injected mind power and summoned it. After the ethereal human-shaped shadow appeared, Guan Tong mentally commanded it to change form. The next moment, it transformed into a long straight line, according to his thoughts. Guan Tong glanced at the terminal panel and was pleased to find that this kind of transformation in ethereal state didn't consume mind power. With another thought, he commanded the shadow to transform according to his will. The shadow immediately changed from a straight line into what appeared to be a set of armor. Guan Tong had it cover his body in this form, then consumed mind power to materialize it. The next moment, a pure black shadow armor suddenly appeared, enveloping Guan Tong's entire body. Director Gao Yongwei said, "Everyone, I think the reason casualties are so severe is partly due to the cunning, difficult nature of the rules themselves. but we also bear responsibility for psychological complacency and inadequate contingency planning. Because the first two rules were non-lethal, everyone, myself included, developed a sense of fluke luck. People thought that if a rule was impossible to overcome, they could just give up. At worst, their mind power would decline. As long as they survived, that was fine. But that fluke mentality is completely wrong. Giving up on a rule is just the fire thief's poison pill to numb humanity. If people obediently swallow it and allow their mind power to atrophy, when they face survival-type rules, they will flounder and suffer heavy casualties. Gao paused. Therefore, after this rule, we must step up publicity. Every citizen must clearly realize the importance of mind power, and we must get the academies reopened as soon as possible. Agreed. An expert nodded. A lot of people actually know mind power is important, but they're too lazy to go through the daily consumption and recovery cycles to raise their upper limit. That's also influenced by environment. If you're surrounded by people striving to improve, you'll probably work harder too. I agree as well. The academies must open quickly, and recruitment requirements can be relaxed somewhat. Lowering requirements isn't appropriate, right? An 80-point upper limit isn't that low already. If we lower it further, too many will enroll, and the academies won't be able to accommodate so many students. Then acquire more land, recruit while building, and run online courses simultaneously. Gao waved his hand. The leadership has decided. After this rule, most commercial shops and office buildings in cities will be demolished, and the freed land will be converted into facilities that improve survival rates. The academies will naturally be among them. Everyone nodded. After entering the Doomsday Rules era, commercial shops and office buildings truly had little reason to remain. They should have been torn down earlier, but the work had been delayed. This rule finally made the leadership resolute, and they began sweeping, decisive conversion projects to rework major cities for survival. Now, let's discuss another matter. Gao said, according to intelligence collected by our covert operations departments, countries around the world that still have strength have begun cultivation plans. The Su Empire started its Eden project a month ago. The project gathers the country's top ascendants with the highest mind power upper limits, lets them freely fall in love and pair up, then bear children. According to materials from the informant, the project leader believes that a child born to two high mind power ascendants will naturally possess high mind power and rapidly improve. The ultimate goal is to select so-called children of God from these offspring, have them complete all subsequent rules, and ultimately seize all power. The researchers in the office were stunned, instinctively thinking the plan was somewhat absurd. But on closer thought, if a child born to two high mind power individuals truly inherited high mind power, the plan might actually have some feasibility. Although the interval periods between rules are irregular, as long as a month at the longest, as short as 3 days, suppose the average interval is 20 days. 10 rules would be 200 days, 20 rules 400 days. From pregnancy to childbirth takes just over 9 months, under 300 days. That means if a mother could go through a dozen or so rules during pregnancy, the child could be born safely. Whether that child could survive the subsequent rules was another matter. Babies don't understand anything. Even if adults supplied them with mind power tools, they would have no concept of how to use them. RNO. The success conditions for this Eden project are too stringent. A researcher shook his head. I don't see much likelihood of success. Gao said, the Su Empire has its reasons for doing this. We must keep monitoring. Additionally, the Tulip Federation has its own plan called Operation Wolfpack. That plan pits high mind power individuals against each other to determine relative strength, then selects a alpha wolf. The alpha will pick other ascendants to form a wolf pack that operates together. Other countries each have their own plans, and our Beijing country can't fall behind. Gao turned to someone. Dr. Zhang, how's the personnel selection process for the Doomsday team going? Dr. Zhang, responsible for personnel selection, immediately replied, the candidate list has reached 100 people. Each has passed strict background checks and met the excellent standard of a minimum 100-point mind power upper limit. 100 people. Gao pondered for a moment. Top-tier resources are limited. Spreading them thin will only produce mediocrity across the board. We must pick the best of the best, select 30 from these 100, then form teams and tailor training based on their abilities and tools. Okay, I'll get started on that after the meeting. Dr. Zhang said. Gao nodded, then looked to a middle-aged woman on the right side of the long table. Dr. Li, how is procurement of terminal market items going? Dr. Li said, so far we've selected and purchased over 80 high-value items and assigned several dedicated personnel to constantly monitor the market to snatch high-value items and pick up undervalued finds. However, it's apparent that other organizations are also buying items in large quantities. Dr. Li said sternly, and not only in the terminal market, some groups are using offline violence and other illegal means to seize items from ascendants. I think we must stop them as soon as possible. I've already made arrangements for this. Gao said coldly. No matter what organization or group it is, anyone who dares to do this will be crushed. No merci. A red heavy-duty truck was traveling along the empty highway. Wang Yin was driving, Guan Tong sat in the passenger seat, and Chun Na stayed in the sleeper berth behind them. Their destination for this trip was Yin Hua City. It was already July 9th. Several days had passed since the rules ended, and under the scorching sun, the snow on the highway had mostly melted. The meltwater had turned the deep ditches on both sides of the road into small streams. Look at all this meltwater. The city's drainage systems must be completely overwhelmed, Wang Yin said. I wonder how they'll handle it. Mom, with the sun so strong now, won't the water on the roads dry up quickly? Chun Na said from her sleeper berth. That makes sense too. Wang Yin nodded and turned to Guan Tong in the passenger seat. Xiaoan, you're a local of Yinhua. Do you have any plans after we get back? Not too many plans. Just that after settling down, I'll prepare for the next Doomsday Rule as soon as possible, Guan Tong said. Wang Yin sighed. True. A month passes quickly. It's already the 9th today, and in just over 20 days there will be new rules again. Sigh, when will this ever end? Aren't there 49 in total? Chun Na showed the optimistic spirit of child. For I've already passed. That's 1/12. Feels like it'll be over soon. Hearing this, Wang Yin smiled somewhat helplessly. Children didn't know how cruel reality could be, but she, as an adult, understood all too well. If most rules were like the second and third ones, where you could choose to give up the challenge, that would be manageable. But if there were many survival-type rules mixed in, like the first and fourth ones, each would be a major test. Guan Tong also remembered clearly that the fire thief had explicitly said that after passing all 49 rules, they still had to participate in doomsday operations. The danger of the latter was probably even more terrifying than the rules themselves. But he felt there was no need to think too far ahead now and put too much pressure on himself. Each barrier is tough, but you pass them one by one. It's better to focus on the rule at hand. The truck traveled for some time, and when passing by the ruins of a village, Wang Yin's expression turned extremely grim. Chun Na in the sleeper berth also sat up and looked out the window, saying, Mom, isn't this our village? Yes. They had reached Sun Family Village. Guan Tong looked out the truck window. As far as he could see, the houses of the village on one side of the highway were almost completely crushed. They must have been buried in snow before, and now, 8 days later, as the sun melted the snow, they were revealed. Roofs, door frames, tiles, wooden beams, composite boards, along with various farming tools and belongings. Many were floating in the melted snow water. If you looked carefully, you could vaguely see some floating villager corpses in the flooded snow water. Guan Tong withdrew his gaze and glanced at Wang Yin, who was driving. Seeing her pale face, he asked with concern, Sister Wang, are you okay? It's fine, Xiaoan. I'm just feeling terrified in hindsight. If I hadn't taken Nana out driving, probably. Indeed, if they had chosen to stay in the village, without receiving any rescue, the outcome likely wouldn't have been good. I must take Nana to the capital, Wang Yin said through gritted teeth. Only there can Nana be safe. She had already considered this plan before, but after witnessing the tragic state of her village with her own eyes, her resolve had strengthened even further. Abba, Chun Na, at this moment, stared wide-eyed at the floating village ruins in the snow water and suddenly blurted out, The people who bullied us like this should be dead too. So that's a good thing, right? Both Wang Yin and Guan Tong turned to look at her with some surprise, but neither said anything. The vehicle continued on its way. The closer they got to Yinhua, the more accumulated water appeared on the road. When they were less than 10 kilometers from the city, The situation on the road was like after several days of heavy rain, with the water depth almost reaching the big truck's wheels. Did the city drain all the water outside? Why is there so much water out here? Wang Yin slowed down and drove carefully while observing the road conditions. Guan Tong speculated, it's possible that emergency departments took advantage of the snow before it melted a few days ago and transported large amounts of snow outside the city using dump trucks to reduce drainage pressure inside the city. But that makes entering and leaving the city difficult. Yeah, but probably not many people have been traveling in and out of the city during this period anyway. The truck plowed through the water forward. After entering the Yin Hua suburbs, they found the water here was even deeper, almost reaching the truck's door level. Fortunately, this was a tall, heavy-duty truck. If they were driving a small car, the entire vehicle would probably be submerged, and the driver would be left sitting in the car helpless. Luckily, after driving further ahead, the water on the road gradually decreased. Because the terrain became higher the closer they got to the urban area, much of the water flowed toward the lower-lying suburbs. By the time they entered the development zone, the water on the road was only shin-deep, and they began to see some vehicles on the road, though most were official supply trucks and special-purpose vehicles. Xiao Guan, should we go directly to the hospital or drop you off somewhere first? Wang Yin sought Guan Tong's opinion. Let's go to the hospital first, Sister Wang. Your matter is more urgent. Guan Tong thought for a moment and took out his phone. Let me contact various hospitals first to see which ones are open now. After entering the era of Doomsday Rules in all industries where machines could replace human labor, they basically had been replaced, and large numbers of people in these industries no longer worked. But important institutions like hospitals were still operating. Although many doctors and nurses had resigned, there were always some who chose to stay at their posts, and others who joined actively out of their love for medicine. Moreover, the Emergency Management Bureau staff members said, "What's there to worry about with a young fellow like him? We'll arrange a ride to the city for him when there's an available car later. Hurry up, our colleagues are urging us." All right then. Seeing the situation, Wang Yin could only drive her truck to the parking lot first, then get into the Emergency Management Bureau's car with her daughter Chun Na and leave. After Guan Tong watched them leave, one of the earlier bureau members said to him, "If you want to go to the urban area, you'll have to wait a bit. There might be a car from our unit later that can give you a lift." After saying this, the staff member also seemed curious. "But speaking of which, yours is the first private vehicle to enter the city from outside in the past few days. I heard the nearby villages and towns were all buried in snow. You guys managed to survive. That's impressive." Guan Tong nodded but didn't say more. Moreover, he didn't want to wait here foolishly. After standing for just a short while, he decided to start walking toward the urban area on foot. Guan Tong walked from the development zone all the way toward the city center, witnessing with his own eyes some of the situations he had previously seen in videos. The most noticeable was the complete collapse of shops along the streets, but currently he could see some workers engaged in demolition, cleanup, and loading debris onto trucks for removal. This suggested that before long, both sides of the streets would become very empty. Witnessing the ongoing changes in the city, Guan Tong also pondered where he should settle down. He had been in contact with Su Xiaoan a few times over the past few days. According to the latter, the Lihua Hotel was currently severely damaged, and the water and electricity issues hadn't been completely resolved yet. Furthermore, the people living there now were very unwelcoming to outsiders. After the fourth rule was announced, the long-term residents held a meeting and decided that permanent residents should be assigned dedicated rooms, and any outsiders wanting to move in must pass a vote of approval by the existing residents. After learning about this situation, Guan Tong decided not to go there. Maybe I should go home for a bit, he thought to himself. He hadn't returned home since moving out after the kidnapping case. Now that the kidnapping gang led by Shanwu in Yin Hua had long been captured, there was nothing to worry about by going home. If he had to worry about something, it should be whether the building where his home was located had been completely crushed during this rule. If it was completely crushed, then he wouldn't be able to return even if he wanted to. Guan Tong decided to go check it out first. And as he walked, he remembered something else. He hadn't exchanged any contact information with Wang Yin and Chun Na, that mother-daughter pair. But thinking about it, it didn't really matter. They had just met by chance and survived one rule together. Even if they had exchanged contacts, the probability of staying in touch afterward wasn't high. If fate willed it, they might meet again someday. After walking for over 3 hours, Guan Tong arrived at his residential community. As expected, the security booth and gatehouse of the community had collapsed into the accumulated water. The situation inside the community wasn't optimistic either. Back when Guan Tong lived here, there weren't many residents. Now, after the snow disaster rule, it had become a scene of broken walls and ruins. He found his building, and sure enough, the roof had been crushed by the accumulated snow. Melted snow was flowing out of many windows, making the once decent building resemble a water curtain cave. Seeing this situation, Guan Tong knew his home must have been completely flooded and was uninhabitable. He wandered around the community and surprisingly found one small structure still standing. It was the property management storage room previously used to store equipment like lawnmowers. This small storage room hadn't collapsed because several large tree crowns around it were supporting it from above. The snow had accumulated on the tree crowns, and the broken branches had significantly relieved the pressure on the storage room's roof, making it the only surviving building in the community. Guan Tong immediately decided to settle in this property management storage room for now. It wasn't that he didn't want to go to the officially established centralized shelters, but he felt living in such places would be very inconvenient. Just like the situation at the Lihua Hotel, large numbers of people were gathered sleeping on floors in the main hall. This meant there was almost no privacy between people. With so many people sharing one space, whatever you did would be visible to others. Without mentioning others, if Guan Tong himself wanted to take out the wordless book to do something, he would definitely be seen by others and spark curiosity. So whether for privacy or comfort, Guan Tong preferred to live alone. Even if the living conditions were poorer, it didn't matter much. His requirements in this aspect weren't high. He cleaned up the storage room and laid his sleeping bag on the floor. This veteran that had accompanied him through the 4th rule was now showing some battle damage. Looks like I'll need to get a replacement at the supply point later. As for food, I can just search around the community. Guan Tong's bag currently had no food at all. There was still one basic food box in his storage box, but that was for emergency survival situations and definitely wouldn't be wasted casually. And to obtain food, he didn't need to go to supply points. With so many buildings and households in the community, surely he could find some long shelf-life food. Not to mention other households, Guan Tong's own home still had plenty of food left. When he hastily left with the police car back then, he hadn't brought any food. Everything he had stored previously was still at home. Deciding to act immediately, Guan Tong went to his dangerous building. To avoid accidentally being hit by falling debris, before entering the building, he specifically summoned his shadow to transform into shadow armor and wear it. The shadow armor could only be maintained for a short time, so Guan Tong quickly went in and out, rapidly ran to his home, waded through water to reach the kitchen, and opened the high cabinets. Inside were plenty of biscuits, instant noodles, canned food, vitamin tablets, and similar items. He stuffed them all into his bag and left. Returning to the property management storage room, Guan Tong took the food out of his bag and placed it in the corner, feeling slightly relieved. With basic food and shelter secured, he could now focus on development with peace of mind. He took out the wordless book and turned to the 3rd page. In the July plan he had set during his earlier walk, the first goal of shadow transformation had been successfully achieved. The second goal of storing ammunition for the Silver Hunter was progressing daily. The third goal, writing mind power, currently had poor progress. Guan Tong looked at the single-character mind on the 3rd page. Over 10 days, he had only managed to write this one character. This was because writing on the 3rd page consumed much more mind power than the 1st and 2nd pages. His current 124-point mind power upper limit might seem substantial, but it was still quite strenuous when used for writing on the 3rd page. Moreover, he had tried to utilize the fuzzy requirement characteristic by injecting mind power to materialize the single mind character into the mind power he wanted. However, the injected mind power disappeared without a trace, like a clay ox entering the sea, showing no reaction at all. This left him somewhat discouraged, thinking this attempt might be his first failure. But he still decided to persist until completion. Judging by the current progress, he should be able to finish by late July. Thus, days passed one after another, and Guan Tong's daily life returned to its previous monotony. Apart from mind power development, his daily routine involved going out for a few walks around the deserted community, which actually felt quite pleasant. During this period, Su Xiaoan called him, saying that transportation had been partially restored and that he had taken a bus to the capital. Since the Mind Power Development Academy had announced it would officially open on August 10th, Su Xiaoan wanted to go early. This was to avoid potential transportation disruptions if the fifth rule released on August 1st caused any complications, which would cause further delays. During the call, Su Xiaoan asked if Guan Tong wanted to go together. After consideration, Guan Tong declined, as he still preferred to develop at his own pace and rhythm. Besides this matter, Guan Tong also saw two official declarations while browsing online. One declaration stated that major cities would undergo large-scale survival-oriented reconstruction, involving the demolition of many buildings and construction of numerous new structures to aid human survival. They welcomed people with relevant professional knowledge to join, offering generous compensation. The other was a very stern declaration. Its content was as follows. They would severely crack down on and show zero tolerance for any transactions forcing ascendants to trade items or ascension coins. Those being coerced could immediately contact the authorities, who would promptly dispatch specialized armed forces to handle the situation. After the second declaration was issued, many organizations and groups that had been heavily promoting and recruiting ascendants online became much quieter and more low-key. Many ascendants who saw this felt that aligning with the authorities during such times could provide protection. Consequently, some originally solo ascendants proactively approached official departments to report and register their mind power status and other information in exchange for shelter. Thus, time arrived at July 24th. While the outside world continued to experience constant turbulence, Guan Tong made steady daily progress, silently completing the 3 characters for mind power on the 3rd page of the wordless book. Mr. Liu, please get in the car. At the entrance of Jewel Company building, a well-dressed young driver opened the rear door with a smile, speaking to Liu Yuqiang. Liu Yuqiang looked at the long black car with completely tinted windows parked before him, his brow furrowing. The young driver seemed to notice Liu Yuqiang's displeasure and explained with a smile. This is our big boss's requirement. Every attendee must ride in this type of vehicle to reach the gathering location. Please understand, Mr. Liu. Understood. Liu Yuqiang knew that Big Sister had always been mysterious and cautious. Now that she was organizing an offline internal gathering for Qing May Society, she would undoubtedly be even more careful. After he settled into the back seat, the driver closed the door. Just as Liu Yuqiang had expected, both side windows were covered with special tinting film, and a partition separated the front and rear seats. This meant those sitting in the back couldn't see outside and had no idea where the car was heading. Although this wasn't fundamentally different from putting a black plastic bag over one's head, and using a bag would be simpler and more convenient. This wasn't a kidnapping, but a member meeting. They still needed to maintain some dignity for the bosses. As the car started moving and Liu Yuqiang couldn't see anything anyway, he leaned back against the soft seat backrest, closing his eyes to rest while also speculating about Big Sister's purpose for organizing this gathering. Before the Doomsday Rules, Qing May Society members primarily focused on exchanging and sharing business resources and connections, helping each other secure leading or dominant positions across various commercial sectors through mutual assistance. But after entering the era of Doomsday Rules, business had given way to survival. So where should these business titans go from here? Should they struggle desperately like ordinary people? The psychological gap was simply too great. Previously, Big Sister had mentioned in the group chat that the gathering was to discuss Qing May Society's future plans, so Liu Yuqiang was actually quite looking forward to this meeting. However, from Big Sister not informing members of the gathering location, but instead sending specialized drivers to pick them up, along with the specially enclosed vehicle design, it showed that Big Sister didn't have complete trust in the members. This made Liu Yuqiang somewhat uncomfortable. He pulled out his phone from his pocket, but it showed no signal. Was there a signal jammer in the car? Liu Yuqiang put his phone back in his pocket, his frown deepening even further. Guan Tong sat on the floor mat he'd laid out in the storage room, looking at the 3 characters for mind power on the 3rd page of the wordless book. Instead of immediately injecting mind power, he silently repeated to himself, "Increase mind power upper limit, increase mind power upper limit. Just like when he'd silently thought scattergun, not cold weapon spear, after writing gun on the second page previously, he was doing this to make the wordless book materialize what he truly wanted. Yeah. Although this approach seemed somewhat mystical, and he didn't know if it actually worked, there was no harm in trying. After silently repeating it several times to ensure no other thoughts intruded, Guan Tong injected all his remaining 100 points of mind power into the page. The next moment, something similar to when he'd written Ascension coins occurred. The three characters for mind power quickly detached from the page, twisted and transformed into a stream of data. This data stream then slammed into Guan Tong's forehead before drifting out again, reforming into characters that settled back onto the page. Success or failure? Uncertain, Guan Tong immediately opened his personal terminal to check his panel. Name, Guan Tong. Nickname, Shadow. Title, Order Keeper. Mind Power, 0, 126, 10. Ascension Coins, 30. Comprehensive Biological Information Evaluation. Excellent. What does this mean? Guan Tong looked at the mind power data on his panel. He knew the 126 in the first bracket represented his upper limit. The newly appeared 10 in the second bracket. What did that represent? After thinking for a moment, he picked up the Silver Hunter beside him and attempted to create a Type 2 ammunition that required 10 mind power. The electronic screen on the left side of the gun grip immediately showed the remaining Type 2 ammunition count increased by 1. Guan Tong also noticed that his panel's mind power data had changed to 0, 126, 0. So that's it. The characters on the page didn't increase my mind power upper limit after materialization, but were converted into partially storable mind power. This discovery thrilled Guan Tong. Although injecting 100 points of mind power only converted and stored 10 points, from another perspective, this effectively increased his mind power capacity. When he had nothing else to do, he could convert and store more. Even if it took 10 points to store 1 point, his 126 upper limit could store 12 points. This was similar to stocking ammunition for Silver Hunt. Store when not needed, then unleash instantly when required, delivering combat power several times beyond normal capacity. Excellent. With sufficient reserves, I alone can deliver combat power equivalent to multiple people at critical moments. Guan Tong thought to himself, especially since his shadow, while powerful, had the drawback of high consumption. When shadow existed in physical form, it consumed roughly 1 point of mind power per second of existence. With his current 126-point upper limit, shadow could only maintain physical form for just over 2 minutes. Against a single target, 2 minutes might be enough to determine victory. But facing multiple enemies, 2 minutes would be far from sufficient. If he could use pre-stored mind power as backup energy in such situations, he could significantly extend Shadow's duration, thereby enhancing his own sustained combat capability. So although this conversion had failed in terms of his original intention to increase his mind power upper limit, he was quite satisfied with the actual outcome. Today is July 24th, 1 week until the 5th rule is released. My current natural mind power recovery rate is about 1 point per 5 minutes, roughly 280 points total natural recovery per 24 hours. Unlike Ascension coins, the characters on the page didn't disappear after this conversion. So it's more like Shadow. I can directly inject mind power for conversion rather than having to rewrite characters every time. Without pursuing maximum conversion efficiency, if I can store just 20 points of reserve mind power daily, I'll have 140 points saved up after 1 week. Guan Tong felt slightly excited. After 1 week, at full capacity, he'd have about 126 points of his own mind power, plus approximately 140 points of reserve mind power, totaling over 260 usable mind power points. If all this were supplied to Shadow, it could maintain physical form for nearly 5 minutes, dramatically improving sustained combat capability. If used to generate ammunition for Silver Hunt, he could create 26 Type 2 rounds or 8 Type 3 rounds. Remembering the terrifying power of Type 3 high-explosive rounds, one shot enough to destroy a small target point, if he generated 8 rounds at once and fired them all in a volley. Guan Tong didn't believe any enemy at this stage could withstand such an assault, though of course it would be different if enemies had special items. Thinking of special items. During his rest periods, while waiting for mind power recovery over recent days, Guan Tong had also opened his personal terminals market to browse the various listed items. Of course, he was just window shopping. With only 30 coins left, he couldn't afford to buy anything even if he wanted to. But not being able to buy didn't stop him from looking. More browsing meant better understanding. So if he coincidentally encountered something in reality later, he'd know what it was. However, several times he'd refresh to find an item with decent effects and reasonably fair pricing, only to have it bought by someone else before he could examine it thoroughly. After this happened repeatedly, he realized many people were constantly monitoring the market to snap up goods. But as the saying goes, snakes have snake paths, rats have rat paths. While those organizations and groups could rapidly strengthen individuals through resource concentration, Guan Tong had his own methods. He felt that with his combination of being able to see hidden rules plus the wordless book, his development pace might not necessarily be slower than theirs. Of course, he'd also considered that with his uniquely advantageous conditions, if he could additionally receive substantial resource investment from a powerful organization, the combined effect would make his development speed terrifyingly fast. But this was just a thought. Perhaps related to his personality, Guan Tong always felt a vague sense of insecurity, unwilling to rely on others. So he'd rather progress more slowly than easily join some unfamiliar group. Guan Tong quickly reined in his thoughts, focusing on the present. I should stop overthinking. For the coming week, I'll steadily store some reserve mind power, then maintain full readiness to welcome the release of the 5th Doomsday Rule. Mr. Liu, we've arrived. The vehicle slowly came to a stop, and as the driver opened the door, Liu Yuqiang stepped out. He found himself in an underground parking garage with many similar vehicles parked around. Please follow me. The driver led the way ahead, with Liu Yuqiang following to the elevator. After entering, the driver pressed the button for the 3rd floor, then stepped out before the elevator doors closed. Liu Yuqiang rode the elevator up alone. When the doors opened, he found himself in what appeared to be a conference room. Old Liu, Yuqiang is here. Several people had already arrived in the room, sitting on comfortable leather sofas. When they saw Liu Yuqiang arrive, they waved to greet him. Liu Yuqiang looked over. These were all Qing May Society members, including quite a few familiar faces. He walked over and sat down on an empty sofa, asking, "Has Big Sister arrived yet?" "Haven't seen her yet. Probably waiting for all of us to gather before she comes," said an elderly man with a shiny bald head and round-framed glasses. After speaking, the bald man's eyes showed barely contained anticipation. "I hope Big Sister can show us a clear path forward." Liu Yuqiang glanced at the bald man. This man was Yu Feiwei, chairman of Firebird Financial. Liu Yuqiang didn't have much interaction with him, but clearly remembered when the first Doomsday Rule was announced and Zhao Jiping revealed the hidden rule in the group chat. This Yu Feiwei quickly obtained 30 alertness mints, which had greatly shocked him at the time. Now, seeing Yu Feiwei's expectant eyes and somewhat anxious expression, he thought to himself, if this chairman relied entirely on eating mints to pass, his mind power upper limit is probably very low. Is that why he's so anxious? Before long, the Qing May Society members arrived one after another. After everyone had taken their seats, Big Sister finally appeared. The main conference room door opened from outside, and 2 young women with short hair and sharp business suits entered first. Then the 2 women stood on either side, welcoming the main figure into the room. A with circumflex newbies. An elderly woman with white hair, wearing handmade cloth clothing, walked in. Although the elderly woman was quite old, she was well-maintained with rosy complexion. She walked quickly with straight posture, without the hunched back and listless appearance common among many elderly people. When the members saw this elderly woman enter, they immediately stood up. The elderly woman stood in front of the large screen at the front of the room and said with a smile, "Please, everyone sit." Everyone looked at each other and sat back on the sofas, their eyes showing some shock. Most of them had never seen Big Sister's true appearance, originally thinking Big Sister was just an honorific and her actual age wouldn't be too advanced. But they never expected to see with their own eyes today that, even with good maintenance, everyone could tell Big Sister's age was at least over 70. Today is the Qing May Society's first gathering of all members, and many members are seeing me for the first time. You might be quite surprised, and I understand that. Although Big Sister was elderly, her voice was very powerful, able to be clearly heard by everyone present without amplification. I've invited everyone here today for only one purpose: to explain to you where our Qing May Society is heading in the future. Big Sister glanced at the young woman beside her, who immediately understood and used a remote to turn on the large screen, displaying various data. Everyone was shocked when they saw it. This data related to populations killed by the rules, including some previously undisclosed confidential data like age distribution and occupational distribution of the deceased. Big Sister said, "This is data compiled by the Countermeasures Research Office. No need to ask how I obtained it, just look." While marveling at Big Sister's remarkable abilities, everyone carefully examined the data. As business leaders accustomed to reviewing financial reports and data, they quickly recognized the horror in the numbers on screen. One particular statistic caught their attention most. The mortality rate for people over 50 is actually as high as 93%. The vast majority of those present were over 50 years old. Seeing this highly relevant data sent chills down their spines. "Correct," Big Sister said. "After entering the Doomsday Rules era, young adults have the highest survival rates. People in our age group have reached a point where fewer than 1 in 10 survive. Everyone here has managed to survive until now through various means and resources. But let me ask you this, can this last? Your mind power upper limits probably aren't very optimistic." Big Sister, at this point, Yu Feiwei stood up. "My mind power upper limit is already in single digits. If it decays once more, it will definitely hit 0. You have remarkable abilities. Please think of a solution for us." "Keep calm." Big Sister gestured for Yu Feiwei to sit down. Then she scanned the room and said solemnly, "As the saying goes, business is like battlefield. You're all veterans. Are you willing to die so inexplicably? We must use every means possible to save ourselves and create our own glory." With that, the large screen began playing a video showing some disturbing scenes. The setting appeared to be some kind of prison facility with large numbers of people detained inside. But it definitely wasn't an official prison, evident from the guards wearing green uniforms. You may have heard recently about numerous kidnapping cases targeting high mind power ascendants nationwide, Big Sister stated frankly. "To be perfectly honest, this matter is spearheaded by me, with participation from several members." Many members were immediately stunned. They had heard about the kidnapping cases, but never imagined the mastermind behind them was Big Sister herself. Why do this? Simple. I refuse to accept fate. Though Big Sister's tone was calm, everyone could sense a chilling murderous intent in her words. Why should people our age deserve to die? If the fire thief won't give us fairness, we have to find it ourselves. I can tell you all that starting today, the Qing May Society will completely transform from a business mutual assistance alliance into a survival mutual assistance alliance, focusing primarily on plundering mind power-related items and strengthening ourselves. While everyone was shocked, Yu Feiwei stood up again, loudly cheering. "I support Big Sister. This is exactly what should be done. Who told the authorities to abandon us?" He looked at the other members. "You all tell me. After the authorities announced massive free provisions, didn't they take business from each of our companies? Old son, wasn't your logistics business directly confiscated to transport survival supplies? And Yuqiang, wasn't your company's online gaming business required to meet player demands with all paid items given away for free? The authorities waved their hands and took away many of our core businesses, claiming it was to ensure public survival. And what compensation did they give us? Mia gold. If they really wanted to compensate us, they should have given us survival guarantees. That makes sense. Yes, we don't need gold to buy anything. What we lack most is survival guarantees." Yu Feiwei's words resonated with many. But Lu Yuqiang stood up and asked, "Big Sister, if you've kidnapped so many people, what will happen when the authorities investigate?" Big Sister smiled slightly. "Have you ever heard of anyone investigating themselves?" Lu Yuqiang froze, and the other members were equally shocked. Could Big Sister's identity be? Let me say this again. Survival is living beings' primary imperative. Anything done for that purpose is justified. To ensure our survival, we need to spare no cost or means. And this is also an opportunity for our rise. Big Sister said slowly. Before the Doomsday Rules, no matter how hard you worked, you were merely merchants. But in this era, with proper planning, you might well take the stage and perform your own grand drama. I've said all I need to say. What follows will only be shared with like-minded individuals. If anyone has objections now, you may stand up and take the elevator to leave. I won't stop you. After Big Sister finished speaking, most members looked excited and fanatical, showing no intention of moving. Liu Yuqiang hesitated. He felt Big Sister's ideas were too crazy and wanted to leave. But he doubted whether Big Sister would really let people leave after revealing all this. At that moment, two members couldn't help but stand up. One of them said, "Big Sister, although we respect you greatly, what you're doing is too dangerous. We don't want to oppose the authorities, sorry." "No problem," Big Sister said. "Those who differ in spirit cannot share the same path. Please leave." The two nodded and took the elevator down. When the elevator reached the parking level and opened, they were greeted by the driver, but it was a driver holding a gun. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds later, the dissenters vanished. Boom! A thunderous explosion-like sound jolted Guan Tong awake from his midday nap. He sat up yawning, rubbing his temples as he glanced toward the door. It's starting again. Ever since Yin Hua City had initially resolved the urban disaster relief and corpse disposal work caused by the Fourth Rule a few days ago, they had immediately launched into building demolition work throughout the city districts. Since then, explosions had frequently echoed through the city. Official statements explained they were gradually demolishing useless buildings in key locations to clear space for subsequent survival-oriented reconstruction. As for what would be built after leveling those streets and alleys, the authorities hadn't provided exact information yet. However, Guan Tong had seen online leaks suggesting they planned to construct large numbers of sturdy, self-sufficient universal shelters in major cities that could maintain independence for some time. Because the Fourth Rule, snow in June, had exposed a major problem, a severe shortage of qualified shelters. Large numbers of people had been forced into places like stadiums, shopping malls, and schools, which provided poor protection against natural disasters. So many netizens speculated that the authorities planned to build numerous professional-grade shelters. These shelters would feature independent water and electricity supplies while storing large quantities of supplies and survival equipment. Some even posted pictures of the Saroma Empire's royal shelters, demanding the authorities build 1 million similar ones for civilians. Of course, this was just talk and completely unrealistic. Guan Tong pulled out his phone and checked it, clean with no notifications. On social platforms, most top discussions focused on the soon-to-open Mind Power Development Academy. Those wanting to enroll have been rushing to reach the capital city, Yong'an, over the past few days. Their thinking mirrored Su Xiaoan's. They didn't want to wait until after the Fifth Rule was announced. If public transportation became paralyzed by rules again, recovery could take who knows how long. I wonder if Sister Wang's stomach condition is serious? Did she drive Xiao not to Yong'an? Looking at the capital entry on the rankings, Guan Tong remembered Wang Yin and Chun Na, the mother-daughter pair. After separating when entering Yin Hua on the 9th, they hadn't exchanged contact information and hadn't been in touch since. Guan Tong had considered checking hospitals to find them, but ultimately decided against it since their chance encounter hadn't developed to that level of relationship. I hope everything goes smoothly for them. Guan Tong turned off his phone screen and silently activated his personal terminal. Today was already July 31st, the final day of the rule interval period. Tomorrow, the fire thief would announce the 5th Doomsday Rule. During this period, Guan Tong had only left the residential complex once to visit a supply point and collect some provisions. Additionally, during his daily walks around the complex, he had gathered many useful items from residential buildings. For instance, he found a folding bed in one household that fit perfectly in the property management storage room where he lived. While not as comfortable as a full bed, it beat sleeping bags. He also collected radios, phones, flashlights, power banks, and even some interesting paper books, all stored in his room for passing time during breaks. This abandoned complex had become his little treasure hunting ground, but he knew he couldn't stay here forever. The ongoing explosions outside reminded him that soon, after demolishing street shops, the next targets would be numerous uninhabited abandoned complexes. His own complex would inevitably face demolition too, making this small storage room just a temporary foothold. As for where to go next, he hadn't considered it yet. He believed solutions would emerge when needed. With such a vast world, finding sleeping quarters shouldn't be difficult. Rangob Guan Tong checked his terminal panel. Name, Guan Tong. Nickname, Shadow. Title, Order Keeper. Mind Power, 127, 127, 135. Ascension Coins, 30. Comprehensive Biometric Evaluation, excellent. With limited time, he had stored 135 mind power points during this period. At full capacity, he now had 262 mind power point available, quite respectable. Then Guan Tong picked up Silver Hunt from beside his pillow. The small electronic screen on the left side of the gun grip displayed the ammunition he had been storing since early July. Type 1 ammunition *50. Type 2 ammunition *15. Type 3 ammunition *15. Over the month, through daily accumulation, he had stored 80 rounds total. The cheapest Type 1 ammunition was most abundant, with Types 2 and 3 both at 15 rounds. It wasn't that Guan Tong didn't want to store more, but his mind power remained insufficient. The high cost of unlocking the third page of the wordless book, plus maintaining reserve mind power, consumed substantial resources. Storing this much ammunition already pushed his limits. Thus, Guan Tong felt prepared to face the new rule. Meanwhile, ascendants worldwide had made various preparations during this month-long interval period. Some actively worked to increase their mind power upper limits. Others sought to join powerful ascendant organizations, while some camped the terminal market daily, hoping for lucky finds of high-value items at bargain prices. Naturally, many chose to slack off, most notably those whose mind power had decayed to zero and could no longer use personal terminals. Mind power, tradable items, none of these mattered to them anymore. Most gathered in groups, eating and drinking as they pleased, enjoying each day as it came. Many ascendants posted online complaints, observing that those without terminal access lived more freely than them. Such comments quickly drew criticism, being seen as a form of wealthy people's problems. It resembled wealthy individuals telling beggars, "I envy your freedom to sunbathe daily. Unlike my endless meetings, the beggars would be justified in hitting them." Thus, July 31st ended, giving way to August 1st. The previously noisy world grew quiet, with the constant city explosions temporarily ceasing. Having experienced previous rules, people now preferred quietly awaiting the Fire Thief's announcement over chaotic, tense discussions on new rule release days. Guan Tong sat in his storage room, silently awaiting that moment. At exactly 9 o'clock, the Fire Thief's voice sounded promptly. The 5th Doomsday Rule has been released. Doomsday Rule 5, Night of the Living Dead. Rule content. From rule activation, the globe will enter nighttime conditions. Numerous living dead that attack all humans indiscriminately will invade human activity areas. This rule lasts 24 hours. During effect, each ascendant must eliminate at least 10 living dead. Success reward: 150 Ascension coins, plus 1 additional Ascension coin per living dead eliminated during rule effect, settled after rule conclusion. Failure penalty: mind power upper limit decay. Note: having passed previous tests, this is the reward level you ascendants deserve. Please enjoy thoroughly. The moment the Fire Thief announced the rule, the originally clear sky instantly turned pitch black. There were no stars or moon, as if the entire world had been suddenly draped with a light-proof curtain. At the same time, some strange shrieking sounds simultaneously erupted from all over the world. That sound resembled a whistle, sharp and piercing, tearing through the night sky and spreading across heaven and earth. Accompanying this sound, certain presences began to stir restlessly. At a temporary corpse containment facility in Yin Hua City, several staff members were gathered in the break room with the lights on, discussing the newly announced rule. What exactly are the living dead? Zombies? Not sure. Let's wait for the official guide to come out first. Eliminating 1 living dead gives an extra 1 Ascension coin during settlement. If we eliminate 80 or 100 of them and get the settlement after the rule ends, wouldn't that be a small windfall? I'd be perfectly satisfied just eliminating 10, completing the challenge so my mind power doesn't decay. Same here. Although the fire thief called this a reward stage, it's still a doomsday rule after all. Can it really let people farm coins so easily? Thump. As they were talking, a loud noise suddenly came from the glass door. Startled, they turned to look, and with just one glance, they were utterly horrified. They saw a person pressed against the door, face contorted grotesquely, eyes emitting a sinister crimson-red glow. What terrified them most was that this person was wearing a gray robe, clearly the standard uniform issued for temporarily contained corpses. Had the dead come back to life? No, 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 no. They immediately realized that if the living dead in this rule weren't appearing out of thin air, but were resurrected corpses, then the temporary corpse containment facility they were currently in would undoubtedly be the most dangerous place. Thump, 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 thump. The next moment, their premonition came true. A large number of corpses wearing gray robes swarmed to the entrance, pressing forward and backward. The glass door soon couldn't withstand the pressure and shattered with a crack. We're done for. The moment the glass shattered, their minds went completely blank, unable to muster even a shred of thought about resisting. Roar! Dozens of living dead crowded into the break room, roaring like beasts as they pounced on the staff members, tearing their despair and lives alike into shreds. At the same time, that shrieking sound continued to propagate through the night sky. Soon, it spread beyond the city, reached the suburbs, and extended to villages and towns. Those villages that had been buried and vanished during the Fourth Rule, amidst the blizzard, had reappeared after the snow melted. What reappeared, besides the villages, were numerous corpses soaked in the melted snow water. Due to insufficient manpower in the city, over the past month, efforts had only focused on disaster relief wrap-up within the city and survival-oriented renovations. The outlying villages hadn't been attended to, leaving many corpses soaking in water for days. And now, as that shrieking sound reached them, these corpses trembled before rising from the water one after another. Some were already waterlogged and bloated, showing signs of giantism. Others were incomplete, limbs crushed by collapsed houses. But what they uniformly possessed was a pair of eerie crimson eyes emitting a red glow. After a brief silence, these resurrected living dead erupted into roars and charged en masse toward Yin Hua City in the distance, where countless lights were rapidly igniting in the darkness. Inside the residential property management storage room, after the fire thief announced the rule, Guan Tong also heard that piercing shriek. The sound came from far away in the south, indescribable and extremely unpleasant to hear. This rule only lasts 24 hours, the shortest duration so far, and the fire thief specifically called it a reward stage. Guan Tong felt it wasn't that simple. If it were truly a reward stage, couldn't they just give every ascendant 1,000 or 800 ascension coins directly? Why bother disguising it as a rule? Looking at the sky that had turned pitch black in a second, he felt somewhat uneasy. He first closed the door securely, then hurriedly opened his personal panel to check the hidden rule. Focusing his attention to stare at the 5th Doomsday Rule, soon the color particles rearranged, and the hidden rule appeared. Hidden Rule 5, Conversion Source. Hidden Rule Content. During this rule, eliminating living dead using items or abilities unrelated to mind power will not count toward the elimination tally. Besides the living dead, within a certain regional range, there exists a special matriarch converter. The matriarch converter can transform human corpses into living dead by emitting shrieks. Eliminating the matriarch converter grants high special rewards and prematurely ends the living dead conversion in that area. Note: during the rule's effective period of 24 hours, the matriarch converter will emit shrieks at irregular intervals, converting human corpses into living dead. If you decide to eliminate it to end the conversion, remember it cannot be killed by items or abilities unrelated to mind power, and it possesses formidable power, making it an extremely fearsome enemy. The fact that eliminating living dead using means unrelated to mind power wouldn't count toward the tally was something Guan Tong had anticipated early on. Not just him, most people should be able to guess this after the rule was announced. What truly took him by surprise was the existence of the matriarch converter. After reading the hidden rule, Guan Tong finally understood that the extremely unpleasant shrieking sound heard right after the fire thief announced the rule must have been emitted by this matriarch converter. How many human corpses were converted into living dead by that one shriek? Guan Tong felt a sense of foreboding. So many people died during the fourth rule. It's impossible all those corpses were cremated. There must be many still temporarily stored in places like morgues. Moreover, judging from the hidden rule, this matriarch converter will emit shrieks at irregular intervals during the rule's 24-hour effective period. If humans killed by the living dead are then continuously converted into new living dead, then Guan Tong felt the consequences would be unthinkable, especially since the hidden rules note explicitly stated that the matriarch converter cannot be killed by anything unrelated to mind power. This meant even if the authorities discovered its existence and tried to use military firepower to kill it and end the conversion, they would fail. Only an ascendant, using mind power-related items or abilities to kill it, could end the conversion. So now, Guan Tong faced only two choices. Should he find a good defensive position, hold his ground, and eliminate any approaching living dead? Or should he take the initiative, venture out, and risk seeking and eliminating the matriarch converter? Guan Tong looked at the silver hunter in his hand, remained silent for a moment, then made his decision. The direction I heard the shriek from earlier seemed to be from the south. That's the direction I need to go. But I can't act recklessly. First, I need to figure out the combat capabilities of the living dead. Guan Tong needed to know, were these living dead similar to those shambling, slow-moving zombies? Or were they monsters that, like mad dogs, would wildly charge and pounce upon seeing people? The difference between the two was undoubtedly huge. Their danger levels weren't even on the same plane. Before heading out, preparations needed to be made. Since this rule only lasted 24 hours, there was no need to bring much food. Instead, more lighting equipment should be carried. That fast-burning stick listed for 80 Ascension coins in the terminal's Ascension store before should be used for situations like this. But, perhaps besides illumination, that thing has other uses? If it was just for lighting, a flashlight would suffice, so why spend precious Ascension coins? Therefore, Guan Tong felt that the fast-burning stick might have other special effects, like causing extra damage to the living dead. But before the rules were announced, the living dead hadn't appeared, so the authorities couldn't test its corresponding functions. Guan Tong hadn't bought the fast-burning stick during the previous binary choice, opting instead for the multi-functional protective suit, so regretting the former now was pointless. He picked up the flashlight, turned it on, and strapped it to his chest. If only he had a headlamp. That would be much more convenient. However, Guan Tong walked to the door and glanced outside. The distant skyline was brightly lit by lights. Although after the rules were announced, the entire world entered a nighttime state. The fire thief hadn't deprived humans of their artificial light sources. Right now, throughout the entire city of Yin Hua, every possible light was turned on. The whole city couldn't be described as brightly illuminated, but at least most gathering points had good lighting and visibility. Guan Tong withdrew his gaze, secured the flashlight, then slung his backpack over his shoulders. On either side of the backpack hung a short knife and a crowbar. Although these weren't mind power items, they might come in handy someday. After all, survival was the top priority. If he couldn't even preserve his life, talking about eliminating the living dead to farm coins will be putting the cart before the horse. Finally, Guan Tong put on a lightweight motorcycle helmet. He had found this earlier while searching a household in the residential compound. Wearing it now would provide at least some head protection, more or less. After completing preparations, Guan Tong walked out of the storage room, gripping Silver Hunt tightly with both hands. This scattergun, loaded with a total of 80 rounds, was his greatest source of security right now. Since his residential compound had long been abandoned, with no one else around besides him, it was both dark and quiet. Listening to the occasional roars coming from the distance, Guan Tong knew they must be from the living dead. Moreover, he could also hear bursts of gunfire. Although using ordinary firearms to eliminate the living dead wouldn't earn Ascension coins, it could still remove threats and protect people's lives. Guan Tong walked toward the compound's main gate, fully focused on his surroundings. The compound was eerily quiet, with only his footsteps echoing one after another. Just when he thought there were no living dead in the compound, 2 points of crimson light suddenly emerged from the darkness near the collapsed gatehouse not far away. The red color was particularly conspicuous in the night. Guan Tong turned his body, and a flashlight strapped to his chest illuminated forward, revealing a pale, ferocious-looking living dead. Those two red points of light were actually its eyes. Roar! The moment Guan Tong spotted it, it also noticed Guan Tong and immediately charged forward like a mad dog, roaring. Boom! Guan Tong raised his hand and fired a Type 1 ammunition round. The multiple pellets struck the living dead across a wide area, instantly riddling its upper body from abdomen to head with holes. It fell headfirst to the ground, dead. Yeah, so this is the living dead? Guan Tong examined the corpse on the ground. It still wore a robe with a date of death and name tag, apparently having emerged from some morgue or crematorium. This made him realize that the living dead didn't appear out of thin air. They were already deceased humans resurrected in living dead form through the fire thief's power. After this rule ended, all corpses would probably be cremated immediately. Guan Tong's expression darkened. Judging by the running speed of this living dead earlier, it was completely comparable to a living person. In fact, because it was more frenzied and fearless of death than living people, it posed a greater threat. For ordinary ascendants wanting to eliminate 10 of these to complete the challenge, it really wouldn't be that easy. Without useful abilities or items, they'd have to rely on setting traps cleverly. Otherwise, confronting them head-on would still be risky. Moreover, this meant Guan Tong felt his journey would be fraught with danger. If he accidentally got surrounded by these living dead, even using Silver Hunt's Type 3 high-explosive rounds for emergency area clearance would require caution to avoid getting caught in the blast himself. But since he had made his decision, Guan Tong intended to see it through. He exited the compound and looked southward along the street. The matriarch converter's shriek had indeed come from that direction, but the exact location was hard to determine. The item guiding flashlight in his storage box couldn't be used to help him find the matriarch converter because there was no specific target location. Heading south first can't be wrong. Guan Tong didn't overthink it and continued his movement. As he headed south, he stayed close to the buildings on the left side, ensuring he wouldn't suddenly face attacks from both sides. After walking like this for over 10 minutes, he saw a dozen or so living dead about several dozen meters ahead, wildly smashing a supply vehicle. Seeing this, Guan Tong felt puzzled. That was an unmanned support department transport vehicle. There was nobody inside, so why were these living dead smashing it? Were they attracted by moving objects? Or by sound? Guan Tong took a few more steps forward. At that moment, one of the living dead, crazily smashing the vehicle, suddenly turned its head, its crimson gaze fixing on Guan Tong's location. The next moment, the other living dead also turned their heads one after another, collectively abandoning the vehicle and charging toward Guan Tong like a group of madmen, roaring. This somewhat horrifying scene made Guan Tong take a deep breath. Watching the 15 or 16 living dead sprinting toward him, he tightened his grip on Silver Hunt. Once they entered attack range, he decisively opened fire. Boom! 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 With only a dozen or so living dead, Guan Tong wouldn't waste precious Type 3 ammunition. Just 4 Type 1 ammunition rounds were enough. The widely spreading pellets knocked all dozen-plus living dead to the ground, dead beyond doubt. How did they detect me? Guan Tong frowned, looking at the dozen-plus corpses on the ground. I was about 30 meters away from them. They couldn't have heard footsteps from that far. Could it be scent? Guan Tong wasn't sure how the living dead detected humans. He thought it was likely that vision, hearing, and smell all played roles. After consideration, he put on gloves, collected some living dead blood, and smeared it on his clothes and helmet. This way, if he encountered living dead again, he could test this theory. Afterward, he went to the supply vehicle that had been smashed by the living dead group. Checking inside, there was no one and no supplies. It had probably been blocked and smashed by the living dead while returning to the support department according to procedure after delivering supplies. Could it be that because it was moving, the living dead mistook it for a human? Guan Tong thought this was possible. Looking at this unmanned transport vehicle, he considered that it might be useful for scouting ahead. He tapped the electronic screen on one side of the vehicle body, which displayed the words Program Error, Operation Halted. Guan Tong selected the Manual Intervention function, then chose to restart the program. He adjusted its speed to the minimum and set its destination to a storage center south of the support department. Subsequently, the unmanned transport vehicle resumed operation at slow speed, advancing along South Avenue. Guan Tong followed it while maintaining some distance. This way, if there were living dead nearby, they would be attracted to the transport vehicle first, giving him more reaction time. First squad in position. Second squad in position. At the edge of Yin Hua's urban area, several armed squads had rushed to construct defensive lines immediately after receiving their orders. The soldiers set up several large floodlights for illumination, making the surroundings as bright as daylight. Due to the rushed nature of the situation, professional roadblocks couldn't be set up in time. They could only tie some barbed wire to metal barrels and connect these barrels in a row to block the road. Behind these were the armed squad's armored vehicles equipped with machine guns and artillery. Additionally, several soldiers carrying briefcases were operating equipment. They were all drone operators. Several of these operators were controlling military-grade drones, using thermal imaging technology to scan and monitor for target appearances. However, operators soon discovered that large numbers of living dead weren't being detected. These living dead had completely cold bodies, making thermal imaging utterly useless. "They're coming!" Roar! The roars of the living dead echoed as thousands of them swarmed forward. They were all residents from surrounding affected villages and counties, now resurrected from death and charging toward the major city of Yin Hua. "Open fire! We absolutely cannot let them break through the defensive line into the city." At the commander's order, several armed squads unleashed their full firepower. Massive amounts of bullets and grenades poured onto the living dead army, assaulting the barrier checkpoint, wiping them out row by row. Although these living dead feared nothing, their defensive capabilities weren't particularly outstanding. Breaking their limbs would restrict their movement, and destroying their brains would kill them completely. Therefore, they stood no chance against the powerful firepower network formed by the armed squads. Soon, the first wave of over 1,000 living dead soldiers was completely annihilated, filling the air with the heavy smell of gunpowder. At that moment, a flamethrower vehicle slowly approached from the rear. The commander ordered all the living dead corpses to be completely incinerated with high-temperature flames. This order came from higher authorities, aiming to prevent any possibility of their resurrection. Whoosh! The flames shot out, adding the smell of roasted meat to the gunpowder scent in the air. However, this smell made many soldiers feel nauseous and sick to their stomachs. Several soldiers looked at the living dead corpses, and one commented, "What a pity, there probably aren't any rewards for eliminating them this way." Yeah, the orders we received seem to be eliminate as quickly as possible. But I heard our Eastern Brother units are collectively farming coins. Collectively farming coins? MHM. They apparently require everyone to purchase primary weapon crates. Then they use firearms and other weapons to destroy the living dead's mobility and finish them off with cold weapons obtained from the crates. That's great. Farming coins in safe conditions. Several soldiers sounded envious upon hearing this, but one soldier spoke with a cold tone. "So what if we farm coins? Have you forgotten that our soldiers' ascension coins are uniformly distributed and used?" Attention! Large numbers of living dead approaching again. All personnel prepare. Open fire. The unmanned transport vehicle slowly moved forward along the main road, with Guan Tong following slightly behind and to the side. The person and vehicle had been moving like this for over 10 minutes, encountering several living dead during this time. After testing, Guan Tong confirmed that the living dead's attack priority was humans, moving objects. Epsilon. As long as humans appeared within about 30 meters, they would be detected and immediately attacked. If there were no humans in this range, they would attack moving objects instead. Moreover, smearing living dead blood on himself proved useless for Guan Tong. The moment he entered their range, the living dead still immediately detected his presence. After walking like this for a few more minutes, Guan Tong suddenly heard loud roars from numerous living dead coming from around a street corner not far away, accompanied by many human shouts. "Hurry, hurry and block it. Don't just stand there. Go move more tables over. It's over. There are too many of them." Guan Tong quickened his pace and cautiously approached the corner from the other side. Peeking around, he saw hundreds of living dead besieging a bookstore. The bookstore had apparently been used as a shelter gathering point previously, with many people living inside. However, the bookstore's glass front door had long disappeared, probably crushed by accumulated snow during the fourth rule or shattered due to low temperatures. Originally, having no main door wasn't a big problem, but when the fifth rule emerged, the situation immediately changed. Guan Tong saw that the people gathered there had piled many tables and bookshelves at the entrance to block the living dead from entering. But the living dead weren't like those slow zombies that just reached out randomly. Their frenzy was on a completely different level. These living dead frantically clawed at the tables and chairs blocking their path, some even opening their mouths to bite with sharp teeth. Several tables blocking the entrance were quickly torn to pieces, losing their defensive function. Now, only a few large bookshelves remained blocking the living dead, but their defensive capability was even worse than the tables, and they would soon be completely dismantled. "Everyone move aside. I'll handle this." At that moment, a young man produced a burning torch. He raised the torch and walked to the entrance. The living dead that had been wildly dismantling the bookshelves seemed somewhat fearful, retreating several steps. "Is that the fast-burning stick sold in the store? I never expected it to have a repelling effect on the living dead. That's great. Where's the repelling?" "Those living dead are still at the entrance. It seems they just don't attack when you're holding this thing, but I remember each one only lasts 15 minutes of burning time, right?" the young man holding the torch urged. "They sell in packs of 10, each lasting 15 minutes, meaning a total of 2.5 hours of safety. Those who still have Ascension coins should buy several packs. We can take turns using them and should be able to—" Before the young man finished speaking, the living dead that had been scared back by the fast-burning stick actually surged forward again, resuming their attack. "What?" The young man was shocked. "Why isn't it working anymore?" The fast-burning stick's deterrence against the living dead only lasted about 10 seconds. Guan Tong, hiding around the corner, found this strange. If it had a deterrence function, the duration shouldn't be this short. Could it be because there were too many people? Guan Tong thought this was possible. Perhaps the fast-burning stick's deterrence could only protect the user themselves, but couldn't protect others. If one tried to use a single fast-burning stick to shelter too many people, it would cause the effect to rapidly diminish. This was becoming dangerous. Guan Tong watched the chaotic crowd in the library. In 2 or 3 minutes, their defensive line would be breached. When that many living dead charged in, it would become a human tragedy. After thinking for a moment, Guan Tong raised a silver hunt and switched to Type 3 ammunition. He aimed at the rear area among the living dead and pulled the trigger. Boom! The high explosive round fired, exploding moments later among the rear of the living dead. Instantly, dozens of living dead were blasted away and killed. This sudden development also startled everyone in the library, but they quickly became ecstatic. With so many living dead eliminated, even though 20 or 30 remained, this was a manageable number that would give them more time to construct sturdier defenses at the entrance. Did someone throw a grenade just now? Did official troops come to rescue us? Where are they? Hey, you with the helmet over there, was that your grenade? Someone sharp-eyed spotted Guan Tong and called out to him loudly. Guan Tong simply nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then continued walking south along South Avenue without turning left to approach them. This made everyone anxious immediately. They clearly needed someone with powerful firepower like Guan Tong. "Where are you going? Come join us in defense." "Brother, it's too dangerous out there. Come inside the library quickly. We're safer together in a group." "Don't leave. How many more grenades do you have?" "Leave us a few." Guan Tong paid no further attention to these calls. Using one Type 3 ammunition round to help them was already enough. Staying to defend together was impossible. He had his own objectives to complete. 23 hours remaining until the rule ends. A piercing shriek once again tore through the long night, echoing across human gathering places worldwide. Meanwhile, a response meeting for this current rule was being held somewhere. This rule is a reward stage for the strong, but remains fatal for the weak, declared Gao Yongwei, setting the tone in the conference room of the Doomsday Rules Countermeasures Research Office. Our official armed teams across various regions can make choices based on circumstances. If conditions permit, prioritize disabling the mobility of the living dead to obtain more Ascension coin rewards from kills. If conditions don't permit, prioritize rapid elimination and threat removal. As for powerful individuals among the civilians, they might voluntarily eliminate more living dead for better settlement rewards. We don't need to interfere with them. Those needing protection are mainly the masses in gathering points. At this point, someone raised a question: should we deploy armed squads to assist civilians in completing this challenge? Others also turned their attention to Gao Yongwei upon hearing this, as many were concerned about this issue. There were numerous appeals online as well, with people hoping the authorities would help them complete this rule. The specific approach wouldn't differ from how armed teams farm coins, similarly involving first disabling the mobility of the living dead. The only difference would be that the final blows would be delivered by civilians instead of soldiers. Gao Yongwei pondered briefly before responding. If safety can be guaranteed, we can attempt it. Armed teams operate with collective discipline, making risks controllable. However, large numbers of civilians lack professional training, so this approach might carry certain dangers. But if no assistance is provided this time, many civilians will undoubtedly fail to complete the challenge. If the rule duration were longer, it might be manageable, but 24 hours is really quite short. By the way, have the tests on the living dead for the multifunctional protective suit and fast-burning stick been completed? Completed, answered another researcher. Testing shows the multifunctional protective suit can effectively resist scratches and bites from the living dead, but protection is limited to the upper and lower body, excluding the head and feet. The fast-burning stick, during its burning duration, prevents the holder from being attacked by living dead. However, as the number of people near the holder increases, this effective protection time rapidly shortens. Tests show that when a single person holds one fast-burning stick with no one else within 30 meters, they are guaranteed protection from living dead attacks throughout the entire 15-minute burning duration. But when a second person appears within 30 meters, the safe time quickly reduces to 10 minutes. As the number of people increases further, the safe time correspondingly decreases further. Additionally, the fast-burning stick can also be used to attack living dead. Its flames seem to have some suppressive effect against them, capable of reducing living dead to ashes in an extremely short time. Hearing the researchers' report, everyone's expressions turned grave. No one expected the fast-burning stick's effectiveness to diminish with increasing numbers of people. This meant that the more crowded a gathering point, the less effective this item would become. From the test results, it seems the fire thief doesn't want people grouping together to resist the rules. The hidden rule of the previous snow in June was similar. Regardless of what it wants, our goal remains to ensure more people survive, Gao Yongwei stated firmly. Therefore, we still need to build shelters and deploy armed squads at various gathering points. Enyo, rear report, reporting. At that moment, a researcher urgently entered from outside. Emergency information. The strange shrieking sound that echoed worldwide when the rule was first announced sounded again 3 minutes ago. And this time, countries globally have confirmed that human corpses transformed into living dead after the shriek. A direct connection has been confirmed. Since the Countermeasures Research Office was established deep underground in a secure location, the people here hadn't heard any shrieking sounds. But now that countries worldwide had confirmed this information, it meant it was true. So the shrieks transform human corpses into living dead. Gao Yongwei immediately issued orders, immediately synchronized this information with armed teams across all regions nationwide. Require them to immediately track the location of the nearest shrieking sound and dispatch elite armed squads to investigate. Additionally, Dr. Zhang deploy the several Doomsday teams we selected and distributed across several major cities. Have them execute this task jointly with local armed squads. Dr. Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Send the teams on missions now? Their optimal item combinations aren't complete yet. Could there be risks? Risks? Gao Yongwei snorted coldly. The Countermeasures Office has already invested thousands of Ascension coins in each of them. If they can't handle this level of risk, overcome this level of danger, what can we possibly expect from them later? And this is a perfect opportunity to observe their performance. Dr. Zhang knew the several teams were also competing with each other, because later, as items become increasingly expensive and individual training costs rise, it's likely all resources will be focused on just one team. Thus, Gao Yongwei wanting to test their performance through actual combat to see which team performs better wasn't surprising. Dr. Zhang immediately nodded. Understood, I'll contact them right away and have all teams go out on missions. The moment the shriek sounded, Guan Tong, who was walking along South Avenue, tensed up. Second one. He checked the time, 10:19. The rule had been active for 1 hour and 19 minutes. The hidden rule stated that the matriarch converter would emit shrieks at irregular intervals. It could be several hours between shrieks or several times within an hour. But this second shriek allowed Guan Tong to roughly determine its location range. Looking southward, a conspicuous tall chimney stood in the distance. He knew it was a landmark of Yin Hua City, an industrial park from the previous century. This industrial park had been shut down decades ago, but the related equipment wasn't dismantled. Locals chose to convert the park into a characteristic park-like attraction for public visits. Could the matriarch converter be in that industrial park? Guan Tong thought it was highly possible. He glanced at the electronic small screen on his silver hunt. Type 1 ammunition *37. Type 2 ammunition *15. Type 3 ammunition *14. Along the way, he had used 13 rounds of Type 1 ammunition, hadn't used Type 2, and used 1 round of Type 3 to help the library gathering point break through. The remaining ammunition should be sufficient. I need to hurry, the faster the better. After roughly determining the matriarch converter's location based on the sound, Guan Tong quickened his pace. He still hadn't chosen to find a car to drive, because the living dead's characteristic of attacking moving objects meant driving a car might attract large numbers of them. Getting trapped in the middle of the road would be troublesome. Compared to taking that risk, Guan Tong preferred to jog there, using his own stamina. After all, as his mind power upper limit kept increasing, he felt his physical fitness was improving too. It was about 3 kilometers from here to the industrial park. Jogging there wasn't a problem. Once decided, Guan Tong immediately started running along one side of the street. He occasionally saw some living dead wandering on the road and tried to avoid entering their 30-meter range to prevent attracting attacks. Jogging along like this, he only encountered one attack from living dead. After resolving it with a few rounds of Type 1 ammunition, he successfully reached the industrial park entrance. Looking at the completely dark park inside, Guan Tong's heart sank. After entering the Doomsday Rules era, no one came here for leisure visits anymore. Official maintenance had stopped, and after several months, water and electricity were probably cut off. Earlier, Guan Tong could jog on the outer streets without pressure because streetlights and such were still on, providing excellent visibility conditions where living dead had nowhere to hide. But in this pitch-black park, although the living dead's faintly glowing red eyes could reveal their positions, moving in dark environments was undoubtedly still dangerous. After brief hesitation, Guan Tong still turned on the flashlight attached to his chest and stepped inside following the light. Since he had come, he wouldn't give up easily. The park was completely silent. After entering, Guan Tong first moved close to the wall. If any sudden danger emerged, he wouldn't end up surrounded on all sides. After walking like this for a while, he surprisingly discovered a lit area. It was a warehouse with a small battery-powered pendant lamp hanging at the entrance. Because the light was weak, Guan Tong hadn't noticed it when entering the park. The warehouse entrance had its rolling shutter door pulled down, with many sandbags and similar barricades piled up, seemingly used to block living dead, but there were no living dead around. Guan Tong guessed this warehouse should be a temporary personnel gathering point. He moved closer but couldn't hear any movement from inside. No talking sounds. No one there. He circled to the other side of the warehouse where there was a small iron door, probably a back door. But to his surprise, this small iron door was slightly ajar, not closed. A bad premonition suddenly arose in Guan Tong's heart. He immediately retreated far away. Then he summoned his shadow and materialized it, hung a flashlight around its neck, and had to go gently pull the door open. As the slightly ajar small iron door was pulled open, Guan Tong, hiding in the distance, immediately saw the situation inside the warehouse thanks to the flashlight hanging around Shadow's neck. He saw densely packed, hundreds of living dead inside. They wandered aimlessly in the warehouse, and at their feet, items like bedding, clothes, and backpacks were particularly conspicuous. Another large group of living dead was blasted away. However, One fortunate survivor was sent flying towards the iron door. This caused its distance from Guan Tong to become less than 30 meters, and it immediately detected his presence. Living dead within a certain range seemed to share their senses with each other. If one discovered a human, the others nearby would also immediately become aware. Consequently, all the living dead inside the warehouse that could still move surged towards the iron door at once. Guan Tong was not surprised by this. He took a few steps back, took a deep breath, and prepared to fire another Type 3 round when the remaining living dead got close to the doorway. That would clear the field. Need be. Even if a few stragglers remained, a few Type 1 rounds could finish them off. However, he couldn't waste Type 3 rounds indiscriminately anymore. He needed to save them for a potential encounter with a matriarch converter. Although he still had plenty of mind power left to generate ammunition on the spot. If possible, he preferred to complete this rule by consuming only the ammunition he had prepared in advance. Just as Guan Tong was about to pull the trigger, a sharp, snapping crash suddenly came from the rolling shutter door at the warehouse's main entrance. Crash! Guan Tong looked up and saw that the lowered rolling shutter door at the main entrance had been destroyed. A tall white figure walked into the warehouse. Could it be a matriarch converter? Guan Tong immediately realized it was not, because as soon as that figure entered the warehouse, its distance was closer to the living dead than he was. A large number of living dead immediately abandoned Guan Tong outside the back door and turned to charge towards the white figure. This instantly confirmed to Guan Tong that it was a human, not a matriarch converter. Trouble. Guan Tong had wanted to wait for the living dead to gather and then finish them off with one more Type 3 round. He never expected a human to suddenly appear. And this human, whether you called them reckless or foolish, had actually broken through the warehouse's rolling shutter door from the front to get in. Am I too late? The white figure sighed softly, its crisp and clear voice standing out sharply amidst the roars of the living dead. Hearing this, Guan Tong was somewhat surprised because it was clearly a woman's voice. However, he had initially seen the figure as quite tall, and combined with the dim lighting obscuring its features, he had subconsciously assumed it was a man. Seeing that dozens of surviving living dead were charging towards that person, Guan Tong couldn't fire for the moment. If he used a Type 3 round, while it would kill the living dead, it might also affect that woman. However, the next moment, he was astonished to find that his worry was completely unnecessary. Facing the onrushing swarm of living dead, the white figure didn't draw any weapon. She merely turned her body slightly, let her arms hang down, and assumed a starting stance that resembled some form of kung fu. When the fastest living dead reached her side, the white figure unleashed a sharp, high roundhouse kick, sweeping it away and sending it crashing into over a dozen living dead behind, knocking them all to the ground. Witnessing this, Guan Tong was immediately amazed. Was this kung fu? Or some kind of ability? Friend over there. The white figure had obviously also noticed Guan Tong. While fending off the enemies, she spoke up. If you feel it's dangerous, please step back for now. I'll handle these living dead. Since she said so, Guan Tong was happy to save some ammunition. He stood to the side and observed. Her movements were extremely agile, her punches and kicks powerful and robust. Her hair, tied into a long braid, flew about with her body's movements. Those living dead, which were like rabid dogs to ordinary people, seemed as fragile as clay figures before her fists and feet. Guan Tong saw with his own eyes how she used a spinning kick to effortlessly kick off the heads of 4 or 5 living dead. Besieged by dozens of living dead couldn't land a single touch on her, let alone cause her any harm. Did such powerful kung fu truly exist in the world? Guan Tong watched, inwardly astonished. Forget reality. Even in the many kung fu movies he had seen before, the protagonists never displayed this level of prowess. Guan Tong gazed at the woman in white with the long braid, wondering if she had purchased some kung fu-related ability, just like how Chun Na had previously purchased Perception Domain. Before long, probably less than 2 minutes, the dozens of living dead were all eliminated by her. Throughout the process, she didn't use any weapons, relying entirely on her fist and foot techniques. After dealing with the living dead, the woman in white walked over. As the distance closed, Guan Tong could see her appearance clearly. His first impression was that this woman was very tall, probably over 1.8 meters. She wore a white martial arts uniform, both top and bottom. Though loose-fitting, it couldn't completely conceal her well-proportioned and full figure. Guan Tong particularly noticed a dark blue belt tied around her waist with the characters Guiyun on it. This reminded him of something, and he blurted out, "Are you a master from the Guiyun martial arts school?" The woman nodded. "That's right. I am Shingy, the head instructor of the Guiyun martial arts school." The reason Guan Tong knew about it was because this martial arts school had been in the news before. Reportedly, someone went to the Guiyun martial arts school to challenge them and was beaten to death on the spot. This incident caused quite a stir, but Guan Tong hadn't paid attention to the follow-up. "Correct." The woman nodded in acknowledgement, her phoenix eyes with slightly upturned outer corners looking at Guan Tong. "My name is Shingy. And yours?" "My name is Guan Tong." Guan Tong. Upon hearing this, Shingy's lips curved into a slight smile. Read backwards, it's Tong Guan. I like this name. It has very good connotations in this era of Doomsday Rules. Yin Hua City Armed Command Center. Multiple computers and other instruments were placed in the hall. The commander stood on the platform, pacing anxiously back and forth. Has the triangulation of that shrieking sound still not been completed? Currently, we can only confirm it's somewhere in the NK district in the southern part of the city. We haven't been able to pinpoint the exact location yet. If that shriek sounds just one more time, we'll be able to locate the precise position within a minute. Is that so? The commander gave an order, have the armed squads head to the NK district first and stand by. Once the specific location is pinpointed, notify them immediately. As the commander's words fell, someone reported via radio, "Commander, 6 individuals claiming to be from Squad 3 have appeared. Should we permit them entry into the command room?" Hearing Squad 3, the commander immediately replied, "Grant them access." He had previously received a notification from higher-ups. Squad 3 was a special unit stationed in Yin Hua City, possessing high-level authority. The local armed squads were required to cooperate with and support their operations. The large door opened, and a group of 6 people walked in. All 6 looked very young, none over 30, and 2 or 3 even appeared to be under 20. A man at the forefront stepped forward and said to the commander, "Hey, have you found the location of the shrieker yet?" This condescending tone somewhat displeased the commander, but considering the orders from above, he suppressed his anger and said, "Not yet. We've only confirmed it's in the NK district so far. Only narrowed it down to the district? The efficiency is really low." The man said with dissatisfaction, "Whatever. We'll head over first. Notify us immediately through the comms channel if there's any new information." After speaking, the man left with the other 5. Once the 6 were gone, a crew-cut adjutant couldn't help but curse. "What the hell? Why should we listen to these brats?" The commander said in a low voice, "Assisting and cooperating with their operations is an order from higher-ups. We can only obey. Just notify them once we pinpoint the exact location of the shrieking sound." What's so special about them? Were all the ascension coins required for centralized allocation poured into them? The adjutant's tone carried a hint of skepticism. Some soldiers are already unhappy about this. "I know," the commander said. "Now is not the time for complaints. Let's complete the mission first. If there are any grievances, write a formal report after the rules end. I'll submit them all together." "Thank you." Faced with Shingy's compliment about his name, Guan Tong really didn't know how to respond besides saying thank you. Shingy glanced at the silver hunt in his hand. This scattergun, with its unique design and material, clearly looked like a terminal product. "Is that your mind power item? Its power is formidable. Even if I hadn't come, you could have easily handled these living dead, right?" Guan Tong's heart stirred. If others believed this gun was his mind power item, it would actually help him conceal his true mind power item, the wordless book. And speaking of this, he was also somewhat curious about Shingy's exaggerated combat performance earlier. The martial arts you displayed earlier, is that some kind of mind power skill? Shingy raised an eyebrow slightly. Over 20 years of bitter training through winter and summer, these fists and feet weren't easily exchanged for. However, Shingy added, "Without the enhancement of mind power, my martial arts wouldn't have such power either." Mind power can enhance martial arts? Shingy nodded, raising her right hand and spreading her palm open. The methods of utilizing mind power are diverse. Apart from consumption related to items, it can also be used to strengthen oneself. As she spoke, Guan Tong saw a faint layer of flowing light appear on her palm, then spread to her fingers and wrist. His pupils contracted sharply. Mind power can actually be used like this? He had always believed that mind power could only be used for consumption related to items or abilities. He had never considered that mind power itself could be applied directly to the body without any medium, used purely as a form of energy. No, that's not right. It wasn't that Guan Tong hadn't thought of it. He had simply never heard of anyone being able to do it. No one on the internet ever mentioned it. Even in the official white paper, the entry for mind power contained no related records. Could it be that only Shingy could use mind power purely as energy to strengthen her body? As if seeing through Guan Tong's thoughts, Shingy said calmly, "The way of application lies within one's mind. However, to use this power like I do, one must also learn how to circulate qi and lay a foundation." Circulating qi. You'll understand soon enough. Shingy didn't explain further. She looked at the numerous living dead corpses in the warehouse and sighed. Guan Tong remembered that after Shingy broke through the rolling shutter door to enter the warehouse, she had said, "I'm too late." It sounded like she had specifically rushed here to save someone. As he suspected, Shingy soon found the corpse of a young woman among the many living dead bodies. The latter's body was only half remaining. The other half had been destroyed by the explosion, precisely from Guan Tong's earlier Type 3 ammunition round. Shingy silently gazed at the corpse for a moment, a look of deep sorrow appearing on her fair, heroic face. Guan Tong asked she was an apprentice from the martial arts school. I rushed here immediately after receiving her distress call, but I was still too late. Guan Tong was just about to say something like "my condolences" when he suddenly heard a series of creak, creak sounds from above. He and Shingy looked up simultaneously. They saw a metal panel on the warehouse roof being pried open by a giant claw, followed by a basketball-sized crimson eyeball peering in, its bloody gaze sweeping over the two people inside the warehouse. The matriarch converter. Guan Tong immediately determined that this must be the matriarch converter. It was indeed in this industrial park, and the commotion from the warehouse was likely too loud, attracting it over. What kind of monster is that? Shingy frowned. Guan Tong, meanwhile, immediately raised his gun muzzle, aiming at that crimson eyeball. Boom! Without any hesitation, he fired the most powerful round he had, a Type 3 ammunition. The explosion instantly blasted a large hole in the warehouse roof, but the monster's figure had vanished. Guan Tong's heart sank, knowing the latter must have reacted with extreme speed and dodged. But in the next moment, that colossal monster suddenly leaped down from the large hole, a long, sharp foreclaw slashing towards Shingy's head. Thud! At the critical moment, Shingy clenched both fists. With her body as the center, a pale white energy shield rapidly formed. When the monster's foreclaw touched it, it was instantly repelled by a staggering force. Was this also an application of mind power, generating a 360-degree protective shield? How much mind power would such a perfect, no blind spot defense consume in one use? While shocked, Guan Tong also got a clear look at the monster, the matriarch converter's form. If given the choice, he would rather not have seen it clearly, because the moment he saw it clearly, he felt extremely nauseous, almost dry heaving. This matriarch converter was completely a monster pieced together from countless corpses. Its basketball-sized single, was actually dozens of pairs of pale, red, living, dead eyes strung together in circles with hair. Below it, the bloated body was also pieced together from multiple living dead bodies. That several-meter-long giant claw had its middle section composed of multiple colons twisted together, while the claw tips were made of human fingernails and teeth. This matriarch converter, assembled from countless living dead corpses, made Guan Tong feel extremely physically repulsed. He immediately pulled the trigger, firing 5 consecutive Type 2 slugs. The matriarch converter, whose claw had just been repelled by Shingy's energy shield, hadn't adjusted its posture yet. However, it seemed to sense the threat from Guan Tong's bullets and swiftly rolled backward. Thud! Thud! 3 of the 5 Type 2 rounds missed, while 2 struck its body. These slugs, capable of blasting through a tree trunk, also tore 2 large holes in its body. But before Guan Tong could feel any joy, the matriarch converter immediately grabbed a few living dead corpses from the ground, stuffed them into the large holes blasted open by the slugs on its body, and after a wriggling motion, they rapidly fused together. This sight made both Guan Tong and Shingy's heart shudder. If this monster could heal itself like this, then wouldn't the hundreds of scattered living dead remains in the entire warehouse all become its health packs? Guan Tong and Shingy exchanged a glance, both instantly understanding the other's current thought. The battlefield must be moved outside the warehouse. Otherwise, in a warehouse full of living dead corpses, no matter how much damage they inflicted on the matriarch converter, it could always replenish and recover using the blood packs on the ground. And the mind power consumed by Guan Tong and Shingy during the fight wouldn't be so easy to replenish. The two simultaneously retreated outward, one after the other. Guan Tong ran towards the back door, while Shingy deliberately slowed her pace by a step, drawing the matriarch converter's attention onto herself before exiting through the warehouse's front door, which she had broken open herself. The matriarch converter immediately gave chase to Shingy. After exiting the back door, Guan Tong circled around to the front of the warehouse. He saw Shingy relying on her kung fu to defend against and counterattack the matriarch converter. A faint, flowing light shimmered over her body as she used her kung fu. Guan Tong knew that was her mind power. This was her unique application of mind power, used to enhance her own body and allow her kung fu to unleash greater power. At this moment, she was engaged in close-quarters combat with the matriarch converter. Guan Tong, holding the silver hunt, couldn't intervene for the time being. Shingy, he shouted. You're too close to it. I can't shoot. Guan Tong still had 13 Type 3 rounds left. These most powerful high-explosive rounds could inflict considerable damage on the matriarch converter with just a single hit. It might even be possible to directly blow apart that flesh body it had pieced together from living dead corpses. But before doing that, Shingy had to first retreat to a safe distance. Hearing Guan Tong shout, Shingy understood. She first used a punch to deflect the matriarch converter's claw, then lightly tapped her toes on the ground, her body gracefully floating backward a considerable distance. Guan Tong immediately seized the opportunity, continuously pulling the trigger, firing a full 7 Type 3 rounds in one breath, completely sealing off all possible escape routes for the matriarch converter. He wasn't messing around with single-shot probing anymore. Against such a nimble enemy, he had to adopt a saturation firepower coverage tactic. Boom! 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 A single Type 3 round was enough to destroy a small target point. Now, with 7 consecutive rounds, the area near the warehouse's front door was instantly blasted, sending clods of earth flying, and the dazzling flames instantly engulfed the matriarch converter. Shingy, who had already retreated to a safe distance, couldn't help but be slightly stunned by this scene of frenzied bombardment. Earlier in the warehouse, seeing all those living dead with numerous severed limbs, she had known the gun in Guan Tong's hand was powerful. But she hadn't expected it to be this strong. Was it still a gun? It was practically like a cannon. Guan Tong, meanwhile, stared intently at the center of the flames. He wanted to know how the matriarch converter was faring. Had it been blown to pieces? Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted from within the flames. It was the same shriek that had sounded twice before, the one that transformed corpses into living dead. Hearing that sound at such close range, Guan Tong immediately felt dizzy and disoriented. Even though he was still wearing his motorcycle helmet, it couldn't stop the shrieking sound from flooding into his ears. But the next moment, he felt a slight weight on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw Shingy had somehow arrived beside him. Placing her left hand on his shoulder, as her peculiar energy flowed, Guan Tong felt much better. Thanks. The situation isn't good, Shingy said, looking into the darkness in the distance as if she could sense something. That shriek just now attracted quite a few living dead heading this way. Ad Epsilon, Guan Tong said in surprise. It can summon living dead here too? Whoosh. At that moment, a mangled, incomplete figure shot out from the explosion caused by the earlier Type 3 rounds. It was the matriarch converter. Although they only caught a glimpse, that thing was clearly severely injured. Most of its body was damaged, and that crimson single had also been destroyed by the explosion. It ran back into the warehouse. It must be planning to use the living dead corpses to repair itself. We can't give it a chance to recover. Guan Tong raised his gun, ready to give chase, but Shingy raised her hand to stop him. Too many living dead are converging on this location, Shingy said with a grave expression. Staying any longer will get us surrounded. Even so, how could Guan Tong possibly abandon the target? Moreover, he still had plenty of mind power left. Even if the Silver Hunt ran out of stored ammunition, he could consume mind power to create new rounds to break the encirclement. My remaining mind power isn't much, Guan Tong. Your gun is so powerful. Its consumption of mind power must also be very high, Shingy said. For safety's sake, we should withdraw immediately. You withdraw first, Shingy. I have to kill that monster, Guan Tong said, his mind made up. Not waiting for Shingy to say anything more, he lifted his leg and charged into the warehouse. Shingy watched Guan Tong run inside and hesitated for a moment. She remembered the martial arts school apprentice she had arrived too late to save. Her eyes narrowed, and she actually followed him in. Guan Tong, who had run into the warehouse first, saw at a glance the injured matriarch converter crouching in the middle, using other living dead corpses to repair itself. Because its eye and claws had been destroyed in the earlier bombardment, its repair efficiency was far lower than before. More than half of its body was still in a damaged, incomplete state. Guan Tong immediately raised his gun muzzle, but before he could fire, the matriarch converter suddenly shot up onto the warehouse wall. It seemed to possess a certain level of intelligence. Having already learned that Guan Tong's gun had the power to kill it, it used high-speed movement to evade and rapidly closed in on Guan Tong. Bang! 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 Seeing the matriarch converter rapidly approaching, Guan Tong had no choice but to switch to Type 1 ammunition, hoping for area coverage. But Type 1 rounds weren't powerful enough. The pellets that hit only slightly slowed its movement, unable to inflict fatal damage. While dodging the attacks, the matriarch converter continuously grabbed severed limbs of living dead from the ground and threw them as projectiles. Its strength was immense. Guan Tong didn't dare to block them head-on and could only run and dodge. Just as Guan Tong was about to use shadow armor for defense, Shingy also entered the warehouse, actively engaging the matriarch converter, allowing Guan Tong some room to adjust. Guan Tong was somewhat surprised to see her. He had thought Shingy would withdraw, since she had already said her remaining mind power wasn't much. Roar! The roars of a large number of living dead were already sounding not far outside the warehouse. Shingy was right. The earlier shriek had attracted a large number of nearby living dead to gather here. Judging by the distance of the roars, it probably wouldn't take more than a minute for those things to reach the warehouse. They had to finish this quickly. At that moment, Shingy spoke up. Guan Tong, I might have to expend all my remaining mind power to kill this monster. You go lock the warehouse's back door and use your gun to defend the front door. If you can hold it, we can survive. Guan Tong looked at the matriarch converter. He actually had a better idea. With a thought, the wordless book appeared in his palm, and the insubstantial shadow immediately manifested from its pages. He was now clear that the key to killing the matriarch converter was to not give it a chance to recover. They had to completely destroy its body in one go. That could be achieved with multiple Type 3 rounds from a Silver Hunt, but the current conditions didn't allow it. So, they could only let the shadow try. Guan Tong manipulated the insubstantial shadow, transforming it into a long rope that slithered rapidly along the ground like a snake towards the matriarch converter fighting Shingy. Due to the dim lighting, not only the matriarch converter with its limited intelligence, but even Shingy didn't notice a shadow silently moving near her. Then, Guan Tong seized the moment. When the matriarch converter was knocked back by a whip kick from Shingy, he manipulated the shadow to dart into its body. In its insubstantial state, the shadow had no physical form and could enter anything. Utilizing this characteristic, Guan Tong had the shadow transform again once inside the matriarch converter, taking on a form similar in size to the matriarch converter's body. Then Guan Tong immediately materialized the shadow. The amount of mind power consumed for materialization was directly proportional to the shadow's size. Currently transformed into the matriarch converter's size, the shadow's volume was roughly 3 times that of its ordinary form. The substantial-in's substantial conversion itself had a fixed cost of 20 points of mind power. Combined with the volume issue, the instant the materialization occurred, Guan Tong immediately lost over 80 points of mind power. But the effect was absolutely outstanding. Splorch, a solid entity of the same volume, suddenly forming from inside its body resulted in the matriarch converter's entire form being instantly squeezed until it burst apart and disintegrated. This sudden development greatly startled Shingy, who hurriedly retreated several steps to observe intently. By the dim light, she vaguely saw only a pure black matriarch converter draped with flesh and blood, but existed for barely 2 seconds before rapidly disappearing without a trace. And the real matriarch converter, now that all the pieced-together limbs have been squeezed apart, revealed its true form. It was a monster only the size of a palm, with skin turned outward all over its body, like a newly hatched chick, but incomparably ugly. It had no eyes, ears, or nose. Its face had only a sharp, tube-like mouth like a piece of bamboo. Without a doubt, that ear-piercing shriek was emitted from this mouth. Now it blindly spun around, seemingly still wanting to piece together a living, dead flesh body to rebuild its powerful self. But what greeted it was the soul of a size 42 shoe. Squish! Guan Tong brought his foot down, crushing the matriarch converter's true form to death. After the third shriek sounded, the Yin Hua City Armed Command Center pinpointed the exact location immediately. The sound source is confirmed to be in the Industrial Heritage Park. The information has been relayed to the Elite Armed Personnel and Squad 3. Report. The Elite Armed Personnel pre-deployed in the southern part of the city reported, a large number of living dead have been observed flooding into the industrial park. Repeat, a large number of living dead are observed flooding into the industrial park. What is going on? The commander was somewhat puzzled when another new report came in. Report. Squad 3 has already taken the lead and entered the park. Upon hearing this, the commander ordered, set up a defensive line at the park entrance to block more living dead from entering. Dispatch another team to support them. Yes, sir. At the entrance of the industrial park, the fully equipped armed squad began setting up machine gun positions, sweeping away the incoming living dead. Meanwhile, inside the park, several members of Squad 3 had entered first under their captain's lead. Listen, we must find the shrieker immediately, the leading young man shouted loudly. This is a competition. The other squads must have been assigned the same task. The squad that completes it fastest will definitely get the highest rating and secure more resources afterward. Yes, sir, the team members answered in unison. Captain, gunfire. A bespectacled member who looked like a high school student tilted his head to listen. It's coming from the west. Gunfire? Inside. The male captain's expression changed slightly. Could soldiers have gotten in first? Quick, let's head over there immediately. The 6 of them immediately rushed towards the direction of the gunfire. At the same time, at the warehouse entrance, Guan Tong stomped the matriarch converter's main body to death. Although this stopped further conversions in this area, the already converted living dead would not die immediately. They had been summoned earlier by the shriek and were now frantically charging towards the warehouse door. Looking at those densely packed, dark pupils glowing with red light, Guan Tong felt a chill in his heart. How many were there? At least several hundred, for sure. Guan Tong, hold on a bit longer. I need some time to recover my mind power. After saying this, Shingy actually sat down cross-legged on the spot, placed her hands on her knees, closed her eyes, and began meditating. Guan Tong's own mind power recovered about 1 point every 5 or 6 minutes. Waiting for it to recover during combat was undoubtedly unrealistic. But hearing Shingy say this, it seemed her recovery speed was much faster. Roar! The zombie horde was now right before his eyes. Guan Tong couldn't afford to think too much and opened fire wildly outside the warehouse door. Type 1 ammunition, Type 2 ammunition, Type 3 ammunition. He used them all. The Type 3 ammunition was used up the fastest because he had used a lot of it against the matriarch converter, and there weren't many rounds left to begin with. A-S. Next, over a dozen rounds of Type 2 ammunition were quickly emptied. For the final Type 1 ammunition, Guan Tong could only use it sparingly, firing only when the living dead got close. He still had about 150 points of mind power left, including his reserve storage. If he truly ran out of ammunition, he could generate bullets. However, while in an unsafe environment outside, he didn't want to deplete himself to the point of exhaustion. He still needed to keep some for emergencies. Roar! A living dead had half its body blown apart by a shot, yet the other half still lunged forward by inertia, crashing into Guan Tong. Fortunately, Guan Tong was wearing protective gear, so the living dead scratches and bites couldn't easily harm him. Even so, he tried his best not to let the living dead get too close. Another shot knocked down several living dead. Guan Tong glanced at the small screen on the left side of the gun's grip. Only 9 rounds of Type 1 ammunition remained. There were still quite a few living dead crowding outside. Guan Tong glanced back at the meditating Shingy. Seeing her with eyes slightly closed, face calm as if in deep meditation, he truly admired her. To be able to calm down and meditate in such a situation was not something an ordinary martial artist could do. It seems I'll have to consume more mind power to generate 2 more Type 3 rounds. If I time my shots well, I should be able to clear out the remaining living dead. Just as Guan Tong was thinking this and about to consume mind power to generate the ammunition, he suddenly saw chaos erupt behind the living dead. He saw several people holding torches, clearly the item, fast-burning stick. The living dead were deterred by this item and dared not approach. 2 individuals took advantage of this to quickly eliminate the living dead. The leading man wielded a jade-green, curved blade, easily killing multiple living dead. Witnessing this scene, Guan Tong took a closer look and immediately recognized this as a well-coordinated, clearly divided team. 4 of them held fast-burning sticks at the 4 corners, leaving the living dead with nowhere to escape, while the other 2 were responsible for cleanup. The man with the curved blade was the main combatant, and another used a crossbow, remotely shooting any living dead the curved blade man missed. The 6 worked in tight coordination, quickly eliminating the remaining dozens of living dead. Then they approached the warehouse. Seeing the hundreds of living dead corpses both at the entrance and inside the warehouse, their faces showed shock, and their gazes towards Guan Tong held wariness and curiosity. The man with the curved blade looked at Guan Tong, then at Shingy sitting cross-legged meditating not far away, and asked, "Who are you people? Have you seen Shrieker?" Shrieker. Was this the official name for the matriarch converter? Guan Tong wasn't sure. Because this rule's duration was short, only 24 hours, he had acted quickly after the rule was announced and didn't have time to go online to check official information. Seeing Guan Tong remain silent, the curved blade man realized something, his expression suddenly changing. "You didn't already kill the Shrieker, did you?" Only then did Guan Tong speak up. "What's it to you?" He didn't like this curved blade man's aggressive attitude, so his tone wasn't friendly. "So it's true." The curved blade man instantly gritted his teeth. The expressions of the other 5 also turned ugly, because this result meant their mission had failed. If squads in other areas eliminated the Shrieker and completed the task, their evaluation would undoubtedly be much higher. "You dare to compete with us? Do you know who we are? Do you know how much trouble you've caused us?" The curved blade man said, his face ashen, raising his curved blade slightly, showing a faint intention to take action. Seeing this, Guan Tong placed his finger on the silver hunt's trigger. While rapidly using mind power to generate 1 Type 3 round, he warily scanned the group. If anyone made a suspicious move or showed signs of using a mind power item, he would not hesitate to raise his gun and fire to protect himself. "Captain, don't be impulsive," a female team member holding a fast-burning stick spoke up at that moment. "We'll face punishment if we attack ordinary people." "Are they ordinary people?" the curved blade man roared. "I seriously suspect their identities." Just then, a series of hurried footsteps sounded as a squad of armed soldiers arrived on the scene. Seeing them, the curved blade man immediately addressed the soldiers in a commanding tone. "Arrest these 2 immediately and investigate their identities thoroughly." The soldiers looked at each other, hesitant and uncertain. They had indeed received orders to assist Squad 3, but those orders were to assist in fighting the living dead. Those two were clearly human, right? We need to request instructions from the commander, the soldiers said after consideration, not blindly obeying. What? How rigid? The curved blade man looked impatient, but seemed very confident, as if believing the commander would definitely order the soldiers to carry out the command. While waiting, he stared at Guan Tong with a gloomy gaze. Guan Tong also frowned deeply now. What exactly was this group's status? They all looked quite young, yet they could order armed soldiers around. If that so-called commander really authorized the soldiers to make arrests, what should he do? Being arrested was unacceptable, but if he opened fire on the soldiers, the nature of the situation would change, and the consequences could be severe. Guan Tong, let's go. At that moment, Jingyi's voice suddenly rang out. Guan Tong turned his head to see she had finished meditating and stood up. None of you are leaving until you explain things clearly, the curved blade man threatened. Is that so? Jingyi said calmly to one of the soldiers. Tell your commander, I am Jingyi from the Guiyuan martial arts school. Although the soldier didn't fully understand, he still reported it. Soon, the soldier received a reply and immediately said, You two are free to leave. The commander will arrange for dedicated personnel to escort you back. What? The curved blade man looked at the soldier in disbelief. Just let them go like that? Are you kidding? This is the commander's order, the soldier stated. I demand to speak with your commander immediately. The curved blade man immediately put on a headset and adjusted the channel. Then he heard the commander say something to him. The man was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Jingyi, but she and Guan Tong had already walked away. Captain, who exactly are those people? The team members couldn't help but ask, because for the commander to disregard their request, they were a specially selected official squad, and let people go, even arranging dedicated escorts. Their identities must be extraordinary. The curved blade man, as captain, remained silent for a while before speaking, his tone filled with resentment. Jingyi, she is one of the 3 specially invited lead instructors at the Mind Power Development Academy. When Guan Tong and Jingyi arrived at the industrial park gate, there were already more than 30 armed soldiers and several armored vehicles parked at the entrance. They had set up temporary machine gun positions at the gate and were wiping out many nearby living dead. A man who looked like a squad leader stepped forward when he saw Jingyi and said, Hello, the commander asked us to escort you back. Please get in the vehicle. Escort. Guan Tong glanced at Jingyi, wondering what other identity she might have. Thanks, but there's no need to escort us, Jingyi said. We can get back on our own. But all right. The squad leader did not insist. Jingyi turned to Guan Tong and said, Come with me. Guan Tong followed her a short distance to the left of the gate and noticed an ordinary white car parked by the roadside. Jingyi used her fingerprint to unlock it, opened the door, and said, Where are you headed? I'll give you a ride. Guan Tong wanted to say he could walk back, but considering the armed soldiers and the man with the curved blade, he thought riding with Jingyi for a while would be better. Jingyi looked at Guan Tong sitting in the passenger seat and smiled. Do you still want to keep that motorcycle helmet on while in the car? Guan Tong took off the helmet. His clear face surprised Jingyi a little. Although the helmet's visor was transparent, it still created a layer, and the dim lighting inside the industrial park had blurred his features earlier. I didn't expect you to be so young. You must have been in high school before the disaster, right? Senior year, Guan Tong said. If it weren't for the Doomsday Rules, I'd have already finished the college entrance exam and been waiting to go to university. That makes sense. It's already August. Jingyi started the car and asked, Where do you want me dropped off? Just drop me at South Avenue and Xiaoming Road. The car drove off, perhaps because an armed convoy had cleared nearby living dead along the way. Jingyi drove for a while without encountering any. Guan Tong understood why. After he had crushed the matriarch converter, this area, though he did not know exactly how large it was, but certainly including all of Yin Hua City, would not have newly spawned living dead. Without new conversions to replenish them, the existing number of living dead would quickly be mopped up by armed forces. After all, Yin Hua, as one of the major cities, had abundant official military resources deployed. Aren't you curious why the soldiers let us go? Jingyi suddenly asked. Guan Tong was, of course, curious. Even though he and Shingy had fought side by side, their relationship wasn't close enough for him to ask directly. Oh, yes. Now that she brought it up, he nodded. I am curious. Because I'm about to become one of the Academy's instructors, Shingy said. You should know about the Mind Power Development Academy. Of course I know. Guan Tong was rather surprised. Shingy looked only a few years older than him, probably in her early 20s, yet had been invited to teach at the Academy. But thinking of the unique way she used mind power, the Academy invited you to teach, to instruct how to use mind power to strengthen the body. Yes. Shingy nodded. The trick lies in circulate qi. Treat mind power as a kind of internal qi and operate it to drive the body. Sound a bit profound. Can everyone learn it? Not really, Shingy said. It's complicated, requires certain talent, and most importantly, patience. But you know this era. There aren't many people with enough patience. Indeed, after months under the Doomsday Rules, the philosophy of immediate gratification had become mainstream. No one knew if they would die under the next rule, so rather than exhaust themselves worrying, many preferred to enjoy whatever day they had. But even if only a few can learn it, it raises their survival chances, so my teaching would be meaningful. Guan Tong nodded. He admired Shingy's outlook and also understood why the soldiers had let her go and even offered to escort her. From the official perspective, someone like Shingy, with such rare talent and willingness to teach others, will be one of the era's most valuable assets and deserve protection. The Academy opens on August 10th. I'll probably leave for Yong'an in a couple of days, Shingy said, glancing at Guan Tong. Do you plan to attend the Academy? Guan Tong shook his head. Not for now. Really? That's a bit surprising. With such a powerful gun item, your mind power should meet the admission standard. Meeting the standard doesn't mean I have to enroll. True. I don't think a place like the Academy suits me, Guan Tong said. In this era, sitting through classes every day feels strange. Ha! Shingy laughed a few times. Yeah, once I teach what I need to teach, I'll leave too. The car had reached Xiaoming Road. Shingy parked and said, the Academy will likely record and upload all classes online. If you're interested in how I circulate mind power, you can watch my online lessons later. I will, Guan Tong said, then got out of the car. He was genuinely interested. Regardless of talent or whether he could learn it, he would definitely check it out. Then Guan Tong. Live well. See you another day. Goodbye, Shingy. Guan Tong watched Shingy's car drive off, thinking the whole trip had been full of ups and downs. Without Shingy, he guessed he could have still killed the matriarch converter using the shadow, but his mind power might have been nearly exhausted after the battle. If that had happened, encountering that special squad later would have been extremely troublesome. Guan Tong still didn't know who they were, but they had coordinated well. 4 of them were willing to stand aside holding fast-burning sticks while the squad leader, the curved blade man, eliminated the living dead, and there was no sign of envy in their eyes. That was undeniably strange. Who would volunteer to play the supporting role? If it were Guan Tong, he certainly wouldn't accept being a tool, holding a fast-burning stick to control living dead movement so others could kill them and collect ascension coins. Yet the 4 showed no resistance or displeasure, which meant either they weren't normal people or they didn't need to worry about collecting ascension coins. Coupled with the armed soldiers assisting them, Guan Tong felt the identity of these people was obvious. Is it a special squad funded by the authorities? If so, everything made sense. Not caring about ascension coins would be because the government supplied them. The soldiers' cooperation would stem from orders from higher-ups. From what the curved blade man said, their squad was heading straight for the Shrieker, the matriarch converter. They were furious because I beat them to it. Guan Tong frowned. If a similar rule came up again, he would do the same thing. He wouldn't give up pursuing his own gains just because of competition with an official squad. But if something similar happens again, I won't have Shingy to back me up. I'll have to rely on myself. Guan Tong made a silent resolution. After receiving the reward for this rule, he would further strengthen himself from a combat perspective. His goal was to be able to handle even an official squad calmly. He checked the time. Exactly noon. 21 hours remained on the rule, so it wasn't time to go back and wait yet. Although killing hundreds of living dead and 1 matriarch converter would surely yield an impressive recorded reward. After the confrontation with the official squad, Guan Tong's sense of insecurity had increased. So while he still had substantial mind power, he planned to hunt more living dead. Even one extra ascension coin would be worth it. With that thought, Guan Tong put his motorcycle helmet back on and strode forward. Time ticked away. The 24-hour rule period quietly passed amid the ebb and flow of howls. August 2nd, 8 a.m., property management storage room in the residential complex. Guan Tong had returned around 1 a.m. and had just woken up from sleep. Since the rules still had 1 hour left to end, the sky outside was still dark. Truly exhausted, Guan Tong sat up from the folding bed, rubbing his slightly sore and stiff right shoulder. During the previous stretch of over 10 hours, he had been holding the silver hunt the entire time. Even though the gun itself wasn't heavy, the duration was simply too long. As for the total number of living dead he had eliminated, he couldn't remember clearly. Just that one wave at the industrial park warehouse, the living dead eliminated numbered at least 200. After bidding farewell to Shingy, he had wandered alone within the city, eliminating some stray or clustered groups of living dead. Let's wait until 9 o'clock to see the statistical results from the terminal. Guan Tong took out his phone and decided to surf the internet for a while since there was still 1 hour left. Judging from posts and other information online, the number of casualties in this rule event wasn't very high. Due to the fourth rule, snow in June, many individually occupied houses had collapsed. So many people were still gathered together in rally points for survival. This led to a situation where, after the fifth rule was announced, everyone quickly united to build defenses at the rally points, blocking entrances and exits with various debris to prevent the living dead from entering. After that, official armed soldiers quickly intervened. Accompanied by powerful firepower sweeps, the zombie hordes within major cities were swiftly eliminated. However, it seems some smaller cities initially failed to handle the situation properly. Coupled with the fact that the matriarch converter was never eliminated, more and more humans were converted into living dead. In the end, the survivors could only hunker down, hide, and wait for the rule's time limit to expire. Guan Tong saw online that the matriarch converter wasn't eliminated in every region. Because this monster possessed a certain level of intelligence, it would consciously avoid large-scale armed soldiers. Additionally, it couldn't be killed by non-mind power weapons, making its elimination not so easy. Moreover, when it sensed danger, it could summon large numbers of living dead through its shrieks to protect the carriage, which made eliminating it even more dangerous. Guan Tong also saw someone post that in their location, soldiers would assist ordinary people in passing the rule challenge. But they only assisted in achieving the 10 kills required for the challenge. Once the 10 kills were met, they immediately moved on to assist the next person, absolutely not allowing anyone to get one extra kill. There were also some individuals who felt powerful enough to spontaneously form teams, leave the safe zones, and actively seek out zombie hordes to eliminate and farm ascension coins. Successful ones posted to show off, while the failures certainly wouldn't appear online again. 1 hour passed quickly as Guan Tong browsed. As soon as 9 o'clock arrived, the fire thief's voice sounded punctually. Rule time has ended. Congratulations on passing the test of the 5th Doomsday Rule. During this rule, you eliminated 367 living dead, earning an additional reward of 367 ascension coins. During this rule, you eliminated one matriarch converter, earning an additional reward of 500 ascension coins and a random item. Rewards have been delivered to your storage box. The Ascension Store has listed more products, viewable through your personal terminal. The team formation option in the social function has been enabled. In 30 days, Ascendants holding the item First Ascendant Challenge Tournament invitation will participate in the challenge tournament. Please prepare in advance, a Nigerian Iro Epsilon. This challenge tournament supports team participation with 1 to 5 members. Participants who decide to team up must be in a team state before the competition begins. The 6th Doomsday Rule will be announced in 45 days. After the fire thief's voice faded, Guan Tong had already gotten off the folding bed. What surprised him the most wasn't that he had accumulated over 1,000 ascension coins this time, but the information about the challenge tournament. It actually supported a team competition mode with 1 to 5 members. Although Guan Tong had previously been looking forward to this challenge tournament, he now couldn't help but feel somewhat frustrated. It seemed he didn't have any potential teammates to form a team with for the competition. Forget it. Guan Tong felt he didn't need any teammates. Shadow and the Silver Hunter were his best teammates. The challenge tournament starts in a month, and then the 6th rule is announced half a month later. I need to hurry up and prepare. Since he had decided to participate in the team tournament as a lone wolf, there was no doubt that the preparations he needed to make had to be more extensive than others. Only this way could he compete against other teams with his own strength. Guan Tong opened the terminal and first checked his panel. Name, Guan Tong. Nickname, Shadow. Title, Order Keeper. Mind Power, 96, 128, 50. Ascension Coins, 1047. Comprehensive Biometric Evaluation, excellent. His mind power upper limit had increased by 1 point. He wondered if it was related to the excessive combat throughout the day. As for the Ascension Coins, just as Guan Tong expected, the original remaining 30, plus the fixed 150 for successfully passing this rule challenge, plus the 867 from eliminating the living dead and the matriarch converter, smoothly broke through the 1,000 mark. This amount excited Guan Tong somewhat. He knew it definitely couldn't compare to the resources large organizations or official departments could mobilize, but for an individual, it was quite impressive. He then opened the storage box. Inside was one additional item, the extra reward for eliminating the matriarch converter. Corpse Whistle consumes 20 points of mind power. When blown, it can summon 3 living dead to appear, lasting a maximum of 15 minutes. During their existence, they will act according to the Whistler's commands. This item can be traded. Seeing the item he obtained, Guan Tong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Summoning 3 living dead that last for 15 minutes. Honestly, with the living dead's frenzied dog-like behavior, they possess some combat power, but not much. Facing elite ascendants, they'd probably be instantly killed. If one were to speak of its value, it lies in the fact that it's not a single-use item. Moreover, it can be used repeatedly by consuming mind power, and it has no cooldown time. In other words, if I had infinite mind power, I could keep blowing it, continuously summoning an army of living dead. Guan Tong knew infinite mind power was pure fantasy. But upon careful thought, the value of this item to him was definitely much higher than to other ascendants. Because he could reserve mind power through the wordless book, this meant that at critical moments, if needed, he could indeed consume large amounts of mind power in a short time to continuously blow the whistle and summon a bunch of living dead. Saying it could form an army scale was too far-fetched, but forming a small-scale zombie tide was certainly possible. Just a moment ago, I was complaining about not having teammates for the challenge tournament, and then I get this item, Guan Tong thought. Is this implying I should use the living dead as teammates? Jokes aside, he actually thought this item was pretty good. He definitely wouldn't trade it on the market and would keep it for his own use. When the combat power of the living dead became irrelevant to him, then he could consider selling it. However, relying solely on his current resources, Guan Tong felt it wasn't enough to participate in the challenge tournament. The over 1,000 Ascension coins in his possession wouldn't earn interest just sitting there. The wise move was definitely to spend them as soon as possible, converting them into actual combat power. As for spending, the terminal's Ascension store has new arrivals. I can check if there's anything I need. Then I can also browse the market to see if there are any items worth acquiring. Doomsday Rules Countermeasures Research Office. The remaining living dead all died automatically after the rule ended, a researcher reported. Have their remains cremated as soon as possible, someone sighed. I never expected the fire thief to utilize the corpses in the rules. It's truly insane. From the very first rule, the fire thief's inhuman nature has been fully exposed. There's really no need to think of it as a being with emotions. However, the casualties from this rule weren't that high. Although many people failed to complete the challenge, at least their lives were spared. Gao Yongwei listened to everyone's words, then turned to ask Dr. Zhang, "How did the Doomsday teams perform?" Dr. Zhang replied, "Out of the 5 teams, teams 1, 2, and 4 all completed their missions, eliminating the Shriekers in their respective areas. Team 3 and Team 5 did not complete theirs. 2 teams failed their missions." Gao Yongwei frowned. This did not meet his expectations. What were the reasons? Team 5 was on the verge of success, but the Shrieker suddenly gathered a large number of living dead to besiege the team members. It seized the chance to escape, and we've been unable to locate it since. The reason Team 3 failed. Dr. Zhang paused. According to the reported situation, they arrived too late. The Shrieker in their assigned area had already been eliminated by civilian ascendants. Gao Yongwei was surprised. Civilians that strong? Yes, there were 2 individuals in total. One of them is Shingy, one of the specially invited lead instructors at the Mind Power Development Academy. The identity of the other person is currently unknown, but they are suspected to have some connection with Shingy. After hearing this, Gao Yongwei's expression darkened. Dr. Zhang said, "Actually, there are quite a few powerful ascendants among the civilians. It's not impossible for this situation to occur. Are you saying it's reasonable that Team 3, with local arm support and having pinpointed the target location first, was still less efficient than civilian powerhouses?" Dr. Zhang, we invested massive resources to build these 5 teams, not for them to fail. I understand. I will strengthen their management and training. Gao Yongwei thought for a moment, then said, "Give teams 3 and 5 another chance. If they participate as a team in the Ascendant Challenge tournament 1 month from now and still fail to achieve satisfactory results, then it will prove they are not worth further focused cultivation." Dr. Zhang's expression turned serious, and he nodded. Understood. Guan Tong opened the Ascension store. The first thing that caught his attention wasn't the newly listed items, but the basic weapon box bronze grade, one of the earliest items listed, which now displayed a remaining quantity at the bottom. And it seems quite a few people bought weapon boxes during this rule. He wasn't exactly surprised. He had already seen online that many people bought these boxes just to use mind power-related items to eliminate living dead and earn extra Ascension coins. Most of them chose Spear as their self-selected cold weapon. There were many related videos online. At a certain gathering point, people blocked the entrance with debris, then used their chosen spears to stab through the gaps at the heads of the living dead outside. This was undoubtedly a relatively safe method of killing enemies. Guan Tong certainly had no intention of buying one. With Silver Hunt in hand, he had no need for such basic cold weapons. Guan Tong selected Sort by Listing Time to view the new items listed after this rule. There were 2 in total. Multifunctional lockpick can be used to open various basic locks. One-time use item. Price, 30 Ascension coins. Small reconnaissance drone. Upon use, scans the surrounding 100-meter range to locate human targets. One-time use item. Price, 80 Ascension coins. A lockpick and a drone. After looking at the 2 new items, Guan Tong felt a bit strange. He felt these didn't seem to be introduced for the 6th rule mode, but rather new items for the Ascendant Challenge tournament. Especially the small reconnaissance drone. It can only be used to scan for humans, most likely intended for human versus human confrontations. Guan Tong didn't buy them immediately. He closed the store and opened the market, wanted to see if there were any items he wanted. As soon as he opened it, he discovered the prices of all items had skyrocketed across the board. Guan Tong casually looked at a few items. Their effects were quite mediocre, yet their prices were actually listed at several hundred Ascension coins. Items with slightly better effect had prices that directly broke 1,000. He even saw items priced over 10,000. Panacea, upon consumption, removes all current negative status effects, restores full physical strength and mind power. Price, 15,000 Ascension coins. The effect of this panacea is impressive, but this price... Guan Tong quickly understood what was happening. It was related to the 5th rule. Those large organizations, as well as official bodies, must have obtained a massive amount of extra Ascension coin rewards during the 5th rule. The individuals responsible for distribution, after pooling these coins together, possessed terrifying purchasing power. Coupled with the upcoming challenge tournament in a month, any large organization would undoubtedly want to achieve something in this competition, so they spared no expense in sweeping the market for items, investing in their organization's participants. Naturally, this rapidly drove up the prices of good items in the market. Even some distribution personnel with a knack for commercial investment might treat this market like stocks. They would first buy up a batch of items in bulk, then wait for ascendants to accumulate more coins, causing inflation, before selling them at a higher price to profit from the difference. I thought my 1,000 Ascension coins was a lot, but Guan Tong felt somewhat helpless. He had still underestimated the market's frenzy and the resource consolidation power of large organizations. After looking for a while, he didn't find a single item he wanted to buy. Items with slightly decent effects cost over 1,000, while poorer ones still sold for several hundred. Not wanting to be a sucker, Guan Tong closed the market. He reopened the store and bought one multifunctional lockpick and one small reconnaissance drone, spending a total of 110 Ascension coins. He planned to keep the remaining coins for now, waiting for the frenzied buying spree trend in the market to subside. The fifth rule just ended. Some large organizations have many coins and want to quickly snatch up more good items. He wouldn't join the fray. I'll check again in 10 days or half a month to see if I can buy anything. Guan Tong closed the terminal, took a stool outside, and sat under the warm sun around 9 o'clock, contemplating his plans for the coming month. His goal was clear: to further enhance his combat power. Revolving around this goal, he planned to do the following. First, as before, stockpile bullets for Silver Hunt. Silver Hunt proved extremely useful in this rule. Although Shadow had the final showdown and eliminated the matriarch converter, Silver Hunt was still needed for clearing out multiple enemies in a scene. Second, stockpile mind power. In the previous week, he stored a little over 100 points. This month, he aimed to store even more. Because this challenge tournament is a team battle mode. Suppose he had to face a full 5-person squad alone. Even if the average mind power per person in that squad was only 80 points, 5 people would total 400 points. If each had 100, that would be 500 points. Guan Tong didn't necessarily need to store that much, but he planned to store at least 300 points. Only then would he have the confidence to handle multiple enemies simultaneously. The third area for improvement, he believed, still lay with Shadow. After having Shadow eliminate the matriarch converter using the internal explosion method this time, Guan Tong gained a new understanding of Shadow's formidable aspects. As long as the enemy was unprepared, its substantial end's substantial transformation could completely invade anyone's body, then materialize and explode internally. The enemy might die without even knowing how. But the prerequisite for achieving this was that the enemy couldn't know about this capability. If the enemy knew Shadow's characteristics and took precautions, succeeding would become several times more difficult. Therefore, keeping Shadow's abilities secret was paramount. But this also made Guan Tong think in reverse. What if the enemy had similar covert methods? He could use Shadow to ambush others, and others could similarly use methods to ambush him. Only by staying alive can you deal damage. If my main body's defense is insufficient, no matter how strong Shadow is, it will be severely limited. Thinking this, Guan Tong took out the wordless book and summoned Shadow. Staring at it for a while, Guan Tong suddenly had an idea. Since Shadow can transform, why couldn't it be used for both defense and attack simultaneously? He decided to try immediately. Through mental command, Guan Tong made Shadow transform. He saw Shadow stretch from the middle, one part covering his body, another part extending forward. Materialize. With a single thought, the part of Shadow covering his body instantly transformed into shadow armor, while the extended part transformed into a long spear. It really works. A look of joy appeared on Guan Tong's face. He had previously been somewhat confined to Shadow's single transformation. In reality, Shadow could completely undergo zonal transformation, one part turning into this, another part turning into that, achieving both offense and defense as one. However, this also faced an unavoidable problem: excessive mind power consumption. The larger the volume of Shadow's transformation, the more mind power it consumes. If the enemy is close to me, it's fine. But if the enemy is far from me, then the shadow armor part for defense and the weapon part for offense would need to be connected by a long shadow line. This shadow line, after materialization, would also consume a significant amount of mind power. What if this line is made extremely thin? Guan Tong made Shadow become insubstantial. Then, through mental command, stretch Shadow as much as possible to see how thin that line could become. He found that in the extreme state, Shadow could be thinned to about the width of a hair, around 0-point-something millimeters. It couldn't get any thinner. At this width, materialization seemed to consume very little mind power. But length also had to be considered. Imagine a hair 0-point-something millimeters thick. If its length were infinitely extended, the overall volume wouldn't be small either. Therefore, to achieve offense and defense as one, the distance to the enemy couldn't be too far. Otherwise, he would inevitably have to prioritize one aspect, unable to manage both simultaneously. Ultimately, it's still a lack of mind power. If mind power could reach 1,000, using shadow would be much more free and unrestrained. First page, transformation, physical form, Guan Tong. Second page, gun. Third page, mind power. He flipped to the fourth page, hesitated, then flipped back. With his current level of mind power, writing on the third page was already so strenuous. If he opened a new page, even if he managed to write something over a month, he absolutely wouldn't be able to materialize it. Rather than waste it like that, it was better to brainstorm ideas for the existing pages. The shadow and mind power pages weren't easy to modify. On one hand, he didn't have many ideas right now. On the other, both currently met his needs, so no changes were necessary for now. But that solitary character gun on the second page. Guan Tong flipped to the second page, looked at that lonely character, and began to consider whether he could add new components to his silver hunt. After all, his current gun, aside from being able to fire 3 types of bullets and display the bullet count, had no other functions. What if I could add other types of bullets, or maybe add a silencer? When dealing with the living dead before, the gunshot noise was really loud. After killing one group of living dead, the gunshots would attract another batch. It's manageable against unintelligent enemies like the living dead, but if I were dealing with human enemies, as soon as the gun fires, others would definitely immediately seek cover and hide. August 9th, morning. Guan Tong had just gotten up not long ago when he suddenly received a phone call from Su Xiaoan. Tong Yi. Xiaoan, what's up? Nothing special. The academy starts tomorrow, right? I just finished moving into the dorm and had nothing to do, so I thought I'd give you a call. How's the dorm? It's awesome. Su Xiaoan Lao Get. They're all double rooms, super spacious. And they have all the appliances. It's really comfortable to live in. That's good. What about you, Tongji? Where are you living now? I'm just staying wherever. Guan Tong was still living in that small property management storage room. He wasn't envious of Su Xiaoan or anyone else. For him, where he lived was truly unimportant. Any place that could shelter him from wind and rain and let him sleep was fine. By the way, Tongji, I've been researching and developing my instant noodles item recently. Guess what happened? Su Xiaoyan's voice carried a hint of excitement. I developed noodles that can increase movement speed. Pretty cool, right? That's impressive, Guan Tong said, surprised. If you can develop more noodles with different abilities, your item could be very useful. That's what I think too. Hee hee. Oh, and about that challenge competition. You know, I passed the food prohibition rule with my instant noodles, so I have an invitation. I originally wanted to ask if you wanted to form a team, but it seems like team formation has to be done face-to-face. Since you said you're not coming to Yongin, I'm planning to team up with a few classmates who enrolled with me. That's fine, you guys go ahead and form a team. Guan Tong said. Do you have a team, Tongji? Yes. Guan Tong thought to himself that his team of one person still counted as a team. Don't worry about me, Xiaotian. All right then, Su Xiaotian said. I'll call you again next time. Gotta go now. Okay. After hanging up, Guan Tong thought for a moment. After these 8 or 9 days, people had pretty much fully researched the newly opened team formation function. First, as Su Xiaotian said, this function had to be used face-to-face. You couldn't just add someone as a friend remotely using a digital ID and then team up. Al-Fayos. Secondly, after 2 people formed a team, some special mind power items could be shared and used between teammates. For example, Su Xiaoyan's instant noodles. During the third rule, fasting therapy, only he could eat his instant noodles, others simply couldn't eat them. But after the team formation function opened, if 2 people were teammates and a similar food prohibition rule appeared again, Su Xiaotian could give his instant noodles to his teammate to eat, allowing the teammate to complete the challenge as well. It was foreseeable that after the team formation function opened, the status of ascendants who possessed support type mind power items would see a certain rise. Just like Su Xiaoyan's situation, his instant noodles item was previously very weak, but he developed noodles with special effects himself. And in a situation where they could be shared with teammates, they might come in handy at critical moments. Guan Tong thought to himself, I estimate that teams that pay more attention to personnel composition will arrange for 1 or 2 teammates with support-type items. Returning to himself, Guan Tong wasn't envious of others. He knew that as long as he had enough time to develop whatever he needed, he could satisfy with the wordless book. This was also his greatest confidence in daring to survive alone. As long as his mind power grew slowly later, and the wordless book opened enough pages, he could write whatever he needed. If he needed food, he could write food. If he needed transportation, he could write vehicle. Guan Tong had confidence in himself. He believed that after he developed, he could completely rely on the wordless book to live a self-sufficient life. But not yet. Among the people I know, besides Su Xiaoan, Shingy should also have an invitation and will participate in this challenge competition. Guan Tong thought that Shingy's special mind power flow ability was indeed powerful, and it naturally achieved both offense and defense. Teaming up with her should have a high win rate. But not to mention that Guan Tong hadn't even exchanged contact information with her. Even if he had, she was currently in the capital Yong'an, and he had no plans to go there for the time being. Better to focus on doing my own things well. Su Xiaoan's phone call made Guan Tong ponder for a moment. Then he returned to his daily routine, strengthening himself according to the method he had previously decided on. Since the beginning of the Doomsday Rules, he had gotten used to slowly accumulating and improving alone. To some extent, this was his comfort zone, and it had also fostered a non-anxious mindset in him. By the evening of the next day, the 10th, 1/3 of the 30 days had passed, and he had stored 280 points of mind power. That's right, all the mind power recovered in the first 10 days, he stored at a 1/10 conversion rate. Adding this to the previous remaining 50 points, his reserve mind power had now reached 330 points. For the next 20 days, he planned to allocate them to storing bullets for the silver hunt and adding words on the second page of the wordless book. At night, sitting on a folding bed, Guan Tong opened his notebook and logged into the official website of the Mind Power Development Academy. Just as Shingy had said before leaving, all the courses from the first day of school today had been recorded and uploaded. Although the Academy had a mind power upper limit requirement for enrolling students, that was only a necessary measure due to limited space. Otherwise, without enrollment requirements, a large number of people nationwide would definitely flood in to enroll. At that point, not to mention the Academy couldn't accommodate so many people, the entire Yong'an might not be able to handle such a large population. Therefore, so that ascendants who didn't meet the requirements could also learn synchronously, all courses had recorded online video lessons. Thus, the only difference between online and offline learning was that online learners couldn't ask teachers questions offline and receive specialized tutoring and answers. Guan Tong didn't rush to watch the videos. First, he looked at the Academy's faculty strength. The Academy staff list was publicly listed on the official website. The dean was Zhou Qinfeng. He was originally the principal of a well-known university, experienced, and now transferred to the Academy as dean. After that were 3 main lecturers, corresponding to the 3 major courses. Philosophical Reflections on Mind Power, main lecturer Ouyang Shanwei. Research on Mind Power Items, main lecturer Zheng Kashiwei. Mind Power Flow, main lecturer Shi Jingyi. Besides the 3 major courses, there were some other courses such as Disaster Survival Studies, Analysis and Research of the Fire Thief, Doomsday Psychology, etc. If the other courses were more like electives, then the 3 major courses were the main required courses, the ones you had to attend. Although Guan Tong didn't go to the Academy, he just didn't like that kind of environment much, but he was still willing to learn a thing or two from good courses. He didn't start by watching Shi Jingyi's Mind Power Flow course first. Instead, he followed the order and first watched Ouyang Shanwei's first lesson of Philosophical Reflections on Mind Power. Ouyang Shanwei was originally a philosophy teacher. After the Doomsday Rules descended, he turned to researching mind power. Now, in the first lesson, he stood on the high podium and raised a guiding question. What is the essence of mind power? Some students said it was special energy, some said it was the power of the fire thief, and others said it was dark matter. After listening, Ouyang Shanwei gave his own viewpoint. I believe the essence of mind power is the essence of this world. That is, this material world is created by our minds or consciousness, and mind power is the medium that transforms within it. As soon as his words fell, The classroom immediately erupted in an uproar. A student immediately questioned, "Isn't this typical idealism?" "Yeah, what's the difference between this and the universe disappears when I close my eyes? Consciousness determines matter?" This idea is a bit old-fashioned, isn't it? Facing the doubts of many students, Ouyang Shangyue wasn't angry. Instead, he patiently waited for the classroom to quiet down before continuing. "Classmates, I used to think the same as you, believing idealistic viewpoints were unacceptable. But after mind power appeared, and I personally experienced its usefulness, I developed a completely new viewpoint. This viewpoint is, although the essence of the world is idealistic, our human minds are too weak to interfere with it. And mind power strengthens this power of ours and serves as a medium, giving us the possibility to change reality with consciousness. The main content of my course revolves around this core viewpoint, continuously exploring the essence of mind power." At this point, a student stood up and asked, "Teacher Ouyang, I want to know what's the point of learning this course? Even if your viewpoint is correct, what practical help does it give us?" Hearing this, Ouyang Shangyue smiled and asked, "May I ask the student, how long does it take for your mind power to naturally recover 1 point? About 15 minutes. Is that important?" Ouyang Shangyue said, "I recover 1 point every 3 minutes. Whoa. The classroom immediately erupted in exclamations. Guan Tong, watching the video from his notebook, also showed a surprised expression. 3 minutes to recover 1 point? Guan Tong himself recovered about 1 point every 5 or 6 minutes on average. He thought that was fast enough, but he didn't expect this Ouyang Shanyue's recovery speed to be almost twice as fast as his. The questioning student was even more stunned, saying incredulously, "3 minutes to recover 1 point? That's 5 times my speed." Ouyang Shangyue waved his hand, signaling the student to sit down. Then he said, "I believe that the more thoroughly you understand the essence of mind power, the faster your recovery speed will be. It's like solving a math problem. When you thoroughly understand the knowledge points, your problem-solving speed naturally becomes much faster. So, I hope everyone studies hard." "No problem. We'll definitely study hard." The student's enthusiasm was instantly ignited, recovering 1 point of mind power every 3 minutes. This temptation was greater than anything. Even Guan Tong decided to watch the online courses when he had free time later. Maybe he could also improve along the way. Afterwards, he watched the other 2 major courses. Zheng Qishue's research on mind power items course mainly covered the analysis, listing, and in-depth research of various items. The purpose was to let students better match items according to their own situations. Guan Tong watched for a while and felt that the content of this lesson gave him a sense of customized equipment for online game characters. It was definitely useful. The academy, backed by the authorities, had a huge item database. Just watching more, if nothing else, could at least help you understand the effects of many items. Finally, he watched Jingyi's Mind Power Flow course. Unlike the other 2 lecturers, as soon as Jingyi entered the classroom, she caused waves of low exclamations among the students. This was no wonder. After all, Jingyi was that extremely rare type of beauty with heroic spirit. Coupled with her prominent martial artist temperament cultivated over many years, her extremely tall stature, and a long braid that reached her waist, seeing her in reality would give a strong visual impact. However, soon, the students began to complain incessantly. Because as soon as Jingyi came up, she posted a human body acupuncture point chart on the big screen and explicitly stated, "If you want to achieve something in my course, first memorize these few hundred acupuncture points." Seeing this, Guan Tong couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Starting off by having to memorize a few hundred acupuncture points, no wonder Jingyi said her course required patience before she left. After watching the 3 major courses, Guan Tong closed his notebook and lay down. "I could do my own strengthening during the day, and at night, when resting and waiting for mind power to recover, I can watch the online courses and learn a thing or 2. He thought to himself, but he had no thoughts of entertainment at all. This made Guan Tong himself find it very strange. When the rules first started, he would still play games and read novels. Now, he spent the entire day grappling with things related to mind power, and he still didn't feel tired. The night passed without incident. The next day, Guan Tong was awakened by a series of boom-rumble excavator sounds. He went outside the residential area to take a look. After the fifth rule, the urban reconstruction work continued. Currently, the demolition work had reached the street where his own residential area was located. Looks like they'll start demolishing my residential area next month. Thinking about having to find a place to live again, Guan Tong couldn't help but feel it was a hassle. He really wanted to take out the wordless book and write something like shelter to materialize for himself to live in. Maybe it really could work, but it definitely wasn't something his current amount of mind power could achieve. I probably won't need to move before the challenge competition. I'll figure out where to go after the competition ends. Today, I'll start adding words to the second page of the wordless book. Spreading the book open, Guan Tong did not hurry to write. Instead, he thought about what he currently lacked. Offensive methods? He had his shadow, the silver hunt, and the living dead summoned by the corpse whistle. That was already a fair amount. Defensive measures? His hard-working shadow could handle that as well. If worst came to worst, summoning a few living dead as meat shields was also a potential option. Escape methods? Definitely lacking. Yes, Guan Tong had realized that he could fight and defend, but he could not run. He had not swollen with pride to the point of believing he would never face a situation that required retreat. On the contrary, ever since his last confrontation with the group that seemed like an official squad, he felt he needed the ability to withdraw from the battlefield in time. Not to mention the upcoming tournament, where tactical retreats were very likely to be necessary. Granted, summoning the shadow, which had infinite stamina during its summon, and having it carry him while running was an option, but it was still too slow. The key to escape was either being so fast others couldn't catch you, or having a way to stop enemies from pursuing. Guan Tong planned to work on both angles, adding more words on the second page. A gun. How could that improve my speed? He pondered while pacing. After a short, while his gaze casually landed on a clothesline dangling from the window of a partially collapsed building in the community. When his eyes hit the clothesline, he paused, and a thought suddenly popped into his head. A grappling gun. Right. He remembered seeing some films before crossing over where firearms could fire grappling hooks. Once the hook secured, the user could rapidly move by reeling the cable in and out. The most vivid impression was Batman's grappling gun. Batman used it to climb fast, drop fast, chase, and retreat. It was almost omnipotent. It could hook people, hook cars, hook buildings, hook rebar, even hook planes. Guan Tong did not feel that a grappling gun was unrealistic just because it came from movies. After all, wasn't a silver hunt, which needed no manual reloading and could freely switch between Type 1 to 3 ammunition, unrealistic too? This strangely reminded him of Ouyang Shanyue's words. Mind power as a medium gave humans the ability to alter reality with thought. His wordless book seemed to be helping him realize that process. So he immediately had an idea for adding words. But a grappling hook alone wasn't enough. Besides accelerating his own movement, he also wanted an additional way to hinder enemies. In the end, he decided to add 2 words to the second page. Given the wordless book's ability to fulfill fuzzy requirements, Guan Tong planned to simplify the 2 words into single characters. Smoke and claw. Smoke represented a smoke grenade. He needed his silver hunt to be able to fire smoke grenades that obscured vision, so whether for covering retreats or covering attacks, it would work well. Niv Ipsilon. Claw naturally represented the grappling hook. The 3 characters together formed Smoke Claw Gun. Guan Tong found it somewhat abstract, but he trusted the wordless book to understand his fuzzy requirements, since it had succeeded before. After deciding, he immediately set to work. In the days that followed, his routine was fixed. During the day, he spent mind power adding words. At night, he rested, took walks, watched online courses from the Mind Power Academy, then slept. This life looked monotonous and dull, but Guan Tong enjoyed it. Watching the strokes on the book's page increase day by day made him feel solid and reassured. Day after day passed, and by late August, Guan Tong had finished adding words. During that period, he did not store any bullets inside the Silver Hunt, because after finishing the additions, it had to be remanifested. If he stored bullets, then returned the gun to the book, the bullets would reset to 0, wasting the mind power he had used. Now he held the wordless book in his left hand, open to the second page, and looked at the 3 characters Smoke Claw Gun, silently chanting the summoning. A brand new silver hunt instantly appeared in his right hand. Its overall tone was unchanged, still primarily silver, but a strange diamond-shaped auxiliary barrel had been added to the side of the main barrel, probably dedicated to the grappling hook. Guan Tong did not care about the looks. What mattered was whether the functions he wanted had been implemented. His gaze fell on a small black electronic screen on the left side of the grip. He spent 5 mind power to generate a Type 1 round, and the screen lit up to show ammo counts. Type 1 by 1. Type 2 *0. Type 3 *0. Type 4 *0. Grappling hook ready. Success. Seeing the newly added Type 4 and grappling hook displays, Guan Tong smiled. He couldn't wait to head out and test it. Taking advantage of being in an uninhabited abandoned complex, he found a half-collapsed building. He tried consuming mind power to generate a Type 4 round and found each one cost 15 mind power, more than Type 1 and 2, but less than Type 3. Given its functionality, Guan Tong could accept that. After creating one, he aimed down the stairwell and pulled the trigger. Bang! A sound like a bottle cap popping came from the barrel. Guan Tong saw a round, grenade-like projectile fly out, then heard a hiss. Immediately, a large volume of smoke rapidly spread through the stairwell. In about 2 seconds, if there was wind, the column would be blown into a long smoke band tens of meters long. Although the area widened, the obscuring density dropped significantly. Next, Guan Tong tested the grappling hook on abandoned vehicles, trees, and buildings. It basically met his requirement to hook and rapidly move. However, unlike creating bullets, each use of the grappling hook consumed a fixed 15 mind power. If used repeatedly, it would cost dozens of points, a heavy burden even for Guan Tong, so he couldn't use it recklessly just to get somewhere faster. After completing all tests, Guan Tong judged the additions successful overall. They partially filled the gap in his escape capabilities. What to do before September 1st was now clear. Stockpile bullets. As his main ranged weapon at this stage, the silver hunt needed plenty of ammo to be practical. So over the remaining days, Guan Tong focused single-mindedly on storing bullets. During this time, he checked the market a few more times and found that item prices were still sky-high. Spending 700 or 800 ascension coins on a single-use ordinary item struck Guan Tong as wasteful. Only those who did not earn their own coins would splurge like that. So after consideration, on the night of August 31st, he decisively gave up shopping from the market. Instead, he opened the Ascension store and bought 5 multifunctional lockpicks and 5 small reconnaissance drones, spending a total of 550 Ascension coins. For him, stocking up on these was better than wasting coins in the market, especially the drones. He felt they might be very useful in the tournament. Some professional teams would surely buy many. Thus, Guan Tong felt sufficiently prepared. Before the tournament started on September 1st, he reviewed his current status and gear. Name, Guan Tong. Nickname, Shadow. Title, Order Keeper. Mind Power, 132, 132, 330. Ascension Coins, 387. Comprehensive Biological Evaluation, excellent. Guan Tong had not spent all his Ascension coins because he wasn't sure whether the store would refresh with new items after the tournament like it usually did when rules ended. If it did, he would be short on coins. So he left nearly 400 coins. He opened the storage box. The number of items inside had grown. Wordless Book, Guiding Flashlight, Corpse Whistle, Basic Food Box, Bronze Tier, 1, First Ascendant Challenge Tournament Invitation, Multifunctional Lockpick 6, Small Reconnaissance Drone, *6. Besides, these were 3 pieces of equipped gear. Constant Temperature Tech Underwear, equipped. Multi-Terrain Marching Boots, equipped. Multifunctional Protective Suit, equipped. Outside the storage box, his silver hunt itself had a large stockpile of bullets. Type 1 by 100, Type 2 by 50, Type 3 by 50, Type 4 by 20. Grappling hook ready. He had specially stored 50 of the most powerful Type 3 rounds. If his mind power recovered faster, he would have stored even more. After checking everything, Guan Tong felt he was about ready. This was the limit of what he could prepare. Whether these preparations would win him a good result in the tournament depended on fate after he had done his part. He slept deeply, and the next morning, before 9, Guan Tong went online to check things. Online discussion about this tournament was far less heated than for the Doomsday Rules. The reason was simple. Many people did not receive invitations and thus had no qualification to participate. If you can't participate, and unlike other human competitions, you can't watch qualified people live stream it, what's there to discuss? Only a few who had invitations were talking more. I don't know what the competition format will be. I'm so nervous. Is your team full? Our team has only 3 people, so we'll definitely get a bad result. Filling a team is easy, right? So many people are looking for teams. I don't want to team up with strangers. What if someone backstabs us? We're full, and we all know each other. Still doesn't feel useful. The big shots will all join. Their results are guaranteed. That's not certain. Anything can happen. Guan Tong read for a moment, then quietly turned his phone screen off. At 9, the invitation in his storage box unexpectedly flew out and hovered in front of him. Then the center of the invitation suddenly burst into flame, burning a black hole. That hole rapidly expanded beyond the invitation, and Guan Tong felt his body pulled by a powerful suction. He was directly sucked into the hole. The first Ascendant Challenge tournament is about to begin. Transporting to the venue now. After being sucked into the burning black hole, Guan Tong's vision plunged into complete darkness, and his body felt as if it were suspended in midair. After about 7 or 8 seconds like this, his sight finally brightened again. Guan Tong was astonished to discover he was floating high in the sky, with a massive, vibrant-looking island spread out below him. At the same time, he noticed many other figures floating in the air just like him, presumably other participating ascendants. However, looking around, each person's body was enveloped in a layer of gray mist, making their faces and physiques indistinguishable. But very few stood alone like Guan Tong. Most of the other figures were gathered in groups of 3 to 5, clearly teammates participating together. This is the competition venue for the first Ascendant Challenge tournament, Holy Grail Island. The fire thief's voice now echoed in the mind of every participant. The tournament rules are as follows. All ascendants, after undergoing appearance obfuscation, will be randomly deployed at various locations on the island. Competition will be conducted on a team versus team basis. Each time an opponent is defeated, the victor will gain 1 point and seize all points the opponent has already accumulated. Defeated ascendants will not die, but will be immediately eliminated. During the competition, all participants will receive a temporary backpack in which they can place items randomly spawned across the island. Proper utilization of these items will significantly increase survival rates. The competition lasts 24 hours. Every 2 hours during this period, the safe zone on the island will shrink by a portion. Ascendants outside the safe zone will be directly eliminated. After 24 hours, all teams not eliminated will be ranked based on their team's total points. The team with the highest total score will receive the first prize. Teams with the second and third highest totals will receive the second and third prizes respectively. Teams ranked 4th through 10th will receive the 4th prize. Teams outside the top 10 will receive no reward. You now have 5 minutes to prepare. Random deployment will begin in 5 minutes. After hearing the rules, Guan Tong immediately understood this challenge tournament was purely a team versus team battle. Defeating a member of another team earned 1 point, plus you could take all the points they had accumulated. After 24 hours, all surviving teams would be ranked by total score. Looking at it this way, a solo team like mine is at a big disadvantage. Since the final ranking was based on the team's total score, for Guan Tong to achieve a high rank, he would have to earn more points by himself than a full 5-person team could accumulate combined. This was undoubtedly a significant challenge. As Guan Tong pondered this, a thought suddenly struck him. The fire thief had just explained the tournament rules. I wonder if this challenge tournament also has hidden rules? He tried opening the terminal and selected the option to view the challenge tournament rules. After concentrating and staring for a moment, the content of the rules actually changed. Guan Tong's breathing immediately quickened slightly as he carefully examined the newly appeared hidden rule. Hidden rule, Holy Grail's Trail. Hidden rule content. Legend says a Holy Grail is hidden within the Holy Grail secret realm on Holy Grail Island. The team that finds and obtains it is certain to receive an extraordinarily rich reward. Vitayo. Note. Once the Holy Grail is obtained by a team and held continuously for 30 minutes, ownership of the Holy Grail will be permanently fixed to that holding team. At that moment, this challenge tournament will immediately end. The Holy Grail, After reading the hidden rule, Guan Tong's breathing became even more rapid. Without a doubt, that extraordinarily rich reward held immense attraction for him. Moreover, this hidden rule might only be visible to him, giving him a massive advantage over other teams. He absolutely had to find the Holy Grail. Guan Tong steeled his resolve. This was an extremely rare opportunity for him. He absolutely could not let it slip away. Time's up. Deployment begins. The moment the fire thief's voice faded, countless figures in the sky plummeted downward. Innumerable ascendants were randomly deployed across various parts of the island. The entire island, whose size was unknown, actually managed to accommodate participants from all over the world. After landing, Guan Tong saw another group of 5 land not far from him. The distance between them was less than 10 meters. Guan Tong spotted them, and they spotted Guan Tong. Due to the appearance obfuscation, teams couldn't discern each other's faces. However, the delight evident in the blurred expressions of these few was unmistakable and impossible to hide. One of them said excitedly, "What luck! We just landed and already ran into a loner." Without a word, Guan Tong raised Silver Hunt and fired a Type 3 high-explosive round at them. Since this was a competitive challenge, he naturally wouldn't hesitate or show mercy. Boom! Points +5. Guan Tong. He was momentarily stunned, not expecting that a full 5-person squad would be wiped out by a single Type 3 round from him. Seems like I'm a lucky one, running into a weak team right off the bat. Even as he said this, Guan Tong knew that at this stage, there probably weren't many ascendants who could withstand a direct hit from a Type 3 round head-on. In fact, forget Type 3 rounds. Even defending against a Type 2 slug round or a Type 1 buckshot round wouldn't be easy for most. After dealing with the 5, he immediately surveyed his surroundings. He had been randomly deployed on a hillside, with the sea behind him, indicating he was at the edge of the island. This meant he needed to move inland quickly because the safe zone would shrink every 2 hours, and he didn't want to be eliminated for being outside it. But he couldn't just pick a direction at random. I need to first determine the Holy Grail's location. Searching for the Holy Grail on such a massive island without any clues would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Guan Tong thought there might be clue information somewhere on the island. But after a moment's consideration, he first found a hidden spot to take cover, then retrieved an item from his storage box. It was the guiding flashlight he had obtained from the survival treasure chest reward after the 4th rule. Not sure if this will work. Guan Tong selected to use the item, but a prompt indicated failure. He needed to silently name the target location in his mind first. He vaguely remembered the hidden rule seemed to mention location information. Opening the terminal to check again. Sure enough, the rule stated the Holy Grail was in the island's Holy Grail secret realm. Guide the way to the Holy Grail secret realm. Guan Tong silently recited in his mind and tried using the item again. Click! The flashlight lit up, projecting a dazzling yellow beam of light that spread across the ground like a path marker, extending into the distance and pointing the way to the Holy Grail secret realm. Success! Joy surged in Guan Tong's heart. He had initially thought Holy Grail secret realm might not be recognized as a place name and could fail, but it actually worked. Looking at the bright yellow light path on the ground, he now had a clear objective. As long as he followed it, he could find the location of the Holy Grail secret realm and the Holy Grail itself. Guan Tong set off immediately. If possible, he would have loved to sprint there in one go, or even use the grappling hook for accelerated movement, but doing so would undoubtedly be too dangerous. The island was currently teeming with ascendants, all potential enemies to each other. He had to proceed with caution and also watch out for traps. With a thought, Guan Tong took out the corpse whistle. Consuming 20 points of mind power, he blew it gently. Immediately, 3 living dead with faint red light glowing in their eyes crawled out from the ground. You walk ahead. You take the left. You take the right. Guan Tong issued commands to the 3 living dead, dispersing them around him. With himself in the center, he would have some buffer if any sudden crisis arose. The 3 living dead, receiving their orders, immediately positioned themselves around Guan Tong and advanced alongside him. They hadn't gone far when Guan Tong noticed activity not far ahead. He immediately directed the 3 living dead to crouch down and hide with him, observing covertly. He saw a wooden cabin standing not far away, with a chaotic melee of over a dozen ascendants fighting around it. One team, two teams, three teams. Analyzing their stances, Guan Tong could tell there were three teams total. The fighting among these three teams was completely chaotic, with no discernible tactics, everyone just attacking whoever was in front of them. Soon, people started getting defeated and eliminated. One team was the first to collapse and be wiped out completely. Of the remaining two teams, one mostly wielded cold weapons and fought fiercely. The other team was no match and was quickly reduced to just two members. Those two, seeing they were outmatched, exchanged a glance and simultaneously turned to flee. The team with cold weapons wasn't about to let them go and gave chase. The two teams quickly ran off into the distance. Just as Guan Tong was about to emerge, three figures beat him to it, appearing stealthily from the other side of the hill and creeping towards the cabin. So I'm not the only one observing from the shadows. Watching that three-person team, Guan Tong issued a command, and the three living dead immediately moved towards them. Those three, thinking no one else was around, had let their guard down. Just as they were about to enter the cabin, they saw three figures lunging at them. "Watch out!" One person shouted a warning, a sandbag materializing in his hand, which he hurled forcefully. The sandbag seemed to be his mind power item. It enlarged to the size of a basketball midair and thumped one of the living dead to the ground. The other two also pulled out their own items to face the threat, but upon noticing the red glow in the eyes of their attackers, they were somewhat stunned. These aren't ascendants. These are living dead. What the hell? Why are there living dead from the fifth rule on this island? While the three were bewildered, two sudden gunshots rang out from behind them. They didn't even have time to turn around before feeling a surge of pain and then losing consciousness, eliminated from the tournament. +3. Guan Tong lowered the muzzle of Silverhunt. He had used two Type 1 buckshot rounds to ambush and eliminate the three from behind. Didn't expect using living dead as bait to distract enemies would be such an effective tactic. Thinking this, Guan Tong slipped into the wooden cabin. The ground floor was empty, with nothing inside. He went up the stairs to the second floor, where a gray box sat in a corner. This must be the item box the fire thief mentioned in the rules, the one that randomly spawns on the island. Guan Tong wasn't entirely sure and worried it might be a trap, so he ordered the one surviving living dead to go open the box. It couldn't open it. Guan Tong stepped forward himself. The moment his hand touched the box, he saw a prompt. Opening a map supply box requires consuming one key or one multifunctional lockpick. So the multifunctional lockpicks sold in the shop are for this, Guan Tong thought. As for keys, I guess they have to be collected on the island itself. He didn't have a key right now, but he had 6 lockpicks in his storage box. Not being stingy, he used one to open the box and obtain the item inside. Jammer, when used, interferes with enemy drone scans for 3 minutes. One-time use item. Seeing the item's effect, Guan Tong thought it was pretty good. He stored it in his temporary backpack and then quickly evacuated the cabin. He had figured out the probability of random item boxes spawning inside buildings like this was likely higher than in the wild, which was why ascendants were fighting over them. 2 minutes after Guan Tong withdrew, the team that had chased earlier returned. Upon entering the cabin and seeing the open box on the second floor, they were dumbfounded. Damn it, someone stole the item. Pisses me off. We worked so hard to wipe out 2 teams. We got carried away chasing them. Should have left someone behind to open the box first. Chase them forward, one person said angrily. The thief can't have gotten far. Catch up and finish them. Let's go. The group, filled with resentment, ran out and gave chase towards the island's center. However, Guan Tong at that moment was steadily following the route indicated by the guiding flashlight. That route wasn't heading towards the very center of the island, but rather to the west of the central area. Guan Tong followed the guidance for a while. He also encountered ascendants fighting along the way, but unless they were right in front of him, he tried his best not to get actively involved. For him, rather than fighting other participants for points, it was better to find the Holy Grail as quickly as possible. That was the real grand prize. But soon, he realized reaching the Holy Grail secret realm wouldn't be so easy, because the path ahead indicated by the guiding light led straight through a small town with clusters of houses. Following the route meant traversing it. Choosing to detour would add far too much extra time. A place like this must be packed with ascendants. More houses mean more items, so the competition must be extremely fierce. Guan Tong checked the time. There were about 40 minutes left before the first safe zone shrinkage. Not knowing how much it would shrink, if he detoured horizontally and ran out of time, getting stuck outside the safe zone would mean all his effort was wasted. Given this, he had no other choice. He had to pass through the small town. In a small town in the southern region of Holy Grail Island, occasional figures darted through the streets. Sometimes, even when two teams ran into each other head-on, they wouldn't immediately start fighting. Instead, a tense standoff would occur. You staring at me staring at you, before everyone backed away. The chaos was at its worst right after people were first dropped onto the island. As time passed, the teams that hadn't been eliminated yet became exceptionally cautious. Aside from a few teams whose overall strength far outstripped the others, most teams now adhered to the principle of avoid fighting if at all possible, because no one knew what items or abilities the other side possessed. Just when you thought your team had a guaranteed win, the opponent might suddenly pull out some bizarre item and reverse the situation. Therefore, many teams now simply went around other teams when they encountered them. Only when competing for discovered supply crates would they truly engage in a real fight. Even then, they couldn't get too engrossed in the fight, otherwise a situation of when the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman profits could occur. It was far from uncommon for two teams to fight to the death over a supply crate, each suffering casualties, only for a fully staffed third team to pop up and snatch the spoils. However, among these teams, there were also some that went against this trend, carrying out extremely domineering clearance operations. Inside a stone house, a sharp curved blade pierced through the chest of the last member of a small team, declaring this team's complete elimination. The man holding the curved blade snorted coldly. Only 4 points? What a waste. Defeating a team gave a fixed 1 point. The other 3 points were plundered from the defeated team's points, indicating the latter had only defeated 3 people so far. Captain, this area has been cleared. No other teams remain, a man reported as he entered the room. The man holding the curved blade nodded, his tone betraying a hint of barely concealed anxiety. Move to the next area. If Guan Tong were present now, he could recognize this guy just from that curved blade. He was the squad captain who had confronted him that day in the industrial park. His name was Gu Fei. The Doomsday Rules Countermeasures Research Office had invested resources to create 5 Doomsday teams. Gu Fei was the captain of Squad 3. Ever since the failed mission to eliminate the Shrieker, he had been extremely frustrated. It wasn't just because they failed to kill the Shrieker, but because after the rule ended, the local armed soldiers in Yin Hua filed a collective complaint against him. They accused him of abusing the authority granted by the Countermeasures Research Office, forcing soldiers to carry out non-compliant actions. This collective complaint from the soldiers was no joke, especially since the head of the Countermeasures Research Office, Gao Yongwei, was himself a former military senior colonel who took such incidents extremely seriously. Although Gu Fei hadn't heard it personally, Dr. Zhang, who was in charge of selecting them, relayed to him that because of this complaint, Gao Yongwei was deeply disappointed with Squad 3 and had already considered disbanding them. Upon learning this, Gu Fei was utterly panicked inside. He knew he absolutely could not accept being disbanded, especially after enjoying the many benefits of being an official team. It was easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back. Just imagine, if he were no longer the captain of Squad 3, would multiple professional researchers still study item combinations for him? Would there still be tens of thousands of Ascension coins invested in him? The mere thought filled Gu Fei with terror. He absolutely could not fall from grace. Therefore, in this challenge tournament, he had to secure a spot in the top 3. Even first place, Gu Fei calculated. Since landing, his team had been heading straight for areas with high population density. During this time, they had already eliminated over 20 teams, accumulating a total of over 300 points. But that wasn't enough. He had to eliminate more, preferably eliminate everyone except his own team. The other members of the team understood Gu Fei's mindset, and they felt the same way. If the higher-ups were to disband the team, they would disband the entire squad. So everyone had a stake in this. Random US. After Squad 3 completed their small-scale clearance, they immediately headed to the next area of the town. Upon arrival, the team members fanned out, each taking out a small reconnaissance drone, item, and activating it. Several drones flew into the air, scanning for human targets within a 100-meter radius. As a team funded by the authorities, whether it was drones or lockpicks, everyone carried a bunch of them, especially drones. The entire team had dozens combined, all for the purpose of finding people to fight as quickly as possible. Soon, several team members returned with scan results to report to Gu Fei. The eastern scan detected over a dozen people. The southern scan only picked up one person. Quite a few people to the east. Gu Fei licked his lips. I'll take 3 people to clear the east. Jamming, you go take care of that lone individual to the south. Yes, Captain. The 2 groups split up. The team member, named Jamming, quickly arrived outside a 3-story earthen building. According to the drone scan results, the target was inside this building. He took out his mind power item, a crossbow. Before the Doomsday Rules descended, he was a senior member of an archery club, quite skilled in marksmanship. After the rules descended, he obtained this crossbow. It could consume mind power to generate bolts and had considerable power. It was precisely with this crossbow that he served as the team's second attacker, a sort of secondary carry. Now, Jamming quietly approached the entrance of the earthen building with his crossbow. He used another scanning drone just to pinpoint the target's exact location in real time. The scan results showed the target was on the 2nd floor. Seeing this, he immediately stepped into the 1st floor. However, the moment he stepped inside, a figure pounced out from the left side of the doorway. Roll. Although caught off guard, Jamming's reflexes were not slow. He performed a ground roll, dodging the sudden ambush. Crouching and rising, he focused his gaze. The one who had ambushed him from inside the doorway was actually a human with red eyes. No, this wasn't a human. The drone hadn't scanned it at all. Pale red eyes. A living dead from the previous rule? Why was it here? Was it the effect of some item? Roar. Missing its first pounce, the living dead roared and charged again. Jamming snorted coldly, firing a mind power crossbow bolt that blew the living dead's head off. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Guan Tong, who was searching for any supply crates, immediately realized someone had arrived when he heard the living dead's roar. Earlier, after entering this earthen building, to prevent being ambushed from behind, he had specifically ordered the living dead to hide beside the door with the command to roar and attack anyone who entered. Because the living dead was a summoned creature, it couldn't be detected by drone scans, offering excellent concealment. This way, as soon as he heard the living dead sound, he would know someone had entered. Guan Tong didn't go down the stairs. He went directly to a 2nd-floor window, leaped out while firing his grappling hook into the outer wall. His body swung through the air before landing lightly by a 1st-floor side window of the earthen building. Peering inside through the window, he saw a person with a crossbow weapon approaching the staircase. The latter had no idea the person inside the building had already moved outside. That crossbow. Seeing the weapon, Guan Tong immediately recalled the bespectacled guy who, alongside the curved blade man, had eliminated living dead back in the industrial park. The weapon he held then was this exact same crossbow. Could it be a coincidence? Unlikely. Guan Tong could tell this person had come specifically for him. Currently, he was in the shadows while the enemy was exposed. Of course, he wouldn't be polite. Silver Hunt aimed. Type 2 slug served. Thump! A shot rang out, the bullet instantly speeding towards Jamming, who was just stepping onto the stairs. The latter seemed to hear the gunshot. Sensing danger, he hastily threw something out. Thump! A rapidly generated shield appeared in front of him. The Type 2 round struck it as if its energy was dissipated, failing to explode at all. But the shield also shattered into pieces the next moment, scattering across the floor. A one-time use defensive item? Seeing this, Guan Tong directly switched to a Type 3 round and fired. Simultaneously, Jamming also spotted Guan Tong aiming his gun by the window and immediately counterattacked with his crossbow. Whoosh, 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 several consecutive mind power bolts shot over. Boom! Silver Hunt's Type 3 high explosive round landed at Jamming's feet. Both attacks arrived. It wasn't until the erupting flames blossomed beside him that Jamming realized the other wasn't firing a gun. It was practically a cannon. He frantically tried to pull out all the defensive items from his backpack, but it was too late. He only managed to retrieve a damage reduction bracelet and put it on before being engulfed by the flames. As for the several mind power arrows flying towards Guan Tong, they were all caught by a large black hand about a meter away from him and crushed. Then, the large hand rapidly shifted from solid to incorporeal, disappearing into Guan Tong's clothes. It was Shadow. To provide timely defense or offense, Guan Tong had ordered it to hide in his clothes in an incorporeal state ever since entering dangerous areas. Because Shadow's mind power consumption in an incorporeal state was far lower than in a physical form, Guan Tong could sustain this. After the explosion, a figure walked out of the dust. Lying on the ground, half dead, Jiaming looked at Guan Tong, completely unharmed, with an expression of utter disbelief. "You how my arrows survived a high explosive round at your feet? Seems you have quite a few defensive items." Guan Tong raised his muzzle, switching to Type 1 ammunition. "Why wait?" Jiaming hurriedly said. "My teammates are nearby." Bang! Guan Tong didn't want to listen to nonsense. A blast of buckshot eliminated this guy. Points plus 27. Guan Tong was somewhat surprised. This guy had already eliminated 26 people before. Looks like I wasn't mistaken. He really is part of that official team, and his teammates are probably all still alive. Should this be considered a narrow road for enemies? To be honest, Guan Tong had also been quite displeased after that previous confrontation. But since he had no further interaction with that squad afterwards, he let it go. But now that he'd encountered them in the challenge tournament, given the chance, he really wouldn't mind sending them on their way. Especially the others, but that captain with the curved blade weapon, Guan Tong rather wanted to eliminate him personally. He took a reconnaissance drone from his backpack and launched it. The scan results showed 4 people rapidly heading his way from several dozen meters away. Aside from these 4, no other people were scanned. Probably all the nearby teams had been cleared out by them. Was this the strength of an official team? It seems they've received the notification of their teammates' elimination and are all coming for revenge. I don't want to risk 1 against 4. Guan Tong's mind was clear. He wasn't facing an ordinary team, but an officially funded team with heavy investment. Probably everyone was loaded with items. The crossbow guy he just killed had already pulled out 2 defensive items, and who knew how many more he hadn't used. Engaging them recklessly in a fight to the death was truly unwise. Moreover, his own target was the Holy Grail. He shouldn't get too entangled. I'll make my move first. If they keep chasing me relentlessly, then I'll pick them off one by one. Having decided, Guan Tong immediately left. Not long after, Gu Fei arrived at the earthen building with his 3 teammates. Jianming had been eliminated, and the enemy was nowhere to be found, making him almost unable to suppress his anger. That wastes Jianming, as the secondary damage dealer in my team, actually lost a one-on-one. Gu Fei's face darkened. "Everyone take out your drones. Keep scanning and pursue. The one who could take down Jianming must be an expert, definitely loaded with points. I want to personally eliminate him and take all his points." The safe zone is shrinking. As soon as the 2 hours were up, the voice of the fire thief rang out in the minds of all ascendants still on Holy Grail Island. Everyone looked towards the distance in unison, only to see several ring-shaped black walls descending from the horizon without any warning. These black walls slowly pressed inward towards the island, and soon the edges on all 4 sides of the island were swallowed by the black walls. If anyone was still within that area at this moment, they would probably be swallowed by the black walls along with the island. No one would want to experience what that would feel like. Guan Tong had originally been following the bright yellow light path, visible only to him, rushing towards the location of the Holy Grail secret realm. But after seeing where the black walls appeared, his heart immediately sank. Because according to the light path on the ground, the Holy Grail secret realm was located on the western side of the island, a considerable distance from the island center. Based on his visual estimation, if the black wall on the west side advanced another 4 or 5 more times later, it would likely swallow the location of the Holy Grail secret realm. This meant that no one would be able to obtain the Holy Grail anymore. The black walls advance every 2 hours, which means if I want to get the Holy Grail, I might only have 8 hours at most. Compared to the challenge tournament's 24 hours, this was shortened by a full 2/3. If that's the case, then the threat behind him must be eliminated first, and he must reach the Holy Grail secret realm as quickly as possible. Guan Tong turned his head to look behind him. He knew that squad was still hot on his heels. After crossing over from the town, Guan Tong decided to find a good place to deal with them. Right now, not far ahead was a dense forest, which perfectly fit his requirements. He had just ducked into the woods when Gu Fei arrived with his 3 team members. "Captain, that guy went into the forest. Should we still pursue? What do you think?" Gu Fei said coldly. "If we want to get a good ranking, we must seize that guy's points." "Crap," another person in the team said. "The scout drones show they're being jammed, failed to deploy. We must have a jammer he got from a supply crate." After 2 hours, the surviving teams had more or less opened a few supply crates. The jammer was one of the items with the highest drop rate from the crates, followed by things like energy replenishment water for restoring stamina and healing capsules for quickly curing injuries. "Captain, what should we do?" "Wait for the jammer's effect to end before going in." "How can we wait until it ends?" Gu Fei frowned. 3 minutes is enough time to run too far. And who knows how many jammers he has. We can't just keep waiting. "Captain, I'm worried this person might set up an ambush for us," the female team member said hesitantly. "If he could kill jamming, he can kill us. Are we really going to take this risk?" Alpha Nu Beta Epsilon. "Am I the captain, or are you?" "Maintain combat formation. Let's go in." "Yes." With Gu Fei saying that, the 3 team members naturally had nothing more to say. They could only acknowledge and then cautiously enter the forest. The composition of their small team was deliberate. Gu Fei was the strongest melee damage dealer. Jianming was the range shooter. The other 3 team members possessed support items, sustain items, and items specialized in defense, respectively. Such a complementary team possessed considerable combat strength. However, with the loss of jamming now, their ranged attack capabilities became lacking, and they could only use disposable items from their storage boxes as substitutes. The 4 of them, maintaining their formation, entered the dense forest and immediately sensed a faint aura of murderous intent within the woods. It was as if the enemy had already set a trap, just waiting for them to walk right into it. Just as they ventured deeper in, they suddenly heard a sound like a bottle cap popping. Pop! All 4 of them looked towards the source of the sound and saw a round, spherical object flying out from among the leaves. "Watch out!" The team member specializing in defense immediately used his item. Instantly, a circle of rotating small shields appeared around all 4 of them. It looked somewhat comical, but it did have a defense-boosting effect. However, the next moment, when they heard a hiss sound and saw a large amount of white mist billowing forth, they realized this wasn't an attack. "It's a smoke grenade!" Gu Fei shouted. "Stand back to back, stick together, don't move around." A large amount of smoke spread out. The 4 stood back to back, vigilantly watching their surroundings. The smoke is thick enough now. Guan Tong was currently standing on a branch of a tree over 10 meters high, looking down from his vantage point at the thick column of smoke. He was able to get up to such a high place, naturally, by using the grappling hook for a rapid ascent. Right now, he adjusted the Silver Hunt's ammunition to Type 3 and continuously pulled the trigger, firing at the smoke's location. Boom! 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 Guan Tong opened with a 5-shot volley. Against these guys with lots of items, he couldn't afford to be complacent. Then, watching as bursts of explosive flames flickered within the smoke, he had the shadow hidden in his clothes slip into the tree trunk, traveling all the way down, slithering towards the center of the smoke. At this moment, within the smoke, even with prior protection and defensive items used, having 5 consecutive high-explosive rounds explode nearby still caused 2 of them to suffer minor injuries. But what shocked them was that the enemy actually possessed such powerful thermal weapons, which was extremely rare even among ascendants. All right, the explosions have stopped, and the smoke has been blown apart by the blasts, Gu Fei said. "Everyone get ready. Charge out with me on my count. 3, 2. What's wrong with you?" As Gu Fei counted down the final second, he suddenly noticed his 3 teammates had frozen in place, unmoving. Then, they all let out muffled grunts in unison, blood overflowing from their mouths before they collapsed. This scene sent a shiver down Gu Fei's entire body. He watched as the team roster instantly showed only him alive, completely baffled about what had happened. Why did all 3 teammates die in an instant? And why was he himself unharmed? Due to the strong winds generated by the explosions dispersing the smoke, Guan Tong, positioned high up, was able to remotely manipulate the shadow to complete his performance of killing the enemy. That's right, the 3 instant deaths were all the shadow's handiwork. Guan Tong manipulated the incorporeal shadow to sneak in under the cover of the smoke, then split its tip into 4 segments. In his plan, the shadow, divided into 4, would each burrow into the chests of the 4, aiming for the heart's location. Then, they would all solidify simultaneously, instantly destroying all 4 hearts. In practice, it succeeded on 3, but failed when used on Gu Fei. Guan Tong didn't know why, but the shadow couldn't enter Gu Fei's body, as if blocked by some kind of transparent barrier. Did this guy have some special protective item on him? As Guan Tong pondered this, perhaps due to excessive stimulation or something, Gu Fei started continuously deploying scout drones while roaring, "Come out! You come out!" The jammer's 3-minute duration had now passed. A large number of drones locked onto Guan Tong's position. Gu Fei suddenly looked up and finally spotted Guan Tong standing high up in the trees. D. He let out a loud shout and charged forward violently, brandishing his curved blade. A faint halo glowed on the blade's surface, and something akin to a blade aura instantly sliced through the trunk of the tree Guan Tong was standing on. Seeing this, Guan Tong immediately used the grappling hook to move to another tree. Gu Fei was not about to let him go. While continuously destroying the trees Guan Tong was on, he also started pulling items out of his storage box. Gu Fei first took out 2 potion bottles and drank them, immediately increasing his speed significantly. Then he pulled out a handful of black throwing darts. With a flick of his wrist, the darts seemed to possess a homing function, flying straight towards Guan Tong. Guan Tong immediately had the shadow remaining on his body materialize, transforming into shadow armor. Thud! 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 Those auto-tracking darts embedded themselves in his shadow armor, and then actually leaked out some corrosive liquid. Fortunately, it didn't affect the shadow much. Guan Tong wasn't idle either. The next time he used the grappling hook to move, he fired 2 smoke grenades while in midair. Using the heavy smoke as cover, he blew the corpse whistle. Living Dead crawled out from the ground and, following his command, swarmed to attack Gu Fei. Kill! Kill! Gu Fei's curved blade had astonishing attack power. Combined with his drug-enhanced, incredibly fast speed, he sliced 2 Living Dead in half with a single slash each, an instant kill. But Guan Tong didn't care. He was just using the Living Dead to distract Gu Fei. The moment the latter was distracted, he raised the Silver Hunt and unleashed a furious barrage. Boom! 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 Thump! 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 Type 3 and Type 2 ammunition, over 20 or 30 shots fired in one go. Gu Fei might have been able to defend against the Shadow's invasion, but facing this kind of saturation firepower, Guan Tong didn't think Gu Fei could withstand it. After a wild bombardment, the world fell silent. As the smoke cleared, Guan Tong saw Gu Fei lying on the ground, gasping for breath and on the verge of death. He was somewhat surprised that Gu Fei was still alive. Dare to tell me who you are, your number ID. On the verge of being eliminated, Gu Fei still stared fixedly at Guan Tong, wanting to settle the score with him after the challenge tournament ended. Guan Tong found this utterly ridiculous. With one shot, he sent Gu Fei back to his maker. Points plus 254. Guan Tong was astonished at the number of points added. In just 2 hours, this guy had already taken out 253 people? What a shame. In the face of absolute firepower, it still wasn't quite enough. And, at least at this stage, even with official resource allocation and training, they can't create some kind of superhuman within just a few rules. Resource allocation just means they can buy more items. But the vast majority of items require the consumption of mind power to use. Currently, limited by the upper limit of mind power, having more items doesn't necessarily mean they can be used to their full effect. Perhaps after a few more rounds of rules, ascendants heavily invested in with resources might be able to create a larger gap compared to civilian ascendants. Moreover, compared to his shadow, these items still weren't impressive enough. The shadow's versatility was simply too overpowered. In his eyes, the current shadow could only be considered a juvenile form. When it reached its complete form or ultimate form, its strength and breadth of application would probably be unimaginable. All right, need to hurry and get the Holy Grail now. These guys wasted a lot of my time. After finishing the fight, Guan Tong continued following the guiding path forward. Due to the limited time, for the rest of the journey, he didn't engage in combat with any other squads. Even when a few squads saw him alone and tried to bully him with numbers, he quickly disengaged and left, not wanting to delay getting the Holy Grail. Thus, after experiencing 2 more safe zone contractions, Guan Tong finally reached the end of the guiding path. The building before him appeared to be a dilapidated church. He entered and found 2 open supply crates, indicating that other participants had already been here. Did they not find the Holy Grail? Guan Tong found it strange. Inside the church, apart from a statue, there was only a large pool in front of the statue, filled with dry cracks. He observed carefully and noticed what seemed to be a line of small characters carved on the statue's pedestal, reading, "Feed blood to summon the cup to life." Feed blood. Is that meant literally? Guan Tong was half convinced, half doubting, but since he was already here, he certainly couldn't just leave. He picked up a stone shard from the ground, cut the back of his hand, and let the blood drip into the large pool in front of the statue. The next moment, the originally dry pool instantly transformed. Numerous bubbles began to emerge from the cracks. As those bubbles burst, each released a large amount of water, quickly almost filling the entire pool. Just as Guan Tong was marveling at this, a golden cup inlaid with gemstones slowly rose from the bottom of the pool. Is this the Holy Grail? Guan Tong's heart stirred. He reached out and lifted the golden cup from the pool. At that instant, the voice of the fire thief sounded. You have obtained the Holy Grail. For the next 30 minutes, your location will be made public to all participants on Holy Grail Island. If you can maintain possession for 30 minutes, you will obtain ownership of the Holy Grail for this competition. While holding the Holy Grail, you will possess unlimited mind power. Attention all contestants. A team has acquired the hidden treasure, the Holy Grail. Its location is now public. You may proceed to contest for it. The team that continuously holds the Holy Grail for 30 minutes will obtain ownership of the Holy Grail for this challenge tournament, when the hidden reward in this challenge tournament will directly conclude. The Fire Thief's announcement echoed in the minds of every contestant across the island. For a moment, everyone halted their original actions, expressions of disbelief spreading across their faces. A long arrow materialized on the ground before each of them, pointing precisely in the direction of the Holy Grail holder's location. The hidden treasure, the Holy Grail. The challenge tournament has hidden content too, and there's a hidden reward. While most were still marveling, some teams had already sprung into action. The Holy Grail? So that's why this island is called Holy Grail Island. Holding it for 30 continuous minutes ends the match. Not bad. I was starting to get a little bored anyway. This Holy Grail should belong to me, Lucifer. At the island's central region, a tall, solitary man looked at the arrow at his feet and, without hesitation, began moving in the direction it indicated. In a town on the island's northern side, a squad that had just finished clearing the town supplies saw the Fire Thief's public notice and immediately grew restless. Boss, the Holy Grail. Sounds powerful. Let's go snatch it. I'm in. Agreed. The team members were enthusiastic, but their leader refused in a leisurely tone. Snatch what? Do you think you can snatch it from those monsters? Besides, our points are already plenty. Why take that risk? Who knows how many teams will swarm over there after this announcement? What if we run into a national team and get wiped out? We wouldn't even have a place to cry. So everyone stay put. On the island's western side, a well-trained 5-person team grew excited upon seeing the ground indicator. Captain, it looks like the Holy Grail holder's position isn't far from us. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. The team that secures the Holy Grail should get the hidden grand prize of this challenge tournament. We can't miss this. The captain nodded. As a team backed by official investment, it is indeed our responsibility to secure the greatest reward. Let's move out. On the island's southern side, a massive contingent of over 100 people followed behind a robust man. Anyone else seeing this would be astonished, considering it illegal teaming. Since the team limit is a maximum of 5 people, over 100 people from at least 20 different teams moving together was clearly unreasonable. However, the leader didn't care about such things. As the Alpha Wolf, selected by the Tulip Federation's Operation Wolfpack, he held absolute command authority over other teams within the Federation. Therefore, even before the challenge tournament began, he had ordered all Federation teams to gather at the southernmost point of their respective landing zones immediately after teleportation, to assemble and follow his unified command. His strategy as the Alpha Wolf was simple. First, unite all Federation teams to form an overwhelming numerical advantage through illegal teaming, and crush teams from other countries on the island. Once only Federation teams remained on the island, they would then separate and fight amongst themselves to determine the top 10 rankings. This plan had been progressing steadily. The Federation had already eliminated most foreign teams on the southern part of the island and was planning to advance towards the center when the Fire Thief's sudden announcement disrupted everything. Now, this pack of over 100 wolves halted, awaiting the Alpha Wolf's decision. Head to the western part of the island. The Alpha Wolf quickly decided. Seize the Holy Grail and eliminate all other contenders. Countless teams across the island were now advancing westward. Some powerful teams had a very clear objective: to seize the Holy Grail. Other teams with less competitive strength mostly harbored a pick-up-the-pieces mentality, hoping for a scenario where the strong beat each other senseless, allowing them to luckily snatch the Grail away. RN. There were also teams with enough self-awareness to know they were no match for the elite squads. They weren't interested in the Holy Grail itself, but were very interested in the teams going for it. Just like merchants selling shovels to gold diggers, whether the diggers strike gold and get rich is unknown, but the merchants selling shovels are guaranteed to profit. These teams plan to set up ambushes along the likely routes, targeting weaker teams bold enough to join the Holy Grail frenzy, thereby earning points. Finally, there were teams with a very clear understanding of their own capabilities. They knew perfectly well that the Holy Grail would only end up in the hands of either elite civilian teams or various national teams. It wasn't something they could snatch. Rather than going over to become cannon fodder, it was better to take advantage of everyone heading west to search for more supplies elsewhere on the island. They might even stumble upon something good. Once the elites finished fighting, they could pick up some scraps and points. And at this very moment, Guan Tong, the true holder of the Holy Grail, knew the moment he heard the Fire Thief's prompt that today was his lucky day. Almost a second after hearing the Fire Thief's words, while holding the Holy Grail, you will possess unlimited mind power. Guan Tong opened his personal terminal. He quickly glanced at his mind power status, while simultaneously converting a Type 3 round. Mind power, 132, 132, 330. So that's it. The so-called unlimited mind power doesn't raise the upper limit to the maximum. It just allows unlimited usage within the current upper limit. To Guan Tong, it felt like using a game trainer to activate an infinite health function. It locked the value at the current maximum, not maximized it. This discovery brought a slight tinge of regret. If there were no upper limit requirement, he would have immediately unlocked and filled all the remaining pages of his greatest asset, the wordless book. But with the upper limit locked, the wordless book could probably only... While taking out the wordless book, Guan Tong placed the corpse whistle in his mouth and blew it continuously. 3 by 3, living dead emerged from the ground in an endless stream, quickly filling the entire church. He wasn't just multitasking now, he was triple tasking, quadruple tasking, because the Fire Thief had made it clear. His location was now public to the entire island. This meant countless teams would come attacking, trying to seize the Holy Grail. Alone, to protect the Holy Grail, Guan Tong had to go all out. He couldn't afford the slightest relaxation, couldn't waste a single second. Fortunately, many of his items could benefit from this unlimited mind power buff, allowing him to enhance his combat power through continuous conversion. If there were other ascendants without similar items, even if they obtained the Holy Grail and had the powerful buff of unlimited mind power, they probably couldn't hold on to it and would quickly lose it to other teams. Therefore, Guan Tong now had to both use this buff to strengthen himself and prepare ample defenses. Otherwise, if a strong team killed him and took the Holy Grail, all his efforts would be for nothing. Right now, he was blowing the corpse whistle in his mouth to continuously summon living dead, using his left hand to hold the silver hunt and constantly generate Type 3 high explosive rounds and Type 4 smoke grenades. Meanwhile, part of his shadow formed full-coverage shadow armor enveloping his entire body, while another part of the shadow extended all the way to the church entrance, ready to deal with incoming enemies at any moment. But his right hand holding the wordless book was the key. He flipped to the 4th page and wrote down something he had previously considered and wanted to obtain. Fully functional shelter. That's right. Back when he saw the large-scale demolition on the streets, Guan Tong had thought about obtaining a shelter through the wordless book, because constantly moving around, living without a fixed place, was troublesome. How convenient it would be to have a portable shelter he could set down wherever he needed to go. But he definitely had requirements for this shelter. Sturdy enough, secure enough with filtration systems, water, electricity, etc. Originally, he thought it would take a long time to achieve. But now, with the unlimited mind power buff, he could write it out immediately. And as he expected, the mind power consumption for the 4th page was utterly terrifying. The moment Guan Tong wrote a single stroke, he felt a tremor throughout his body. He knew there was the feeling of his mind power being drained completely. In other words, just one stroke consumed all the mind power up to his upper limit. But thanks to the buff, that feeling vanished in an instant. He quickly continued writing the 2nd, 3rd, 4th strokes. Within mere seconds, the 6 characters for a fully functional shelter were completely written on the 4th page. Guan Tong spent 1 second trying to materialize it. An unremarkable small house instantly appeared, and he once again felt the bodily tremor of his mind power being completely drained. So, materializing this shelter consumed all the mind power up to his upper limit in one go. But being able to succeed was enough. Guan Tong continued flipping to the 5th page of the wordless book, placing his pen down with a hopeful heart. The next moment, his hand was directly repelled by the page. I knew it. If writing a single stroke on the 4th page consumed all his upper limit's worth of mind power, then trying to write on the even more demanding 5th page was simply impossible, because the consumption per stroke exceeded the upper limit threshold. Even with the buff, it was useless. It was like using a game trainer to lock infinite gold, but you only have 100 gold in your backpack, and a merchant's item costs 200. No matter how much your gold is infinite, you still can't buy it. Suddenly, the roars of living dead rose and fell outside the church. Guan Tong's heart tightened. They're here already? Less than a minute had passed since he obtained the Holy Grail, and a team had already found him. Quite efficient. But if you want to enter the church, you'll have to get through the few hundred living dead outside first. While thinking this, Guan Tong casually raised his left hand and blasted a bunch of Type 4 smoke grenades towards the church entrance to confuse and delay the enemy's entry. Then he hurriedly flipped the wordless book back to the 1st page. Actually, after writing the characters for a fully functional shelter on the 4th page, Guan Tong felt this trip was worth it. Originally, writing a single stroke on the 4th page would have been extremely difficult. One could imagine how much time it would take to write those 6 characters. But now he did it in seconds. Saying it saved him months of time was no exaggeration. This made him feel that even if he died the next moment, he hadn't come to this challenge in vain. So, since he had already broken even, the next step was to expand his gains. Strengthening Shadow, strengthening the Silver Hunt, storing mind power. All these could continue to aid him after the tournament ended. Especially Shadow. Guan Tong planned to use this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to deeply strengthen it once again through the method of adding characters. The safe zone is shrinking. As the Fire Thief's voice sounded, the black wall surrounding the island shrank its range further. The location of the Holy Grail Church was already near the edge of the black wall. By the time the safe zone shrank next, it would be swallowed. At this moment, in front of the church, the first team to arrive was momentarily stunned by the dense crowd of living dead at the entrance. As the team closest to the church, they had rushed over immediately upon receiving the news to see if there was any chance to snatch it. They didn't believe the team that obtained the Holy Grail was necessarily very strong. It was likely just good luck, having stumbled upon this hidden treasure, the Holy Grail. For this, they devised a plan to grab the Holy Grail and immediately run towards the Black Wall. That's right, they planned to take the Holy Grail to the edge of the Black Wall and threaten the pursuing strong teams. If you dare attack our team, we'll immediately throw the Holy Grail into the black wall, and no one gets it. If you want the Holy Grail, trade it for points. Have people from your team come out to be killed and eliminated by us. Once we get enough high points to secure a ranking, we'll give you the Holy Grail. Using this method, they might just be able to leverage a small force against a larger one. Even as a weak team, they could rely on points to enter the top 10 and get rewards. The plan was beautiful, but the first step, snatching, ran into problems. Boss, am I seeing this right? Why are there so many living dead here? Are they guarding the church? Probably more likely that someone inside the team has some item or skill that can summon these things. As soon as the captain finished speaking, one teammate accidentally entered the 30-meter alert range of the living dead. Instantly, one led to many. The living dead all roared and frantically charged toward them. Holy crap! Boss, should we retreat? Roar! For a team of average strength, dealing with one or a few living dead individually was still easy. But facing the attack of hundreds of living dead simultaneously was extremely dangerous. The group immediately considered retreating. However, after turning around and not running far, they discovered the living dead weren't pursuing them anymore. They all seemed to receive some command and returned to the church entrance. Just as I thought, the captain said. My guess was right. These living dead must have been summoned by someone from the Holy Grail team and obey their commands. Listen, we need to formulate tactics. One person goes to lure the zombie horde away, and the remaining four seize the opportunity to. Before this captain could finish speaking, he suddenly noticed his teammates weren't moving. He glanced at the team list. The names of his four teammates, other than himself, had all turned black, making him completely freeze. When did this? A team with this little strength also comes to join the fun? Truly overestimating yourselves. A disdainful female voice sounded from behind. Before this captain could turn around, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A delicate, small dagger silently slit his throat. No, having wiped out an entire team single-handedly, the petite woman twirled her dagger and turned her head, saying, "My assassination skills aren't bad, right?" However, the next moment, she also froze, because standing not far behind her weren't her teammates, but 5 strangers with blurred faces. In the team list, the names of her several teammates had also turned black. Those who overestimate themselves aren't just them. The same goes for you. One of the 5 said. The woman holding the dagger gritted her teeth, turned, and fled. But she had only run 2 steps when she felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if something had been shot into her body. A bullet? The other side has firearm items? And suppressed ones at that. The woman reacted fairly quickly, but it was already too late. The next moment, a bullet hit the back of her head, and she was immediately killed and eliminated. One of the 5 was holding a suppressed pistol. The person next to him praised. The captain, as expected, a national shooting champion. Your accuracy is still as reassuring as ever. All right, the captain holding the pistol said. Don't get entangled with those living dead guarding the door. Su Wei, go lure them away. We'll charge in immediately to seize the Holy Grail. Yes, the woman called Su Wei quickly rushed into the zombie horde's alert range, then ran toward one side of the church, luring them away from the entrance. The remaining few, led by the captain, immediately rushed to the entrance, but they promptly encountered newly emerging living dead. Still appearing endlessly? Old Tai, clear the way. Leave it to me. The man called Old Tai took out his mind power weapon, a giant hammer nearly as tall as a person. Get the hell out of my way. Old Tai roared, swinging the giant hammer and spinning, smashing all the living dead surging out of the entrance away. Then the group charged into the church together, only to immediately discover the church was filled with white smoke. Visibility was terrible, and they couldn't see anything clearly. Immediately use reconnaissance drones to locate the enemy. Yes, several drones flew out simultaneously. The scan results were all consistent. Other than them, there was only one person inside the church. The Holy Grail team actually only has one person. That person was in a corner of the church. The captain immediately drew his gun and fired in that direction. Several shots were fired, but there was no reaction, unsure if they hit or not. But the next moment, a teammate with special reconnaissance abilities shouted, "Careful! I sense an attack approaching." Boom, 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 boom. As soon as the words were spoken, continuous explosions erupted around them. None of the four expected the enemy to instantly create such a large-scale, artillery-like attack. One person was instantly blown up, and the other three simultaneously used defensive items to barely survive. The captain, a shooting champion, changed expression slightly. His suppressed pistol with unlimited ammunition was already considered a very powerful firearm item. What did the enemy have? Careful, the enemy's attack is coming again. Boom, 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 boom. Another massive wave of explosions erupted around them. This simple yet devastating bombardment instantly cost the group a total of 7 or 8 expensive defensive items. Charge over for close combat. The captain took the lead, and the group charged toward the scan location. But before running more than a few steps, they were blocked head-on by a black wall. What is this? I'll break the wall. Old Tai roared, swinging his giant hammer and smashing it toward the black wall. A strange scene immediately unfolded. The black wall seemed soft. The spot hit by the giant hammer dented inward before rapidly returning to its original shape. Before Old Tai and the others could be shocked, similar black walls rose up around them, front, back, left, right, above. Light was instantly completely cut off, and their vision immediately plunged into pitch darkness. They couldn't see anything. What the hell is this? Quick use. Before they could finish speaking, countless spikes emerged from those black walls, completely piercing through the bodies of the four. Then the black walls fell, and all four were killed and eliminated. Such rare luxury. After the four died, not far from them, Guan Tong's figure emerged from the fog, continuously making the shadow switch between substantial ends and substantial states like this, plus the consumption after large-scale physical manifestation, averaged several dozen points of mind power consumed per second. Without the infinite mind power buff, he could never afford to be this extravagant with abusing the shadow. In just over a minute, several teams have come and gone. These are just the ones nearby. More teams are on their way. Among them, there should be quite a few stronger than this one. Guan Tong thought, glancing at his wordless book. He had already added characters on the first page once. Originally Transformation Physical Form Guan Tong, he had added 2 more characters in front. 5 senses, changing it to 5 senses Transformation Physical Form Guan Tong. That's right. The reason Guan Tong could hide in the smoke himself, yet accurately control the shadow to attack the team charging into the church, was because he had already, through adding characters, granted the shadow the ability of the 5 senses. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch. With this ability, after the shadow materializes, it can fully or partially utilize sensory abilities according to Guan Tong's will. Guan Tong had just activated the shadow's visual senses, sharing the images seen by the shadow with himself, thus enabling him to see others even in the fog. This, combined with Silver Hunt's type 4 smoke grenades, meant unless the enemy had the ability or items to see through fog, or a way to disperse the heavy fog, he held the initiative in most battles. Apart from 5 senses, he also tried writing more powerful words like indestructible, teleportation, invisibility, etc., but all were ineffective. Guan Tong believed this was likely related to his insufficient mind power upper limit. Even if he could rely on infinite mind power to write the words, due to the upper limit restriction, he couldn't transform them into reality. So he turned back to pursuing some practical, currently usable enhancements. Now, noises came from outside again. More and more teams were arriving. Guan Tong had already sent the shadow, transformed into an eye shape, to hang on the bricks at the church entrance to monitor the situation outside. After sharing vision, he could see that the teammate from the earlier team who entered the church, the one responsible for luring away the zombie horde, had already escaped, probably scared off after seeing the entire team list turn black. Not long after she ran away, several teams, dozens of people, arrived outside the church. But these people didn't attack the church. Instead, they fought among themselves first to compete for the right to enter the church. Guan Tong watched, feeling somewhat amused. But it was good they were killing each other. It allowed him to focus on continuing enhancements. Otherwise, facing too many people in a group attack, even if he could handle it, he would be distracted, slowing down the enhancement speed. Just like him converting reserve mind power through the wordless book's 3rd page. This process required a certain degree of concentration. I have currently held the Holy Grail for 3 minutes, with 27 minutes remaining. If I use all that time to convert reserve mind power with my 132-point upper limit, according to the 10-to-1 conversion ratio, the conversion process takes 3 seconds, converting 13 points every 3 seconds. Without interference, 27 minutes is enough to reserve 7,020 points of mind power. This number was undoubtedly exaggerated, but Guan Tong knew it wasn't very realistic. First, 27 minutes without interference was impossible. Forget 27. With more and more teams coming, having a total of 10 minutes undisturbed in the remaining time would be pretty good. Second, compared to simply reserving mind power, making more enhancements on the wordless book seemed more important to him. Now the Shadow had gained 5 senses ability. Silver Hunt definitely needed further enhancement too. Boom! Just as Guan Tong was thinking about enhancements, a tremendous noise suddenly came from the church roof. Someone was actually attacking from above. Accompanied by a large amount of shattered bricks falling from above, a larger figure also descended from the sky, landing with a heavy thud in the middle of the church. Guan Tong focused his gaze and was immediately greatly surprised. The one breaking through the roof wasn't human, but a light white humanoid mecha over 3 meters tall. There was actually such an item? Was this person a mecha movie fanatic? ZZZ. There was clearly a human pilot inside the mecha. Accompanied by a crackling electric sound, a lightsaber-like weapon appeared in the mecha's right hand. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice transmitted from the mecha. Person hiding in the fog, listen up. Hand over the Holy Grail, and I'll spare you. Guan Tong looked at the mecha. Regardless of your this and that, he raised Silver Hunt and blasted several dozen type 3 rounds at first. Boom, 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 boom. It seems negotiations have failed. Then don't blame me for taking it by force. Super Energy Shield activate. A layer of light purple shield covered the mecha. The Type 3 high explosive rounds blasted against it were all neutralized. Although Guan Tong was somewhat surprised, he wasn't flustered at all, because he clearly understood that such a powerful mecha must have enormous mind power consumption per second. The pilot didn't have the infinite mind power buff, and absolutely couldn't last long. Power sword combo slash. The mecha pilot let out a low shout, quickly moving, swinging the lightsaber in hand to slash at Guan Tong. This mecha can also lock onto my position in the smoke? Although Guan Tong had shadow armor covering his body, he still shot out the grappling hook, hooking onto the wall, and quickly left his original spot to avoid being hit. The mecha turned to pursue, but the next moment, a large amount of shadow climbed onto it. Although it couldn't invade, it clung tightly, pulling at it, preventing it from moving easily. Were these black things? So disgusting. Get them away from me. Guan Tong heard the disgusted voice coming from the mecha, thinking the pilot was likely a young girl. He immediately targeted this weakness, making the shadow transform. Instantly, all sorts of disgusting shadow shapes like feces, tentacles, etc. were smeared all over that mecha. This move actually worked. He heard the pilot shouting, "Get away from me," while swinging the lightsaber to cut the shadows restraining it, then directly charging out of the church, seemingly completely forgetting she came to seize the Holy Grail. Seeing this, Guan Tong couldn't help but feel speechless. What a weirdo! At the center of Holy Grail Island, inside a magnificent and opulent castle, in the innermost room, stood a slender, handsome man with a head of smooth, golden hair. The man was surrounded by 4 women with high-bridged noses and deep-set eyes. Before them was placed a chest inlaid with multiple gemstones. Beautiful ladies, such a gorgeous treasure chest complements your beauty perfectly. Does anyone wish to open it with their own hands? The man looked at the 4 women. They all shook their heads. One of them spoke, "Adam, such a precious chest should be opened by you." Hearing this, the man named Adam revealed a charming smile. "Since you ladies are so gracious, I shall open it then." As he spoke, Adam consumed a full 5 keys to open the chest. A dazzling golden light shone out. Inside were a large amount of valuable supplies, items, and an ancient-looking parchment scroll. Adam didn't touch the other items. Instead, he picked up the parchment scroll and opened it. A line of text was written on it. "I have placed the legendary Holy Grail inside the abandoned church. If you wish to obtain it, go and take it." Oh dear. Adam seek it regretfully. What a shame. It's intel that's already been leaked. He casually tossed the parchment scroll aside. One of the women in his team picked it up, and the other 3 women also looked at the contents. One of them was shocked. It seems the secret of the Holy Grail is hidden on this parchment scroll. Logically, only those who reach the castle at the island's center, enter the deepest room, and open this chest would know. How did that team that got the Holy Grail early know about it? Who knows? Adam Shuruk. Maybe they just got lucky. The 4 women exchanged glances. One asked, Adam, are you really decided on not going to seize the Holy Grail? With your strength, you could definitely succeed. You all know me. I don't like using violence. Adam gently shook his head. Besides, I know that fellow Lucifer will definitely go for it. Facing a violent maniac like him, protecting all of you won't be easy. Hearing this, the 4 women were moved. Adam, you don't need to worry about us. Besides, dying on this Holy Grail island isn't real death. It's just elimination. Adam looked at them with pity. Even if you don't die, the pain of death is real. I don't want you to experience that pain. Adam. Shit. Someone actually got here first. At that moment, a rough, abusive shout came from the doorway, instantly shattering the tender atmosphere between Adam and the 4 women. All 4 women turned furious gazes toward the entrance. They saw another team crowded at the door, led by a burly man. 5 chicks, the burly man sneered. There's actually a team like this. Hand over the items you got from that gem chest. Otherwise, kill. The 4 women beside Adam instantly made their move. In the blink of an eye, the burly man was sliced into several pieces. His teammates were horrified and hurriedly tried to counterattack, but they soon met the same fate. Adam in the room watched this scene, sighing and shaking his head. Sigh, when will humanity ever stop all this fighting and killing? Wouldn't it be better if everyone lived peacefully and had more children together? Time until Holy Grail ownership is determined. 23 minutes. Every team could clearly see this prompt. It appeared once per minute, telling the teams that wanted to seize the Holy Grail exactly how much time they had left. Epsilon. Now, following the earlier mecha's lead in breaking through from above and destroying the church structure, other teams also started imitating, using their own weapons and items to demolish the church walls. They believed that this way, the Holy Grail team would have nowhere to hide, would be exposed to public view, and be attacked by everyone. But the moment the church was completely destroyed, what everyone saw wasn't the Holy Grail team, but a sky full of white fog. No one could describe how dense that white fog was. It practically blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Originally, only teams that charged into the church would encounter the white fog. Now that the church was destroyed, Guan Tong stopped pretending. He frantically shot type 4 smoke grenades and typed 3 high explosive rounds in all directions. He had no teammates anyway, so he didn't need to worry about friendly fire. Everyone besides himself was an enemy. The teams caught in the thick fog were dumbfounded. On one hand, they couldn't see anything. On the other, they might accidentally get blown up by explosions from who knows where. On top of that, they were also under attack by seemingly endless, continuously emerging living dead. The sounds of explosions, the roars of the living dead, and the shouts of combatants fighting each other. It all made everyone feel like they were in some kind of hell. The most critical issue was that the person holding the Holy Grail seemed to have blended into the crowd. His position couldn't be pinpointed accurately, causing most teams to fight wildly and chaotically. Guan Tong, currently covered in shadow armor, hid among the crowd using the fog as cover. He continuously summoned living dead, indiscriminately blasted away with his silver hunt, and simultaneously pondered how he should enhance this silver hunt. He had just tried adding the 2 characters for guidance, wanting to give the Type 3 round a homing function. That way, when facing fast-moving enemies like the matriarch converter again, his hit rate would be higher. However, after adding the characters, the materialization failed. This indicated his current mind power upper limit wasn't sufficient to achieve this. Then he heard a buzzing sound from the sky, and a sudden inspiration struck him. This inspiration was related to the reconnaissance drones flying chaotically in the sky. These things were troublesome for him, because he only had 1 jammer in his temporary backpack, and he had already used it. So, if he could jam these drones and any other devices that could track or monitor him, It would be a huge help for hiding his movements in the future. Immediately, 3 letters jumped into his mind. EMP. EMP, or electromagnetic pulse, had extremely strong destructive effects on electronic devices. It was undoubtedly exactly what Guan Tong needed to deal with his drone troubles. He immediately added the 4 characters for electromagnetic pulse in front of Smoke Claw Gun in the wordless book, recalled the Silver Hunt, and then summoned it again. Thank goodness for the infinite mind power buff, otherwise he really wouldn't dare to do this. After all, recalling and resummoning like this would clear all previously stored ammunition. But with the buff active, of course it didn't matter. He could just generate them while firing. After resummoning the Silver Hunt, Guan Tong noticed the gun body hadn't changed. He selected Generate Ammunition. Below options 1 to 4, a new Type 5 round appeared. Success. The moment he saw the Type 5 round, Guan Tong immediately selected to generate it. He discovered it required a whopping 50 points of mind power to generate a single electromagnetic pulse round. The cost was truly outrageous. After generating it, he immediately aimed at the sky and pulled the trigger. What shot from the muzzle wasn't a bullet, but a deep blue beam of light. The beam exploded in the air. On the bodies of drones flying within a certain radius, electrical sparks instantly erupted, and they promptly plummeted toward the ground. Not bad. Although the effective range of this electromagnetic pulse wave wasn't huge, only about a dozen meters in radius, it was already sufficient for him. At critical moments, he could at least use it to destroy drones, cameras, and other monitoring devices, reducing the enemy's ability to track him to some extent. That's enough adding characters to the wordless book for now. Guan Tong checked the Holy Grail holding time. There were still 21 minutes left. He planned to use part of this time to store mind power and Silver Hunt ammunition, but the former was something that required focused, undisturbed concentration to accomplish. Being in such a chaotic environment, with his thick shadow armor constantly being hit by random item attacks, trying to calm down and complete the conversion was simply impossible. So, Guan Tong's eyes changed slightly. Looks like it's cleanup time. If anyone thought the constant barrage of mixed Type 3 high-explosive rounds and Type 4 smoke grenades was cruel enough, they fundamentally didn't know what Guan Tong's truly cruel methods were. For him, his most capable assistant was always Shadow. And with the buff of infinite mind power, Shadow could completely create a truly terrifying hellscape. With a thought from Guan Tong, massive amounts of mind power were rapidly and continuously consumed, transforming into spiked shadows that spread out from the ground within the fog. Doing this is also for cleanup efficiency. I hope no one gets psychologically scarred by it. Guan Tong thought, outputting his full upper limit of mind power per second, causing the numerous spiked shadows to transform into physical form. Instantly, a massive number of spiked shadows materialized. Competitors standing on them were pierced through their bodies completely unprepared, dying and being eliminated amidst pain and indescribable terror. Those who weren't hit were also terrified. Someone, after seeing their teammate beside them suddenly impaled by several black spikes, was so scared they screamed soundlessly and collapsed, their legs giving way. Guan Tong named this move Thorn Shadow Kill Array. In just those few short seconds, it took the lives of hundreds, even thousands, of competitors within the white fog. Such a terrifying scene, though obscured by smoke, was still witnessed by many who saw the gruesome state of the dead. The vast majority of surviving competitors instantly broke down. They couldn't take it anymore. They completely lost the courage to continue fighting. They gave up on seizing the Holy Grail, burying their heads, and sprinting madly in one direction, hoping only to escape the fog's range as quickly as possible and end this nightmare. Some succeeded, some failed, but the teams that successfully ran out hadn't had time to rejoice for long before they discovered a group of over 50 people gathered together, blocking their path. Leading them was the Alpha Wolf of the Tulip Federation. To get here as fast as possible, he had demanded the weak contribute all items that could increase movement speed. This allowed this small group of about a dozen teams, roughly 50 people, the Wolfpack team, to rush to this location in less than 10 minutes. Eliminate them. Now, with an order from the Alpha Wolf, the Wolfpack team immediately coordinated their attacks, assaulting the teams that had escaped from the white fog. This Wolfpack team was extremely ferocious, fearless of death, and tightly coordinated. Therefore, even though hundreds of people escaped the fog, facing this elite 50-man Wolfpack team, they were quickly eliminated entirely, with only a scattered few managing to flee. Someone in the Wolfpack team wanted to give chase, but was stopped by the Alpha Wolf. The Alpha Wolf looked at the vast expanse of white fog not far ahead and said, "That team has held the Holy Grail for too long. We must seize it quickly." The Alpha Wolf suddenly seemed to sense something. He looked up into the sky, his pupils instantly contracting. High up in the sky, there was actually a person with pitch-black wings growing from their back, hovering in the air. This instantly made him think of a name the Federation's intelligence agency had specifically warned him to be careful of. It's the Suroma Empire's Lucifer. He really came to. Lucifer hovered high in the air, looking down below. According to the guidance, he knew the team holding the Holy Grail was within that vast expanse of smoke. However, the fact that a large number of participants had fled from the smoke in terror earlier, coupled with the Holy Grail not having changed hands yet, was more than enough to prove the strength of the Holy Grail team. That was just fine. Lucifer hated fighting the weak. In his view, that was an utterly boring affair. For him, the prospect of clashing with the strong was even more attractive than the Holy Grail itself. But before that, he had to clean up these troublesome nuisances first. Lucifer's gaze fell upon the tightly formed Wolfpack team, quickly locking onto the Alpha Wolf. The latter was also looking at him, his eyes filled with vigilance. Whoosh! The black wings flapped, and Lucifer dove down at an extremely fast speed. Before the members of the Wolfpack team could clearly see what was happening, several of them had already been killed and eliminated. Attack! At the Alpha Wolf's command, everyone in the Wolfpack team who possessed long-range items or skills immediately used them. However, Lucifer's flying speed was too fast. Non-targeted items and skills all missed, while targeted ones seemed to be absorbed upon hitting him, causing hardly any damage. This left many in the Wolfpack team shocked and panicked. What's going on? His wings are too fast. We can't hit him at all. Damn it, his wings are too powerful. That thing should consume a huge amount of mind power, right? Why can he keep flying? Hearing the Wolfpack team's low exclamations, the Alpha Wolf suddenly realized that the Federation Intelligence Agency's speculation might be true. Ever since the Tulip Federation was established, the intelligence agency had been dedicated to collecting information on powerful ascendants worldwide through various means. Lucifer of the Suroma Empire was undoubtedly one of the top ascendants, and that pair of black wings had completely become his personal signature. Moreover, this Lucifer had almost no sense of secrecy. Sometimes he would even deliberately leak his location, just to attract strong opponents to come fight him. Therefore, after studying the intelligence records of Lucifer's numerous battles, the intelligence agency made a speculation. That was, Lucifer possessed the ability to replenish mind power by killing enemies during combat. Wolfpack, listen to my order. Realizing this, the Alpha Wolf immediately commanded, withdraw from the battlefield immediately. If Lucifer could truly replenish consumed mind power by killing enemies, then the members of the Wolfpack team would become his blood bags for sustaining combat, providing him with a continuous stream of mind power. The Wolfpack team obeyed without question, immediately following the Alpha Wolf's command and retreating as a whole. Seeing this, Lucifer did not pursue. He looked at the sole remaining Alpha Wolf. Lucifer, I know you can replenish mind power by killing enemies. Perhaps your wings have other special abilities, but now it's just me left. How will you replenish then? Lucifer said indifferently. Of course, I'll use your life to replenish. The Alpha Wolf sneered, rolling up the sleeve of his left arm. A goshawk tattoo was revealed on his left forearm. As mind power was injected, the tattoo emitted a bright light. Whoosh! The light from the tattoo suddenly enveloped the Alpha Wolf's entire body. In the next moment, the human disappeared, replaced by a massive goshawk with a sharp beak and talons. A beast transformation ability. A flash of excitement appeared in Lucifer's eyes. The next moment, he actively flapped his wings, charging towards the transformed Alpha Wolf. After transforming into a massive goshawk, the Alpha Wolf's mind power was draining away like crazy every second. He knew he had at most 10 seconds. If he couldn't kill Lucifer within 10 seconds, he would be the one to die. He let out a high-pitched eagle cry, flapped his massive wings, and collided head-on with Lucifer, who was charging towards him. The two passed each other in an instant. The goshawk's mouth now held a piece of flesh, bitten from Lucifer's face, though he had originally aimed for the throat. Meanwhile, Lucifer held a severed wing in his hand, torn from the goshawk's body. Roar! A tremendous roar sounded from behind. Without even turning his head, Lucifer flapped his wings, causing his body to suddenly rise, evading the pounce from behind. He looked down. The previous goshawk had now transformed into another beast, a black bear. But this time, the transformation was incomplete. Only the upper body was that of a bear, while the legs remained human. Lucifer knew this was a sign of insufficient mind power. He was the same. If he couldn't continuously replenish mind power during combat, his flight time would also last less than half a minute. Time to end this. Lucifer threw away the goshawk wing he had torn off and dove down at full speed. Thud! After another pass, the black bear fell to the ground, and Lucifer now held a heart in his hand. Lucifer, I won't let you go, the Alpha Wolf, having reverted to human form, said with difficulty. Having his heart torn out in his beast form, he would suffer a fatal injury upon returning to human form, unable to recover through ordinary medicine or items. Lucifer paid no attention. After the Alpha Wolf died, the wings on his back immediately absorbed the latter's life force, replenishing the consumed mind power. His gaze turned towards that expanse of smoke, hoping the members of the Holy Grail team would be stronger than the Alpha Wolf, allowing him to feel more pressure. The effect of the Thorn Shadow Kill Array far exceeded Guan Tong's expectations, not just in terms of the number of kills, but more importantly, its visual impact was extremely strong, frightening away a large number of participants. Thus, he obtained a rare moment of peace. He immediately flipped the wordless book to the third page and began continuously converting mind power into reserve mind power. This was undoubtedly preparation for after the challenge. The more he stored, the more confidence he would have. And the key point was, utilizing the Holy Grail buff here to store more could greatly save his time. For instance, successfully writing and materializing the fully functional shelter had saved him at least several months. If he could store more mind power and more silver hunt ammunition, then these short 30 minutes could save him a full year. In other words, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that through this challenge, he had accelerated his development by a year compared to other ascendants. This was undoubtedly very important for Guan Tong, because he had no organization or faction to rely on. He could only depend on himself. Therefore, opportunities like this had to be firmly grasped. Only then could he continue to maintain independent action and have the confidence to confront those malicious organizations and groups alone. Time remaining until Holy Grail ownership is determined. 18 minutes. Guan Tong enjoyed over 3 minutes of peace, silently converting 800 points of reserve mind power. At this moment, the low growls of the living dead came from the edge of the smoke. Guan Tong opened his eyes. Someone else was coming. He thought after clearing the area earlier, the quiet time would last longer. He didn't expect a team to come so soon. Just one person? Through the vision provided by Shadow, he saw only one person entering the smoke-covered area. That person was very tall, looking close to 2 meters. After entering the smoke, he kept walking towards the central area. Guan Tong raised the silver hunt and fired a Type 3 round in that direction. Boom! At the moment of the explosion, that figure suddenly flew up. Guan Tong was surprised to discover that this person had actually spread a pair of black wings from his back. First there was a mecha, now someone has wings. Coming to participate in this challenge really broadens my horizons. Guan Tong thought to himself, not feeling too nervous. He knew that no matter how flashy the ability, they were all driven by mind power. The more powerful the ability or item, the greater its consumption of mind power. This was almost a fundamental logic. Currently, that person had wings and could fly. Being in a flight state must consume mind power extremely quickly, making it difficult to sustain. Whoosh! The next moment, the figure flying high in the sky flapped its wings and dove at extreme speed towards the center of the smoke. Shadow, grab this birdman down for me. With a thought from Guan Tong, a large number of shadows instantly transformed into several black giant hands, grabbing towards the diving figure. Swish, 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 swish. The shadow hands grabbing towards Lucifer were all severed by his wings the next moment. Although they quickly recovered to their original state, he had broken through a path leading to Guan Tong. Moreover, by rapidly flapping his wings, he used the generated airflow to disperse the surrounding smoke, allowing himself to see the situation around him. Those wings could not only fly, but were also that sharp, and they even dispersed the smoke. Guan Tong now also knew the newcomer was absolutely no ordinary person. He was probably a top-tier ascendant in terms of strength. He immediately mobilized a large number of shadows, erecting wall after wall in front of him to block Lucifer's approach. Lucifer didn't hesitate, directly using his wings to cut through the walls and charge in. But he immediately discovered this was a trap. Inside the walls were more walls, layer upon layer, seemingly endless. Moreover, similar black walls appeared above his head and behind him to the left and right. The moment they sealed shut, they cut off the light. Lucifer's vision instantly plunged into complete darkness. He couldn't see. This was the move Guan Tong had used earlier to deal with the team that first entered the church. No matter how powerful you are, once deprived of vision, you immediately fall into a desperate situation, suffocated to death by the shadows. However, Lucifer was indeed formidable, penetrating over a dozen black walls in succession. But no matter how fast his destruction speed was, it couldn't compare to Guan Tong's generation speed. The time it took him to destroy one black wall was enough for Guan Tong to generate 10 more. When Lucifer broke through to the 20th black wall, his mind power finally ran out, unable to sustain further without replenishment. The fallen angel wings on his back, lacking mind power supply, automatically retracted. Lucifer looked up and said, "You must have a Holy Grail special effect boosting you to possess so much mind power. If it were a fair fight, I don't think I would lose to you. Your ability, while powerful, is countered by my fallen angel wings. But a win is a win, and a loss is a loss. If there's a next chance, I will definitely win. Remember my name, I am Lucifer." Lucifer? Hearing the voice coming from within the shadow walls, Guan Tong's expression turned somewhat strange. He remembered in the second Doomsday Rule, the Extreme Marathon, the nickname ranked second was Lucifer. Could it be the same person? It should be him, with that pair of wings allowing extremely fast flight. Achieving good results in the running rule wasn't strange. Moreover, Guan Tong thought what Lucifer said wasn't entirely wrong. Without the Holy Grail buff, those extremely fast and sharp wings of his would indeed counter his shadows to some extent. But it was clear that in this era of Doomsday Rules, there was no such thing as fairness. You can use wings to counter my shadows, and I can use the ability to see hidden rules to seize the initiative. If possible, Guan Tong would quite like to chat with this Lucifer, but his time was extremely precious. The Holy Grail buff had only over 10 minutes left. He really had no time for idle talk. See you at the next challenge, if there's a next one. After saying this, Guan Tong activated the Thorn Shadow Kill array again. Lucifer, trapped within the shadow walls, was instantly pierced by several sharp shadow spikes, killed, and eliminated. Having dealt with this troublesome enemy, Guan Tong glanced at his vision. There were 16 minutes left. Time is almost up. I need to hurry. The Holy Grail has been held continuously for 30 minutes. As the voice of the fire thief rang out, every surviving team on the island stopped moving at that moment. The Holy Grail actually didn't change hands even once. Almost everyone believed that under the extremely fierce competition, the Holy Grail would change hands at least a few times between teams. Yet, that situation never occurred. The team that initially found the Holy Grail held onto it until the very end. All the teams that didn't join the fray or participate in the competition had the same thought at this moment. Could that team really be that strong? Was there truly not a single team capable of defeating them and taking the Holy Grail? But this didn't have much to do with them anyway. If there was anything to note, it was that the duration of this challenge tournament was drastically shortened. Originally a 24-hour challenge, it now ended in less than 10 hours. The team with ownership rights to the Holy Grail has been confirmed. The first Ascendant Challenge tournament has concluded. After the Fire Thief finished speaking, all surviving Ascendants were pulled by a gravitational force, lifted from the ground, and flew high into the air, just like when they were first teleported here. Team rankings have been determined based on total team points. First place, Shadow. Second place, Adam, Maddie, Alicia, Amanda, Claire. Third place, Dragon Soul, Black Shark, Flying Eagle, Night Owl, Silver Fox. Fourth place, Yamada no Orochi, Moon Fate, Faceless One. Fifth place, Snow Traces. The list of members for the top 10 teams was displayed before every participant, causing immense shock among the crowd. Shadow? Could that be the same Shadow who got first place during the second Doomsday Rule? Ow, is it him again? His team only has one person? One person got first place in points? How is that possible? Somewhere in the air, the 4 women in Adam's team, ranked second, looked at the top 10 list in astonishment. Lucifer isn't in the top 10? And what about those guys from the Tulip Federation? They must have failed during the struggle for the Holy Grail. With their strength, steadily making it into the top 10 would have been easy. What a shame, Adam sighed. That's why they say, those who love war inevitably perish, and even the strongest are no exception. But this Shadow is terrifying. It seems he'll be your formidable rival in the future, Adam. Don't say that, Amanda. I don't like making enemies. If possible, I'd rather join forces with him to fight against the Doomsday Rules. Adam, you're too kind. You'll be taken advantage of someday. Adam didn't say anything more, only smiled. The 5 members of the third team were also discussing the rankings. Captain Dragon Soul said, among the 5 Doomsday teams from the Countermeasures Research Office, only our first team and the fourth team made it into the rankings. The second, third, and fifth teams all failed to make the cut. Teams 3 and 5 have failed twice in a row now. Could they be eliminated? Silver Fox said. Hard to say. But the captain's decision not to compete for the Holy Grail was undoubtedly correct, Black Shark said. With so many people in that chaotic melee, the risk was simply too high. Luck played a bigger factor than pure strength. In a large-scale free-for-all, even a strong team's advantage is limited. If 4 or 5 other teams gang up on you, there's still a chance of capsizing in a seemingly calm ditch. That's why Captain Dragon Soul had made the decision earlier to give up on competing for the Holy Grail, prioritizing securing points to guarantee a ranking instead. Looking at it now, this decision at least secured a spot within the top 3 for Besieged country. Black Shark is right, Captain Dragon Soul said. But I believe that Shadow didn't rely on luck alone. The other 4 nodded in agreement. Luck alone couldn't hold the Holy Grail for 30 minutes. During the second rule period before, I remember many videos surfaced online, claiming that Shadow was from our Besieged country, hoping he'd reveal his secrets for clearing the challenge. That Shadow and this Shadow are probably the same person, right? Not necessarily. Only the numerical ID is fixed. Nicknames can be changed at any time. There are probably hundreds, if not thousands, of Ascendants calling themselves Shadow. At this point, Night Owl, who had been silent, slowly spoke. After this challenge tournament, the whole world will definitely want to find out who Shadow is. And to protect the Holy Grail this time, his abilities and items must have been exposed to many Ascendants. If he uses his abilities carelessly in the outside world later, he could easily be identified. Night Owl, you're rarely this talkative. What? Do you want to find him? Silver Fox asked with a smile. Night Owl said, of course. Who wouldn't want to see a powerhouse for themselves? And if he really is from our Besieged country, the higher-ups will definitely want to recruit him into the official teams. Ranking rewards for the top 10 teams have been distributed. Participant Shadow's team, due to obtaining Holy Grail ownership, has received an additional special reward. The first Ascendant Challenge tournament is now concluded. Teleportation commencing. As the Fire Thief's voice faded, everyone, just like when they arrived, saw a black hole appear before them and were sucked into it. When their vision cleared again, they had all returned to their locations before the teleportation. Guan Tong stood in the materials storage room, looking at the sunset outside, a faint smile appearing on his face. This tournament was definitely worth participating in. Without a doubt, he was the biggest winner of this challenge tournament, bar none. Even though his silver hunts, smoke grenades, high explosive rounds, and Shadow, along with other abilities, were exposed to some extent, which would undoubtedly lead to intense searches for him later. It was all worth it compared to the rewards he obtained. He used the 4th page of the wordless book to obtain a shelter exclusive to him, one he could carry with him. He also enhanced Shadow's 5 senses ability and enhanced the Silver Hunt's electronic interference capability. These were all massive improvements for him, and his gains didn't stop there. Personal terminal. Guan Tong summoned the terminal panel. Name, Guan Tong. Nickname, Shadow. Title, Order Keeper. Mind Power, 134, 134, 3120. Ascension Coins, 387. Comprehensive Biological Information Evaluation, excellent. After this one tournament, lasting about 8 hours, his mind power upper limit had increased by 2 points. Compared to the previous average of gaining a point every 7 or 8 days, this was undoubtedly absurd. Guan Tong knew this was related to combat frequency, something he had speculated about before. The more intense and frequent the battles, the faster the mind power upper limit increased. But that wasn't the main point. The key was that he had used the Holy Grail buff to store over 3,000 points of reserve mind power. This absurd reserve was enough for him to use lavishly for a while. If he truly encountered danger, he could rely on it to turn peril into safety, or even briefly become a one-man army, suppressing multiple enemies. Besides the mind power reserve, he had also stored many rounds for the Silver Hunt. Guan Tong looked at the electronic screen. The numbers displayed were truly reassuring. Type 1 ammunition 97, Type 2 ammunition 58, Type 3 ammunition 215, Type 4 ammunition 136, Type 5 ammunition *61. If he had to store these bullets using his own mind power, who knows how long it would take. Now, with the Holy Grail buff support, he felt the ones generated could last him at least half a year. If future days weren't combat-heavy, they could even last a year or two without issue. Apart from these self-converted and generated items, Guan Tong still had the real rewards waiting to be checked. He opened the terminal storage box, where 2 treasure chests had appeared. First, Ascendant Challenge Tournament Champion Chest Glory Grade. Upon opening, obtain a random reward. Holy Grail Ownership Chest Unique. Upon opening, obtain a random reward. Items obtained from chests of this quality possess unique characteristics. Finally, I see Glory Grade again. Guan Tong remembered the last time he got a Glory Grade chest was also when he got first place during that marathon rule. Back then, he obtained the Gene Optimization Serum from the chest, which not only significantly increased his mind power upper limit in one go, but also allowed him to feel his body continuously being optimized afterward, leaving him very satisfied. He wondered what good stuff he could get this time. Moreover, the quality of the second chest was actually unique, something he was seeing for the first time. Judging by the description, items obtained have unique characteristics. That means once I obtain something, others can never obtain it again later. Let's open them one by one. Guan Tong opened the first champion chest. Obtained title, Victor. A title? Guan Tong was somewhat surprised. Apart from the survival chest opened after the first rule, he had finally encountered a title reward again. But unlike the previous Order Keeper or Rule Breaker, this title wasn't just a title anymore. It came with additional attributes. Victor. Equipping this title increases natural mind power recovery rate by 100%. It actually doubled the mind power recovery speed. Seeing the title's attribute, Guan Tong was extremely satisfied. For a lone wolf like him, mind power recovery speed was actually very important. Recovering 1 extra point at a critical moment could potentially decide the outcome of a battle. Although he now had over 3,000 points of reserve mind power, making the immediate recovery speed less of an urgent short-term need, it was obvious this title would become powerful in the later stages. Without another word, Guan Tong immediately chose to equip it. The Order Keeper title had been sitting in his panel for several months. It was time for a change. After changing the title, Guan Tong opened the unique quality chest. He was very eager to see what item with unique characteristics he could obtain. Obtained ability, Body Swap. An ability came out. This was the first time Guan Tong had obtained an ability from a chest. And after checking the ability details, he immediately took a deep breath. Body Swap consumes 10% of your own maximum mind power to swap positions with an object related to your mind power. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. This ability possesses uniqueness. This is simply perfect. Seeing the skill effect, Guan Tong almost immediately thought that he could use this ability to swap positions with his own shadow at critical moments. Whether it was to dodge enemy attacks, launch unexpected assaults on enemies, or even for ultra-long distance travel, it could be useful. Moreover, its usage cost couldn't be considered high. Using 10% of maximum mind power for a life-saving opportunity at a critical moment was a profitable trade, no matter how you looked at it. Truly worthy of a unique ability. The effect is just too strong. The more Guan Tong looked at the ability effect, the more he liked it, wishing he could get a few more unique chests to open and see. Since this was the first challenge tournament, there should be second and third ones in the future, right? I must strive to secure the hidden reward again then, to get another unique reward. Although the next challenge tournament seemed far off, Guan Tong had already made up his mind in advance. After the excitement subsided a bit, he gradually calmed down. Although he got first place and the hidden reward this time, looking at it now, that was already in the past. In another half-month, a new Doomsday Rule would be announced. Before that, he still needed to make more preparations. He absolutely couldn't become arrogant and complacent or start slacking off just because he won this challenge tournament. More than anything else, I need to test the fully functional shelter I wrote on the 4th page of the wordless book now. Back then, after writing it, although he successfully materialized it, he only took a quick glance at its appearance before storing it back in the book. Because he was holding the Holy Grail at the time, confirming it could be materialized was enough. He really didn't have time to go inside and look, let alone carefully study how exactly this shelter was fully functional. Now that he was back from Holy Grail Island, the most urgent task was to first study this shelter and then consider where to place it. Although it could be summoned from the wordless book at any time and stored back into the page, this process consumed mind power. Based on his tests on the island, summoning it once consumed his full mind power upper limit at the time. So, unless encountering a situation requiring departure, it was best to temporarily fix it in a specific location as much as possible. But determining the placement location could be considered later. For now, he should summon it and go inside to take a look first. Thinking this, Guan Tong went directly outside. His residential complex was usually deserted, not a ghost in sight besides him. So he simply summoned it in the open space between two collapsed buildings. The moment the shelter cabin appeared, Guan Tong's 134-point mind power upper limit dropped to only 2 points. Materializing, it consumed a full 132 points. Without the Holy Grail buff, it really feels a bit uncomfortable to get used to. Guan Tong shook his head, not letting himself dwell on how exhilarating the infinite ammo period was, and strode towards his shelter cabin. Doomsday Rules Countermeasures Research Office. After the conclusion of the first Ascendant Challenge tournament, the person in charge, Gao Liangwei, found Dr. Zhang alone and held a small meeting in the office. How was the performance of the 5 squads? I think it was pretty good, Dr. Zhang said. The first squad, Dragon Soul and his team, got 3rd place. The 4th squad got 5th place. Gao Liangwei nodded. With so many teams, having 2 of ours place is acceptable, especially that little girl. I never expected a team of just herself could actually pull it off. Hearing this, Dr. Zhang said, "To be honest, I haven't seen a mind power item more powerful than her mecha yet. If there's any flaw, it's that this child is young and her temperament isn't fully mature. Also, her personality is reclusive. She can't get along with others, which is why she's a one-person team. Let's not talk about her for now. Tell me about the eliminated 2nd, 3rd, and 5th squads. How were they eliminated?" "I've asked," Dr. Zhang said in order. The 2nd squad had bad luck, encountering the Wolfpack team from the Tulip Federation. They were outnumbered and had no choice but to be eliminated. Wolfpack team. Yes. The Federation's teams agreed on a rendezvous point before the match. After entering the island, they rushed to that point. Once gathered, they relied on their overwhelming numerical advantage to eliminate teams from other countries. Gao Yongwei said coldly, "They really thought of that. But I have to admit, doing that is indeed effective. Yes, if their alpha wolf hadn't died, they definitely would have placed. Anyway, the 2nd squad died by their hands. The third squad's elimination was somewhat special. Dr. Zhang recounted the process he heard from the team members. After listening, Gao Yongwei's expression turned very grim. If that's the case, then the captain, Gu Fei, bears an inescapable responsibility. I believe so. Back then, we chose him as captain because of his considerable talent in close combat, plus his willingness to fight and take risks. Now it seems I was a wrong choice, my mistake. What about the 5th squad? According to the reports from the 5th squad members, they were defeated by Shadow while trying to seize the hidden treasure, the Holy Grail. This Shadow also successfully survived to the end, obtaining first place and the hidden reward. Just who is this Shadow? Can we find out as soon as possible? Gao Yongwei asked. Dr. Zhang thought for a moment and said, currently, because he fought multiple people, some of his powers have been exposed. First, he can summon the living dead that appeared in the 5th rule. Second, he can create explosions and smoke within a small area. Third, he can manipulate shadow-like things to inflict damage. Gao Yongwei immediately said, pass this intelligence to relevant personnel everywhere. Tell them to pay more attention during their usual duties. If they discover anyone using similar abilities, report it immediately. All right, I'll take care of it shortly. Shadow is first. Dragon Soul's team is third. Who was the second team? The second team was Adam's team. Adam. Gao Yongwei seemed to have heard this name before. Could it be? Yes, he is a participant in the Eden project carried out by the Saroma Empire. According to secret investigations, all participants of this project were sent to an island called Eden Island. That process of nurturing the children of God takes place on that island. As for this person named Adam, it said he's the most favored candidate to be a father. His 4 teammates also seem to be his wives, who will bear children for him. Gao Yongwei was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. But this was, after all, the Saroma Empire's plan, and he couldn't interfere. After a moment of silence, he asked, was there a count of participants in this challenge tournament? R.A.B. Dr. Zhang shook his head. No, there wasn't. But the number of participants wasn't as high as imagined, because many eligible people in various countries chose to discard their invitation letters. After all, before the tournament started, no one knew what form it would take. If it turned out to be a real life-and-death battle, some people didn't want to take that risk. Gao Yongwei could understand that. As the saying goes, a man of great worth does not sit under a dangerous wall. Some people with higher status and position were unwilling to participate in a competition with an unknown format. They prefer to deal with the Doomsday Rules step by step while pooling resources, which felt safer. Regardless, the ascendants who participated in the challenge tournament are ultimately a minority. Most others basically don't care much about this competition. They are more concerned about whether they can pass the next rule, which is also our main task. After saying this, Gao Yongwei added, also, from today onward, remove Gu Fei from the Doomsday Team cultivation plan. His performance was too disappointing. Understood. Guan Tong walked to the shelter's entrance. He wasn't in a hurry to go in, instead first examining its exterior. Honestly, it differed quite a bit from the shelter Guan Tong had imagined. From the outside, it was a small wooden cabin, not much bigger than the property management storage room he currently lived in. A shelter made of wood. Really reassuring. Guan Tong muttered as he walked inside. The interior actually gave him the feeling of walking into a 30 yuan per night budget hotel room. There was a bed, a wardrobe, a wooden table with a stool, and a bathroom. Nothing else. This is too crude, isn't it? Guan Tong picked up the wordless book. That's right, it clearly said fully functional shelter on it. How does this look fully functional? Could it be like the initial shadow outline situation, that I got a super shrunken version? Guan Tong thought it was very possible. However, it definitely wasn't that disappointing, because Guan Tong quickly discovered several highlights. The room had sockets, providing electricity. The bathroom faucet produced water. The toilet could flush. The shower head could be used for bathing. But just when he finished testing everything, thinking the shelter had unlimited water and electricity resources, he noticed his mind power had silently dropped from 2 points to 1 point. Guan Tong was stunned for a moment before realizing. The shelter consumes mind power while it exists. He immediately tested it and found that was indeed the case. After the shelter was summoned, for every 10 minutes it existed, it consumed 1 point of mind power. That meant if Guan Tong wanted to maintain it 24 hours a day, he would have to spend 144 points of mind power daily. I previously recovered 1 point of mind power every 5 minutes on average. After equipping the Victor title, that decreased to 2.5 minutes per point. That's 576 points over 24 hours. He could afford to stay, but having to constantly pay rent was somewhat annoying. But who told him he desperately needed a portable shelter? And having water and electricity was indeed much more convenient, at least allowing him to take a shower every day or something. However, the defensive capability of this shelter was too low for his satisfaction. Wooden construction, it wouldn't even need other attacks. A single fire would burn it to ashes. This convinced him that this must be a shrunken version of the fully functional shelter. Perhaps when his mind power upper limit increased, summoning it again would upgrade parts of it. Mind power upper limit. Need to raise it as soon as possible. Guan Tong's current upper limit of 134 points was definitely more than an average person's, but he himself still felt it was far from enough. Yet the methods to increase it were extremely few. Currently, Guan Tong had only discovered two. One was through genetic optimization serums, and the other was through frequent, intense combat to stimulate growth. Not only was the former hard to come by, but the latter was the same. Aside from special circumstances like the challenge tournament, generally there weren't that many combat scenarios in reality. Not to mention Guan Tong, now, tried as much as possible not to act recklessly. He knew that after that Holy Grail defense battle, many people had gained some understanding of his abilities. Who knew how many people were currently searching the world for him? It was better to keep a low profile. You can't have the best of both worlds. Guan Tong decided to take things one step at a time and wait for the 6th rule to come out. Let's rest for a bit. During the 8-hour challenge tournament, Guan Tong's mind had been highly tense almost the entire time. Now that he relaxed, fatigue washed over him. He lay on the shelter's bed, looking at the wordless book in his hand, thinking, what would happen if I were inside the shelter and recalled the shelter back into the wordless book? Would I follow it into the book? Forget it. Guan Tong didn't want to recklessly experiment with his own life. What if he really went in and couldn't get out? If he really wanted to test it, he could buy a mouse later, put it inside the room, and test it from the outside. Lying on the bed, drowsiness surged, and he soon fell asleep. The night passed without incident. The next day, he woke up, took a shower, and while his hair was drying, he took out his phone to browse. Regarding yesterday's concluded challenge tournament, online discussion wasn't high, but there were some popular posts. One post with over 10,000 replies discussed none other than him. The post title was In-Depth Analysis of Champion Ascendant Shadow Boss's Ability Composition. Guan Tong clicked in a look. The poster was someone who participated in the challenge tournament and claimed they went to seize the Holy Grail, ultimately dying under the Black Spikes. Guan Tong knew what the poster called Black Spikes was the materialized Thorn Shadow Kill Array. Afterwards, the poster solemnly analyzed, with some parts right and some wrong. The right part was that the Black Spikes can transform. The wrong parts included analysis claiming Shadow laid landmines all over the ground and such. However, what made this post popular wasn't the poster's analysis, but rather a comment in the thread. A user with the ID Snow Traces commented, Shadow is just a pervert who likes tentacles and poop. Seeing this comment, Guan Tong almost immediately determined this was the person who piloted the mecha. Not only did he recognize it, but many other participants also recognized her from this ID. Snow Traces, the boss who ranked 5th in the challenge tournament. That white mecha, I saw it too. Snow Traces, do you remember me? I'm the one you killed with one slash of your lightsaber. I also saw that mecha. It's literally the coolest mind power item I've ever seen. I'm so jealous. Many participants who saw that mecha on the island replied. Guan Tong certainly had no intention of replying. He thought this person dared to swing a power sword to chop people, yet could be scared off by some disgusting things. She was truly a bizarre character too. Moreover, what he was really concerned about was that Lucifer. The latter said his wings were called fallen angel wings, which were indeed quite powerful and somewhat counter to Shadow's. Although that guy was a foreigner, and they probably wouldn't meet normally, as someone with a sense of crisis, Guan Tong kept thinking about this matter. How to deal with enemies who countered him. Previously, relying only on the grappling hook, he definitely couldn't outrun Lucifer, a birdman with wings. But after gaining the shifting positions ability, combined with his shadow now having vision, he could have the shadow, with vision enabled, quickly move to an extremely distant location outside Guan Tong's field of view. Then activating the ability would allow for ultra-long distance teleportation escape. But just focusing on escape had no future. He still needed to think about how to win. Guan Tong pondered for a while. Once his hair was almost dry, he set this matter aside for now and went out to take care of the shelter experiment. On the streets of Yin Hua City, a young man walked with vacant eyes. He seemed to have no destination, unsure of where to go. Thump! A passerby collided with him. The passerby immediately frowned and said, "What are you doing? Not watching where you're going, you." Halfway through the sentence, when a young man's murderous gaze locked onto him, the passerby instantly gulped, lowered his head, and quickly hurried away. I never thought Gu Fei would fall to such a state. The young man was none other than Gu Fei, the former captain of Squad 3. The failure of Squad 3 in this Ascended Challenge tournament had made him the person most responsible. Actually, the moment he was killed on Holy Grail Island, he already had a premonition that he would be punished. But he never expected that the final decision from above would be to expel him from the squad and confiscate all the items previously invested in him. This feeling was like being cast from heaven into hell. After handing over the items to the official personnel, Gu Fei left the base in a daze, wandering aimlessly through the streets. He knew that from now on, he was no longer a member of the official organization and could no longer enjoy comprehensive protection and limitless investment. Even if his mind power upper limit surpassed that of ordinary people, so what? Gu Fei understood very clearly that after leaving the official team, soon, those former teammates who were once inferior to him would surpass him. And he could never go back, only surviving as an ordinary person. The sheer disparity of it all was something he couldn't accept. Gu Fei walked, and when he came back to his senses, he found himself on the rooftop of a tall building. Standing at the edge and looking down, he raised his right hand. His mind power item, that curved blade, appeared in his grasp. Gu Fei slowly placed the curved blade horizontally against his neck, his hand trembling slightly. Before today, the thought of suicide had never crossed his mind, but now his spirit had completely collapsed. He simply couldn't accept falling from the lofty position of an official team captain to being merely a slightly stronger ordinary person. He would use his own weapon to cut his throat, then let his body plummet from the building. A former official team captain, and this is all the resolve you have? Just as Gu Fei was about to act, a voice suddenly came from behind. Getting kicked out of the team, and you want to kill yourself? That's so fragile, it's almost laughable. Gu Fei whirled around sharply. A short-haired woman in a suit stood not far away. Who are you? Is who I am really that important? Gu Fei wasn't stupid. He knew this woman must have been watching him for some time. Otherwise, she wouldn't have followed him to the rooftop of this abandoned building. He pointed the curved blade at the woman and said coldly, "Why are you following me? Speak, or I'll kill you right now." "Relax, I'm not interested in you. It's just that the commander sent me to assess your situation. And from the looks of it now, the results don't seem promising. What use is a person who so easily decides to end their own life, no matter how strong they are?" "RNB. Commander?" Gu Fei frowned. "Who is this commander you're talking about?" He had just been kicked out of the official team, and immediately this commander sent someone to assess him. That was clearly suspicious. How did this commander know about his captain's status and internal information from the Countermeasures Research Office? "The commander is the commander," the short-haired woman said. "Gu Fei, let me be direct. You went through round after round of selection to become captain. I think you understand the difficulty of that better than anyone. If you want to die, then go ahead. But if you still feel unwilling, if you want to prove yourself, if you want revenge, then the commander might give you a chance." Prove himself, revenge. Gu Fei's right hand, holding the curved blade, slowly lowered unconsciously. "Take me to see your commander." The short-haired woman smiled slightly. "The commander is not in Yinhua. Since you have this intention, I will report your situation. If the commander is willing, he will summon you. Until then, you wait." After saying this, the woman turned and left. Gu Fei stood in place, silent for a long time, his gaze gradually hardening. "That's right, I can't just die like this. That would be too pathetic. Even if I'm kicked out of the official team, can I, Gu Fei rely on my strength to join another organization and gain resources? Sooner or later, the short-haired woman, now downstairs, took out a small phone and made a call. Commander, Gu Fei wants to see you. Let him wait, came the voice from the phone. It was precisely the voice of Big Sister, the founder of the Qing May Society. I'll find time to see him later. Commander, forgive me for speaking out of turn. This Gu Fei actually wanted to commit suicide after being expelled from the official team. Is someone with such a weak character really worth cultivating? Big Sister chuckled. Child, that's not weakness. Truly weak people don't dare to commit suicide. Since this Gu Fei dares to kill himself, he dares to kill others. With proper guidance, he can become a useful blade in our hands. Yes, Commander. I understand. The city is changing so fast. Guan Tong walked down the street. Having not gone out for a while, the urban area of Yin Hua City had transformed dramatically. First, both sides of the streets had been completely cleared out. Shops, bus stops, even the roadside trees and flower beds in the green belts had been removed. And on these cleared spaces, what was being constructed were undoubtedly the various size shelters proposed by the authorities earlier. Guan Tong noticed these shelters weren't being built directly from ground level. Instead, deep pits and large holes were dug first. This meant the shelters would have both underground and above-ground levels, clearly aiming for a professional-grade construction. Seeing this, he couldn't help but marvel at the high efficiency of the official action. At this rate, he estimated that in another 1 or 2 rounds of rules, these shelters could be put into preliminary use. He was just a bit curious. Once all these professional-grade shelters were built and people moved in, would there still be anyone outside? The thought of streets filled with shelters, not a single human figure in sight, gave Guan Tong an inexplicable sense of eeriness. But in the era of the Doomsday Rules, everything must yield to survival. And as long as humanity survived these 49 Doomsday Rules, if there were still a large number of survivors by then, relying on the accumulated items, abilities, and mind power from these rounds of rules, perhaps humanity as a whole would be elevated to a brand new golden age. Guan Tong wandered through the streets and alleys. He didn't find Mousy, but he did find a stray cat with pure black fur and jade-green eyes. This was quite rare because the 4th rule, snow in June, had caused wildlife in urban areas to almost disappear. During that rule, even humans faced numerous difficulties just surviving, let alone stray cats and dogs. Guan Tong took out a sausage he carried with him and successfully brought the little black cat back. He placed the little black cat in a room inside the shelter, where he also stored some supplies and other items. Then he stood outside the door, closed it, and returned the shelter to the wordless book. The next moment, the shelter disappeared without a trace, along with the supplies and the little black cat inside. It all went into the book. He summoned it again, opened the door, and went inside. The little black cat was lying on the bed, and the supplies were still in their original positions. This experimental result greatly satisfied Guan Tong. He had previously worried that if he stored supplies inside the shelter, once he recalled the shelter, all the supplies would fall to the ground. That would be very troublesome when relocation was needed. But now it seemed that items placed inside the shelter became part of the shelter itself, moving in and out of the book pages along with it. And it wasn't just inanimate objects, even living creatures worked. At least from the little black cat's condition, it didn't seem harmed during the process. If anyone crosses me in the future, I can lure them into this shelter, then directly recall it into the book pages, trapping them to death. As Guan Tong was thinking this, the little black cat gave a meow, jumped to his feet, and rubbed its head against his pant leg. Look at you, all pitch black, just like the color of my shadow. Guan Tong squatted down and rubbed the little black cat's head. You can stay with me from now on. He had originally gone out just to find a living creature for the shelter recall experiment. But now, looking at this little black cat, he found it quite cute and simply decided to adopt it himself. Guan Tong thought this was fine. At least he'd have a living companion. Although his personality wasn't very outgoing, staying alone all the time occasionally brought a sense of loneliness. Having a little black cat around wasn't bad. What should I name you? Guan Tong looked at the pitch-black cat and thought for a moment. I'll call you Coalball. Meow. The little black cat meowed. Whether in agreement or protest was unclear, but Guan Tong decided on the name. Come on, Coalball, let's get you washed first. Look how dirty you are. Guan Tong picked up Cold Ball and took it to the bathroom for a bath, then fed it some biscuits and sausage. After eating and drinking its fill, Cold Ball quickly jumped onto the bed, lay down, and closed its eyes to sleep. Watching from the side, Guan Tong felt quite pleased. Cold Ball didn't seem very afraid of people, but it wasn't a clingy cat either. That was fine. Guan Tong didn't need too much interaction. Just having another living creature in the space, besides himself, could somewhat alleviate the feeling of loneliness. Next is waiting for the 6th rule to be announced. Sitting at the table, Guan Tong thought about how to spend these 10-plus days. He had already stockpiled a lot of reserve mind power and silver hunt bullets. Stockpiling more wasn't impossible, but he felt the returns wouldn't be as significant as before. Is there another way to improve my strength from a different angle? As he pondered, his eyes suddenly lit up. How could he have forgotten that? He hurriedly plugged in and turned on the computer, accessing the official website of the Mind Power Academy. That's right. With so much happening during the tournament, his mind had been a bit chaotic, and he had completely forgotten about Su Xiaoan's course, Mind Power Flow. If he wanted to find other ways to improve his strength, Su Xiaoan's unique application of mind power was naturally the first choice. Imagine if he could also circulate mind power throughout his body like Su Xiaoan. With his vast reserve of mind power, he could definitely unleash considerable power. However, Su Xiaoan had also said before that learning her system required some talent, patience to work hard, memorizing human acupuncture points, and learning how to circulate qi. I'll give a serious try. Best if I can learn it. If not, then forget it. Having made up his mind, Guan Tong clicked into Su Xiaoan's course channel. But only after clicking in did he realize a somewhat strange issue. What network was this laptop connected to? Previously, when Guan Tong used a laptop to go online, he would turn on his phone's hotspot for the computer to connect. But now, the laptop seemed to automatically connect to the network as soon as it was plugged in and turned on. He checked it. The network connection displayed unknown wireless. Could it be that this is the peculiar network that comes with my shelter? Realizing this, Guan Tong immediately had a deeper thought. If I use the network inside the shelter, can I avoid being tracked online? Guan Tong immediately ran a few tests related to network tracing. He casually logged into several websites and checked the IP location for his address, but every result showed unknown location. Then he tried several different ways to test the IP and location, but every result was either unknown or failed to display. He even opened a map app and selected positioning. A few seconds later, the app popped up a message, "Service not available in this area." I kind of feel like the shelter is in another world, as if it's been cut off from reality. Guan Tong conducted an experiment. He took his phone outside, started recording, then returned inside and closed the door. After a while, he went back outside and checked the phone. The video had been recording the whole time, and the room did not disappear. This proved the shelter existed physically, but its functions, more precisely, its energy, were self-generated. You could say they were produced by mind power, so the shelter did not connect to the outside world. The electricity, water, and even the unlocatable wireless network were all products converted from Guan Tong's mind power. This discovery made Guan Tong realize, for the first time, that the shelter was far more powerful than he had imagined. At the very least, he certainly couldn't convert mind power into water, electricity, and networks by himself. No wonder it was called an all-purpose shelter. He had underestimated it before. That makes browsing the web a lot more convenient. Guan Tong thought. He rarely spoke online, mostly just read. He worried that if he said something important, someone with malicious intent could trace it through the network and find him. Now that he had confirmed he couldn't be traced, if he obtained important intelligence later, he could safely post it online, which might help some people. Buzz, buzz. His phone vibrated. Guan Tong picked it up. It was a call from Su Xiaoan. "Hey, Xiaoan, what's up?" "Nothing much, Tongji. The challenge is over, right? I wanted to tell you. Our team ran into a group of illegal squads and got wiped out at once," Su Xiaoan sighed. "The Wolfpack teams, huh?" Guan Tong had seen many players online angrily cursing the Tulip Federation's Wolfpack teams. Other countries sent teams out one by one, but the Federation's Wolfpack gathered dozens of teams to act together. How can anyone stand a chance? He personally hadn't encountered them, and he didn't know whether the Wolfpack had gone after the Holy Grail later. He only knew that whoever entered the smoke, he treated the same and eliminated. Exactly. I don't know what they were thinking. Even if they wiped out all the teams from other countries, wouldn't they eventually fight among themselves to decide the top 10? Maybe they think that way the top 10 rewards will all go to teams from their federation. True, but it still feels disgusting. Hey, there's something big. Su Xiaoyan's tone turned more serious. Tongji, did you know Yong'an might restrict entry soon? With grave new ES. Really? Seems like too many people are flocking to the capital from all over the country every day. You wouldn't believe it. A lot of newcomers have nowhere to live and have to sleep on the streets. A classmate told me Yong'an's population has passed 100 million. That's a lot. Guan Tong knew that after the heavy snow and the living dead rule, megacities have been accelerating their siphoning of the national population, including Yin Hua. New arrivals had surged. Thinking about Wang Yan's previous longing for the capital, hoping her daughter Chun Na could study and live there, he realized many people likely shared similar aspirations, naturally causing Yong'an's population explosion. Yeah, so I called to tell you. If you don't come now, once they start restricting entry, it will be hard to get into the city. If you're worried about not having a place to stay, I'll make room for you in our dorm. Thanks, Xiaoyan, but I really don't plan to go to Yong'an in the short term. You should focus on studying at the academy. Don't worry about me. All right then. When you do decide to come, call me, and I'll pick you up. Will do. After hanging up, Guan Tong thought that apart from the megacities, other places would probably be sparsely populated from now on. This situation wasn't unique to Beijing country. Other countries were likely similar. When facing disaster, people tended to cluster together for mutual defense. Better watch the online lessons. Worrying wouldn't help, so Guan Tong refocused on the online class. Over the next 10 days or so, he mainly watched Jingyi's courses, memorizing acupuncture point locations and trying to learn mind power flow. According to Jingyi, learning the basics of circulating internal energy required 3 months to half a year of diligent daily practice. But that experience was from before the Doomsday Rules era. In this era, if talent was sufficient, progress would be much faster. What used to take half a year might now take 3 months. What used to take 3 months might now take 1. This was because the emergence of mind power had subtly begun to alter people's bodies. Experts have been tracking and studying mind power's effects on human physiology and periodically released results. Public reports indicated that people with higher mind power saw various bodily functions improve by about 30% to 50% in just a few months. And that improvement trend was incremental. Researchers estimated that after another 3 to 4 rule cycles, people with high mind power could have physiological functions improve by 80% to 100% compared to before the Doomsday Rules. That meant even without considering abilities or items, just looking at body quality and function, the high mind power people would be roughly twice as enhanced as their previous selves. Doubling might still be humanly limited, but the most important thing was the growth trend. If this continued, humanity would eventually reach levels previously unthinkable. What society would become then was unpredictable. So people now could do little except not think too far ahead and instead focus on the rules they had to face now. The 10 days flew by. Night of September 14th. Guan Tong lay in bed with the black cat coal ball sprawled beside him, lazily stretching. Tomorrow the new rule will be announced. Guan Tong opened the terminal and checked the Ascension store. No new items have been listed. Before the Ascendant Challenge tournament, the store had stocked drones and lockpicking tools, clearly for that event. But after the tournament, up until today, the Ascension store hadn't added anything new. That made it hard for people to predict what the 6th rule might involve. I bet the research departments are more anxious than I am. Without being able to predict the rule, you couldn't prepare resources in advance. Preparing after the rule was revealed would definitely be too late. Guan Tong closed the store and opened the transaction market. Since the Living Dead rule, item prices had remained high and had only slightly fallen now. If Guan Tong had cared before and wanted to buy, after the challenge, he felt many items were actually somewhat redundant, especially attack and defense items. If your own mind power, items, or abilities already provided attack and defense, it was better to save Ascension coins and buy special items instead. For example, Guan Tong's Shadow provided both offense and defense, so ordinary attack and defense items weren't important to him. Many people thought the same, so prices for some uniquely effective items had become outrageous. The panacea he had seen listed for 15,000 was gone. He didn't know if it had been sold or delisted. He scanned for a while and found an overpriced piece of equipment. Mind Pendant. When equipped, mind power usage reduced by 15%. Price, 500,000 Ascension coins. The effect was indeed good. Use enough, it'd save a lot. But the price was absurd. 500,000 Ascension coins. Most small or medium organizations couldn't afford it. Only official bodies or large civil organizations could swallow that. Looks like the market has nothing for an unaligned lone wolf like me. Guan Tong closed his eyes. Tomorrow was rule release day. He decided to sleep early and rest. The next morning, just like before rule announcements, the sounds of excavators, transport trucks, and so on all stopped. The city seemed to have been muted. Since some previous rule, every rule release day the city grew unusually quiet. Everyone either stayed alone or with a few others, silently waiting. Some didn't only wait. They performed strange, welcoming rituals, mostly religious groups. Guan Tong had seen online that after the Doomsday Rules began, foreign countries had seen religions crop up that worshipped the fire thief. Believers thought the fire thief was a deity incarnate or a messenger sent by the gods to purify this filthy world. On rule announcement days, these followers would gather to perform rituals and sing hymns. The videos of those rituals often made ordinary viewers very uneasy. It wasn't surprising. When gods were only abstract in the past, religion could still wield tremendous power. Now the fire thief had actually demonstrated the power to manipulate nature and take life at will. For believers, a living, intermittently powerful god like this was more tangible and worship-worthy than any mythic deity of old. Guan Tong didn't care much about these movements, and they were largely expanding overseas with little foothold in Beijing country. But he suspected the authorities might worry. If followers of the fire thief became collaborators and helped implement rules instead of resisting them, that would be a disaster for humanity. Time ticked to 9 o'clock. As before, the fire thief's voice arrived on schedule, echoing in everyone's mind. The 6th Doomsday Rule has been released. Doomsday Rules 6, Lethal Hemorrhagic Plague. Rule content. From the rule's release, a virus transmitted through the air and blood will begin to spread worldwide. This virus is highly lethal. Infected persons will die of explosive bleeding within 24 hours. This rule will last 15 days. Success reward. 300 Ascension coins, silver tier survival chest. Failure penalty, none. Note: since humanity's birth, plagues have always accompanied it. Fortunately, humanity has survived major pandemics each time. Will you be lucky enough to survive this time? When the fire thief's voice ended, the city erupted in curses. An infectious virus. Airborne 2. Damn the fire thief. How many people will this kill? Why another survival type rule? This is over. As soon as I saw survival chest and the reward, I knew a lot of people would die this time. It was actually a virus that could be transmitted through the air and blood. After hearing the fire thief finish explaining the rule's content, Guan Tong instinctively looked up at the closed door. The water, electricity, and network of my shelter are all independent, so the air inside this room shouldn't be connected to the outside either. As long as I stay put for 15 days, it should be relatively safe. Guan Tong's first reaction was to stay in a shelter for 15 days without going out, because this rule was truly terrifying. A highly lethal virus that causes death within 24 hours of infection, and it could even spread through the air. Unless you had professional protective equipment, simply being exposed to the outside air carried the risk of infection. To go outside, I would need full-body protective gear and also professional-grade oxygen masks and tanks. I don't have any of that. The supplies Guan Tong had here were only food, some basic everyday items like lighters, common medicines, and so on. He did have some protective items, but they were just ordinary-grade masks and disinfectant. He certainly didn't dare to rely on these things to go outside casually. The remaining food I have is definitely enough to support me and Cobalt for 15 days. It's just that with a disaster of this level, the casualties this time are probably... Guan Tong hardly dared to think about how many people would die after this rule. In terms of lethality to humans, This blood plague virus was far more terrifying than the previous snow disaster. Let's first see what the hidden rule is. Guan Tong took a deep breath, temporarily pushing aside thoughts of how terrifying this rule was, and opened the terminal panel to check the rule details. Under his gaze, the hidden rule quickly assembled and appeared. Hidden Rule 6, Genetic Lottery. Hidden rule content. During this rule, an extremely small number of humans are naturally born with adaptive antibodies to the virus. After being infected, they will not die from explosive hemorrhaging. Instead, within 24 hours, they will gain a special ability called infection perception. This ability allows them to sense whether people within a 100-meter range are infected. Extracting the serum from such individuals and injecting it into oneself can provide immunity to cure the virus. Note, are you willing to win this genetic lottery? After reading the hidden information, Guan Tong's first feeling was actually one of horror. Was the fire thief doing this on purpose? Humans who discover they possess infection perception within 24 hours of infection, if they're smart enough, would absolutely realize they have antibodies. At that point, their first priority would be to stay away from others otherwise. Once the information of this hidden rule is discovered by the general public, those who possess this so-called genetic lottery would undoubtedly become targets of collective pursuit and hunting. If caught by certain violent groups, they might even be drained of blood until they die. And this scenario of humans killing each other seemed to be exactly the kind of picture the fire thief most enjoyed seeing. Guan Tong felt a chill in his heart. He absolutely could not publicize this kind of hidden rule. Even if there was an untraceable network, he would never send it out, because he didn't know if doing so would be saving people or killing them. Perhaps those saved by extracting and injecting the serum would be grateful to him. But what about those genetic lottery winners? Once they're killed, on whose head would their lives be counted? Too terrifying. This was the only thought in Guan Tong's mind at this moment. This hidden rule was completely guiding people to kill each other for survival. Combining it with all the past rules, Guan Tong couldn't help but wonder, if things continue like this, how many living people will be left on this planet in the end? And with Tilden Beta, even knowing full well that the fire thief's goal is to screen humanity, how many people can accept all of this with peace of mind, completely unmoved? And what can I do? Guan Tong sat back down on the bed in silence. Apart from hiding in his own shelter and enduring these 15 days, it seemed like he couldn't do anything. During the previous night of the living dead, he could rush to eliminate the matriarch converter immediately, even though doing so was to obtain the special reward. Objectively speaking, eliminating the converter early meant ending the living dead transformation in this region a significant amount of time ahead of schedule. This, more or less, could indirectly save some people who would have originally died from the living dead attacks. But now, facing this fatal blood plague rule, Guan Tong found that all the abilities he was proud of were useless. Whether it was Shadow or the Silver Hunt, neither would be of any use during this rule. Because the virus was an enemy you simply couldn't see. Not just Guan Tong himself, but if you counted all the strong individuals he encountered in the tournament, every single one of them who could do anything about the virus. Take Lucifer, for example. Even if he had wings and could fly, does that mean there's no air at high altitudes? It's not like flying into outer space. You could still get infected. Meow. Cole Ball meowed at this moment, seemingly hungry, its eyes fixed on the backpack containing supplies. Guan Tong sighed somewhat helplessly, got it some food, and seeing it eat leisurely, he even felt a little envious of the animal's ignorance. However, watching Cole Ball eat, Guan Tong suddenly remembered an idea he had once had. That was, he had thought that once his mind power was high enough, he could rely on the wordless book to be self-sufficient. If he ran out of food, he could just write food on it. Self-sufficiency. Guan Tong took the wordless book out of the storage box and flipped through the pages one by one. Shadow, Silver Hunt, Mind Power, Shelter. The content on each page had provided him with tremendous help, allowing him to survive the past rules. He flipped to the 5th page and once again tried to pick up the pen. His mind power upper limit was 132 on Holy Grail Island. After the tournament ended, it became 134. Now, half a month later, it had increased by another 1 point, reaching 135. Could the extra 3 points compared to back then allow me to put pen to paper? Holding onto a sliver of hope, he tried to write on it, but the next moment, his right hand was pushed away. Hope shattered instantly. Guan Tong threw the pen aside. Still can't do it, huh? At the moment he tried to write, the only two characters he wanted to write were serum. That's right. Since his wordless book could materialize anything, why couldn't it materialize the serum antidote needed for this blood plague rule? If he could manufacture large quantities of serum, could he save many people? This sudden thought made him attempt it, but the result was failure. But failure didn't mean the end. Instead, the emergence of this idea gave Guan Tong a feeling of opening up new ways of thinking. In the past, it was always the fire thief announcing rules and making moves, while humans could only react and take the hits, with their greatest hope being not to be killed by that move. But today, at this moment, for the first time, Guan Tong had the thought of countering the move. If the wordless book can open enough pages, and if there's enough mind power, perhaps one day in the future, it really could oppose the fire thief's rules. As long as it succeeds once, it means hope exists. This optimism took deep root in Guan Tong's heart. At the Doomsday Rules Countermeasures Research Office, an emergency seminar regarding the 6th Doomsday Rule was being held. Every attendee was currently wearing professional antivirus oxygen masks and high-level protective gear, ensuring that not a single patch of their skin came into contact with the air. The authorities had spent enormous resources to establish this countermeasures research office and had allocated them what was almost the highest-level underground safety bunker, all with the goal of having them contribute to dealing with the Doomsday Rules. Therefore, no one in the research office dared to be negligent. Since its establishment, anyone who was not dedicated to their work or engaged in behavior like violating regulations or leaking secrets had all been punished or dismissed by Gao Yongwei. Everyone. Gao Yongwei's voice came through the mask, sounding somewhat muffled, but the gravity in his tone was something anyone could hear. We are currently in a safe bunker, wearing the highest-level protective gear, with 24-hour circulating oxygen supply. But don't forget, the vast number of our citizens are now in extreme danger. Every minute and second we delay, a large number of people might become infected. So, I don't want to hear a single word of nonsense. Yes, currently, the construction of shelters in major cities is still ongoing and not yet completed. Most people are still staying at their original gathering points. But this time is different from during the snow disaster rule. Crowds at gathering points need to be forcibly dispersed and relocated. Otherwise, the number of infected will explode rapidly. Disaster prevention, disease control, emergency centers, etc. are all mobilized. Staff must be equipped with professional-level protective equipment, and ordinary civilians should be issued protective masks and oxygen tanks. How should the infected be handled? Someone raised the key question. Also, should we research the virus? If the virus was going to exist long-term, then not researching it would be impossible. But the duration of this rule was only 15 days. Accomplishing all this in half a month was almost impossible. It was more likely that even if virus cells were extracted, the rule's time limit would end before any substantial research results were achieved. By then, the virus would disappear along with the rule, rendering all the effort wasted. Research is needed. Gao Yongwei stated firmly at this point. Have virologists conduct the research. Regardless of whether there are results, we cannot give up the opportunity. As for how to handle the infected, it depends on the infection situation. If there are no external symptoms after infection, and death by explosive hemorrhaging occurs at a random time within 24 hours, then I'm afraid there's no other method besides isolating each person individually. If there are obvious changes after infection, like bleeding, soaring body temperature, etc., then upon discovering one, Gao Yongwei paused. Administer euthanasia to one. At least don't let people suffer so much when they go. Understood. We will immediately convey the message to all regions. And most importantly, find the hidden content of the rule as soon as possible. Gao Yongwei said gravely. Based on the experience from the previous rules, we can conclude that each rule has hidden content behind it. If we can find it quickly, we might be able to save many lives. We absolutely cannot be careless. After the meeting ended, everyone hurried off to carry out their respective tasks. Dr. Zhang, responsible for the selection and training of Doomsday Team personnel, stayed behind alone. Gao Yongwei asked, Dr. Zhang, is there something else? Dr. Zhang said, it's like this. I believe the personnel of the several teams need key protection. So, I would like to apply to you to purchase some special medicinal type items on the terminal market and distribute them. Special medicinal items? Gao Yongwei frowned. You should know that the prices for those things on the terminal market are the highest. Yes. Dr. Zhang nodded. He knew that some medicines on the market had effects that could almost be called miraculous. While they couldn't bring people back from the dead, medicines that could instantly cure a seriously ill patient after taking them did indeed exist. Undoubtedly, top-level figures in various countries had a strong demand for such medicinal items. This led to the prices of such medicines being astronomical, some even selling for 6 or 7-digit amounts of ascension coins, snapped up instantly after being listed. But what if a key member of the team, especially a captain, gets infected and needs such medicine to save their life at a critical moment? This is also for the sake of the overall situation. I hope you can approve this budget. Even though the Doomsday team could receive official investment, the investment wasn't unlimited. For consumption reaching the level of 6 or 7-digit ascension coins, without the approval of the person in charge, Gao Yongwei, it really wouldn't be possible. Gao Yongwei thought for a moment and then nodded. All right, but I can only approve a budget of 800,000 for you. How much you can buy with that is up to you. After the 6th rule began, people at various gathering points began to surge out rapidly. Before the official evacuation efforts had even started, many people were already seeking their own way out. If the virus was only transmitted through the air, perhaps people would still gather for shelter. But if the virus could also be transmitted through blood, then gathering in one place would be far more dangerous, especially since infected individuals would burst and bleed to death within 24 hours. If you were unlucky enough to have someone else's blood splatter on you, causing your own infection, that would truly be an undeserved disaster. Even if you didn't come into contact with an infected person's blood, would an infected person's explosive bleeding produce more viruses? This was also a concern for everyone. So people decided to seek shelter separately, and many planned to leave the city. Some people with knowledge of viruses knew that airborne viruses might seem terrifying, but they don't necessarily cause a 100% infection rate. Because viruses like certain strains of influenza are airborne. Yet not everyone gets infected. This is also related to the concentration of the virus in the air. Some believe that this rule might be similar to the snow disaster situation, meaning that in places with fewer people, the concentration of the virus in the air would be lower, and the probability of infection would be relatively low. This notion spread across the internet immediately. Even though the authorities specifically issued statements explaining that the virus was still under urgent collection and study, and no conclusions have been reached yet, people still firmly believe in the idea that fewer people means less virus in the air. Thus, after experiencing the previous massive wave of people entering the cities, major cities now witnessed an equally astonishing wave of people leaving. A large number of people carrying food drove their own cars or shared vehicles out of the city. Some chose to go to remote areas of the city, holing up in some abandoned civilian house, tightly shutting the door, hoping they would have enough luck to survive these 2 weeks without getting infected. Besides those who chose to leave, another portion chose to stay at the gathering points. Among them, some are resolutely waiting for official rescue. Others stayed because they harbored immense fear of surviving alone. In their view, going to places with fewer people might be correct, but even if it was correct, they dared not stray far from crowds. The sense of security provided by a crowd was, to them, even more important than a higher survival rate. Another portion had completely adopted a let-it-rot mentality, just staying at the gathering point, eating and drinking as usual, not taking any virus seriously at all. It would be best if they didn't get infected. If they did, they would just die. Besides, there were others at the gathering point for company. If they really got infected, it wouldn't be just them. There would be companions on the road to the Yellow Springs, so they wouldn't walk alone. Thus, under different perceptions and different choices, the city's population began a massive divergence. The number of people choosing to stay at gathering points and those choosing to leave to survive was roughly half and half. But even if only half chose to leave the city, it was enough to keep car horns blaring incessantly throughout the city. Faced with millions, even tens of millions of people leaving the city, one could imagine how congested the roads would become. Beep, beep, beep. Move it, car in front. It's completely blocked. On the highway leading out of the city via North Avenue, a man pressed his horn hard and slapped the steering wheel frantically, but it was utterly useless, because the owner of the car in front of him was also urging the car ahead of them. The man wanted to get out and see how far the traffic jam stretched, but when his hand touched the door handle, he jerked it back as if electrocuted. No, can't go out. The air outside has the virus. Even though the man clearly knew his car wasn't sealed tight enough to keep outside air from entering for psychological comfort, he still felt staying inside this enclosed space was safer. Beep, beep. The continuous blaring of horns still sounded from front and back, making the man extremely agitated and irritable. He took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled, trying to ease the anxiety and unease in his heart. Although in this era, almost everyone smoked e-cigarettes with privately customized flavors, he was an unwavering traditionalist, always buying packaged paper cigarettes. He believed there were already enough electronic things in life, and some non-electronic products should be preserved. Phew! After finishing one, the man lit another. Afraid of the virus, the man didn't dare open the window, so the smoke swirled and lingered inside the car. Soon, another cigarette was finished. Just as the man was about to light a third, the sound of a crash and screams suddenly came from not far ahead. What's going on? He quickly sat up straight and looked forward. He saw a car not far ahead seem to have lost control, surging forward and reversing wildly, colliding with vehicles in front and behind several times. The one screaming seemed to be the owner of the car behind, a middle-aged man wearing a mask who had gotten out of his vehicle. He had apparently gotten out to ask the driver in front what was happening, but after seeing something, he actually screamed, ran back to his own car, and reversed, causing a chain reaction collision. While the man was puzzled, he saw the door of the now stopped out-of-control car open, and a person staggered out. With just one glance, the man's face revealed a mix of horror and panic. The car owner's 7 orifices were continuously bleeding, dripping onto his clothes and the ground, but he seemed not to have lost consciousness yet, still struggling to open his mouth and shout, "Help! Help me! An infected person! Beep, beep! Bang!" All the vehicles that had turned off their engines to wait immediately started up, honked, and tried to get away from that person. But everything around was completely blocked. There was no room to maneuver. They could only stomp the accelerator to the floor, trying to ram the cars beside them. The scene became chaotic in an instant. The man holding the third cigarette through the front car's windshield personally witnessed the infected person struggle for over 10 seconds before his entire body popped, exploded with a massive amount of blood, then collapsed to the ground dead. Fuck. The man immediately jerked the steering wheel hard, stomped on the accelerator, and like everyone else, rammed into other cars, wanted to get away from that infected person who had exploded and bled to death as quickly as possible. Who knew if, after an infected person exploded and bled to death, the virus on their body would surge into the air again? Wouldn't the probability of infection for people nearby be higher than elsewhere? Those who saw the situation wanted to drive away. Those who didn't see it followed others who were running. For a time, the entire road became utterly chaotic. Lihua Hotel, this gathering point where Guan Tong had briefly stayed for a period had, after experiencing the snow disaster rule, stabilized its resident population. Most were the same old residents from before. New residents who wanted to join had to participate in the daily morning mutual aid sharing sessions as required by the old residents. When Guan Tong was here before, these sharing sessions weren't mandatory. But during the snow disaster rule, the session's original founder, Teacher Feng, died from a high fever illness. After the rule ended, the old residents unanimously set the rule. Anyone living here must participate. Now, 1 hour after the 6th rule, Fatal Blood Plague, was announced, all residents of Lihua Hotel were gathered in the lobby, sitting in a circle. We don't need to be afraid. As long as our hearts are firm, we will definitely pull through. That's right, the rules can't defeat us. As long as we unite, any virus is fake, it cannot invade our bodies. Someone suggested, let's all sing the group song together. This suggestion was immediately met with everyone's response. Holding each other's hands, they began to sing the group song. Tomorrow will be better. The wings of hope are flying. The wishes of anticipation are shining. Let us shout together, tomorrow will be better. The singing of over 100 people echoed in the hotel lobby, with warm smiles on everyone's faces. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, urgent knocking came from outside the door. Looking through the window, they saw staff wearing Emergency Management Bureau uniforms and viral protective masks. After the hotel's glass door was damaged during the snow disaster rule, the residents had replaced it with a large wooden door, leaving only a small window for external communication and receiving items. The person in charge of the gathering point got up and went to the window, asking, "What is it?" "We're from the Emergency Management Bureau, delivering viral protective equipment to each gathering point as ordered," the staff member asked. "How many people are at this gathering point?" The person in charge shook his head. "We don't need any protective equipment. We are all people with pure hearts. Singing the group song can resist the viral disaster." The staff member outside the window was stunned, wondering if his ears were malfunctioning. "What did you say?" "I said we don't need it. Give those devices to those with weak hearts. They might need them." The staff member angrily said, "Who are you? What right do you have to reject equipment on behalf of others?" "I am the person in charge of this gathering point, and I'm not representing others, because everyone thinks the same as I do." "That's right. We don't need those things. Take them away quickly. Our group song can resist the virus. Look, there are over 100 of us here, and not a single infected person has appeared." Others came to the window and spoke one after another. The few still sitting on the floor showed faint signs of wavering on their faces. They undoubtedly wanted the protective equipment, but faced with the firm attitude of the majority at this moment, they were momentarily swept along, not daring to show their true thoughts. Seeing this, the staff member outside the window didn't know what to say for a moment. Then another staff member stepped forward and asked, "Are you sure you don't want the protective equipment? This equipment is limited in quantity. Once it's distributed, if you want it later, you'll have to wait for newly manufactured ones." The person in charge of the gathering point nodded. "Yes, we're sure we don't need it." "Then let's go," that staff member said to his companion. "We're responsible for delivering equipment to 20 gathering points. We can't waste time here with them. You'll regret this," the previous staff member said with both incomprehension and heartache, then left with his companion, returning to the transport vehicle to head to the next gathering point. After the vehicle drove away, the person in charge turned around and smiled at everyone. "I saw the firmness of everyone's faith. Very good. As long as we continue to hold a devout heart, we will definitely." As the person in charge spoke, he felt his cheek was a bit wet, as if some water had dripped onto it. Puzzled, he looked up. The ceiling above was dry, no water. Looking down and forward again, he saw everyone looking at him with terrified expressions. He subconsciously raised his hand to touch his cheek. The wet liquid on his cheek was red. Was it blood? Where is it flowing from? His eyes? The person in charge came back to his senses. Looking at the people moving away from him, he lifted his foot and walked toward the stairs. As he walked, he spoke with a smile. "Don't be afraid. It's because I had a momentary wavering of faith just now, allowing the virus to take advantage of the weakness. But I will fight it to the end in my own room. 24 hours later, I will walk out of the room with a healthy body. Then, please everyone witness the miracle." Boom! Accompanied by a thunderclap, rain began to fall from the sky. Guan Tong was currently sitting cross-legged on the bed in meditation. Hearing the pattering rain outside, he opened his eyes. It's raining. It was mid-August, the height of summer and the rainy season. Listening to the thunder and rain, the heart Guan Tong had finally managed to stabilize through meditation began to feel somewhat restless again. He stood up and paced around the room, then sat at the desk and turned on the computer, first checking the time. 4 p.m. 7 hours had passed since the rule was announced. Then he went online to check the news. Many people had already posted pictures and videos they had taken of some infected individuals experiencing explosive bleeding, which looked extremely unsettling. The authorities had also released information. They had conducted a preliminary analysis of the virus and named it after the term mentioned in the rule, blood plague. This was a highly virulent infectious disease. After infection, internal and external bleeding would occur very quickly. Moreover, This condition would rapidly deteriorate until it reached a certain critical point where blood pressure completely went out of control, causing the human body to exhibit the terrifying explosive bleeding effect. The symptoms of blood plague infection had already been summarized. The most obvious phenomenon of bleeding from all 7 orifices was already a manifestation of the late second stage of infection. The earlier first stage involved the appearance of large patches of red spots on the neck and shoulders. These red spots were extremely distinctive. Unlike the dark patches of other skin diseases, they were bright-colored spots, very easy to identify. It could be said that if bright red spots were found in these 2 areas, it was almost certain the person was infected with blood plague. As for a solution to the blood plague virus, the authorities had not mentioned anything yet. However, some people online had posted that there were some medicinal items in the terminal market. Those items whose functional descriptions explicitly included antiviral, cure disease, or antibacterial might be useful. But such items had already been hyped to sky-high prices. A selling price of 7 figures, over 1 million Ascension coins, was enough to make 99.99% of people sigh at the price. But some lucky individuals who had previously opened boxes and happened to get similar medicinal items were both excited and conflicted. The excitement was because the chance to get rich had arrived. Seizing this market trend to sell an item for a high price of several hundred thousand or even 1 million Ascension coins would be worth how many rule rewards? After all, the current reward for passing a single rule was still only 3 digits, a few hundred Ascension coins. But what if they sold the item and then accidentally got infected themselves? Selling it was easy, but wanting to buy it back later was a different story. What if they sold it for several hundred thousand or 1 million Ascension coins, but before the money even warmed their hands, they got infected and couldn't use the earned money to buy back a similar item? Wouldn't that lead to a very tragic situation? The person died, and the money wasn't spent. Therefore, whether to sell or not was a very conflicting problem. Some ascendants who felt lucky and wanted to gamble, hoping to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, chose to list their items for sale. Others who didn't want to take risks, believing survival was paramount, chose to keep them for themselves to save their own lives at a critical moment. However, there's also a third, compromise situation. Guan Tong saw an official department account post announcing the acquisition of such items from across the entire society. In addition to offering a high amount of Ascension coins, they would also provide benefits like professional protective gear sets and spots in professional shelters. This was specifically aimed at those ascendants who didn't want to take risks but still wanted to sell their items for money. It was equivalent to using the official identity as a guarantee, acquiring the items while providing professional-level protection, minimizing your chances of getting infected. Guan Tong thought to himself, if that's the case, probably quite a few people would be willing to choose this method. The authorities acquiring medicine like this was undoubtedly to provide multiple layers of insurance for key personnel. For ordinary people, trading the medicine for shelter and a large amount of Ascension coins was also a good choice, a kind of win-win situation in a sense. Yes. As for Guan Tong himself, he felt a bit envious, but definitely not overwhelmingly so. The shelter he was currently in was definitely worth more in practical value than those medicinal items. After all, compared to being cured after infection, everyone would prefer not to get infected at all. It's just, Guan Tong looked at the door. He didn't know if he had won the genetic lottery, but going out to test, it was impossible. That was pure suicide. With his current abilities, he had no way to isolate himself from the air, unless... I wonder if a fully solidified shadow can isolate air? Even if it can, I'd suffocate inside after a while, so I'd have to wear an oxygen mask and carry an oxygen tank. That might be feasible, but why take the risk? Guan Tong couldn't think of any reason he absolutely had to go out. Staying safely in the shelter and waiting for the 15 days of the rule to end was the most prudent approach. Guan Tong stopped thinking about going out. At that moment, another trending video online caught his attention. The video was filmed abroad. Hundreds of foreigners were gathered in a rather famous large cathedral, praying. A tall statue, originally located at the front of the main hall, had been removed. Judging from the fragments left on the ground, that statue, once listed as a national treasure, had been violently destroyed. What occupied the statue's original position was a rectangular black stone slab, which looked somewhat like the personal terminal interface ascendants could open by silently reciting. Moreover, each of these foreigners held a thin booklet. When the camera zoomed in, it could be seen that the booklet's cover read the Word of God, and its contents were actually every Doomsday Rule that had been released so far. The video filmer was undoubtedly from Besieged country, speaking in their native language. Damn it, these foreigners have gone crazy. They've turned the fire thief into a new god, and printed the Doomsday Rules into a book to treat as a new Bible. I think they're all doomed sooner or later. No, I can't stay here anymore. I need to hurry back to my country. Had things abroad already reached this point? Watching the devout worshippers in the video, Guan Tong couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. The destruction of the old statue, he could somewhat understand, because the facts were right there. If the gods revered in the past truly existed, why didn't they appear and display their great power to stop the fire thief who had killed countless humans? Since not a single god had intervened, it meant those gods didn't exist in the first place. Given that, some believers, out of anger, smashing the statues wasn't all that unexpected. But truly worshipping the fire thief as a new god and reciting the Doomsday Rules as a new Bible was different. And although this was happening abroad, the world today was a global village. Transportation was so developed that even in the era of Doomsday Rules, countries inevitably influenced each other. It's just that, currently, the world couldn't even unite and face the rules together. Otherwise, in the previous Ascendant Challenge tournament, the Wolfpack teams created by the Tulip Federation wouldn't have appeared. From a strategy of first uniting to eliminate teams from other countries and then internally distributing the top 10 spots among themselves, it was clear the Tulip Federation had no intention of cooperating with other nations. Human groups fragmenting and fighting separately is exactly what the fire thief wants to see, right? Guan Tong closed the laptop, silently pondering. Was it really right for humanity to continue down this path according to the fire thief's design? Knock, knock, knock. Open the door, Gu Fei. Hearing the voice outside, Gu Fei, who was alone in an abandoned house, got up and went to the door, opening it. Standing at the door was a person wearing a full set of high-specification protective gear. It was the short-haired woman who had stopped him from committing suicide earlier. She was holding a case, which she placed in front of Gu Fei. This is special consideration from the commander. Inside is a complete set of top-grade protective equipment. As long as you're not currently infected with the virus, wearing this will absolutely prevent any future infection. Hearing this, Gu Fei looked at the case with complex feelings, reaching out to take it. Thank the commander for me. You can thank her yourself later, Gu Fei said in surprise. I can meet the commander. The commander said, as long as you survive this rule, she will arrange a meeting with you. Understood. Not daring to risk infection any longer, Gu Fei immediately opened the case and put on the protective suit, protective mask, and other items inside. May I ask, Gu Fei said, what does the commander need me to do? You'll know when the time comes. The woman finished speaking and pointed inside the case. There's a phone in the hidden compartment. I'll contact you through it when the time comes, and you can also use it to contact me. But I'm usually very busy, so unless it's something urgent, it's best not to bother me. I understand. After saying this, Gu Fei paused and asked, how did you know I was here? And how did you know about me being a captain? Stop. I don't have time to answer your questions. You'll understand when you meet the commander. The short-haired woman left after speaking. Gu Fei silently closed the door. He looked down at the professional protective equipment he was wearing, knowing he hadn't made the wrong choice. The official team? Why haven't they come and give me a set of protective equipment? Just because I failed twice, I deserve to be kicked out like a dog. When I meet that commander and shine brightly in the new organization, there will definitely be a day when you regret it. The short-haired woman who had delivered the protective gear to Gu Fei returned to the transport vehicle. The driver inside asked, where to deliver the next set? The short-haired woman took out a tablet and looked. The next one, according to the location, is on Baishui Road next to the second hospital. Let's go. The driver started the vehicle and headed towards the destination. Is there enough equipment? Plenty. There are 5 people left on the list, and there are still 8 sets in the vehicle. The commander is really willing to invest. If you ask me, why go through all this trouble? Just like before, capture people and take them over. Wouldn't that be simpler? The situation is different now, the short-haired woman said calmly. Previously, the methods used by local operations were too rough, quickly drawing the attention of the top levels, who formed a specialized team to investigate the matter. They're still investigating. Moreover, the commander believes it's necessary to build her own powerful squad. To maximize the combat effectiveness of the personnel, recruiting members for this squad should primarily use gentle, favor-granting methods. The driver nodded. The commander has great vision. We definitely can't compare. But there are still few capable people among the civilians. Look at Yin Hua. We've searched for so long, and there are only about a dozen worth contacting. The strongest ones are definitely all with the authorities, but the short-haired woman thought for a moment. The person the commander is most interested in is among the civilians, and is most likely from Besieged country. Ooh, Shadow. That Shadow is actually among the civilians? Yes. The commander has access to internal intelligence. If Shadow belonged to the authorities, the commander would have known long ago. But according to the commander, the authorities themselves have also been spending great effort trying to find the Shadow, hoping to recruit him. The driver suddenly understood. So you mean the commander wants to find Shadow before the authorities and persuade him to join? Yes. The short-haired woman nodded. The commander personally told us she is willing to spare no expense to recruit Shadow. This person was able to form a team alone in the challenge tournament and single-handedly defend the Holy Grail, which is enough to prove he possesses extraordinary power. If only the Shadow were in Yin Hua. The driver said, if we could find him, the commander would definitely credit us with a major achievement. If only we were that lucky. Besieged country has over a dozen major cities. Who knows where that person might be? Not to mention, he might not even be in a major city at all. That's true. We're at Baishui Road. Who is it this time? The short-haired woman glanced at the list. It's a little girl named Chun Na. Heavy rain kept hammering against the doors and windows of the library gathering point, sounding with loud thuds and splashes. Dozens of survivors had gathered here, each wearing the protective gear delivered by the Emergency Management Bureau. Although the protection level was only ordinary, something was better than nothing. After putting on gas masks, people had not spoken for a long time. And unlike hotels or hospitals with many separate rooms where people could isolate individually, the library only had main halls on the first and second floors where everyone had to stay together. Fortunately, books were the one thing not lacking here. Everyone held a book or scrolled on their phones to pass the time. In a corner of the second-floor hall, a young father and son sat together. The father was under 40, the son looked about 10, and they were reading side by side. At that moment, the man suddenly felt unwell, his throat and head aching, his muscles inexplicably sore. What is this? He muttered nervously, a sense of unease and fear swelling inside. He knew he had not been ill recently and had been in good health. Now that the sixth rule had been announced less than a day ago, his body showing signs so soon was not a good omen. "Dad, are you okay?" the son asked. The man glanced around, took his son into the restroom, locked the door, then crouched down with his back turned to the boy. "Son, look at the back of my neck. Are there any red spots?" The first stage of blood plague infection was red spots appearing on the neck and shoulders. The second stage involved internal and external bleeding. The late second stage led to bleeding from the 7 orifices, and the third stage was fatal explosive bleeding. The boy looked carefully, and the words he said chilled the man to the bone. "Dad, I think there are." Boom! With the thunder outside, the man collapsed to the floor with a thud. Startled, the boy hurried to help his father. "Dad, why are you on the floor? Why are you crying?" The man wiped his face, immediately pushed the boy away. "Go, stay away from me. Dad is infected with the virus. He may have only several to a dozen hours left, or he might explode blood very soon. You can't stay near him." Before he finished, the restroom door was kicked open. Several men stood at the doorway, looking at the man with shock and anger. The leader cursed. "It was already suspicious when I saw you take a kid into the restroom. I didn't think you'd be infected. Get out of the library now, Yin Goes. That's right. If you don't leave, you'll infect us all. We can't have infected people inside the library." The man stood up. I know, I'll leave, but my son is fine. He has to stay." The men hesitated. At that moment, others in the gathering point heard the commotion and gathered around. When they learned what happened, they all stepped back, frightened, away from the infected man. No way, you can't leave his son. They've stayed together. If one is infected, the other must be infected too. That's right, both of them must leave together. No negotiation. Get out. Do you want to kill us all? Voices shouted, pushing the father and son to leave the library. The boy hid behind his father in fear. Facing the crowd's accusations, the man said sharply, I can leave, but my son must stay. If you don't agree, I won't leave. What? You dare? If you don't leave, we'll throw you out. You threaten us while you're alone? The man grit his teeth, pulled a multi-tool knife from his pocket, flicked out the blade, and pressed it to his own neck. Whoever dares throw me out, huh? The man breathed a sigh of relief and said to his son, Son, you must behave, stay in here, and survive. Dad will go first. Dad. The boy ran forward and hugged his father's leg. I want to go with you. Wherever you go, I go. Don't be silly, be obedient. I won't listen. I'll go with you. You? Your son says he wants to go with you. Then take him. Someone in the crowd said, Don't hurt the kid's feelings. Yeah, he's not being forced. He insists on following you. Another chimed in. The man scanned the crowd, his heart sinking. He realized that because he had threatened them with his life, they already hated him. Even if he forced his son to stay, once he left, the boy would be bullied by them, maybe even thrown out later. Better to take him and go. Then, before the explosive bleeding, he could try to find a new, safe place for his son. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and scooped up the boy. Let's go. The father and son hurried out of the library. As soon as they left, others closed the doors tightly, and some produced disinfectant, spraying wildly around. Dad, where are we going? Not long after leaving the library, the boy's question left the man at a loss. He was about to answer when he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, staining the bottom of his mask bright red. So soon, he could hardly believe it. He had expected more time. Already he was entering the second stage with external bleeding. Dad, son, run to the main street. He pushed his son away and, fighting the pain, forced the words out. To the street. If you see those black vehicles marked emergency, beg them for help. They'll help you, ugh. As he finished, another large mouthful of blood sprayed out. Dad. The man turned and ran in the opposite direction, trying to put distance between himself and his son. But not even dozens of meters had passed when his whole body trembled, and in the next instant he exploded in blood and died. Dad! The boy chased to his father, looked at his father drenched in blood, and began to wail helplessly. The rain poured hard, swallowing his cries, and the father's last instruction to go to the road and find an emergency vehicle was lost in the boy's terror and grief. The rain didn't stop until the next morning. Some people wearing protective suits passed by and were shocked by the scene. They stepped closer and first discovered the man who had died from explosive bleeding, then saw a boy sleeping face down on top of him. The man obviously died from explosive bleeding last night. The boy's chest is rising and falling. He's alive. Careful. The kid is covered in the man's blood. He might be infected too. The boy, hearing voices, slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his father's corpse and began crying again. Dad. Child, is he your father? One person asked. Another moved behind the boy, checked his neck and shoulders, and told the others, clean, not infected. He is my dad. As the boy spoke, he suddenly looked with puzzlement at one of the young men among the group. Uncle, why is there a bug on your shoulder? The young man looked bewildered and checked his own shoulder. What bug? Where? I clearly saw it, a red bug. The man who had first questioned the boy went pale, quickly pulled open the young man's protective suit, and looked at the skin on his shoulder. There was a bright red patch, the mark of blood plague infection. Everyone was stunned. Why? The young man broke down in despair. I was wearing protective gear the whole time. The group leader didn't have time for that, and immediately focused on the boy. Quick, this child is a blood plague adapter. He has antibodies and can distinguish infected people. Get him to the vehicle and take him straight to headquarters. Meanwhile, at the Lihua Hotel, yesterday's calm had evaporated. Everyone hid in their rooms. The lobby still showed the two guests who had already exploded in blood and died. Having seen them die that way, the others' resolve collapsed, and people wailed and screamed. Many regretted not taking the protective equipment given by Emergency Management Bureau staff. Several people kicked on the mutual aid organizer's door and cursed, blaming him. But the door did not open, and no sound came from inside. They guessed that since the organizer had shown signs of bleeding early yesterday, he likely died from explosive bleeding in his room. No one dared forcibly break the door for fear that a sealed room would contain the virus, and opening it would spread infection. The two corpses in the lobby were left untouched for the same reason. No one had protective gear to handle them. However, a day later, just as every resident cowered in their rooms, praying not to be infected, the organizer's voice suddenly came over the loudspeaker. "Members, please come out." Was that the organizer's voice? People in the rooms listened in disbelief, unsure if they imagined it. "Come out." The voice spoke again. "I've cleaned up the corpses in the lobby. You need not worry." Creak. Doors opened and people stepped out, rushing to the first-floor lobby, where they saw the organizer smiling and standing in the center with his hands spread. "My survival is the miracle you witnessed." Everyone stared at him in shock. They had seen the organizer's eyes bleeding yesterday, a sign of late second-stage blood plague, the next step being explosive bleeding and death. "Yet, you are truly a master," someone suddenly shouted. Others crowded around the organizer, believing him to be capable, a person who even the fire thief's rules could not kill. The organizer smiled, then his smile faded. He pointed to someone in the crowd and said, "Only someone impure of heart will be taken by the virus. You are one of them." All eyes turned to the accused person, who said blankly, "What are you saying? How could that be? Go to your room and accept the test." The organizer said, and under everyone's stare the man had no choice but to return to his room and close the door. Less than half an hour later, cries of pain came from the room. The man rushed out, hands covering his face, blood pouring from his mouth, prompting the others to step back in fear. "Master, save me." The organizer did not hesitate. He stepped forward and took the man's hand. The man exploded in blood and died, the blood splashing all over the organizer, who remained unflinching. The retreating crowd cried out in alarm. "I have faith. The virus will not touch me." The organizer calmly wiped the blood from his clothes with a tissue, then personally covered the corpse with cloth and carried it back into the room. When he returned to the lobby, people were prostrated on the floor, looking at him with reverence, as if he were an enlightened master. Adoration, submission, fanaticism. Doomsday Rules Countermeasures Research Office. Currently, we have a general understanding of the hidden content of the sixth rule. At the meeting, a researcher summarized. According to the reports submitted by relevant departments in major cities yesterday, every city has had people who did not suffer explosive bleeding after being infected with the virus. Furthermore, after being infected for a period of time, these individuals gained the ability to identify virus-infected people within a certain range. For this type of person, we are temporarily calling them blood plague adapters. Everyone nodded. This name was very fitting. After all, these people were not immune to the virus. Rather, their bodies had adapted to it, and they had even gained a special identification ability. And there's another major discovery. Some regions extracted blood from blood plague adapters, separated the serum using a centrifuge, and injected it into infected individuals. The red patches on the infected individuals quickly faded. This means the adapter's serum can cure those infected with the blood plague. After the researcher finished speaking, the office fell into silence. Soon, someone spoke up. "If this news is fully disclosed, I'm afraid these blood plague adapters will face a huge threat." Yes, everyone will want their serum, right? Can't the medical department have their serum researched and analyzed, and then try to develop a vaccine? I'm afraid it's not that easy. A medical expert shook his head. The development time for a vaccine typically takes years as a unit. Even if we concentrate efforts to shorten the time and everything goes smoothly, it would still take several months. By the time it succeeds, this rule would have long since ended. Furthermore, based on the data reported from various regions so far, blood plague adapters are extremely rare. The overall proportion might be as high as 1 in 100,000. Only one appears among every 100,000 infected people. The serum is completely insufficient. If the news is fully disclosed and every infected person demands a serum injection, what should we do then? Exactly. Saying this might be a bit cruel, but I'm willing to be the first to say it. With limited serum it should still be reserved for important personnel and those hardworking frontline social support workers. The former group's identity, status, and power are all there. You can't not reserve it for them. The latter group, as frontline personnel, not only work hard running around everywhere delivering protective equipment, but are also directly responsible for finding and retrieving those infected with the blood plague. If they aren't informed and they fail to identify blood plague-infected individuals in time, it will be a huge loss. If they are informed and they get infected but aren't given the serum for treatment, other frontline personnel seeing this, who would then wholeheartedly complete tasks and execute orders from superiors. If frontline workers become duplicitous and deliberately sabotage things, then even the most correct orders from above are useless if they can't be effectively executed. The news cannot be fully disclosed. Apart from frontline workers, other unrelated departments must not be notified either. The person in charge, Gao Yongwei, made the decision at this point. Otherwise, the situation will be like in the later stages of the first rule, causing a certain degree of chaos. Everyone nodded repeatedly. In the later stages of the first rule, sleep deprivation, as more people went out and more people discovered the alertness mints, chaos suddenly erupted everywhere. But back then, because the number of participants wasn't that high, it could still be controlled. This time is different. This time, the rule of fatal blood plague is inherently more cruel than sleep deprivation. One is a painless death upon falling asleep. The other is death by full-body explosive bleeding, which is more terrifying is clear at a glance. If this news is disclosed this time and the demand for serum injections from the infected cannot be met, they will certainly unleash their maximum destructive potential, especially now that many people have various mind power items in their hands. If they're truly determined to unite and cause destruction, it will bring huge trouble for the authorities. After the Countermeasures Research Office made its decision, the relevant news was quickly, completely sealed off. But this time, they didn't directly shut down the internet like last time. While that method is simple and crude, it would also immediately let others know that you have secret information you don't want to spread. So, learning from last time's experience, network technology professionals recently researched and developed a one-way mirror system that uses advanced AI to automatically identify keywords. In Epsilon, once this system is activated, any content in messages posted by netizens that is related to the set keywords, whether homophones, similar characters, foreign languages, etc., will all be recognized and blocked by the one-way mirror system. After a message is blocked by the one-way mirror system, others cannot see it. Only the person who posted it can see it. This way, the poster thinks they have spread the message, but in fact, their message was blocked the moment it was posted and no notification is given. As the Countermeasures Research Office made its decision, a series of related keywords like blood plague adapter, perceive infection, serum, etc., were immediately entered into the one-way mirror system and would not be removed until after the rule ended. In an abandoned residential area on Baishui Road, Chun Na and Wang Yan were living there. At the moment, both of them were wearing professional-grade virus protective gear, exactly what the short-haired woman in a suit had delivered yesterday. "Mom, here's some water for you." Chun Na brought a cup of warm water to the bedside. Her mother, Wang Yan, was lying on her side on the bed with her eyes closed, her brows tightly knit with pain, which made Chun Na very sad. Hearing her daughter's voice, Wang Yan opened her eyes and forced out a faint smile. "Thank you, Nana. Mom's not thirsty. Put it aside for now." "Okay." Chun Na placed the cup on the table beside them. The table was scattered with a pile of painkillers and a hospital diagnosis report. Among the densely packed words on it, one line clearly stated the 4 characters, late-stage gastric cancer. Wang Yin herself hadn't expected this result either. When the hospital examination results came out, the doctor told her she had at most 1 or 2 months left. Her feeling at that time was that the sky had collapsed. Before knowing this result, apart from stomach pain for a period each day, she could still walk and drive like a normal person. But after learning this news, she seemed to instantly collapse, and now she was in so much pain that even walking was difficult. Looking at her daughter sitting by the bed watching over her, Wang Yin couldn't help but shed tears. "Nana, Mom is really sorry for you. I said I would take you to Yong'an. I never expected now. In the future, what will you do?" Having so little time left filled Wang Yin with extreme fear. What she feared wasn't her own death, but how Chun Na, with no one to care for her after she died, would survive in this era of Doomsday Rules. When she first got the results, her first thought was of Guan Tong. Because through their interactions during the snow disaster rule period, she felt Guan Tong was a trustworthy, kind-hearted young man. If he was willing to take care of Chun Na, he would be the best choice. But she didn't have Guan Tong's contact information, and she also knew that even if she did, why should he help take care of her child? Their relationship was far from that level, but for her daughter's sake, she was willing to swallow her pride and beg. But now, she no longer knew who she could entrust her daughter to. Relatives had already died in the previous rules. Entrusting her to an official adoption agency made her uneasy. Mom, don't be sad. Chun Na held her mother Wang Yan's hand. Didn't that kind sister who brought us the protective gear yesterday say, Mom, your illness isn't incurable. Silly girl, she was just kindly comforting you. Even the doctor said there's no way she... What does the doctor know? Chun Na stiffened her neck, her small face full of stubbornness. The kind sister said, as long as there is that kind of powerful medicinal item, even late-stage cancer can be cured. How could Wang Yin herself not know this? Even back at the hospital, that doctor had tactfully mentioned, with ordinary medical methods, it's very difficult to save your life. But if you can obtain special medical drugs produced by the terminal, there might still be a chance. It's just that the price of those drugs, Wang Yin had also seen it in the terminal market. That sky-high, terrifying price was simply not something an ordinary ascendant like her could afford. Chun Na seemed to sense Wang Yan's thoughts at this moment and said with an extremely determined look, Mom, don't worry. That kind sister told me. She said as long as I can pass the selection, I can join a small team. After joining that team, the person who founded the team will help pay Ascension coins to buy the medicine. Then, Mom, your illness can be cured. Hearing this, Wang Yin was slightly startled. When did that sister tell you this? How come I didn't know? It was when I was seeing the sister out. She told me alone, just before leaving. Wang Yin frowned. A team? What kind of team? It doesn't sound safe at all. Nana, listen to Mom. Don't get involved in these messy things. Chun Na shook her head. Mom, don't worry. That sister is definitely a good person. Otherwise, why would she give us clothes to protect against the virus? Silly child, pies don't fall from the sky. Think about it. How did that sister know we were here? Also, she didn't tell me directly, but told you alone, precisely to hide it from me. There must be something wrong with this. Chun Na pursed her lips. She didn't know how that short-haired sister found her and her mom, nor did she know if she was good or bad. But she knew that sister could save her mom, and that was enough. Besides this one lifeline, she had no other chance whatsoever to earn the many Ascension coins needed to buy the medicinal item. Nana, did you hear what Mom said? You're not allowed to go participate in that so-called selection. You're so young. How can you do it? Mom doesn't want you to encounter danger. I understand, Mom. Don't be angry. Rest well. I'll go make your medicine. Hearing her daughter say this, Wang Yin relaxed slightly, nodded, and closed her eyes to rest. But what she didn't see was that after Chun Na turned around, the expression on her small face showed not a hint of wavering. She had already made up her mind. This time, she wouldn't listen to her mom. To save her mom, she would accept that short-haired sister's invitation, go participate in the selection, and she must succeed. Huff! I think I'm starting to get a feel for it. In the shelter cabin, Guan Tong opened his eyes, ending this meditation session that had lasted over 2 hours. Since he couldn't leave the shelter and didn't have the ability to help the world, he decided to stop receiving too much external information and focus on doing what he should do. And what he should do now was learn Shingy's Mind Power Flow course. For 2 days straight, he had been memorizing various human acupoints, and, as Shingy taught in the online course, trying to calm his mind and enter a certain flow state through meditation. Trying out felt pretty good, especially since Guan Tong felt his memory had improved a lot compared to before, probably related to mind power's transformation of his body. Originally, he thought it would take who knows how long to remember so many acupoints, but now it seemed it would take at most about a month. If I can learn it, then my reserve mind power of over 3,000 can be fully utilized. Guan Tong thought that if he could achieve what Shingy did, making mind power flow throughout his body, then his own physical functions would certainly improve significantly. This way, Shadow might also improve, because its functions were completely linked to Guan Tong's own body. If Guan Tong himself had stronger defense, tougher body, then Shadow would also be stronger after materializing. Then perhaps the situation on Holy Grail Island wouldn't happen again. The shadow wall being almost smashed through by that guy with a big hammer in one strike, or being easily sliced open by that Lucifer's sharp wings. Day 7 of the Blood Plague virus spread. Guan Tong sat at the table. He had just finished reciting human acupuncture points and was using his laptop to check the latest official updates online. 7 days had passed, and the authorities had not issued any notifications regarding antibodies, infection perception, serum, or related topics. Guan Tong absolutely refused to believe that, with the authorities' capabilities, they wouldn't have discovered the existence of adapters after a whole week. Forget a week. Under normal circumstances, they should have discovered them within a day. Therefore, the lack of news meant they had actively chosen not to disclose it. This was within his expectations. However, what made him somewhat curious was that there was also no related discussion on the internet. He tried searching for some keywords. This time, unlike the no results feedback he got when searching for alertness mint before, there were many results this time, but they were mostly irrelevant content. Could it be they've upgraded their information blocking technology? Guan Tong thought it was entirely possible. If that were the case, even if information leaked, it would be confined to small, offline circles of acquaintances and couldn't spread out with the amplifying effect of the internet at tens of thousands of times the speed. Buzz buzz. At that moment, the phone on the table vibrated. Guan Tong picked it up and looked. Unsurprisingly, it was Su Xiaoan calling. The only person who would call him these days was this guy, Su Xiaoan. Hello. Brother Tong, you're still alive. Thank you. Su Xiaoan lauget akwadili. No, it's because this rule is too insane. The casualties here in Yong'an are pretty terrifying. So, I was just worried about you. With so many people in Yong'an, facing this rule is indeed very troublesome. Yeah, that's why they implemented a massive evacuation here on the very first day, and they're still evacuating people daily. How are things at your academy? Guan Tong asked. Not bad. The authorities place great importance on academy students. Right after the rule was announced, they shipped in a large quantity of protective gear, one set for each student. That's good. Yeah, and the academy is really full of hidden talents. Brother Tong, you have no idea. There's a guy here whose mind power item is a disinfectant spray, which happens to counter the virus from this rule. It's just that the effective range is a bit small, about the size of a single room, so it can't hold many people. Oh, excellent. That's still useful. You can cram dozens of people into one room if you squeeze, right? But this guy locked his dorm room door on the first day and wouldn't let anyone else in. Anyway, forget about that. Brother Tong, I have something I want to ask you. What is it? Do you know the lecturer, Shingy, who teaches the Mind Power Flow course? Guan Tong was surprised. What? Su Xiaoan said, I had some course-related questions to ask her before, and while talking, the topic of mind power items came up. I mentioned in passing my development ideas for the multi-effect noodles of my instant noodles, which were inspired by you, Brother Tong. Then she said she also knows a Guan Tong, also in Yin Hua, and asked me if it was the same person. I have indeed met her once. Really? I thought it was just a coincidence. Su Xiaoan was astonished. I didn't expect the world to be so small. Also, the lecturer said if it's the same person, she wants your contact information. Do you want to give it? Wants my contact information? Guan Tong didn't know if Shingy had something to discuss with him. Considering their pleasant cooperation during their previous joint battle, he agreed. Give it. Okay, I'll send her a message later. Less than 10 minutes after finishing his chat with Su Xiaoan and putting down his phone, Guan Tong received another call. The caller ID showed an unknown number. Guan Tong answered. Guan Tong. A clear, bright voice came from the receiver. It was Shingy calling. It's me. Haha. I really didn't expect it to be the same person. Shingy laughed. It seems we're quite fated. Maybe. Guan Tong said. Is there something you need from me? Nothing else, just... Well, that matter isn't convenient to discuss over the phone, so let's not talk about it. Not convenient to discuss over the phone? Are you worried about call interception? Who knows, it's possible. Guan Tong was somewhat puzzled. What secret between him and Shingy needed to worry about being leaked? It seems, wait. Guan Tong suddenly realized something, and his breathing became slightly heavier. Jingyi on the other end of the phone seemed to hear it and said, "It seems you know what I mean." "Yes, it's that. But don't worry, I haven't mentioned it to anyone else." Yes, Guan Tong understood what Jingyi meant. She probably already knew he was Shadow. After the Holy Grail Island battle, many of Guan Tong's abilities were exposed. These included the ability to create explosions and manipulate shadows. And during the previous fifth rule, at the industrial park, Jingyi personally witnessed Guan Tong using Silver Hunt Type 3 ammunition to bomb the living dead, and also saw him manipulate a shadow to eliminate the matriarch converter using an internal explosion. Even if she didn't realize it at the time, after the results of the Holy Grail Island battle spread later, she would definitely connect the two and most likely confirm that Guan Tong was that shadow. "But I really didn't expect it, hee, Jingyi said. Truly, the real master doesn't show his face. Guan Tong felt somewhat conflicted. He wasn't too worried that Jingyi would leak his identity. From her previous behavior, she didn't seem like the type to betray others' secrets for profit. It's just that the feeling of having his true identity guessed by someone else for the first time was bound to be a bit strange. "Before we parted last time, you said you'd watch my online course. Did you watch it?" Jingyi didn't continue with that topic and shifted to another. "I did," Guan Tong said, "and I've been studying it continuously." "Really? Let me test you." "Sure." Jingyi randomly quizzed him on the knowledge of 5 or 6 human acupuncture points. Because Guan Tong hadn't memorized them thoroughly yet, he answered 3 correctly. This was enough to surprise Jingyi. "It seems you really put in the effort. Just watching the online course, you're not worse than those students attending classes in person." Guan Tong really didn't want to say that he stayed in his room all day and had nothing else to do besides watching more online courses. "Since that's the case, if you have any questions, just call and ask me directly," Jingyi said. "After all, online courses don't have a Q&A segment. Is that okay?" "Thank you then." "You're welcome." After hanging up, Guan Tong took a deep breath. Although he had long known that his identity would be discovered by others one day, he didn't expect it to happen in this slightly sudden manner. But fortunately, only Jingyi herself knew. From her deliberate choice not to mention it over the phone to avoid interception, it seemed she probably wouldn't leak it. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. Guan Tong still needed to prepare for the possibility of his identity being completely exposed. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Besides the shelter, I should find a few more hiding places. Leave some mind power items in these locations. If I encounter danger, I can directly use the body swap ability to transfer there and avoid it. Also, should I consider leveraging my advantages to further accelerate my development, or use some method to mobilize the power of a group for my own use? Guan Tong casually opened a web page, stared at it for a while, and began formulating various plans in his mind. Using the internet within the shelter didn't require worrying about being tracked. That was the core. Based on this core, perhaps I could establish a website. Post. No. Sell. Sell some high-value information in exchange for a large amount of ascension coins? No. In a commercial society, the greatest profits always go to various platforms, not the merchants. If it's just selling information, if price too high, there might not be many clients who can afford it. If price too low, information that becomes common knowledge loses its value. But what about selling intermediary services? Leveraging the characteristic that this website cannot be infiltrated or tracked, establish an intermediary network for ascendants to trade information, items, and even post commissions among themselves. Then, I take a commission from it. Wouldn't that be the way to maximize profits? Guan Tong thought this matter was worth trying. The reason lies in the demand people have. At the very least, Guan Tong himself has this demand. He figured it wasn't just him. Many ascendants who choose to survive alone, and even some small to medium-sized organizations, would have concerns about privacy issues. Many people have the need to trade items and information, but the terminal market is almost monopolized by major organizations, groups, and the authorities. If they trade on a third-party platform, they fear identity leaks, leading to offline tracking and targeting. Then, if a dedicated ascendant communication and trading website that guarantees no identity leaks and no tracking were to appear, it would absolutely trigger a wave of usage. Meow. Coldball jumped onto the table at that moment and lay down on the laptop's keyboard. Guan Tong tapped his head. Do you also think this idea is good? The lying Coldball made purring sounds, clearly just having come over because the laptop keyboard was warm. Regardless, let's try making it first. Guan Tong decided to act on his idea. Ignoring Coldball's protesting meows, he picked it up and threw it onto the bed. Then, he downloaded a website template online. He didn't have much knowledge about website creation, but it didn't matter because this era was never short of various AI tools. Even if completely ignorant of programming, one could rely on AI assistance and then use templates to complete the foolproof process of website creation. However, he soon discovered that a website made this way consisted only of some separate static pages. It still needed a supporting server to store data. For this, he could choose cloud services provided by other companies, but obviously, handing data over to others would defeat the purpose of this website. If I want to make the website properly, I still need to get some servers, hard drives, and other equipment in my shelter. It's definitely not possible during this blood plague rule period. I'll have to wait until it ends, and then find a way to acquire them. At the Yin Hua Hotel, a ceremony was underway, marking its transition from the mutual aid-sharing sessions to the newly renamed Hall of Truth and Goodness. Yesterday's organizer had today become the Hall Master. At this moment, he stood in the center of the crowd with a smile on his face, sharing his insights on truth and goodness. Ever since he survived the infection a few days ago and gained the ability to identify the infected, his status among the people had become transcendent. People didn't quite regard him as a god, but they all considered him a master with special abilities. The reason they revered him was also the hope that they could be like him, surviving if they ever got infected. Therefore, we must love everyone and cannot harbor hatred. Hatred is a thief that steals all the beauty of life. We must. The Hall Master was speaking when he suddenly looked toward a woman on his left. Meeting his gaze, she gradually showed a look of terror on her face. She knew that whenever the Hall Master suddenly stared at someone, that person would be a new blood plague infected. This had happened 10 times in the past week, and without exception, every single time it had come true. And of those 10 people, not a single one had been able to, like the Hall Master, stay alone in their room for 24 hours and then walk out healthy and unharmed. No, no, the woman screamed. I pray every day. I yearn for truth and goodness. Why is it me? It seems you're not pious enough. You still have selfish thoughts and distractions. That's why the virus found an opening. The Hall Master said, stepping forward to help the woman up. Return to your room. I hope you can pass this trial. No, Hall Master, save me, save me. The woman struggled, refusing to go. The Hall Master shook his head with a sigh. At that moment, 2 young, strong men voluntarily stood up, forcibly took the woman away, locked her in her own guest room, and forbade her from coming out for 24 hours. The others witnessing this were all terrified. They silently prayed that they would not be the next to undergo the trial. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. It was an employee from the Emergency Management Bureau. The Hall Master walked to the window to inquire, "What is it?" "A new batch of virus protective gear has been produced. You didn't want it last time, right?" "What? Having regrets now?" The visitor was indeed the staff member who had delivered protective gear a week ago. That time, the people at the Yin Hua Hotel had chosen to refuse, leaving him utterly perplexed. Epsilon. Now that the new gear was ready, he came with a sense of vindictiveness, specifically to see the look of regret on these people's faces. To his surprise, the Hall Master still refused with a smile. "We still don't need it." "What?" The person outside frowned, scanning the people in the hall through the window. "I can see there are clearly fewer people here than last time. They must have all been taken by infection, right? Even in this state, you say you don't need it? What on earth are you thinking?" "I need it. I need it." Suddenly, a person rushed out from the crowd to the window, shouting at the outside, "I want protective gear. I want to leave this place." The crowd was both shocked and furious at the sight. The smile that had been permanently fixed on the Hall Master's face also vanished. Seeing this, the staff member outside realized something was wrong and looked at the Hall Master warily. "What the hell is going on? Are you forcing people to refuse protection?" The Hall Master shook his head and said to that person, "You are so impious. It seems you will be the next to be invaded by the virus." "Nonsense. You're all crazy. I want out. I don't want to stay here anymore. The staff member outside also said, "Open the door immediately and let that person out." Unmoved, the hall master said calmly, "This is an internal matter of ours. Please, outsiders should not interfere." "Bullshit," the staff member outside cursed, then immediately pulled out a walkie-talkie. "Hey, someone's personal freedom is being restricted at the Yin Hua Hotel. Notify the armed squads to come resolve this immediately." After the notification, the staff member pointed at the hallmaster. "Do you even know you've committed a crime? You're a criminal." As soon as these words were spoken, the people of the Hall of Truth and Goodness angrily surged to the door, glaring furiously at the person outside. "Don't you dare slander our hall master. Our hall master yearns for truth and goodness. Not only is he unharmed by the virus, but he can also detect those invaded by it. He is a true enlightened master. With us here, no one will lay a finger on our hall master." The staff member outside was shocked upon hearing this and stared at the hall master. "What? You survived infection and can detect other infected? There's actually a blood plague adapter here." He immediately picked up the walkie-talkie again and spoke urgently in a low voice. "A blood plague adapter has been discovered at the Yin Hua Hotel." As soon as he finished, a response came through the walkie-talkie. "We're on our way." Not long after, several fast vehicles arrived. There were staff from the Emergency Management Bureau and also armed squads holding weapons, fully armed with live ammunition. After learning the situation, the team leader came to the door and said to those inside, "Listen, there's no such thing as an enlightened master. He was just lucky to have antibodies against the blood plague virus." "Nonsense," someone inside retorted. "What antibodies? How would we know? If such a thing really existed, it would have spread all over the internet by now." "That's right. The official accounts haven't released any news. You're just trying to trick people." For a moment, the team leader's expression became extremely complex. He choked for a long time, unable to speak. He wanted to say, "It's not that there's no news, it's just not public." But the problem was they were all required to keep it confidential. Even if he wanted to say it, he couldn't in this setting. However, his hesitation only made the people of the Hall of Truth and Goodness more convinced they were right, that the people outside had been rendered speechless. The other staff members who knew the situation also looked conflicted. They all understood that the reason for not publicizing the news was to prevent chaos, to prevent everyone from demanding serum and causing destruction if they couldn't get it. But this led to the current situation. Because the news wasn't public, people didn't know about the existence of blood plague adapters, which led them to regard anyone they encountered as a master, an object of worship. It was even possible that this hall master himself genuinely believed he was some kind of chosen one, not pretending to be a charlatan to deceive others, but truly believing he was different from ordinary people. The team leader steeled his heart and gave the order, "Break down the door. Take this hall master away." Once a blood plague adapter was discovered, they had to be taken back to the Bureau immediately for proper placement. This was the highest order. For this, they couldn't care about anything else now. The armed squads immediately acted, blasting the wooden door open, intending to forcibly take the hall master away. However, the other members of the Hall of Truth and Goodness panicked. Some of them believed the only reason they hadn't been infected yet was because the hall master was present. If the hall master was taken away, they might soon be infected by the virus and die horribly. "They won't let us live. Fight them. Damn it, let's fight. Protect the hall master." Dozens of people rushed forward. Some were empty-handed, others summoned various mind power items, attacking the armed squads that had broken through the door. The attacked armed squads chose to open fire in retaliation. Rat-tat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat-tat. Bang, 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 bang. After a burst of dense gunfire, the hall fell silent. The hall master knelt with a thud before the slain crowd, turning his head to glare at the armed squads. "You, heaven will surely punish you, make you die a horrible death. Take him away." At the team leader's command, several people forcibly took the hall master to a vehicle. As for the team leader, his expression behind his mask was extremely grim. He hadn't expected things to develop to this point either. But what was done was done. There was no other way besides this. "Team leader, do you really think hiding the news is right?" The staff member looked at the tragic scene in the hotel lobby and couldn't help but ask. If they knew, would knowing mean no one would die? I'm afraid even more would die. The team leader interrupted. Let's go. The higher-ups just issued an order yesterday, urging our Yin Hua branch to provide more serum. Luckily, we found another blood plague adapter today. Otherwise, relying on those already found, the serum extracted wouldn't be nearly enough for what the higher-ups want. Who are the higher-ups giving so much serum to? Who knows? Big shots, probably. Really? All right, enough complaining. Don't forget, we are also eligible to use serum. Just based on that alone, we should all focus on doing our jobs well to deserve the preferential treatment given by the higher-ups. 3 days later, at the shelter. Success online. Guan Tong pressed the enter key. The website he created was officially live. For now, he was temporarily using the laptop's built-in hard drive to store information. Although it couldn't store much, it was just for testing at the moment. Besides, a newly launched website wouldn't have much traffic or many things needing storage anyway. Looking at it, the website background was gray-black. The UI font was white, emphasizing high contrast. As for the interface, to put it nicely, it was minimalist. But in reality, there was basically nothing there. Apart from a few simple options to jump to other secondary interfaces, there was only a large logo with 5 easily understandable artistic characters. Ascendant Home. That's right, Guan Tong intended to build this website into a home belonging to Ascendants. In the future, not only could they trade and commission tasks on it, but they could also chat anonymously and share some trivial matters. He felt this kind of functionality was necessary, because judging from the various Ascendants he had come into contact with so far, basically half of them had psychological issues, either prone to violence or prone to self-destruction. Some had both, two sides of the same coin. Guan Tong had seen more than 1 or 2 similar news reports online, all about Ascendants senselessly arranging fights, killing each other, and some even collectively ending their own lives. In short, under immense pressure, people needed an outlet. So, on his website, Guan Tong wanted to create this little haven where Ascendants could let down their guard and chat with each other. Unlike on some other communities or social apps, where Ascendants with even a little something were afraid to speak up or share, fearing that the moment they posted something substantial, someone would track them down. After all, not every powerful person was a network expert who knew how to hide themselves online. In the long run, the strong among Ascendants would tend to remain silent online, which was actually detrimental to ordinary Ascendants. It's like playing chess with a bunch of lousy players. You'll only get worse. But playing chess with a group of masters, even if the improvement isn't huge, over time you can still learn some clever moves. Guan Tong looked at the main interface, which currently had only 4 secondary section options. They were intelligence, items, commissions, and casual talk. The intelligence section was for buying and selling information. In the items section interface, Guan Tong had set up a wanted function so people could write out their needs. Unlike the terminal market, which only allowed listing goods for sale, not precisely searching for one's own needs. The commission section was exactly what it sounded like. An Ascendant had a need they couldn't handle themselves, so they offered a price and issued a commission. Other Ascendants who felt they could handle it would accept the commission and do it. The casual talk section was what Guan Tong envisioned as a place for Ascendants to chat, share, and relax. Guan Tong also planned to add another mysterious section later, tentatively named the Administrator's Domain. The Administrator was naturally himself, and Domain represented that he would publish some relatively important things in that section. In the future, only qualified people would be able to enter this section and see the content. The reason for setting up this section was also Guan Tong's attempt to see if he could use this model to attract some experts to help him. Or, if not help him, at least communicate some messages with each other, which would be good too. However, he hadn't fully planned out the specifics of this section yet, so he wouldn't launch it for now. It wouldn't be too late to launch it after the website had some traffic and users. At this moment, looking at this rudimentary website, Guan Tong felt a sense of satisfaction. The time spent tinkering over the past few days hadn't been wasted. He thought to himself, once the website runs smoothly, I'll have to launch a mobile version too. The goal is to have it running on every Ascendant's device. A pitch-black room. The lights were off, and only the glow from various electronic devices lit up the young man sitting before a computer. He wore protective gear, thick lens glasses, and his messy hair looked like a bird's nest, his face slick with oil. He stared at the information on the screen and muttered to himself, "They really are suppressing information." A prodigy hacker who had broken into foreign security agency intranets in his teens, the young man's mastery of network technology bordered on the uncanny. So he was quick to notice, 2 days after the Blood Plague rule was announced, that certain information online had begun to be suppressed. By repeatedly switching IPs and accounts for testing, he confirmed he wasn't mistaken. There was indeed an automated system performing one-way blocks on specific keywords. Using the big data tool he developed, he analyzed the results and extracted several keywords. They all pointed to the same fact. Is there an antibody serum for the virus? No wonder they're suppressing this. He could understand why. Over the years, he had cracked many secret archives and knew that some revelations, once public, would cause enormous chaos and likely bring mortal danger on whoever exposed them. So every time he only looked for himself, knowing was enough, and he wouldn't publish the findings. This time was no different. Even though he had discovered suppressed information through technical means, he wouldn't spread it. After all, no matter how skilled you are online, if the damage you cause outweighs the cost of going after you, the higher-ups will be ruthless and can still catch you. Phew, he leaned back in his chair with a satisfied smile. Every successful campaign thrilled him. It felt like winning a battle. To him, his devices were his soldiers, and the enemy was stubborn network defenses. Each breach sent a surge of excitement through him. He enjoyed the process more than the result. After each breach, he felt a brief rush, then quickly lost interest and started hunting for the next enemy. Because of that mindset, his attacks weren't motivated by gain. Sometimes he even reported vulnerabilities he found to the target. After they patched them, he'd challenge them again, and succeeding a second time gave an even greater rush. Right now, savoring the satisfaction of having just broken official information suppression, he idly browsed the web. A forum post caught his eye, specifically the title. "I created a website that can never be tracked or hacked for ascendants to communicate." The phrase "can never be tracked or hacked" made him chuckle. As a top-tier hacker, his motto was "there's no absolutely secure system." No matter how advanced, every system has flaws. Where there are flaws, there's a chance of breach. He clicked the post. The poster's nickname was Administrator of Ascendant Home, and the message was short. The purpose of creating this site is to give ascendants a safe, reliable platform where they can speak freely. The site just launched and will be improved over time. Please support it. NES. The young man couldn't help smirking. Even someone like him, who had studied network security since childhood and had spent an average of more than 12 hours online daily researching for over 20 years, wouldn't dare claim to build an impregnable platform, let alone anyone else. He replied casually, "If you have the time, learn something." Even getting a basic grasp of network security would stop you from speaking so boldly. He meant to close it afterward, but the administrator happened to be online and replied immediately, "I'm serious." "Oh, you're challenging me?" The young man raised an eyebrow and grinned. "Fine, today I'll show you how ruthless the network world can be." He opened the site linked in the post. The crude, makeshift page inside instantly made him regret it. What am I wasting my time on? The page was so basic it looked like a template slapped together casually. Attacking such a site will be using a sledgehammer to kill a fly. He almost shut it down, but recalling his earlier taunt, he sighed. Whatever, I'll mess with it. He didn't bother inspecting such a low-level site closely. He launched his cracking tool to attack automatically and went to do something else. A minute later, he switched back to the tool interface and was stunned by the result. Failed? Seeing the red words "injection failed" on the tool, he frowned. This tool was his own creation and could crack about 95% of websites. Yet now, against this shoddy little site, it failed. Could the tool be bugged? He immediately used the tool to randomly crack several other sites. No problem. Within seconds, they all showed "injection successful." That made him sit up straight, eyes bright. Not bad. This site actually has something worthwhile. He hadn't expected it. After breaking the official suppression, he'd been looking for a new target and accidentally stumbled upon this. The little website's defenses were surprisingly good. All right, let's see how secure you really are. He rubbed his hands, focused fully, and dove into attacking the site. For a while, only the staccato of keyboard tapping filled the room. On the 12th day after the blood plague virus outbreak, 3 days remained before the rule ended. Every normally noisy metropolis had fallen quiet. On the streets, mostly just official drones and vehicles moved. Many who'd chosen to drive out of the city earlier had either made it out or been stuck in jams, where those who couldn't escape became infected. Aerial drone footage clearly showed many roadside cars surrounded by buzzing flies, circling carcasses of people who had exploded in a bloody death. Large numbers who escaped the city scattered, some alone to remote places, others forming small groups and setting up camps in the wild. At one of those camps, 6 or 7 people gathered around a middle-aged woman. None of them had professional protective equipment, only ordinary masks. The middle-aged woman wasn't wearing one, as if she wasn't afraid of infection. A man with a crisp crew cut said, "So we need to go to a hospital?" "Yes." The middle-aged woman nodded. "I was infected and managed to survive, so I probably have antibodies in my body. That means my serum might save people, but to separate serum from blood you need a centrifuge, and only hospitals have those." Those around her nodded in agreement. They trusted the woman's words because she had been a doctor and had professional knowledge. Xiaoming's shoulder developed red spots about an hour ago. The crew-cut man glanced into the tent where a teenage boy lay. "The rule says infected people will burst blood and die within 24 hours. That means Xiaoyu might still have over 20 hours, or he might die any second. We can't waste time. We must get to a hospital." Everyone agreed. They had met at a gathering point during the 4th rule and supported each other through the snow disaster and later banded together to fight the living dead rule. Those shared experiences forged deep bonds, and they decided to act together. After the blood plague rule was announced, they chose to leave the city and shelter in the wild. The first days went smoothly, with no infections, so they felt they'd made the right choice. But when the female doctor was infected, everyone was grief-stricken. Then, unexpectedly, she recovered quickly. That made them both joyful and bewildered. They thought it an auspicious sign that they would all make it through the rule. Yet, with 3 days still left, the youngest in their group, Xiaoming, became infected. Do you think Xiaoming could recover like Sister Yu? Then maybe he'd also be able to tell who's infected. That would be ideal. But we can't be lucky-minded, the crew-cut man said gravely. When Sister Yu got infected, none of U.S. new survivors were possible. We assumed infection meant certain death, so we didn't act. This time it's different. The woman called Sister Yu, formerly a doctor, nodded. Exactly. Xiaoming is only 16. Such a young kid. We can't just sit here. Then follow Sister Yu. Go to the hospital. Let's go. After deciding, they left 2 people to tend to Xiaoming while the rest piled into vehicles and rushed back to the city. Unlike the congested exodus, the return to the city was much smoother. Upon re-entering, they soon saw many cars loaded with corpses by the roadside, sights too horrible to bear. They assumed official agencies simply didn't have the manpower to handle everything. Their vehicles headed straight for the nearest hospital. When they arrived at the gate, they found Emergency Management Bureau vehicles and an armed squad posted on guard. As soon as their car stopped, Bureau staff approached. Seeing only masks on them, one staff member exclaimed, "Where did you come from? Where's your protective gear?" "We just entered the city and don't have protective suits." "From outside the city. Why are you at the hospital?" "We need a centrifuge." "A centrifuge?" The staffer's eyes sharpened. "That's used to separate serum and plasma." He immediately signaled to others, and several uniformed people closed in, surrounding the vehicle. The crew-cut man jumped out and asked, "What are you doing?" "Don't get worked up." A team leader said, "We just want to understand the situation. Why do you need a centrifuge?" "We want to save someone. A child is infected." "Sister, you stepped out. I used to be a doctor. After I was infected, I found I recovered on my own. I think my serum may contain antibodies, so I came to draw blood and use a centrifuge to separate serum for injection into that child." At the words "recovered on her own after infection," the team leader confirmed, "She's an adapter. Come with us." "Wait, we have more people to save. What are you doing?" "Don't worry. We'll send a vehicle to pick them up and give them serum injections for treatment." Sister Yu froze for a moment. "So you've already confirmed serum works?" "Yes. You're not the only blood plague adapter." "Wait," the crew-cut man demanded. "So you knew people's serum could treat infections all along? Why didn't you tell everyone?" We can't say. It's orders from higher-ups. You. Enough. Saving lives is the priority now. Sister, you said, I'll go into the hospital to extract serum. Hurry and bring Xiaoming. They were so focused on talking that no one noticed. Across from the hospital, in an abandoned building, a man watched them with a sinister grin. When he saw the bureau staff taking Sister Yu into the hospital, he took out his phone and said, Brothers, a chance to stay alive has arrived. Let's see if you've got the guts to do it. The moment the group of several dozen infected individuals rushed into the hospital, they immediately felt overwhelmed. After experiencing several rules, places like hospitals had also been transformed into gathering points. The lobby on the first floor was still piled with many sandbags that had been used earlier to block the living dead. All the useless promotional boards, information desks, and even the security scanners have been dismantled and discarded to free up maximum space for storing supplies and equipment. In the past, when going to the hospital, one would follow the signs to the corresponding department. But now, in this transformed hospital, all the directional signs had been removed, leaving the dozens of people feeling completely lost. Where is the blood collection room? We don't know which floor that woman is on. Should we search floor by floor? Actions driven by the pressure to survive, without meticulous planning and forethought, often lead to situations like this. Even after forcibly knocking down several guards and breaking in, they had no solid plan for what to do next. Attention, unauthorized individuals in the hospital. A loudspeaker in the hospital suddenly blared, a stern voice echoing through the halls. You are seriously violating the law. Cease your actions immediately. We just want to live. Is that against the law? Use the hospital's mobile app procedure. Someone remembered their past hospital visit experience. It has location guides for all the departments. This is taking too long. Let's split up and search room by room. As soon as the words were spoken, a few people immediately pulled out their phones to check, while the others dispersed, starting from the first floor, searching each room one by one. The hooded man who could manipulate metal explosions was also holding a phone, but he wasn't looking up information. He was recording video. The loudspeaker continued to broadcast warnings, but the infected individuals no longer listened. They soon discovered a locked door on the first floor. A few kicks failed to break it open. One of the men with a gun said, "Move aside, I'll do it." He fired several shots at the lock. Then the group kicked with all their might, finally breaking the door open. Inside the room were 7 or 8 people, all wearing white coats, appearing to be doctors and nurses. At this moment, they looked at the crowd bursting into the room with terror, utterly terrified. What do you want? We're just hospital staff, not the people you're looking for. The infected individuals glanced at each other. One asked, "You heard the loudspeaker just now, right? Which room was that broadcast from? Also, didn't people from the bureau bring a woman in earlier? Where did they go?" The group hesitated, stammering. The infected individuals immediately grew furious. "Speak, or we'll shoot you." "Don't. I'll talk," a young doctor quickly said. "The broadcast room is on the 3rd floor, room 306. As for the woman brought in by the bureau, we didn't see her. We don't know where she is. Hurry, everyone to the 3rd floor. Leave a few people here to watch them." The infected individuals immediately rushed to the 3rd floor. When they reached room 306, they happened to block the team leader from the bureau who had just stepped out. "Are you all infected?" Facing the murderous crowd, the team leader asked calmly. One man pressed the muzzle of his gun against the team leader's chest, threatening, "Stop the nonsense. The woman you brought in has antibodies, right? Where are you hiding her? Tell us." "Aoyo, even if I told you, do you think you could all be saved? There are dozens of you here. There isn't enough serum for everyone. And before you could even extract that much serum, our armed reinforcements would arrive. Do you really think you could get away unscathed?" The team leader's calm words, however, enraged the crowd. An infected individual ripped off his protective mask, punched him hard in the face, grabbed his collar, and shouted, "So we who are infected with the virus deserve to die. Is that it? You bastards, what do you take our lives for?" The team leader took the punch, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't yield. He still stood his ground. "If you want to demand fairness, go demand it from the fire thief. Saying this to me is useless. Everything we do is from a higher perspective, hoping to allow more people to survive, not to let this country destroy itself through mutual slaughter under the Doomsday Rules. Then you, bang, bang, bang. Before the questioner could finish, the man with the gun suddenly fired. The team leader grunted and fell to the ground. The others stared in shock at the gunman, whose eyes gleamed with a fierce, wolf-like green light. I don't understand any grand schemes. I only know my own life is the most important. Whoever wants me dead, I'll make them die first. All right, let's keep looking. We need to find her before their reinforcements arrive, someone said after a brief silence. The group continued searching the hospital. But in such a large hospital, with over 20 floors and countless rooms, even with dozens of people, searching room by room was extremely time-consuming. Just as they began searching the 5th floor, shouts came from outside. "You are surrounded. Surrender immediately." A few infected individuals looked out the windows. Several armed vehicles were parked at the hospital entrance, and a large squad of fully armed soldiers was entering the hospital in a steady stream. At the same time, numerous drones took off, locating targets through the windows of various floors, providing the soldiers with precise enemy positions for targeted strikes. Seeing this, the infected individuals knew it was pretty much over. This was an expected outcome, one they had considered before taking action. In the end, they had always felt the probability of getting the serum injection and being saved was low. They just wanted to make a desperate attempt before dying. That was better than silently bleeding out and dying in some forgotten corner. Most of the infected individuals were quickly eliminated by the soldiers entering the hospital. In the end, only a few remained, holding their ground on the 1st floor, taking the doctors and nurses hostage, demanding the authorities provide serum. However, the moment they stormed the hospital, in the eyes of the authorities, they were no longer negotiable parties, but terrorists who needed to be eliminated. Thus, after a stun grenade cleared the way, soldiers charged into the room, swiftly eliminating the last few infected individuals and rescuing the hostages. After that came a cleanup. Corpse after corpse was carried out and taken away. The woman with antibodies, Sister Yu, who had been hiding in the hospital storage room, was also found and rescued. She was escorted into a vehicle under heavy protection and driven away. No one noticed that on the 18th floor, from an open window, the hooded man who could manipulate metal explosions recorded everything with his phone. Then he removed his hood. If those infected individuals from earlier were still alive, seeing him now would surely shock them. Because after removing his hood, the neck he revealed showed no bright red patches. From the very beginning, this hooded man was a blood plague adapter, merely pretending to be infected to infiltrate the infected group. No one suspected him because no one could imagine someone would do such a thing. An infected person pretending to be normal was common. An adapter pretending to be infected was extremely rare. The hooded man checked the video on his phone and nodded with satisfaction. I shot that pretty well. The cause and effect, the emotions, the conflict, the conclusion, the climax, it's all there. Should be able to sell for a good price. File download completed. Guan Tong looked at the downloaded file, thinking this mask guy was really efficient. He said he'd help with optimization yesterday, and today this one-click optimization package was ready. Guan Tong looked at the file. He didn't know much about computer technology, but he knew some files shouldn't be downloaded carelessly, because they could contain viruses, trojans, etc. that could hijack your computer. He thought this mask probably had the same idea, otherwise he wouldn't have produced this optimization package so quickly. But he figured this guy was probably going to be disappointed. No matter what computer virus was planted, it wouldn't work on the shelter's special network. Guan Tong opened the file, extracted it, and then loaded the optimization content onto his website with one click. Logging back in, the website looked completely refreshed. The overall interface layout hadn't changed much, but the quality in all aspects had improved by more than a notch. For example, the icons, progress bars, option button styles, etc. on the website before had all used default templates, looking quite tacky. Now, after using the optimization package, these details have been greatly optimized, with many animations added. For instance, when the mouse hovered over an option, there would be a color gradient effect indicating selection, looking quite impressive. This mask really knows his stuff. Regardless of mask's intentions, this optimization was genuinely useful. However, while the interface was more aesthetically pleasing, the most important thing was still the content. Without quality content, No matter how good the appearance, it was all for nothing. Guan Tong clicked on several sections one by one. Only the casual chat section had a post by Mask. All other sections were completely blank. I'll fill in some content myself first. Guan Tong thought, opening the intelligence section. So-called intelligence is information. But the entire internet is full of information. How do you make your information valuable? Something others rush to see. Simple. The information you post isn't available elsewhere. You have an independent source of information. If Guan Tong had any independent source of information, it was his ability to see hidden rules. This was his most valuable information. But this kind of information needed to be disclosed or sold, depending on the situation. Hidden rules like plunder clarity and genetic lottery, which benefited oneself at the expense of others, he wasn't inclined to disclose publicly. But hidden rules like difficult choice and conversion source he could disclose. Especially difficult choice, the information about snowfall volume being proportional to regional population density. He had considered disclosing it immediately back then, but ultimately didn't because he lacked a safe publishing channel. As for the conversion source rule, that eliminating the matriarch converter could end the conversion of the living dead. If he had had this send-at-home platform back then, he could have chosen to sell this information. Sell this information to those ascendants with the strength to eliminate the matriarch converter. That way, he would gain substantial profit. The buyer who eliminated the matriarch converter could get extra rewards, and ending the conversion process early would spare ordinary people from more threats. A win-win-win situation like that. Why not do it? So now, what should be the first piece of information posted in the intelligence section? The hidden rules for the earlier rules were actually summarized in the official white paper on the Doomsday Rules. Posting them himself again wouldn't have much reading value. As for the hidden rule for the currently ongoing 6th rule, he wasn't planning to post it yet. So what information could he post that he knew and others didn't? Maybe post something about the Holy Grail first. Guan Tong thought. This was indeed information only he knew. From beginning to end, the Holy Grail had been in his possession. Other participants didn't know what effects the Holy Grail had or how it was found. Guan Tong felt that if he posted the key to obtaining the Holy Grail, that line of small text on the statue base, feed blood to summon the cup into being, plus the Holy Grail's effect of unlimited mind power while holding it, posting these two pieces of information would definitely spark heated discussion. People might believe it, or they might not, but there should be some discussion and buzz. But this is information Shadow knows. If I post it, to some extent, it's like telling people that the administrator of this Ascendant Home website is very likely Shadow himself, or someone related to Shadow. In doing so, while gaining massive traffic, it would certainly attract a lot of prying eyes. Who knows how many individuals or organizations would then try to dig out Shadow himself through the website. If not for the shelter's network characteristic of being untraceable, Guan Tong definitely wouldn't dare, nor would he consider doing this. Actually, that's fine. Shouldn't Shadow's huge fame be used to monetize? September 29th, one day remaining until the end of the fatal blood plague rule. The Countermeasures Research Office held an impromptu meeting. The expert researchers who received the message and came to the office didn't know what was going on and were vaguely worried. Generally speaking, such impromptu meetings only occurred when some bad emergency happened. Everyone sat uneasily in their seats, waiting. Not long after, the person in charge, Gao Liangwei, entered the room. After sitting down, he said, "Impromptu meeting today is to announce one thing. But before announcing it, everyone, please take a look at these videos first." Gao Liangwei had the researcher display some video clips on the large screen. Everyone watched and quickly realized the video content was about conflicts occurring in major cities. Some scenes were extremely brutal, making it hard to watch. Furthermore, everyone noticed that the protagonists in the videos weren't just ordinary people. There were also some bureau employees in black uniforms and some armed squads. As soon as the video playback ended, Gao Liangwei said, "The purpose of showing you these is to let you know that this rule has caused significant social division. In various regions, infected groups, believing they have no hope of survival, have been causing massive destruction within cities." Everyone remained silent. Actually, this situation couldn't be said to be entirely unexpected, Because once most people discover they are infected and will bleed to death within 24 hours, they are bound to develop a tremendous sense of grievance. They would wonder, why aren't others infected? Why is it me? It's not strange for them to act irrationally in despair. Out of 10 infected individuals, perhaps 9 would accept their fate and silently await death. But as long as one becomes extreme, developing a destructive mentality of let's all die together, then given the huge population base of Besieged country, even this 1/10 of destroyers would be enough to severely tear society apart. Now it seemed this situation had truly occurred. Gao Yangwei said, although there are no detailed statistics yet, these destroyers have directly or indirectly caused a large number of casualties and destroyed hundreds of gathering points. Many frontline official workers have also suffered targeted attacks. Therefore, just 1 hour ago, after deliberation by the higher-ups, it was finally decided. After this rule ends, Besieged country will officially declare the nation's entry into a wartime state. A national wartime state. Upon hearing this, everyone present felt their hearts drop. Many knew what this meant. Some among you may understand, some may not. So I'll explain a bit. As a senior colonel, Gao Yangwei was extremely clear about what a wartime state meant. After entering a wartime state, the authorities will take over all major factories nationwide, coordinating production and construction work. Food and other supplies will be uniformly rationed per capita. Transportation and information will also enter a controlled state. Leaving the city will require a valid reason. Otherwise, it will be strictly prohibited. Additionally, all citizens will be uniformly registered and managed. Those wandering in cities, surviving alone, must also be brought under management. Once registration is fully completed, the first batch of shelters in various regions should also be built. At that time, shelter assignments will be made according to the personnel lists. Everyone in the office listened to Gao Yangwei explaining the wartime state situation, their expressions all very serious. It seemed the chaos caused by some infected individuals during this blood plague rule was too great, having practically disrupted the order of resisting the rules. This was what made the higher-ups determined to strike hard and enforce strict management. After Gao Yangwei finished speaking, someone proactively spoke up in support. Good. Actually, I think we should have entered a wartime state long ago. We should have entered after the first rule. After all, the casualties caused by the rules have already surpassed any war in history. That's right. I've been wanting to say this too. After food and other supplies became free, a lot of waste occurred in various places. Some people took huge amounts of supplies they didn't need, only to waste them in the end. It would be better to distribute them uniformly per capita, ensuring no waste. People spoke up one after another, most expressing support. But there were also a few dissenting voices. A wartime state is activated when the nation is at war. Activating it now. Does that mean treating the fire thief as a wartime enemy? After entering a wartime state, controls in all aspects will be strengthened, requiring a huge amount of manpower. Are there still that many frontline personnel currently? I'm afraid we'll need to recruit more. The fire thief isn't just a wartime enemy of our Besieged country, but an enemy of every human, Gao Yangwei said solemnly. As for the manpower shortage issue, various regions will also quickly recruit new personnel to fill the gaps. Everyone nodded, saying no more. After all, this was a notification issued by the higher-ups, not a solicitation of opinions from the Countermeasures Research Office. The purpose of this meeting, besides informing everyone of this matter, is also to have everyone quickly adjust the direction and content of your work. Future work must be based on the foundation of the wartime state for thinking and advancement. That's all I have to say. Meeting adjourned. Why hasn't any information come back yet? Mask sat in front of his computer, biting his nails. He hadn't slept for a day and a night, waiting for the Trojan implanted in the administrator's computer to transmit data back. Because he was certain that administrator had used his optimization package to ensure the latter would use it. He had worked frantically for over 10 hours, optimizing almost every detail of the interface to the extreme. After sending the optimization package, he quickly discovered that the Ascendant Home website had undergone a massive transformation, precisely the result of loading his optimization package. This excited him immensely. He felt the Trojan must have been successfully implanted into the other party's computer and would soon transmit back data like backdoors and IP addresses. However, he waited and waited. The optimization package had been loaded for several hours, yet no data came back. He manually performed remote wake-ups and attempted remote access several times, all of which failed. This gradually made him realize that the Trojan he had packaged inside the optimization package might have been discovered and completely removed by that administrator, leaving only the clean website optimization content. Could I really have encountered a top-tier master? Mask couldn't believe it. He had just randomly browsed a forum and stumbled upon a post, and that post turned out to be from a top-tier technical master. That was just too outrageous. But he couldn't understand. If the other party had such high-level skills, why was the website initially made in that awful state? It looked like a drag-and-drop template. Could it be an intentional construction site website style? No. If it was intentionally made so simple, why load my optimization package now? Mask was utterly perplexed, completely unable to figure out. Too long without rest made his thinking sluggish. He casually refreshed the interface and discovered the website actually had new content. A new post appeared in the intelligence section, posted by the administrator. The post title, Decrypting the Hidden Treasure, the Holy Grail, on Holy Grail Island. The Holy Grail? Mask was surprised seeing the title. He hadn't passed the fasting therapy rule back then, didn't get an invitation, so he didn't participate in the Ascendant Challenge tournament. But after the tournament, information leaked out. Having seen it, he naturally knew what the Holy Grail was. Now, clicking into the post and reading the main text, he was completely shocked. Is this real? The two pieces of information mentioned in the post, the text on the statue base and the effect of holding the Holy Grail, he had never seen anywhere else. His original drowsiness vanished instantly. Mask immediately opened his big data tool and began a full network search. His tool supported multiple languages and could search publicly available information on the internet worldwide. After the search completed, the result was no matches. No matches means there is absolutely no related information on the internet. The information in this post is completely the first and only of its kind on the entire web. Mask was instantly exhilarated. If he had seen this post normally, he wouldn't have believed its content, thinking it was most likely fabricated by some bored person. But through the previous network offense and defense, he had confirmed this administrator possessed some extremely powerful and unique network security technology. Therefore, in his view, the credibility of information released by this administrator greatly increased. I remember reading information posted by other participants. The Holy Grail was held from start to finish by the first-place winner of the tournament, which was Shadow. Could this administrator have a connection with Shadow? Able to get information from Shadow? Or is the administrator Shadow himself? Mask really wanted to figure this out clearly. However, after these 2 rounds of confrontation, he felt he had completely lost. It seems I can't do it alone. Mask thought for a moment and opened a forum. The forum was called Anonymous, a platform where top hackers worldwide usually chatted, shared experiences, and sparred. Mask was considered a master-level figure in this forum. He posted a thread describing his defeat and hoped other experts would try to see if they could breach the defenses of the Ascendant Home website. His post quickly attracted many replies. Defenses even Mask can't breach? Interesting. Has Master Mask's skills regressed? Can't even crack a personal site now. I'll give it a try. Ascendant Home? An absolutely untraceable safe website? This administrator is really arrogant. Is the content of his post true? Unlimited mind power while holding the Holy Grail. My tool actually failed. Mask was very famous in the anonymous forum. After his post was published, hackers of all kinds quickly surfaced. Some expressed surprise, others accepted the challenge. For a time, Guan Tong's little website experienced a massive surge in traffic. Various hackers threw their self-developed cracking tools at it. However, they soon discovered this seemingly simple website had ridiculously powerful defensive capabilities. All kinds of attack tools failed. Even attempting to crash the site with high concurrency through bulk registration didn't work. Soon, another master hacker posted, I have a strange feeling. This website seems to be conscious, able to judge our attack intentions. I noticed that too. Another master replied, I can register an account normally without issue, but using account registration tools, changing IPs for bulk registration, or even single attempts fail. This judgment technology is beyond my understanding. Could it be reverse locating our real IP addresses, locking it to single registration only? That's not very likely. Could it be some new high-level AI running this website? Current AI can't do that either. I have a suspicion. Could the computer running the website, or the website itself, be some kind of mind power item? That's why it can achieve such unbelievable things. October 1st, 8:59 a.m. 1 minute remained until the rule ended. Guan Tong stood at the door of the shelter cabin, his hand already on the doorknob. As soon as the fire thief's voice sounded, he would go out. Being cooped up in a small room for half a month straight without seeing the sun had not been good for his mental state, especially these last 2 days. After posting about the Holy Grail on the website, he hadn't looked at it much, spending most of his time sleeping. The moment the clock struck 9, the fire thief's voice appeared, right on schedule. Rule time has ended. Guan Tong immediately stepped out the door, leaving the cabin, and walked outside, taking a deep breath. The fresh air invigorated him. The gentle autumn sunlight falling on his body instantly improved his mood considerably. The fire thief's voice continued. Congratulations on passing the test of the 6th Doomsday Rule. Reward has been delivered to the storage box. The Ascension store has listed more products. They can be viewed through the personal terminal. The 7th Doomsday Rule will be announced in 30 days. This time was rather routine. After it ended, no new functions were activated. Guan Tong found a rock and sat in the sunlight. He sat there squinting for quite a while before silently opening his personal terminal in his mind. Name, Guan Tong. Nickname, Shadow. Title, Victor. Mind power, 137, 3240. Ascension coins, 687. Comprehensive biometric evaluation, excellent. The personal panel wasn't much different from before. The mind power upper limit had increased normally, and he had managed to accumulate a bit more reserve mind power over this half month. Because the shelter's consumption rate of mind power was slower than his own natural recovery rate, he hadn't used any reserve mind power at all during this rule period. Opening the storage box, he found a newly added survival chest silver grade. The previous 2 survival chests had been bronze grade. This time, for passing the rule, not only did the reward of Ascension coins increase to 300, but the chest quality also rose a grade, giving Guan Tong a feeling of entering a new phase. He opened the chest. Obtained random item, Greytax Warrior Hoodie. Greytax Warrior Hoodie, a black hoodie printed with a Greytax Warrior pattern. When equipped, it can consume mind power to summon a Greytax Warrior to fight for you for 5 minutes. Its combat power is directly proportional to the amount of mind power consumed, with a minimum consumption of 50 points and a maximum of 1,000 points. Cooldown time is 24 hours. This item is tradable. Alpha Metonoes. Another summoning type item. Did I stumble into a summoner's nest? Guan Tong had previously obtained a corpse whistle that could summon living dead. Now, he got a hoodie that summons a Greytax Warrior. Adding in Shadow, who could barely count as 1, he really had quite a few summons already. He took out the newly acquired item. It was indeed a well-fitting black hoodie with a hood. The chest area was printed with a pattern of a fully armored warrior holding a large axe, looking incredibly imposing. He equipped the hoodie, temporarily removing the multifunctional anti-stab vest he had been wearing. Then, Guan Tong consumed 50 points of mind power to summon the Greytax Warrior. A black light flashed from the pattern on the chest of his hoodie, and a majestic, fully armored warrior holding a large axe appeared before him. Guan Tong ordered the warrior to attack a tree not far away. The warrior immediately strode over and, with one swing of its axe, horizontally cleaved the tree trunk in 2. The sheer power was astonishing. On a whim, Guan Tong took out the corpse whistle, placed it in his mouth, and blew it twice. 6 living dead emerged from the ground. Then, under his command, the 6 living dead and the Greytax Warrior attacked each other. Guan Tong initially thought there might be some suspense, but to his surprise, in just the first clash, 4 of the 6 living dead were bisected at the waist by the axe. The remaining 2 pounced on the Greytax Warrior, clawing and biting, but couldn't even break its defense. The next moment, they too were chopped apart by the axe. The gap is this big, and this is just summoned by consuming 50 points of mind power. If I spent 100 or even used reserve mind power, spending a huge amount in one go, I should be able to summon an extremely powerful Grey Tax warrior. Guan Tong thought to himself that it was indeed a silver grade chest. The quality of the item it produced was much higher than the previous bronze grade ones. However, this Grey Tax warrior also had its drawbacks. Its movements were somewhat slow. He didn't know if summoning one with more mind power would improve that. At least for now, in terms of combat, the living dead were no match for it. But in terms of sprinting in one direction, one living dead could outrun two of these warriors. After testing the Grey Tax warrior's combat power, Guan Tong was generally satisfied. Relying on his abundant mind power and the ability to store more, he could accept having a few more summoning type items. For ascendants with less mind power, they probably wouldn't like such items very much. Because even if the summon is powerful, being limited by mind power and unable to use it to its full potential would still be frustrating. Let's see what's new in the store. Guan Tong opened the Ascension store in the terminal. Only one new item was listed, and its effect surprised him quite a bit. Communication scroll can be used for communication between friends. Communication time is 10 minutes. Price, 20 Ascension coins. Purchase limit, 10. After reading about this new item, Guan Tong's first reaction was that it was useless to him. The number of friends in his personal terminal was still 0 to this day. Even if he bought it, there was no one to communicate with. However, he felt this item would be very useful for some people. For example, if two people wanted to communicate secretly, but other channels were unsafe, using this communication scroll could ensure the communication wouldn't be monitored. Or if someone didn't have a phone or was in a place with no phone signal, they could also use it for long-distance communication. What surprised Guan Tong even more was that this item was actually purchase limited. Each ascendant could only buy 10. 10 scrolls meant 10 calls, each up to 10 minutes, totaling 100 minutes of call time. Guan Tong didn't know what the Fire Thief meant by listing this item. Did it want to give ascendants another secret communication method? Or would this be useful in the 7th Doomsday Rule? Although it's purchase limited, that doesn't guarantee there's no overall quantity limit. Although Guan Tong himself had no friends, worried about the awkward situation of needing it someday, but finding it sold out, he immediately spent 200 Ascension coins to buy the full limit of 10. He'd just store them in the storage box for now, to be used whenever needed. This really wasn't a waste, especially after witnessing how crazy the Ascendant market could be. He now felt spending a few hundred Ascension coins was practically frugal. This interval period is 1 month. The 7th rule will be announced on November 1st. Guan Tong thought about it. If he had any plans for this month, there were roughly 3. First, continue to increase his mind power upper limit and keep trying to see if he could write on the 5th page of the wordless book. Second, maintain and develop his Ascendant Home website, acquiring some necessary storage equipment to put into shelter. Third, continue learning Shingy's Mind Power Flow course. He should be able to get started this month. Moreover, after that previous phone call, Shingy told him he could call her directly if he had any questions. Guan Tong didn't plan to be polite. He would ask whenever he didn't understand something. Mastering more power quickly was very important to him. In return, if Shingy ever needed help with anything later, he would naturally lend a hand. He thought his plans were perfect. However, that very noon, a sudden incident completely disrupted his arrangements. The country is going into a wartime state. At noon, Guan Tong sat in front of his computer, watching the live broadcast of the press conference being held, feeling slightly startled. This live press conference was convened by the authorities, and the person delivering the speech was also a high-ranking official. The main content was announcing that 10 days after Beijing country completed its preliminary preparations, which would be October 10th, society would formally enter a state of wartime management. The high-ranking official explained in detail why this was being done, citing numerous data points. Most of this data supported one argument. The man-made disasters derived from the rules were no less harmful than the damage caused by the rules themselves. Some videos were also shown, depicting the chaos caused by destroyers in some cities. They deliberately sabotaged gathering points, damaged transport vehicles, and even set fire to self-service supply point warehouses. The high-ranking official stated gravely that such a situation could not be allowed to continue. After entering the wartime management state, all survival supplies would be uniformly planned and distributed per capita. City residents must be registered and incorporated into the management system. Not only would people living in gathering points need to register, but also some urban drifters and homeless people must register. Concealment would not be allowed. Afterward, cities would conduct 24-hour uninterrupted drone patrols for citywide inspections. Anyone found deliberately avoiding registration would face severe penalties. Furthermore, as the first batch of shelters in major cities were completed, registered personnel would be assigned to move in according to the list order. Those refusing to move into shelters would need to provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, it would not be permitted. At that time, people living in cities would also not be allowed to drive out of the city casually unless they had a legitimate reason. Resources like gasoline and electricity would be used as needed and not wasted arbitrarily. Finally, the high-ranking official summarized, the purpose of all this was to enable more citizens to survive in this catastrophic disaster brought by the fire thief. For this, some sacrifices and other aspects had to be made. After watching the entire live broadcast, Guan Tong was momentarily lost in thought. Without a doubt, all his original plans had been disrupted. What concerned him most wasn't that after entering the wartime management state, all kinds of supplies would be strictly controlled and distributed per capita. What concerned him most was the official requirement for all city residents to register. This meant that after October 10th, continuing to live as a drifter like he did now would become a violation. Once discovered by drones, he would be immediately pursued and held accountable. This sudden change left Guan Tong momentarily at a loss. He was thinking, what should he do? Register, as the authorities said, then be assigned to some collective shelter according to the allocation? Guan Tong frowned. That was absolutely not what he wanted to do. The reason he didn't go to an academy in the first place was because, in this era of Doomsday Rules, he didn't want to live a regimented, rule-following life bound by restrictions. Now, if he had to stay in a collective shelter, wouldn't that be even more painful than being in an academy? It was completely unacceptable, unless he revealed his identity to the authorities. If they knew he was Shadow, they would probably give him a certain degree of preferential treatment, not having to live in a collective shelter like ordinary people. But at the same time, he would definitely still be subject to some arrangements or assigned some tasks. If he didn't want to accept others' arrangements, he had to formulate and execute an alternative plan within this brief 10-day window. Otherwise, once those 10 days passed, the authorities were prepared, and the wartime state was officially declared. It would be troublesome to try to do anything then. So what should I do? Guan Tong thought. Staying in the city means I must register. Otherwise, it's impossible to avoid the 24-hour citywide drone patrols forever. Then leave the big city. It was already clear from the official live press conference that only cities would strictly enforce wartime state management. As for those remote mountain villages and wilderness areas, even if they wanted to enforce it, they couldn't do so effectively. So, should he go to those places? Guan Tong had his portable shelter. Even if he left the city for the wilderness, he wasn't afraid. It was just that this happened so suddenly. He wasn't prepared. If he left, he didn't know where to go for the time being. Simultaneously watching this official live-stream press conference were many people. After the press conference ended, related discussions flooded the entire internet. After all, Besieged country had not fought a war with another country for over 100 years, with only minor local frictions at most. Even declaring a Level 3 combat readiness state was considered a big deal. For a country that hadn't entered a Level 1 combat readiness state for a century to suddenly announce it would enter a wartime management state in 10 days undoubtedly delivered a massive shock to its citizens. The only people in Besieged country who had experienced wartime social management were from the great-grandfather generation. The subsequent 3 or 4 generations had never experienced war, so they were currently discussing it fervently online. Does anyone know what a wartime state will actually be like? Is it just unified food distribution? Many aspects will have strict controls. It shouldn't just be about material supply. It seems those blood plague-infected individuals from the rules have really pushed the authorities to the edge. No kidding. I don't know about your city. We have several hundred blood plague-infected people here. They blocked dozens of vehicles on the main road. preventing supply transport trucks from getting through. It's a huge mess. Blocking a road is nothing. I'm from Yin Hua. We've even had gunfights break out here. I heard a group of infected people stormed a hospital, seized guns, and took out both an armed squad and bureau members. Here, some people gathered to commit arson and burn down several gathering points. I heard there were people who got kicked out of gathering points after infecting themselves with the virus. They wanted revenge on the people inside, so they banded together and started fires everywhere. Sigh. Letting things get too ugly isn't good either. Our gathering point also had many infected people. We didn't forcibly kick them out, just isolated them in separate rooms. In the end, they still died, but at least there was no revenge-seeking or similar incidents. People posted online about the chaos occurring in their respective cities, and reading it all indeed gave a sense of shock and horror. After seeing what you all posted, no wonder the authorities held a press conference just hours after the rule ended. Everywhere has gone crazy. I support wartime management. It's too chaotic outside now. I'm scared. I'd feel more at ease under official management. Agreed. Putting other things aside, just the food waste part is hard to watch. Some youngsters take several portions of food for themselves, eat less than half, and throw the rest away. Just because it's free supply doesn't mean you should waste it like that. Supportive voices made up the majority, but opposing voices also existed. I don't feel good about this. Have you all considered that once the wartime state is activated, it will last until all 49 Doomsday Rules are over, right? Only 6 have passed so far, with 43 left. If we calculate 1 rule per month, the remaining 43 will take at least over 3 years. Over 3 years of wartime management. Just thinking about it is unbearable. I think the same way. Over 3 years is the minimum. I think it'll take about 5 years to get through all 49. 5 years. In this Doomsday Rules era, can we really survive 5 years? Rather than just surviving in a wartime state, I'd rather live out my remaining days freely and happily, Beta. Agree. I plan to leave the city before the 10th, find a remote little place to stay. I heard after the first rule, many people left the city to set up camps. I wonder if I can find one to join. Those small groups are usually pretty exclusionist. Besides, many probably got wiped out during the snow disaster rule. The discussions raged on, but regardless, it was set in stone that cities would enter wartime control after the 10th. It wouldn't change because of the discussions. Those who needed to prepare began making their own preparations after seeing this news. Several hours later, at dusk, Guan Tong was already driving on the road out of the city. That's right, after consideration, he had decided to leave the city first. Regarding the official's decision, he knew that from a macro perspective, it was correct, reasonable, and could help more people survive. But from his own personal angle, he still preferred being able to move freely and live a life where he was responsible for himself. Just like when he chose to leave the city during the snow and June rule, his foundation was actually very poor back then. Aside from a shadow that could briefly materialize, he had almost nothing else. Yet he still overcame his fear and left the city and the crowds. Looking back, that decision might have been right. But if his judgment had been wrong and something happened outside, with no chance of rescue, he would most likely have died. But Guan Tong felt that even then, he wouldn't regret it or blame others, because those were the choices he made himself. The current situation was the same. His choice was to leave before the wartime control began. Regardless of what consequences this decision led to, good or bad, he would bear them himself when the time came. The car he drove was the same as before, a shared electric vehicle, and his destination was actually the same as before too, Mingdao Mountain. Why go there? On one hand, he had been there once during the last snow disaster and had gained some understanding of the terrain and landscape. Also, it had mountains and forests, and the scenery was decent. Compared to go to some wasteland or similar place, Guan Tong definitely preferred going somewhere with something to see. However, this time when he went, he wouldn't set up camp in the depression at the mountain's base. Instead, he would go up the mountain and summon his shelter to live there. After all, more than 3 months had passed. The snow on the mountain must have melted long ago. Living on a mountain also offered more concealment than at the base, so he wouldn't be spotted at a glance by anyone passing by. As for food and other supplies, Guan Tong had prepared during the few hours before departure. He stuffed all the supplies he found in the abandoned residential complex into his shelter. He also made several trips to other abandoned complexes that hadn't been demolished yet, using his shadow with enhanced vision to help him efficiently search for food that could be stored long-term and other items. After all that, his shelter was loaded with enough food to last him for over half a year, which was completely sufficient, even excessive, because Guan Tong had a premonition that even if he went to Mingdao Mountain, he probably wouldn't stay there for too long. For him, it was more like a temporary transition point, not a place where he planned to hunker down until all 49 rules were over before emerging. Driving out of the city along the previous route, he soon passed through the development zone. As Guan Tong drove past a certain spot, he didn't pay much attention at first. But after continuing forward for a few minutes, he suddenly hit the brakes. Did I see that wrong? He frowned, thought for a moment, then signaled and turned the car around. Not long after, he arrived at the place that had caught his attention. It was a roadside parking lot containing a large red truck. Guan Tong took a closer look this time and immediately confirmed he hadn't been mistaken. It was indeed the truck belonging to the mother-daughter pair, Wang Yin and Chun Na. Strange, didn't they go to Yong'an? Guan Tong parked his car, got out, and walked over to take a look. The large truck was covered in a lot of dust and looked very dirty. It seemed like it hadn't moved since the day it was parked here. This was undoubtedly odd, because Guan Tong remembered very clearly that Wang Yin had said she would first go to the hospital to check on her stomach issues, then drive on a national highway to take her daughter Chun Na to the capital, Yong'an. Did they abandon the truck and take other public transportation? Or did something happen that prevented them from going at all? Guan Tong didn't know. He didn't have Wang Yan's contact information and couldn't reach out to ask. Hey, you, that kid. A call came from a booth nearby. Guan Tong looked over and saw an Emergency Management Bureau employee wearing a black uniform. The person walked from the booth to Guan Tong. Is this truck yours? No. The owner is someone I know. Someone you know? Then hurry up and get the owner to come move it. This is the Emergency Management Bureau's temporary parking lot, usually for official vehicles like supply trucks. How long has this truck been parked here? It should have been cleared out long ago. Guan Tong shook his head. I don't have the owner's contact information. The staff member was taken aback. Didn't you say you know the owner? I just know them, that's all. Forget it. The staff member thought for a moment and said, for a large vehicle like this, drivers usually leave their documents, cards, or something inside. There's definitely a phone number on them. I'll break the window. You go in and look for it to call the owner. The staff member said this and walked back to the small booth. Not long after, he came out with a small iron hammer and specifically declared to Guan Tong, don't blame me for breaking the glass. This truck has been parked here too long. I was already planning to have it towed away and disposed of in the next few days. Just breaking a window is actually being lenient. Guan Tong nodded, not objecting. Crack, crack, crash. The staff member smashed the front windshield with a few hammer blows, then turned to Guan Tong. Go on in. Guan Tong climbed into the driver's cabin, searched around, and actually found a slip of paper with Wang Yan's phone number written on it. Did you find it? Found it. Evening, in an apartment in a residential complex on Baishui Road. Chun Na, seeing that her mother Wang Yin had fallen asleep, carefully went out and waited by the roadside outside. Not long after, a car drove over. The rear window rolled down, revealing the face of a short-haired woman. It was the same person who had delivered the protective gear half a month ago. Chun Na, after thinking about it for the past half month, have you decided? The short-haired woman asked. Chun Na nodded firmly. I've decided to get medicine for mom's treatment. I'll take the assessment you mentioned. Sister, you're a good kid. The short-haired woman smiled. Your mom will be proud of you. Hearing this, Chun Na's expression darkened, and she said quietly, actually, Mom doesn't want me to take it. I snuck out. I can understand. You're still young. After all, it's only natural for your mom to worry. But in this era, age is no longer important. The most important thing is strength. Strength. Yes. For example, you, although you're young, possessing a large-scale perception ability, which is so rare, is a manifestation of strength. Just from that point alone, your potential is much more outstanding than most ordinary people. Chun Na nodded, somewhat understanding. The short-haired woman said, don't overthink it. Once you pass the assessment, my leader will help pay for the medicinal items to treat your mom's cancer. After your mom gets better, she definitely won't blame you for not listening. Na thought the same. I'll work hard. Good. I'll come pick you up tomorrow. The time is set for 9 p.m. But Chun Na hesitated. Sister, how long will the assessment take? If I'm away for too long, there'll be no one to take care of Mom here. Don't worry. The assessment only takes a few hours. We'll have you back before dawn. Okay, I understand. I'll head back now. Goodbye, sister. Goodbye. The short-haired woman watched Chun Na go back inside, then raise the car window. The driver asked at this moment, a kid like her, can she really pass? The people she'll be competing against are all strong, even including a former official team captain. Her ability is very special, the short-haired woman said. Like I just said, large-scale perception abilities are too rare. If further developed with more functions, she has the full potential to become a top-tier auxiliary member. The short-haired woman paused, then said, actually, even if she doesn't pass the assessment, I estimate the commander would still keep her. Ah, that's true. The commander has always liked cultivating young girls. You yourself are an example, aren't you? The driver said. The short-haired woman didn't respond. The driver, feeling he'd spoken out of turn, pursed his lips and drove off. Back in the room, Chun Na was thinking about what the short-haired sister had said when suddenly her mother's phone on the table rang. Worried it would wake her mother, who had finally managed to fall asleep, she quickly went over, answered it, and ran outside the room with the phone. Hello? Who are you looking for? Xiao Na. Guan Tong's voice came through. It's Guan Tong. Brother Guan. Hearing Guan Tong's voice, Chun Na exclaimed softly, never expecting it would be him calling. Guan Tong asked, Xiao Na, I saw your car at the development zone parking lot. Didn't you go to Yong'an? By the way, how were your mom's hospital checkup results? Ah oui, Mom, Chun Na wanted to say they hadn't gone to the capital. Wanted to say Mom's checkup results were very bad. But the words reached her lips, and she remembered the short-haired sister's matter. The latter had specifically instructed her, when they first met, and said goodbye not to mention anything about them, or about the assessment, to other people. If she found out the information had been leaked, the previous invitation would be cancelled. Chun Na couldn't accept cancellation, because this was the only lifeline she had to save her mom. Mom is fine. We went to the capital. We went by bullet train. That big car is just abandoned. Chun Na said in a low voice. Is that so? Brother Guan, I have things to do here, so I'll hang up first. Okay. Quickly pressing end call. Chun Na's little face flushed red. Even though it was just over the phone, lying still made her very flustered. Sorry, Brother Guan. She whispered, looking at her phone. I didn't mean to lie to you. I have to get the medicine item to cure Mom. On the other side, at the parking lot, Guan Tong put away his phone, feeling Chun Na's tone on the call was somewhat strange. And she seemed very eager to hang up, only saying 2 or 3 sentences total before ending the call. But since she said they went to Yong'an by bullet train, Guan Tong didn't think much more about it, telling the parking lot staff. The owner of this car has already left Yin Hua. The car is probably abandoned. Abandoned? Then I'll have someone take it away later. Guan Tong returned to his own car, continuing toward his destination. Along the way, he saw the villages by the roadside were still in their collapsed state after the snow disaster. It seemed no one had done any cleanup in the months since. Probably due to various factors like insufficient manpower, the authorities were already giving their all just to ensure urban material supply, shelter construction, public order maintenance, etc., with no spare capacity to manage villages outside the cities. This resulted in even villages near cities now being almost devoid of human presence, completely silent and dead. However, the original corpses were all gone, probably having returned from death during the Living Dead rule and run off to attack the cities. There were quite a few cars on the road, but most were going the opposite direction from Guan Tong. Those car owners were likely people evacuated outside the city for refuge during the Blood Plague virus rule, with some survivors starting to return to the city after the rule ended. Continuing onward, around past 10 at night, Guan Tong reached his destination, Mingdao Mountain. Same as last time he came, this place was still desolate. The only trace of human life was the little camp he himself had built earlier. That's right, his little camp was actually still there, just the surrounding wooden stakes had collapsed. This kind of simple camp couldn't last more than 10 days without maintenance. Noyo. With darkness having fallen, Guan Tong didn't go up the mountain, spending the night cramped in his car. The next day after dawn, he drove the car into the woods of the mountain's base, then hiked up Mingdao Mountain on foot. During the snow disaster rule, He had lived here for quite a while, but because the mountain was sealed by snow, he had never gone up, which was somewhat regrettable. After ascending this time, he found the top was pretty much as he expected. Being undeveloped, it was overgrown with weeds, scattered rocks, and some crooked, haphazardly growing trees. Before the Doomsday Rules era, occasional hikers would come here climb, but after entering the Rules era, no one had that kind of leisure anymore. Guan Tong walked around the mountain for a while, looking for a suitable spot to place the shelter. Before long, he found a flat area with good sunlight and decided to place it there. But before placement, some preparation was needed. Black light flashed across the pattern on Guan Tong's hoodie, and the Greytax warrior appeared. Then he took out the corpse whistle, blowing it continuously. Some living dead emerged from underground. Greytax warrior, chop down those few trees. Living dead, clear away these weeds, scattered rocks, and such. Then move the felled trees away. After giving his summons their orders, Guan Tong sat to the side, leisurely watching them work. This made him feel for the first time that having many summons had its benefits. At least he wouldn't have to do various chores and physical labor himself anymore. If he had these conditions back during the snow disaster rule, he wouldn't have needed to get up every day and laboriously clear the path himself for half a day. He could have just sat in the camp and let the summons do it. Soon, the Greytax warrior chopped down the few obstructive trees by their roots, and the living dead transported away all the weeds, scattered rocks, and fallen trees, clearing out a clean, empty area. Guan Tong then took out the wordless book. Since summoning the Greytax warrior and living dead had consumed quite a bit of mind power, he could only use some reserve mind power to materialize the extremely costly shelter. Once the wooden cabin was in place, as soon as Guan Tong turned the doorknob, Coal Ball leaped out with a whoosh. Meow! It jumped onto Guan Tong's shoulder, lying down while somewhat warily looking around. It seemed the change in environment made it momentarily uncomfortable. Guan Tong patted its little head. You and I will be living on this mountain for now. Get familiar with this new home. Standing at the doorway, Guan Tong looked inside. Because he had packed too many supplies inside before leaving, there was almost no floor space left. He had a few living dead move out a portion first. It was already October, the weather no longer hot, so some supplies could be left outdoors without issue. Even after moving out 8 or 9 boxes, there was still plenty inside. Guan Tong sighed. I wonder how high my mind power upper limit needs to be before my shelter can expand. His current goal was to have at least 2 rooms and a living room. 1 room for living, 1 for storage to hold things. Unlike now, with only 1 room, things got messy when piled up too much. After everything was tidied up, Guan Tong went to the bathroom for a shower, then used a hairdryer to dry his hair before sitting at the table and opening his laptop. Being able to use water and electricity on this desolate mountain without relying on machines was undoubtedly what satisfied him most. Compared to that, the small space wasn't such a big deal. Guan Tong first checked the Academy's online courses. No updates yet. During the Blood Plague rule, the Academy naturally suspended classes too, with instructors and students isolating in their respective dormitories. There were definitely quite a few infected individuals, but compared to the outside situation, it should be much better. Just as Su Xiaoan said on the phone, the authorities placed great importance on the Academy. Those students received professional-grade protective gear and oxygen masks immediately after the rule was announced, greatly reducing infection probability. This was understandable. After all, those who could enter the Academy were all ascendants with at least 80 points of mind power upper limit. To the authorities, these were being cultivated as core forces, definitely not to be lost. Then Guan Tong logged into his Ascendant Home website. As soon as he opened the back end, he was astonished. So many people registered accounts. Previously, besides his own administrator account, the only registered user was Mask. Yet after just 2 or 3 days of not checking, the website's registered accounts had now exceeded 800, approaching the 1,000 milestone. He thought someone must have done some promotion, otherwise it wouldn't have grown this fast. Returning to the website homepage, he opened the intelligence section. The Holy Grail post he made already had over 200 replies. Infinite mind power? Is the information reliable? Holy crap. No wonder Shadow was so fierce back then, slaughtering hundreds of participants like pigs. Turns out he had infinite mind power buff. Actually, many participants discussed this before. Everyone thought Shadow was just one person, couldn't possibly have that much mind power to keep using items and abilities. Now it seems it was because of this Holy Grail's buff. Feels like you need suitable abilities or items. Even if I had infinite mind power, I couldn't utilize it effectively. Same as above +1. My item is actually pretty powerful, but it has a cooldown. Even with infinite mind power, if the cooldown isn't ready, I can't use it. Once surrounded, can only wait to die. Curious where the administrator's information source is from? Does the administrator know Shadow? Administrator, could it be that you are Shadow? If so, please allow me to express my worship and cling to your thigh. Guan Tong read the user's replies. Most found his claim credible, but were curious about his information source. Guan Tong wouldn't expose himself by admitting he was Shadow. That would ruin the mystique. Even if someone suspected he was, as long as he didn't admit it, they couldn't be sure. Also, with more users, they had started posting on the website themselves. The intelligence section now had over 20 posts. Guan Tong skimmed through them. Most were irrelevant public information, none he wanted to feature. Additionally, in the commission and transaction sections, although there were posts, only a few, and all were skeptical. They thought it unsafe for ascendants to conduct commissions or transactions on this unreliable small website. Guan Tong wasn't surprised by this, but he believed with time's verification, everyone would soon discover his website security was indeed guaranteed. Finally, the casual talk section. Guan Tong clicked in and found this section had the most posts, over 100 already. What puzzled him was that many posts were discussing network security technology-related content. He opened some a look and finally understood what was going on. Turns out, over the past 2 days, a bunch of hackers had tried cracking the website, tracking his administrator IP address location. Naturally, they all failed. Many of these hackers were quite famous in their circles, top tier technically. Even they couldn't breach it, which indirectly verified this website's high security performance, thus attracting some users. And these hackers themselves, feeling this website was very secure, actually treated it as a technical discussion area, discussing various related knowledge. Guan Tong even saw that Mask, who sent him the website optimization package dropping all pretense, posting about his attempts using cracking tools and Trojan internal infiltration, and how both processes failed. Guan Tong had known earlier this Mask, offering unsolicited help, had ulterior motives, but based on the Shelter Network's characteristics, he didn't care much. Now it seemed, it likely started with this guy, him alone bringing a bunch of hackers, who then attracted some ordinary users. But since this guy both worked overtime, making the optimization package, and indirectly helped promote the website, Guan Tong's evaluation of Mask became, although the original intention was bad, the execution was good. However, one post then caught his attention. The post title was Questions Regarding Transactions Within the Website. After Guan Tong clicked in, the poster expressed confusion in the main text. Although the website was just created, with various functions still quite rudimentary, its security does indeed seem good for now. But this security can only guarantee online safety. If users want to conduct transactions, they will inevitably involve offline aspects. How will user safety be guaranteed then? Moreover, after the 10th, the country enters wartime state. Urban ascendants will have restricted movement. How can transactions be ensured to proceed smoothly? At night, after waiting for her mother Wang Yin to fall asleep, Chun Na sneaked out. At 9 o'clock, the car arrived as promised. Get in, Chun Na, the short-haired woman said, lowering the car window. Okay. Chun Na sat in the back seat. After the car started moving, she asked with a somewhat uneasy heart, Sister, where are we going? To a factory in the suburbs. To a factory? Yes. Put this on. The short-haired woman handed over a round mask that only revealed the eyes. Chun Na didn't know why she had to wear a mask, but she obediently put it on. Soon, the car arrived at a factory in the suburbs. This place seemed to have been abandoned long ago. It didn't even have a main gate. Chun Na followed the short-haired woman into a large hall inside the factory. She saw that quite a few people had already gathered inside. Some of them wore masks just like hers, revealing only their eyes. 2 circles of people wearing black hoods and holding guns stood around the perimeter. They looked like terrorists from a movie, which made her a little scared. As soon as the short-haired woman arrived, Those wearing masks were quite surprised when they saw Chun Na, whom she had brought. The last one is a child? What the hell? A child is also coming to participate in the selection. The selection doesn't distinguish between adults and children, the short-haired woman said calmly. There are only participants. I will now explain the selection process. Do you see those people with guns around you? Your selection task is to use this factory as the activity area and evade their pursuit. As long as you are not caught after 3 hours, you will be considered to have passed the selection. Everyone nodded. The rules were clear and easy for anyone to understand. The short-haired woman specifically bent down to ask Chun Na, "Do you understand what I said?" Chun Na nodded. "You understand. It means not getting caught by the people with guns." "Yes. So, we can only run away," a masked man said. "If they find us, can't we just eliminate them?" The short-haired woman looked over. "You can. However, if you attack the armed personnel, they will also start attacking you. Any injuries or deaths will be at your own responsibility." The man sneered, "No problem." Listening to their conversation, Chun Na couldn't help but feel nervous. Why could there possibly be injuries or deaths in this kind of selection? If there are no other questions, you can start moving. The short-haired woman glanced at the watch on her wrist. "You have 5 minutes to move first. After 5 minutes, these armed personnel will begin searching for you." The mass selection participants immediately began to scatter in all directions. Chun Na also immediately started jogging away. She had seen it before coming in. This factory was huge. As long as she was careful and used her ability well, she could definitely pass. 5 minutes later, the short-haired woman nodded to the armed personnel. "Begin." A sharp pain shot from her stomach. Wang Yin frowned and groggily opened her eyes. She knew the cancer pain had started again. This kind of pain was extremely difficult to endure. Now she could only rely on large amounts of painkillers to suppress it, but the effect was getting weaker and weaker. "Arni." Wang Yin reached for the pills on the bedside table. The cup of water on the table was full. She swallowed the pills with the water and called out softly, "Na na." There was no response from the room. Wang Yin initially thought her daughter had gone to the bathroom, but after waiting for a long time with no return, she immediately became restless. "Na na." Wang Yin raised her voice a bit, but there was still no response. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she got out of bed and went to look around, only to find her daughter was not in the house at all. She didn't know whether her daughter had run out on her own or had been taken by someone. This immediately threw her into a panic. She hurried back to the room, picked up the phone on the table, and wanted to call the police department to report a missing person. But when she opened the phone's call log, she found a call record from yesterday evening, with a call duration of only a little over 10 seconds. She clearly remembered she hadn't made any calls yesterday. Not knowing if this was related to her daughter's disappearance, she immediately called back. "Buzz, Buzz." Guan Tong, who was sitting cross-legged in meditation, heard his phone vibrating and opened his eyes. He picked it up and glanced at it. It was a call from Wang Yin. After speaking yesterday, he had already saved the number in his contacts with a note. He pressed to answer. Wang Yan's anxious, questioning voice immediately came through the receiver. "Who are you? What did you say to my daughter yesterday?" "Sister Wang? It's Guan Tong." Wang Yin was stunned for a moment. "Xiao Guan? This is your number?" Guan Tong said, puzzled, "Yes. Yesterday, when I was leaving the city, I saw your car, Sister Wang, still parked in the development zone. I got the phone number from the car and called. Didn't Xiao Na tell you, Sister Wang? She was the one who answered the phone yesterday." A sense of foreboding rose in Wang Yan's heart. She quickly asked, "What did Na Na say?" "She said your illness wasn't serious, and you had taken a car to Yong'an. Isn't that right?" From Wang Yan's tone of voice, Guan Tong had already sensed something was wrong. "Oh no," Wang Yan exclaimed anxiously. "That child Na Na lied to you. That's not the case at all." "Why would Xiao Na lie to me?" Guan Tong asked, not understanding. "Sister Wang, what exactly is going on?" "It's like this." Wang Yin told him about being diagnosed with terminal stomach cancer at the hospital, with only 1 or 2 months left. Also, they hadn't gone to the capital Yong'an and were still living in an abandoned residential area not far from the hospital. Guan Tong hadn't expected it to be like this, but this still didn't explain why Chun Na had lied. "I really don't know what's gotten into that child, Na Na. She lied to you yesterday, and just now when I woke up, I found she's gone again. If something happens to this child..." Hearing the urgency in Wang Yan's voice, Guan Tong tried to calm her. Sister Wang, don't panic first. I think Xiao Na must have a reason for doing this. Has anything happened recently? Wang Yin thought carefully. Her gaze fell on the protective gear placed in the corner of the room, and she suddenly remembered. That's right. There was one thing. Shortly after the sixth rule began, someone quickly sent us protective gear and masks. They looked very advanced and expensive. The person who delivered them was a young woman with short hair, who looked very spirited. That short-haired girl didn't say anything in front of me. She spoke to Nana alone, saying they had some kind of squad selecting people and hoped Nana would participate. If selected, they would give Ascension coins to buy medicinal items to cure my terminal illness. As soon as Nana told me, I immediately refused. Those medicinal items are so expensive. Some sell for hundreds of thousands of Ascension coins. Why would they buy them and just give them to you for free? I know the sky doesn't drop free pies, so I didn't let Nana agree. But this child, she probably decided to agree on her own, Guan Tong said. He knew that child Chun Na had an extremely deep bond with her mother. Otherwise, she wouldn't have obtained an ability like Perception Domain from the Ascension store back then. The reason she got this ability was precisely because her wish was to know the moment her mother returned home from delivering goods. So, facing her mother's terminal cancer with little time left, it was only natural she would try every possible way to save her. At this time, if someone came knocking, saying that as long as she passed the selection and joined some squad, they would provide money to buy medicinal items for treatment, agreeing wouldn't be strange. If Guan Tong himself were in the same situation, he would basically make the same choice, because this was the only possible way to save his mother's life. However, looking at it from an outsider's perspective, one would notice major problems. Hundreds of thousands of Ascension coins were not a small sum. Even if used to invest in talent, careful consideration was needed. Moreover, what kind of background and power did the organization behind that short-haired woman have to still be recruiting and selecting people right as the country was about to enter a wartime state? What should I do? I had originally planned, after the 10th, to find an official institution to register Nana, so she could be assigned to a shelter. That way, she would have a stable place to go, and I could leave in peace. But now, Guan Tong asked, Sister Wang, did Xiao Na mention where that squad selection is taking place? She didn't say, and I don't know either. That's troublesome. If the location was unknown, Guan Tong couldn't help either. It seems we can only contact the police department and check surveillance cameras. Maybe we'll find something. He said this verbally, but in his heart, he felt the hope wasn't great. If the other party could afford to spend hundreds of thousands of Ascension coins, they must be a large organization and would definitely have anti-tracking awareness. But he didn't say this to Wang Yin, saying it would only add to her worries. But Sister Wang, I have another question, Guan Tong asked. The reason Xiao Na caught there must be because her ability was leaked. When and where was it leaked? Maybe at the hospital? I can't remember clearly either. I need to quickly call the police department. I'll hang up first, Xiaoan. After hanging up, Guan Tong put down his phone and silently pondered. Chun Na's ability was indeed very special, especially because of the challenge tournament. After the team formation function opened, teammates could share the effects and abilities of mind power items. This meant she could likely synchronize the information she perceived to her teammates, forming a huge advantage. Moreover, if it could be further developed, there might be other changes. For example, Su Xiaoan's instant noodles could develop noodles with different effects. Perhaps after deep development, her perception domain, besides perceiving a target's movements, could also perceive other, deeper levels of information. Such potential being noticed by some organizations was completely normal. Guan Tong even felt that if Chun Na had registered her mind power upper limit as over 80 back in the village, she might have been discovered by the authorities long ago and taken away for specialized training. But in that case, it still wouldn't have changed Wang Yan's physical condition. As for whether the authorities would be willing to spend hundreds of thousands of Ascension coins to buy medicinal items to treat Wang Yan, that was hard to say. It would all depend on how they assessed Chun Na's potential and whether they felt it was worth the investment. Now, it seemed that mysterious organization thought it was worth it, or perhaps they were deceiving Chun Na and wouldn't actually follow through in the end. If I had contacted them earlier, maybe I could have done something. But now, we can only wait for news. Guan Tong shook his head. He had his own troubles now. Regarding the transaction issues on Ascendant Home, There were indeed some difficulties. Although no one was trading on it yet, it was still necessary to prepare for the future. Direct transactions between users definitely won't work. Both sides would feel unsafe. So if I really want to get trading going, I also have to be responsible for setting up logistics and transportation. If he had enough mind power, he could consider using the shadow with the 5 senses unlocked for ultra-long distance transportation. But the prerequisite was having enough mind power, to be precise, a very large amount. However, there's no rush right now, Guan Tong thought. The website only had a few hundred users. There was no need to rush to perfect everything now. That would be asking too much. His current goal was to first properly establish the intelligence and casual chat sections to let ascendants recognize that they could communicate safely and securely on his platform. The transactions and commissions sections could be gradually improved later. It seems I've grasped a bit of the door to understanding. After finishing the call with Wang Yin, Guan Tong, though somewhat concerned about Chun Na's situation, realized there was nothing he could do about it at the moment, so he refocused his attention back on his original Circulate practice. He had been holed up in the shelter studying since the Blood Plague rule period. After half a month by today, he had nearly memorized all the numerous acupoints of the human body. He was even surprised by his own memory. He figured it was due to his continuously improving mind power. All aspects of his physical constitution were subtly enhancing. It wasn't easy to notice normally, but when actually put to use, the extent of the change became apparent. Guan Tong felt that if a world sports event were held now, even if participants didn't use any abilities and relied purely on physical fitness, they could still break all historical records across every event. According to what Shingy said in the first overview class, the first step is to memorize the acupoints all over the body. Then you can try Circulate Qi, transferring it between these acupoints. Only after mastering this is it possible to make mind power cover and flow across the body surface in a manner similar to Qi. Currently, the online course didn't seem to have progressed to this stage yet. It was still stuck on memorization techniques for acupoints and some boxing and kicking exercises. That's right. Before students mastered techniques like acupoints and Circulate Qi, Shingy also taught some boxing and kicking skills from her Guiyuan martial arts school in class, saying that practicing them regularly could promote blood circulation and invigorate the meridians, aiding subsequent cultivation. Guan Tong couldn't go out before, so he hadn't practiced this much. Practicing boxing and kicks in a small room was just too stifling. Now, however, he had the conditions. The entire Mingdao Mountain could serve as his training ground. He could practice wherever he wanted. He just knew that no matter how much he practiced, he could never reach the effortless proficiency of Shingy. She said she had practiced martial arts for over 20 years, probably starting from a few years old as foundational training from childhood. It wouldn't be easy for others to catch up. So, rather than perfecting his boxing and kicks, Guan Tong preferred to leverage his own strengths and advantages, spending more time researching the wordless book. As for martial arts, being able to achieve mind power flow would be sufficient. Because his progress was ahead of the course, he somewhat wanted to call Shingy and ask for tips and tricks on Circulate practice. But glancing at the time, it was already 10:30 p.m. He decided not to disturb someone else's rest and would ask tomorrow. With a thought from Guan Tong, the wordless book appeared before him. Opening to the 5th page and looking at the blank page, he didn't know how much upper limit of mind power would be needed to put pen to paper. Considering the shelter on the 4th page, when it was materialized on Holy Grail Island back then, it instantly drained all his mind power. The 5th page would only be more extreme, perhaps requiring 150 points upper limit, or even higher to write. My current upper limit is 137. It naturally increases by about 1 point every 7-8 days on average, about 4 points per month, still a bit slow. For points a month, less than 50 points a year really wasn't much to look at. Considering another fast method to increase the upper limit was intense combat. But what was the reason intense combat increased mind power? According to one of the Academy's main lecturers, Ouyang Shanyue, that is, based on the content from the course Philosophical Reflections on Mind Power, he mentioned that mind power is related to emotions and spirit. Referencing the first sleep deprivation rule, why do some people have high spiritual power and some low? According to post-event statistics, those who used external aids to pass had lower spiritual power. Whether using alertness mints, or receiving psychiatric medication injections in hospitals, etc., all affected the mind power upper limit. Those who didn't use external aids and relied purely on their own willpower to endure generally had higher mind power upper limits. Among these, there were still variations. Big data indicated teenagers tended to be higher, while older people were lower. Viewed this way, the mind power upper limit seems to reflect an individual's potential at the level of mental willpower. However, according to Ouyang Shanyue's theory, he believed the rate of increase in mind power upper limit is also related to emotions. When people are in combat, facing threats, their emotions undergo intense fluctuations. Worry about one's own abilities, high tension facing a powerful enemy, immense fear of defeat and death. These emotions are intense and complex, ones that wouldn't likely arise while living in a stable, peaceful environment. Ouyang Shanyue also gave some examples in class, primarily targeting some relatively famous ascendants, many of whom were celebrities from the pre-Doomsday Rules era, including well-known athletes and stars. The examples included a former famous young boxer. After the first rule, the latter proactively disclosed his mind power upper limit on his social account, 105 points, very high. There is also a film and television star whose publicly disclosed mind power upper limit also exceeded 100 points. This star, though hugely famous, had numerous scandals, so they were constantly insulted by netizens year-round. However, the latter was completely unfazed, dubbed thick-skinned as a mountain. Among the examples Ouyang Shanyue gave in that class was also someone Guan Tong had heard of, the Go champion, Wenren Iji. She exploded in popularity beyond her original circle because she live-streamed consecutive 72-hour matches during the rule period, gaining countless followers. But she didn't proactively disclose her mind power value. It was officially disclosed. It seemed the authorities, recognizing her explosive fame, recruited her into the organization, leveraging her fame for promotional work. According to the official announcement, Wenren Iji's mind power upper limit after passing the first rule was 117 points. When this news came out, it caused huge waves online because it was simply so much higher than everyone else's. Others were happy if they had around 80 points, enough to be rated ordinary. Her 117 points exceeded the excellent rating threshold of 100 points by a large margin, truly terrifying. Ouyang Shanyue cited these examples precisely to illustrate that the increase in mind power upper limit is related to emotions. Whether it's fiery, explosive emotions or emotions steady as Mount Tai, as long as they are taken to the extreme, they can benefit the increase of the mind power upper limit. Returning to Guan Tong himself, his personality could be described in 2 words: placid. He has all the emotions normal people have, but none are very intense. So, the path of increasing mind power upper limit through extreme emotions doesn't seem very suitable for him. Forget it. What's there to rush about? Take it one day at a time. Guan Tong thought carefully. He didn't need to be too anxious. His goal was simply to keep completing the rule challenges, to see if he could reach the end and learn the truth, not to become endlessly stronger. At 11 o'clock, he went to sleep. The next morning, after waking up, there was an additional message on his phone from Wang Yin, sent in the middle of the night. The peace officers checked the surveillance. Nana took a car to the outskirts. They haven't found her yet. They're still investigating. Seeing the message, Guan Tong's heart sank slightly. If that's the case, then Chun Na might not be coming back anytime soon. No matter who that organization is or how much influence they have, they would certainly worry about exposure. Even if Chun Na passes the selection, if they let her go back at her young age, she might say something exposing some of the organization's secrets. Looking at the message, Guan Tong inexplicably thought of the multi-city serial kidnapping case targeting high mind power individuals that he and Su Xiaoan were both involved in back then. Although Shan Zuohu and others locally in Yin Hua had long been arrested and were probably sentenced to death by now, whether the mastermind remotely controlling them had been captured remained unclear. Guan Tong only knew that Li Meng, the director of the Yin Hua City Police Department, had been transferred to the capital, Yong'an, precisely to continue tracking and investigating this matter. Could this organization recruiting Xiao Na have some connection with those people back then? Guan Tong couldn't be sure, and he was also somewhat worried about Wang Yin now. The latter was already seriously ill with not much time left. Now, with her daughter missing, the blow to her was likely extremely heavy. Guan Tong thought for a moment and replied to the message. Sister Wang, even if Xiao Na is missing, she probably won't be in life-threatening danger. Her ability is very rare. No matter who took her, they're unlikely to harm her. All he could do now was comfort Wang Yin with words like this. As for other matters, whether Chun Na's whereabouts or Wang Yan's late-stage cancer, he couldn't really help. Wang Yin replied to the message not long after. Thank you, Xiaoan. I also believe Nana will be fine. I must persevere. I will definitely find her. Guan Tong sighed and stopped thinking too much about it. After eating breakfast, he called Shingy, who answered quickly. Hello, Guan Tong. Is there something you don't understand and want to ask me? Shingy got straight to the point as soon as she spoke. Probably she also knew that Guan Tong wasn't the type to call her for idle chit-chat for no reason. Yes, Guan Tong mentioned the circulate qi problem he had been pondering last night. After hearing it, Shingy was quite surprised. You've already started trying circulate qi? Progress is that fast. Have you memorized and thoroughly learned all the acupoints? Memorized thoroughly. Shingy specifically asked a few tricky test questions. Guan Tong answered them all correctly. I didn't expect your memory to be so good. Truly worthy of... Shingy almost blurted out, truly worthy of being the world's #1 shadow. Your progress is so fast. The online course really can't keep up. All right, I'll send you part of the subsequent course material about circulate qi later. You can study it on your own first. Okay, thank you. By the way, Shingy suddenly remembered something. Even if you hadn't called me, I was planning to call you in the next few days. Hearing this, Guan Tong asked curiously, is there something? On the 10th, the whole country is entering a wartime state. You should know, right? I know. At that time, everyone will have to register and be assigned shelters. After I found out, I was thinking you probably won't go to a shelter, right? Shingy knew Guan Tong's shadow identity and also knew the latter had been concealing his identity without registering. But once the wartime state begins, concealing it won't be so easy. Actually, I've already left the city. Guan Tong said. Haha, I knew it. Shingy seemed to have guessed, laughed a few times, then said seriously, the reason I wanted to call you is to give you an invitation. An invitation? Yes. From our previous calls, I noticed you learned my course material very quickly. This time confirms it even more. Your progress is a step ahead of the other students in my class. So if you're willing, you can come to the academy to be my course teaching assistant. Course teaching assistant. Guan Tong didn't expect Shingy to have this intention. He was quite surprised internally. If you come, after the wartime state begins, I can register you under the identity of a specially invited teaching assistant. Then, apart from spending some time each day helping other students, you'll have most of your time free to arrange as you wish. Also, you won't have to live in a collective shelter. You can live in the academy's faculty dormitory, all single rooms, no privacy issues. After hearing Shingy's words, Guan Tong thought carefully. If registered as a teaching assistant, he would have a legitimate identity to move around within the city reasonably. Otherwise, if he remained unregistered, living in the wilderness would be fine, but once he needed to enter the city, he would face a lot of trouble. Moreover, Shingy specifically mentioned that being a teaching assistant meant living in a single faculty dormitory, not a collective shelter. This also met his requirement for privacy. The price to pay for obtaining these things was dedicating part of each day to shoulder the responsibilities of the teaching assistant identity, helping lecturer Shingy organize course materials, assisting students with learning, etc. No need to decide immediately. Shingy said, my invitation is long-term effective. Whenever you want to come, just call and tell me, but it's best to decide before the 10th. After entering the wartime state, unregistered personnel entering the academy might face some trouble. Knock, knock, knock. At noon, a series of knocks woke Wang Yin. Ever since she discovered her daughter Chun Na was missing last night, she had been too worried to sleep. She had just dozed off for a bit when she was suddenly startled awake by the knocking. Thinking the police department might have some leads, she quickly got up and went to the door. When she opened it, however, there was no one outside. She looked around and saw a small box placed on the ground. Taking it back to the room and opening it, she found a letter and a sealed medicine box inside. Wang Yin unfolded the letter and immediately recognized the delicate handwriting as her daughter Chun Na's. "Sorry, Mom. I have to leave for a while. Please don't worry about me. I will come back later." Following Chun Na's brief message was another paragraph of text, written in a different handwriting. "Ms. Wang, your daughter has passed our selection process. We will take her elsewhere for training for the time being. The medicine box contains medication that can treat your illness, which is also the result of our agreement with your daughter. Do not attempt to find us. You do not have that capability. When the time is right, your daughter will return to see you. Nana." After reading the letter's contents, Wang Yin was already in tears. She remained silent for a long time, then opened the medicine box. Inside was only a single pill. When she picked it up, her personal terminal automatically identified the information. "Special effect healing pill. Can cure various diseases upon consumption. This item is tradable." Wang Yin knew that such a medicinal item would probably sell for hundreds of thousands of ascension coins on the market. Now that the mysterious organization that took her daughter had actually delivered the medicine, she couldn't feel any happiness at all. Having struggled through life for many years, she deeply understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch. The fact that the mysterious organization was willing to spend hundreds of thousands of ascension coins meant their assessment was that they could gain a return far exceeding hundreds of thousands of ascension coins from her daughter Chun Na. This made Wang Yan's heart ache intensely for a moment, not knowing what kind of treatment her daughter would endure. But she felt that what Guan Tong said on the phone earlier was probably correct. An organization that went to such great lengths to take Chun Na away definitely didn't intend to harm her, but to utilize her abilities. So she likely wouldn't be in any life-threatening danger. After a long silence, Wang Yin looked at the pill and swallowed it. This was what her daughter had exchanged for with her own personal freedom. She would take it, and then she would live until she found her daughter. On Mingdao Mountain, Guan Tong sat at the door of the wooden cabin, basking in the sun. Coal Ball was climbing around on a tree in front. In less than a full day, it had already adapted to and even come to like the environment here. Being able to climb up and down trees was definitely better than being cooped up in a small room all the time. Watching Coal Ball's active figure, Guan Tong felt a sense that it was enjoying its freedom. If Coal Ball was like this, wasn't he himself the same? A free, unrestrained life was what he had always wanted, especially after entering the era of the Doomsday Rules. This kind of freedom had become even more precious. "It seems I can only decline Shingy's invitation for now." After a morning of consideration, Guan Tong had finally made his decision. Actually, the conditions Shingy mentioned were pretty good. The assistant teaching job wouldn't be too much work. He could get his identity registered, and he would have a separate faculty dormitory to live in. However, in exchange, he would inevitably fall into a kind of templated, fixed lifestyle. When that time came, forget about himself. Even Coal Ball would probably find it difficult to climb trees, and it would have to be shut indoors most of the time. Furthermore, the academy was in Yong'an. As the national capital, Yong'an's controls in all aspects would definitely be the strictest. After much thought, Guan Tong felt he wasn't suited for, at least not right now, living in the capital. He took out his phone and edited a text message to send to Shingy. "Thank you for your invitation. After consideration, I've decided not to come after all." About 10 minutes later, Shingy replied, "Do as you see fit. And, as I said on the phone, my invitation stands indefinitely. If you ever change your mind, just let me know." Guan Tong put away his phone and began to spend his time according to his own pace. Just as planned before, he would watch online courses every day, maintain his website, and take walks on the mountain during relaxation time. During this period, Wang Yin contacted him once and told him about what happened afterward. Although Chun Na had disappeared, Wang Yan's terminal illness had indeed been cured by the medicinal item, which was, no matter how you looked at it, a good thing. Wang Yin told him she had registered and applied to join the police department, and the authorities had already notified her that her application was successful. This surprised Guan Tong quite a bit, but thinking of Wang Yan's item, that oil conversion pot that could transform any liquid into fuel, such a resource-type item still held a certain value for the authorities. Moreover, it had been exposed online earlier that various official departments, especially frontline ones, were recruiting en masse, and manpower was extremely scarce. He figured it was because during the Blood Plague rule, due to chaos and conflicts everywhere, a large number of frontline personnel didn't die from the virus itself, but died at the hands of many riotous, infected individuals. Therefore, now, as long as someone was physically fit and had sound values, applying for frontline positions in official departments was very easy to get approved. As for Wang Yan's purpose in applying to join the police department, it was obvious at a glance: to find her daughter, Chun Na. Time passed, and before he knew it, it was October 10th. Today was the day the nation officially entered the wartime state. Guan Tong also turned on his computer and watched the announcement live streaming. He knew that starting today, this country was going to undergo a major transformation. After the authorities announced the entry into the wartime state, the atmosphere online immediately underwent a significant change. Originally somewhat out-of-line remarks were quickly suppressed. Numerous drones were dispatched to patrol various major cities. These drones were equipped with facial scanning capabilities. As long as they scanned unregistered individuals, they would transmit the location to the police department, which would then dispatch personnel to investigate. Additionally, the first batch of officially constructed shelters was completed. Occupants were randomly assigned based on registered personnel. Each shelter could accommodate about 1,000 people, with living conditions not much different from university dormitories. However, unlike university dorms, each shelter had 2 energy systems, one supplied from the outside and one independent system. If the external system was cut off due to natural disasters or human factors, the internal system could still operate for a period of time. Furthermore, various food, medicine, equipment, etc. were stored in large quantities in each shelter as regular supplies, ensuring that material shortages wouldn't occur easily. On the local Yin Hua forum, Guan Tong saw someone mention that everyone moving into a shelter had to undergo detailed registration. Not just name, age, and facial data, but also the personal terminal's digital ID, mind power items, abilities, number of ascension coins. All of this had to be registered, and a protocol had to be signed. The contents of the protocol weren't directly posted online, but roughly summarized, it meant that after moving into the shelter, one agreed to resource sharing. In other words, if the authorities had a unified allocation requirement, shelter occupants were to obey management and allow their items or mind power to be allocated as needed. Some people felt this wasn't great, but others said they didn't mind. They felt that since the authorities provided shelter and would assist in passing subsequent rules, obeying management and unified resource allocation for that purpose was nothing inappropriate. Furthermore, a not insignificant group of people were posting a large number of questions and doubts online. They claimed that while shelter occupancy was supposedly randomly assigned, based on their observations, almost all those moving in were ascendants. That's right, this group was the non-ascendant group. These were the people whose mind power had declined to 0 after failing several rule challenges, and whose personal terminals had shut down. This group had started appearing as early as after the 3rd rule, fasting therapy. After the 5th rule, another large batch was added. Now, the number of people in this group was already considerable, and the volume of their voices after banding together was huge. They believed the authorities were prioritizing ascendants for shelter occupancy. For those of them whose personal terminals were shut down, they were all placed at the very end of the line. This was blatant discrimination. The authorities did not respond to this. Instead, some ascendants expressed disdain online, saying what use would a bunch of people without mind power be in the future? Giving shelter occupancy qualifications to these people was purely a waste. This triggered strong dissatisfaction from the non-ascendant group, leading to many protests. As for the final outcome, Guan Tong couldn't find any follow-up. Only sporadic comments mentioned some being assigned as shelters, while others said they chose to leave the city together to live elsewhere. After browsing through the current situation, Guan Tong's heart was also unsettled. If the division among people after the 3rd rule was still implicit, not that obvious, then after this conflict erupted, it had reached an irreparable stage. Perhaps the authorities were also helpless. There were only so many shelters built now, and those moving were destined to have some go first and some later. So, who goes first, ascendants or non-ascendants, was a simple choice. Completely random was impossible, because no matter how much one talked about everyone being equal, Everyone knew in their hearts that the value and potential of an ascendant was higher than that of a non-ascendant. The authorities had already stated clearly in the previous live streaming press conference that everything was for the survival of more citizens. And for that, some sacrifices had to be made. These sacrifices included lifestyles and certainly also included some people. But when it was really your turn to be the one sacrificed, how many could accept it calmly? However, what was both surprising and unsurprising to Guan Tong was that after entering the wartime state, the traffic to his Ascendant Home website began to soar. The number of registered users had now surpassed 2,000 and was still increasing rapidly. It seems other social websites are becoming less able to allow free speech. Guan Tong thought that even if his website couldn't be tracked, he couldn't allow users to talk nonsense. Discussing daily life and sharing information was fine, but some anti-human remarks were definitely prohibited. He quickly wrote a posting guidelines and pinned it in various sections. It stated that healthy, positive, and harmonious discussions were encouraged, and those posting anti-human remarks would be muted or banned. Once the post was published, dozens of new comments quickly appeared. Support the administrator. After the wartime state was announced, other websites clearly tightened up. Feels like this forum will be the only haven. Anyone from Wuhan City? I was assigned to Wuhan 114 shelter. If anyone is assigned there, we could be roommates. You got assigned to a shelter already? I don't think I was in the first random batch. Probably have to wait for the second or third batch of shelters to be built before I can move in. What's so good about shelters? For people to a room and no co-ed living. They're forcing me and my girlfriend apart. I remember the shelter occupancy protocol seemed to have a note saying that strict management is only during Doomsday Rule release periods. During non-rule periods, you can still apply to go out and meet people from other shelters. Doomsday Rules Countermeasures Research Office. After the country declared the wartime state, relevant data was aggregated and discussed here. A data officer reported, currently, 18,819 first-phase shelters have been constructed nationwide, estimated to accommodate around 20 million people. The second and third phases of shelters are under construction. Before the seventh rule is announced on October 31st, a portion of the second phase should be completed. Has the population count been tallied? An expert asked. One reason for the preliminary personnel registration conducted during the transition to the wartime state was that the authorities wanted to confirm the country's current total population. From the first rule onwards, the subsequent rules, the snow disaster, the living dead, and the blood plague, all resulted in a certain number of casualties. The snow disaster and blood plague rules, in particular, caused massive casualties. However, due to insufficient manpower, detailed data statistics had been impossible to conduct, especially for many villages, which had been essentially out of contact since the snow disaster rule. How many people survived was unclear. The data officer checked and replied, currently, the total registered population across all major cities nationwide is approximately 713,456,200. Just over 700 million. Everyone in the conference room fell silent. Beijing country originally had a population of 1.6 billion. Now, in just half a year, it had dwindled to less than half. The brutality of this outcome was enough to shock anyone. This is only the registered population, the data officer added. There is also a certain number of unregistered individuals living outside the cities. If we include these people, the total population is estimated to reach around 800 million. 800 million is still only half of what it was before. Gao Yongwei said gravely. After just 6 rules, only half the population remains. Colleagues, the severity of the situation we now face is evident. Indeed, however, the situation should improve somewhat going forward. The first few rules gave us too little time, not allowing for extensive construction. Now that large numbers of professional-grade shelters are being built in batches, casualties in the future shouldn't be so devastating. At this point, someone spoke up regarding those living outside the cities. Should we take some action? According to reports, it seems quite a few people are forming organizations and establishing camps outside the cities, even giving rise to groups resembling religions. If this develops long-term, could it become problematic? I don't think that's necessary, Dr. Zhang said. Those who choose to live outside the cities are either strong individuals confident in their own abilities, people who resist collective living, or non-ascendants who feel discriminated against. Forcing these three types of people into the cities would only cause chaos. Moreover, these people in the wild lack sufficient material resources. Being self-sufficient is already an achievement. Even if they establish camps, it's just for banding together to survive. They are unlikely to pose any threat to the cities. Correct, Gao Yongwei said. Forcing everyone into shelters would only provoke resistance from the dissenters and cause internal strife. Since they have chosen to go outside the cities, let them be. What we need to focus on now is taking care of the 700 million people inside the cities. Everyone nodded in agreement. Gao Yongwei then added, "Also, I'd like to remind everyone of something. Everyone knows about the newly listed communication scroll in the Ascension store, which can be used for private communication between friends. After the 6th rule ended, the research office tested it as soon as the item was listed. The test results showed that communication using the communication scroll occurs entirely within a mind. It doesn't require the speakers to open their mouths. Communication happens directly through thought. This undoubtedly presents a new challenge for highly classified units. Everyone here is well aware of the confidentiality level of our work. So, even though there are still 20 days until the 7th rule is announced, I'll state this clearly up front. If anyone attempts to use the communication scroll to secretly communicate with the outside world and leak confidential information, the research office will impose severe punishment upon discovery." Everyone's expressions turned solemn as they said in unison, "Understood." October 30th, one day before the announcement of the 7th Doomsday Rule. In the morning, Guan Tong was sitting in the small courtyard he had cleared in front of his wooden hut. To be precise, it was cleared by the living dead. He had simply acted as a hands-off manager. Omicron. A circle of wooden fencing surrounded the small courtyard. The reason for this was that, starting a few days ago, some wild animals had appeared, scratching at his hut's door in the middle of the night, creating disturbing noises. Guan Tong thus conceived the idea of modifying his environment. He first summoned the Great Axe Warrior to chop down some trees with its axe, then summoned a group of living dead, ordering them to clear out a small courtyard around the hut and arrange the chopped and split wood into a circle of wooden fencing. This way, any small wild animals would be blocked by the fencing first and wouldn't be able to directly run up to Guan Tong's hut to cause trouble. At this moment, Guan Tong was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, circulating his qi. Ever since Shingy sent him the course materials on circulating qi, he had spent a considerable amount of time each day studying and practicing. Compared to rote memorization of acupoints, circulating qi was much more difficult, testing one's personal control over their body. It took Guan Tong half a month just to sense the presence of qi. Then, trying to control it and make it circulate within his body took another couple of weeks. It wasn't until just a few days before the end of October that he finally succeeded once, making that stream of qi pass through different acupoints. So today, he couldn't wait to try and see if he could manipulate the flow of mind power similarly to circulating qi. Starting from 6 in the morning, he came outside to sit in meditation, breathing the fresh mountain air and attempting it. Now, past 9 o'clock, over 3 hours had passed, and he still hadn't succeeded. After another failure, Guan Tong opened his eyes. Am I being too impatient? Maybe I should try concentrating on a single point first. He calmed his mind, no longer pursuing the flow of mind power, but only aiming to materialize it in the form of a single point. Once the requirement was lowered, results appeared immediately. In less than half an hour, Guan Tong successfully made a point of mind power light appear on the index finger of his right hand. It only lasted about 2 seconds before dissipating. Even so, Guan Tong was very satisfied. This proved his cultivation was effective, and that was enough. As long as he continued, he would eventually be able to circulate it throughout his body, enhancing his physical functions. Let's stop here for today. Guan Tong stood up, stretched, and gazed into the distance. His shelter was located on the mountainside. Looking out, he could see villages and towns in the far distance, offering excellent visibility. This elevated vantage point, gazing far into the distance, put him in a good mood every day, and made him feel once again that his choice was right. If he had moved into a shelter or the faculty dormitory, what he could see daily would probably just be walls, beds, and towering buildings. That kind of life would truly be an ordeal for him. The new rule will be announced tomorrow. My preparations are pretty much complete. Over the past month, Guan Tong's mind power upper limit had increased by 4 points as expected, rising from 137 to 141. Each time it increased by 1 point, he would open the wordless book and attempt to write on the 5th page, but all 4 attempts ended in failure. During this period, he also considered whether to add more characters to the previous pages for enhancement. But after thinking about it, he didn't have many ideas for the moment, so he gave up on that. Thus, the mind power he recovered daily was divided into 3 portions for use. One portion was used to maintain the existence of the shelter. The shelter consumed 1 point of mind power every 10 minutes, totaling 144 points per day. This seemed like a lot, but after equipping the Victor title, Guan Tong's mind power recovery rate had reached the high speed of 1 point every 2.5 minutes. Over 24 hours, he could recover a total of 576 points. Subtracting the 144 consumed by the shelter, 432 points remained. He then divided these mind power points in half. One half was converted into reserve mind power, and the other half was used to generate silver hunt bullets. After a month of this, his current reserve mind power had reached 3,890, just over 100 points short of 4,000. As for the silver hunt's bullets, the current quantities were also quite staggering. Type 1 ammunition 105, Type 2 ammunition 102, Type 3 ammunition 315, Type 4 ammunition 141, Type 5 round Astra 68. With so many bullets stored, unless absolutely necessary, he would never return the silver hunt to the wordless book, as having it all reset to 0 in one go would be unacceptable to him. Additionally, he took the time to conduct a test on the Greytax warrior. Previously, when he summoned it to chop trees, the minimum 50 points of mind power was sufficient. To test its higher combat capabilities, he later conducted tests using 100 points and 200 points of mind power. The Greytax warrior summoned with 100 points was slightly taller, approaching 2.5 meters, and its strength increased considerably. With one axe swing, it could split a large rock on the mountain. Doubling the cost to 200 points for the summon, the changes in size and strength weren't significant, but its speed increased somewhat, reaching that of a normal adult male. With this speed, its combat power could be said to have improved by more than 1 level. Guan Tong did not test summoning with even more points. On one hand, it would waste reserve mind power. On the other hand, he felt it was unnecessary at present. It was worth remembering that this guy supported summoning with up to 1,000 points of mind power. At his current stage, Guan Tong couldn't bear to spend that much reserve mind power just for a combat power test. Furthermore, during this period, he logged into his Ascendant Home website daily to check posts and messages. Ever since society entered the wartime state, the traffic on his website had been skyrocketing daily, one person bringing two bringing 4, with the number of registered users doubling and redoubling. As of today, the number of registered website users had exceeded 20,000. Compared to Beijing country's massive population, 20,000 might not seem like much, but this growth rate indicated a bright future for the website. Continuing to grow like this, it wouldn't be long before it broke 100,000 or even 1 million, which wasn't impossible. However, with the surge in users, Guan Tong gradually felt the strain of management. He was starting to find it difficult to handle alone, unless he devoted all his time to it every day, which was impossible. Therefore, he had recently been considering recruiting a few administrators. There would definitely be no salary. It would be purely voluntary. He thought perhaps some people would be willing to sign up. If no one else, that masked guy would certainly be willing, as he had posted several times expressing his desire to become one of the website's administrators. However, with the new rule announcement imminent, the matter of selecting administrators would have to be postponed. After a night of rest, the next day, Guan Tong maintained perfect condition, gazing into the distance, silently waiting for the fire thief to announce the new rule. When the time arrived, the rule was announced. The 7th Doomsday Rule has been announced. Doomsday Rule 7, the Hour of Silence. Rule content. From the moment this rule is announced, all humans are forbidden to speak. Any meaningful words or names uttered from the mouth are included. Whispers, crying, laughter, groans, etc. are also included, but the sound of breathing is not restricted. This rule will last for 30 days. If one opens their mouth to speak, violating the rule, the challenge will be immediately judged as a failure, and the speaker will be hunted and attacked by sound hunters. Success reward: 300 Ascension coins, survival chest, silver grade. Failure punishment: mind power upper limit reduction. Note: do not blindly test the limits of the rule, and do not attempt to provoke the sound hunters with meaningless roars. If you want to survive, then try to become a silent statue that only breathes. What the hell? At a campsite somewhere in the wilderness outside Yin Hua City, a young man blurted out a national expletive after hearing the rule. His shout instantly drew the synchronized gazes of everyone else in the camp, their eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. The man himself realized something and blurted out again, "Hey, how did I?" He hurriedly raised his hand to cover his mouth, but it seemed it was already far too late. The others in the camp looked at each other, several of them anxiously gesturing to one another. The meaning of the gestures was very clear, just 2 words: danger. The rule explicitly stated that speaking meant failing the challenge and would also attract an attack from sound hunters. What were sound hunters? How would they attack? Everyone was completely in the dark, but what they did know was that it must be extremely dangerous. The camp's leader, a middle-aged woman, pointed urgently at a car parked at the edge of the camp, signaling the young man to go inside and hide first. The young man, now realizing he had already failed the challenge, simply stopped covering his mouth and asked the middle-aged woman, "Sister Yu, you want me to go in the car?" Sister Yu nodded. This woman called Sister Yu was precisely the adaptive subject from the blood plague rule. During the rule period, a lot of her blood had been drawn to separate serum, but the authorities had also given her a considerable amount of Ascension coins as compensation. After the blood plague rule ended, the Yin Hua City authorities asked if she wanted to join an official department. She chose to refuse, still preferring to stay with the members of her own camp. At this moment, the young man immediately ran into the car, climbed into the back seat, and locked the doors. The others in the camp nervously and fearfully observed their surroundings, on guard against the sound hunters mentioned in the rule. They knew the rules wouldn't be wrong. Since it mentioned sound hunters would attack after making a sound, then there definitely would be. They just didn't know what kind of existence a sound hunter was. Would that thing only attack the one who made the sound, or would it attack everyone within a certain range? Realizing this, Sister Yu gestured for everyone to spread out and take up positions. Just then, the sound of shattering car window glass abruptly rang out. Crack! Everyone looked towards the vehicle in unison. The rear window had been destroyed by something unknown. Sister Yu was the first to rush over and look inside the car. The young man's throat and neck were completely pierced through, blood gushing out as he lay dead on the back seat, his eyes wide open. Sister Yu forcefully covered her mouth, controlling herself not to cry out in shock. The others in the camp also covered their mouths as they hurried over. Seeing the tragic state of the man in the car, they were all utterly terrified, because from start to finish, they hadn't seen the figure of the sound hunter, let alone known how it had killed the man. Someone, overwhelmed by their companion's death and immense fear, couldn't control the tears streaming down their face, but their hands were clamped tightly over their mouth, absolutely refusing to let themselves make even the slightest sound. Wes, another man with a crew cut, was the first to calm down. He pulled out his phone, set the font to maximum size, and quickly typed a line of text for everyone to see. Communicate using text. Don't make a sound, no matter what. The others nodded repeatedly. The boy Xiao Ming, who had been infected with the virus before and saved by Sister Yu's serum, now typed on his phone. The communication scrolls, sold in the store, work too. Those don't require speaking. You can complete a conversation using just your thoughts. The crew cut man looked and shook his head, typing on his phone. Those things can only be bought 10 per person. Don't waste them lightly. Sister Yu also typed on her phone now. That's right. This rule lasts a full month. Unless absolutely necessary, use phone typing or writing to communicate first. Everyone in the camp expressed agreement. Then, Sister Yu found a clean piece of clothing, cut it into several strips with scissors, and distributed them to everyone. She typed on her phone to inform them. It's best if everyone ties these over their mouths to prevent accidentally or unconsciously saying something. Can't speak. On Mingdao Mountain, Guan Tong felt a chill run through him upon hearing the content of this seventh rule. At first glance, this rule didn't seem as harsh as other survival-type rules, but in reality, it was even more nerve-wracking, especially since the rule's effective period was as long as a month. Not being able to speak for a month was absolutely a huge torment for humans, social creatures that they were. Even Guan Tong himself, living alone on the mountain, would occasionally talk to himself or, when bored, tease the black cat coal ball, calling it to eat and such. It wasn't like he went entire days completely silent. Moreover, this rule restricted not just speech, but even crying and laughing were prohibited. It truly was, as the note said, about forcing people to self-discipline into sculptures that only breathe and think. But still, what Guan Tong didn't quite understand was that this rule's reward included a survival treasure chest, implying it was a survival-type rule. These types of rules usually meant failure resulted in death, but this rule explicitly stated the failure penalty was mind power decay. This meant there was a possibility of failing the rule challenge but surviving. Was it related to that sound hunter? Guan Tong thought to himself. Making a sound would attract an attack from a sound hunter. So, if one could evade or counterkill it, perhaps they could achieve the outcome of failing the rule challenge but surviving. Guan Tong himself certainly didn't want to try such a suicidal move. Who knew what the hell a sound hunter even was? Besides, he didn't want to fail the challenge and suffer mind power upper limit decay. According to information someone had posted online before, the degree of mind power upper limit decay after failing a rule challenge varied. Some people even lost over 10 points. For Guan Tong, losing over 10 points would take several months to recover. He wouldn't do something that stupid. Let's see what the hidden rule is first. Guan Tong silently recited in his mind to open his personal terminal and check the rule details. After staring for a moment, the hidden rule combination appeared. Hidden Rule 7. Seek scrolls amidst danger. Hidden rule content. During this rule, sound hunters can be eliminated. Eliminating them yields additional Ascension coin rewards and has a chance to drop tradable communication scrolls. Note, to preserve your mind power from decay, or to go for Ascension coins and communication scrolls. That is the question. But if you decide to choose the latter, please first ensure you possess the strength capable of eliminating a sound hunter. Eliminating a sound hunter has a chance to drop tradable communication scrolls. Seeing the hidden rule content, Guan Tong's heart skipped a beat in surprise. You had to understand, the ones sold in the Ascension store now were the non-tradable version, and each person was limited to buying 10, each costing 20 Ascension coins. But everyone knew the actual value of this item far exceeded 20 Ascension coins. Adding another 0 wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Because even without this current rule, an item that allowed communication ignoring distance, environment, and surveillance, simply by adding a terminal friend, such a tool's price definitely wouldn't be low. Especially for those in higher positions, the more they had a need for such private communication. If he could get his hands on some tradable communication scrolls, reselling them could absolutely make a huge profit. However, the risks involved were also not small. The hidden rule's name, Seek Scrolls Amidst Danger, revealed that much. Guan Tong estimated that this sound hunter must be some kind of terrifying enemy, not so easy to deal with. If one blindly made noise to lure it just for the Ascension coins and tradable scrolls, it would be a tragedy if they couldn't defeat it when it arrived. But even if the threat level of the sound hunter was confirmed and there were ways to deal with it, Guan Tong still wasn't too willing to do it. Because increasing his mind power upper limit was too difficult. He had only gained 4 points this entire month, just for Ascension coins and communication scrolls. The latter, not even a guaranteed drop, just a chance. Risking mind power decay for them undoubtedly felt like throwing away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. Unless it wasn't a sound hunter lured by his own noise. An idea stirred in Guan Tong's mind. Did the living dead he summoned with the corpse whistle count as humans under this rule? If he summoned a few living dead and had them roar, would that attract sound hunters? Guan Tong felt a bit an itch to try, but still didn't act recklessly. Failing would be one thing, but if he really succeeded, Who knew if the sound hunter thing would only attack the one making the sound or attack everyone within a certain range? If it was the latter scenario, doing this without knowing the enemy's nature would undoubtedly be a very irrational move. Better to play it safe for now. After thinking it over, Guan Tong decided information about sound hunters should leak online later. Once the attack characteristics of these things were confirmed, it wouldn't be too late to try then. Just then, the black cat coal ball came over and meowed. Meow. Guan Tong looked at it, thinking to himself, "You're not human, so you can meow all you want, but I can't." He thought for a moment, went back into the wooden hut, and took out a roll of electrical tape. Then he placed a layer of paper over his mouth and wrapped it with the tape. This would prevent a sentence from accidentally slipping out unconsciously. After all, this rule lasted a full month. He couldn't guarantee he'd be vigilant every single moment for a month. If he relaxed at some point and said something, all his efforts would be in vain. Moreover, Guan Tong felt he actually had an advantage. Because he lived alone on the mountain, he eliminated a major negative influence, the presence of others. It was different for those living in gathering points, shelters, and wilderness camps. In a group living environment, even with extra caution, it was easy to accidentally engage in conversation and fail the challenge. At this very moment, Yin Hua City, shelter number 915. Multiple ascendants randomly assigned to this location were gathered in a meeting room. Besides them, there were also staff responsible for managing the shelter. The staff were currently typing on a computer, projecting the text onto a television screen. The authorities have issued a notice. From the moment the rule takes effect, all personnel in the shelter are not to act simultaneously. People must be separated from each other. Eating together, watching TV together, etc. are not permitted. The residents all nodded nervously. At a time like this, forget doing things together. If possible, they'd even prefer to each have their own single room. Not seeing anyone else would be the safest. But unfortunately, the shelter wasn't that big. For people to a bedroom was already considered quite good. Originally, the authorities had initially planned to design the bedroom area according to a 6 to 8 person per room standard, but after discussion, they abandoned that idea and changed it to the standard 4-person room. The reason was that under the Doomsday Rules, everyone's psychological pressure was immense. If they went with something like 8-person rooms, it would likely impose even greater pressure on the residents. If a group were to suddenly go berserk and lose control, the consequences would be unthinkable. The management staff typed a few more lines displayed on the screen. To prevent unconscious, inadvertent speech, everyone must later wear specially designed anti-speech devices. Factories are currently rushing to develop and produce them. Before distribution, use cloth strips, pacifiers, etc. as substitutes. Furthermore, to prevent talking in one's sleep after falling asleep, everyone must sleep with an oral blockage in their mouth. After waking up, don't rush to get up. First confirm the state of your mouth. Ensure you won't unconsciously make a sound. Then get up. The residents who read this text felt somewhat speechless, but they could understand. Especially the pacifiers. Although childish, sucking on one of those things really did make it impossible to speak. And because the birth rate was now almost zero, a massive amount of mother and baby products were all piled up in warehouses. Now that there was finally a use for them, it would be a waste not to use them. Thus, in major cities, truckloads of pacifiers were immediately transported to various shelters and gathering points throughout the cities and distributed to everyone. The sight of people all sucking on pacifiers was somewhat comical, to the point that no one would easily look at others, afraid they might not be able to hold back laughter. Doomsday Rules Countermeasures Research Office. A research and discussion meeting regarding the 7th Doomsday Rule was being held. However, different from previous meetings, under the restrictions of the rule, no one could speak. Communication could only happen through typing and projecting text on a screen. The only sound echoing in the entire conference room was the clacking of keyboards. Someone typed. The design blueprints for the anti-speech device have currently been distributed to all major cities. Relevant factories capable of production are rushing to manufacture them. It's estimated that batches will start being shipped to shelters and gathering points from tomorrow. A statistician typed. Additionally, based on reports from various regions, some shelter members have already failed the challenge due to accidentally making sounds and have been attacked by sound hunters. Can sound hunters invade shelters? How is that possible? It's still unclear. What can be confirmed at present is that sound hunters are entities that cannot be observed with the naked eye. Their method of killing is to pierce the human carotid artery, causing massive hemorrhage. Furthermore, they only attack the person who made the sound and do not attack people around the sound maker. Gao Yongwei typed an inquiry at this point. How was the preparation for testing the sound hunters progressing? Preparation is underway. We plan to have a tester stay in a completely sealed location, make a sound to attract a sound hunter over. All 4 walls of this sealed location are made of the highest grade blast-proof, breach-resistant material. Furthermore, proximity sensing bombs are deployed around these walls. They will definitely detonate if a sound hunter approaches. Can the tester accept the risk? The risk has been explained in advance. The tester volunteered. Gao Yongwei nodded. Then complete the test as soon as possible. We need to understand the sound hunter's maximum attack strength and try to see if human weapons can eliminate it. Sister, you led the people in the camp to dig a grave by the edge of the camp and buried the companion killed by the sound hunter in it. The silence enforced by the rule became the best moment of silent mourning. After some time, everyone dispersed to attend to various tasks within the camp. Surviving in the wilderness wasn't easy. The camp currently couldn't be self-sufficient and was still consuming supplies brought from the city. To achieve self-sufficiency, the first problem to solve was the food supply. Sister, you had considered some simple, easy-to-grow crops, but that required considerable time and a plot of fertile land. However, for now, the priority was definitely to survive this current rule. Everything else would have to wait. Inside the camp, some people were washing clothes, some were cooking, and others were organizing items. They spent a day in such silence. In the evening, everyone sat around the campfire. Although facing each other, they could only lower their heads and type messages in the group chat on their phones to communicate. After chatting for a while, Sister, you typed, "Everyone worked hard today, get some rest early. Remember to stuff something in your mouths when you sleep." Got it, Sister, you. Heaven help me. I absolutely must not talk in my sleep. Let's all sleep on our stomachs. It's harder to talk with your face pressed down like that. Good night. Everyone returned to their tents to sleep. An unknown amount of time later, a rumbling sound woke up the buzzcut man in the camp. Before the Doomsday Rules, this man was an ordinary soldier. After the era of rules began, he chose to retire due to the death of his family in utter despair, spending his days drinking. Or no, yes. If he hadn't met Sister Yu and the others during the snow disaster rule, he probably would have remained dead drunk every day until he died during some rule. After that, he considered Sister Yu and the others as new family to unite and survive with, and he found a reason to live again. It's the sound of vehicles. The man, upon waking, immediately crawled out of his tent and looked in the direction of the sound. Sure enough, he saw 8 or 9 jeeps driving towards the camp. He immediately took out his phone, turned the volume to maximum, and played a sound to wake up the others in the camp. By the time Sister Yu and the others emerged from their tents, the multiple jeeps had already approached and stopped near the camp. The car doors opened, and over 30 people filed out, mostly young and middle-aged men. They looked at the camp members silently, their eyes unfriendly. The leader, a man with a thick beard, held a large-sized tablet. He typed on it, then played the pronunciation. A monotone electronic female voice sounded. "Leave all your supplies behind, and we can let you go." Several people in the camp were startled upon hearing this. Sister Yu, as the camp leader, stepped forward and gestured with her phone, typing, "Who are you people? Are you planning to rob us?" The bearded man continued to use the tablet to speak for him. "If you don't want to die, hand over the supplies obediently. Don't force us to take them ourselves." The buzzcut man from the camp stepped forward at this point, glaring angrily at the group, typing on his phone. "You wouldn't dare." The bearded man's face darkened, and the over 30 people behind him all drew their weapons. Mostly clubs, sticks, knives, axes, and some nail guns and the like. Seeing this, Sister Yu immediately realized something. These people were probably all non-ascendants. She had heard before that after the authorities announced the nation was entering a wartime state, a large number of non-ascendants chose to leave the city. Because only a very few among them entered shelters, most were excluded or placed at the very end of waiting lists. This made them feel rejected and scorned. Calling themselves the world's forsaken, they made pacts to leave the city together. Most of this group in front of them were holding cold weapons. They didn't look much like ascendants. They seemed more like non-ascendants. Seeing the warning text, the bearded man's eyes turned cold. He looked back at his group of subordinates and nodded to them. This group immediately rushed forward and surrounded the few camp members. The camp only had 8 people in total, facing encirclement by over 30 people. The disadvantage was immense. Sister Yu thought to herself, her side had 3 ascendants in total, but their overall combat power wasn't particularly outstanding. If a fight broke out, even if they could repel the enemy, her side would definitely suffer casualties, which she didn't want to see. She typed on her phone to show the bearded man. "We don't want conflict. We can give you half our supplies." The bearded man shook his head, his meaning clear. He wanted everything. And besides food, they also wanted to take vehicles and such. This was unacceptable to Sister Yu. Losing all their food and means of transportation would pose a great threat to the survival of the camp members. The bearded man also saw Sister Yu's opposition. He typed 2 words on the tablet, which were emitted by the emotionless electronic female voice. "Take action!" Exclamation point. The 30-plus people immediately brandished their weapons and attacked. The buzz-cut man instantly summoned his mind power item, a triangular bayonet, and quickly stabbed down 3 or 4 who got close. Seeing this, the bearded man and his group were first startled, but then their eyes turned even colder. They hadn't expected there to be ascendants among this group, because most ascendants chose to stay within the city, entering or waiting to enter shelters. Ascendants who chose to set up camp outside the city were extremely rare, if they existed at all. And what they hated most were ascendants. "Kill." The electronic female voice issued the bearded man's command as speech from the tablet. Someone in the camp had already been cut down. Furious and alarmed, the buzz-cut man charged towards the bearded man, aiming to take out the leader first. But to his surprise, the latter actually pulled an automatic pistol from his pocket. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out. The buzz-cut man dodged 1 bullet, but was hit in the abdomen by the other. In pain, he couldn't help but let out a heavy, muffled groan, falling to his knees. This sound was already quite loud, undoubtedly crossing the bottom line of the 7th rule. The bearded man sneered silently. He didn't fire again, instead watching the buzz-cut man with interest, as if waiting for a sound hunter to come and kill him. However, doing this gave the buzz-cut man a chance to counterattack. He suddenly threw the bayonet in his hand. Thud! The bearded man dodged urgently, but the dagger still pierced through his shoulder. He endured the pain without making a sound, angrily raising the gun muzzle to kill the buzz-cut man. At that moment, Sister Yu came to the rescue in time. She used a defensive type item she obtained from opening a box after passing the last rule. Throwing it out, it formed a wide, long stone wall, blocking the bearded man and his pistol bullets outside the wall. Then she wanted to go and pull up the buzz-cut man, but the latter tore the cloth strip from his mouth and spoke. "Sister Yu, take the others and retreat immediately. A sound hunter is coming to kill me." Sister Yu's steps faltered. She turned her head to look for the others. Meanwhile, the buzz-cut man, taking advantage of the sound hunter not having arrived yet, endured the pain, recalled his dagger, and pounced on the other ruffians. He hadn't expected the bearded man to have a gun. If not for that, he could have single-handedly taken out this group of ruffians. But now, he could only take down as many as he could. He only had time to take out 2 before his neck was suddenly pierced by some invisible entity. He fell down powerless. Out of the 8 people in the camp total, the buzz-cut man was killed by a sound hunter, and 4 more fell under the siege of the ruffians. The remaining 3, including Sister Yu, ran to a vehicle and hastily retreated. Over 30 people sieged 8, and they lost half. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to the bearded man. If he didn't hunt down and eliminate the remaining 3, he couldn't continue being the leader. The remaining people immediately got into their vehicles and gave chase. Sister Yu drove a small truck fleeing ahead, with several jeeps chasing wildly behind. Their speeds were roughly matched. Sister Yu drove for a long time, but the pursuers still clung relentlessly. The 2 remaining people in the truck were already terrified. Both were non-ascendants and had little combat power against the ruffians. There were 3 ascendants in the camp: Sister Yu, the buzz-cut man, and the youth Xiaoming. The latter 2, one died to a sound hunter, the other was killed by the ruffians. leaving only Sister Yu herself. Sister Yu gritted her teeth tightly now, her heart in her throat, while also ensuring she didn't make a sound. She didn't even have time to grieve for the 5 dead companions, because as soon as the vehicle stopped and the ruffians blocked the way, all 3 of them probably wouldn't survive. If the ruffians didn't have guns, she could still rely on her enhanced physical attributes as an ascendant and her items to fight. But with guns, it was different, especially since her mind power item wasn't a combat-type item. It was hard to withstand firearms, so she could only flee. The small truck drove along the highway. The ruffians, several jeeps, chased doggedly behind, apparently unwilling to give up until they caught and killed the 3 of them. The other 2 people in the vehicle were already frightened, huddled in the back seat. As the leader, Sister Yu was also at a loss internally now. She knew that continuing to run like this, they would eventually be caught because the gasoline in this small truck was running low. After driving for a while more, just as Sister Yu saw the fuel gauge drop to half a bar and felt despair in her heart, she suddenly saw a patch of woods at the foot of a mountain to the south of the highway. Her eyes lit up. If they entered the woods, both her vehicle and the ruffians' vehicles wouldn't be able to drive. Then there might still be a chance to survive. She immediately turned the steering wheel, driving the small truck off the highway and charging towards the woods. The several jeeps behind also left the highway to pursue, absolutely refusing to let the 3 go. And just as the 2 vehicles passed by the mountain foot heading towards the woods, a black eye opened, observing the movement of the vehicles. Inside the wooden cabin on the mountainside, Guan Tong, lying on the bed, opened his eyes, receiving some images in his mind. They were from the shadow monitors he had deployed before sleeping, formed from hair-thin strands transformed into physical forms resembling eyes. Such a small volume of physical form consumed a continuous but small amount of mind power. Guan Tong used them precisely as surveillance, so if anyone came up the mountain, he could detect and get an early warning. Several vehicles came, heading towards the woods at the mountain foot. Guan Tong, sensing the images transmitted by the shadow, slightly frowned. Guan Tong sat up and remotely manipulated the shadow to become intangible and follow the tracks of those vehicles to see what was going on. He needed to know because his own car, driven here from Yin Hua, was parked in the woods. He would still need it if he had to return to the city or go elsewhere later. It would be very troublesome if someone else drove it away or damaged it. Those vehicles stopped at the edge of the woods. 3 people, 1 man and 2 women, got out of the small truck at the front. As soon as they stepped out, they ran deep into the forest. The several jeeps behind also stopped. Over a dozen people wielding knives, guns, clubs, and staffs got out and gave chase inside. Guan Tong received the images transmitted by the shadow in real time. It looked like a chase and kill. He continued to manipulate the shadow to follow. The man and 2 women running ahead wanted to use the dense forest to hide their figures and shake off the pursuers. But the latter group was numerous, spreading out as they chased forward. Unless the 3 in front could open up a significant distance, hiding was simply impossible. At that moment, one of the 3, a young woman, accidentally tripped over a tree root and instinctively let out a low cry. Damn it! Seeing this, Guan Tong knew she had already violated the rule. The other 2 companions who had originally intended to help her up, upon hearing her make a sound, paused for a moment, then had no choice but to abandon her and keep running. However, before the sound hunters could arrive, the group catching up from behind was exceptionally brutal. One of them, holding a club, struck the fallen woman on the head, killing her outright. Seeing this, Guan Tong felt a slight shock in his heart. He didn't know what deep-seated grudge this group had to act so ruthlessly. At that moment, the bearded man used a tablet to produce sound. Keep chasing. Kill the remaining 2, then go back to collect the supplies. Using text-to-speech on an electronic device to talk. Guan Tong now saw that the remaining man and woman were running east through the woods, seemingly trying to go up the mountain along the eastern slope. Mingdao Mountain wasn't very large. Coming up from the eastern slope, they wouldn't have to run far to reach the mountainside. By then, Guan Tong's own dwelling would inevitably be exposed. During such a harsh rule period, he genuinely didn't want to have any interaction with others. But judging by the momentum of these people, they were definitely going to come up the mountain. Sure enough, the man and woman ran up the mountain first, followed by the dozen or so pursuers. Guan Tong got up, took the silver hunt, and went outside. After leaving the house, he thought for a moment, then manipulated a mass of shadow to materialize in human form, put on clothes, and sent it to intercept the path those people would take. Not long after, the man and woman running ahead suddenly discovered a figure standing in front of them under the moonlight. At first, they thought it was one of the bearded man's people and were startled. But upon careful thought, they realized it was impossible. The bearded man and his crew were all non-ascendants. They couldn't possibly have such speed to circle around and block their path. Could it be someone camping on the mountain? A sliver of hope arose in Sister Yu's heart. She ran a few quick steps to the person, took out her phone, and quickly typed a message to show them. Can you help us? A group of thugs is hunting us. Or no. Although the shadow had the five senses ability, it couldn't speak itself. Under normal circumstances, this might raise suspicion, but during the effective period of this silent hour rule, not speaking was perfectly normal. The other man with Sister Yu also typed, Please. They are practically a bunch of murderous maniacs. Guan Tong, hiding in the darkness, saw the words they typed on their phones through the shadow's vision, pondering how to handle the situation. At that moment, the bearded man and his dozen or so underlings chased the spot. Upon seeing the extra person, their expressions all turned wary. The bearded man used his tablet to ask, You over there, the one with the helmet. Who are you? To make the shadow disguise as a human, Guan Tong not only made it wear clothes, but also had it shape a helmet on its head, completely covering its face. Then, one of the bearded man's underlings used his phone's text-to-speech to say, Boss, this guy isn't with them. He was probably already on the mountain. A fierce glint flashed in the bearded man's eyes. He typed, and the device spoke. Originally living on the mountain means he probably has supplies too. Perfect, kill them all, and take 2 batches of supplies back. Go. As the electronic female voice finished, the dozen underlings swarmed forward. Guan Tong was now certain these people were indeed murderous thugs who killed to see supplies. In that case, there was nothing more to say. He manipulated the shadow to meet them, raising both hands. 2 black shadow blades extended from its wrists, piercing through the chests of 2 thugs in the first encounter. Thud! The shadow blades pulled out, bringing forth a spray of crimson blood. Then it crouched and charged at the others, taking at least 1 thug's life with each in-and-out movement. Meanwhile, the attacks from the thugs were all calmly dodged by the shadow. Since the shadow's physical capabilities were linked to Guan Tong himself, he realized at this moment that with his current physical fitness, dealing with these ordinary people had become very easy. In just 7 or 8 seconds, over half of the dozen thugs were lying on the ground. This terrified the remaining ones, who wanted to retreat. But there was no turning back once the arrow was loosed. Once a person makes a choice, they must bear the consequences of that choice. For Guan Tong, since these thugs chose to kill and plunder supplies, he would deliver the consequences himself. The shadow continued its pursuit, quickly dispatching the remaining thugs. The leader, the bearded man, only snapped out of his fear when most of his underlings were down. He pulled out a handgun and frantically pulled the trigger at the shadow. Bang! 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 The bullets struck the shadow. Aside from a few holes torn in its clothes, there was no noticeable effect. Monster! The bearded man screamed and collapsed, his voice breaking. Based on his experience, even among ascendants, few could withstand bullets. This shout was uttered by his own voice, not through the tablet's text-to-speech. So, the shadow stopped the action of originally intending to pierce the bearded man's chest with a shadow blade. Instead, it retreated a few steps and silently stared. The bearded man, thinking he was about to be killed, had shouted out recklessly. But at the last moment, that person had given up on attacking him. He immediately realized this wasn't out of kindness, but rather some kind of malice. This guy wants to wait for the sound hunters to kill me. The moment the bearded man realized this, his heart was completely filled with terror. He had seen how sound hunters killed people. Those monsters, completely invisible to the naked eye, would silently pierce the necks of those who made sounds, just like ghosts. That kind of impending doom, not knowing when it would arrive, was the greatest torture for a human being, because most people would rather die immediately than wait in fear for an inevitable death. Just like some medieval prisoners sentenced to death without a set execution date, who would even scare themselves to death before the execution. Damn monster! You wish. The bearded man roared, raised the gun muzzle, stuffed it into his own mouth, wanting to shoot himself, denying the enemy the chance to observe the sound hunters killing him. But before he could pull the trigger, his finger and wrist were severed together by a shadow blade, and the handgun fell to the ground. No. The bearded man bent over, wanting to pick up the gun with his other hand, but it was already too late. The moment he bent over, his neck was suddenly pierced by something invisible, and blood gushed out. Guan Tong, observing from the shadows, narrowed his eyes. Sound hunters can become invisible? The bearded man was right. The reason Guan Tong didn't kill him was precisely because he had made a sound. Guan Tong wanted to wait for the sound hunters to attack, to observe what they were, their attack methods, and their intensity. Guan Tong watched very carefully. With his own eyes, plus the shadow's vision, under dual observation, he didn't detect the presence of the sound hunter at all. This meant the sound hunter was an invisible existence that couldn't be observed with the naked eye. How to deal with such an enemy? Looking at the fallen bearded man, Guan Tong had a thought. A large amount of shadow spread out from around him, transforming into countless tiny tentacles as thin as hairs, attempting to capture the presence of the sound hunter through touch. But his attempt ended in failure. The hundreds, even thousands, of shadow tentacles spreading out didn't receive any corresponding tactile feedback. Was it because the sound hunter was too fast, leaving immediately after killing the bearded man? Guan Tong's heart sank. Just the two characteristics of invisibility and high speed were enough to demonstrate the danger of the sound hunters. Meanwhile, Sister Yu and her male companion were completely unaware of Guan Tong hiding in the dark and his attempt to make contact with the sound hunter. The two of them were still immersed in the shadow's annihilation of those thugs. Its speed, strength, and the sharp blades during the assassination sent chills down their spines. This must be an ascendant, and a very powerful, combat-skilled ascendant at that. Sister Yu regained her composure, steadied herself, typed a line on her phone, and stepped forward to show the shadow. Thank you for saving us. Seeing this, Guan Tong wasn't particularly concerned. He had realized from the moment he started fighting that these thugs weren't ascendants. They were probably the type whose mind power upper limit had decayed to zero, their personal terminals shut down. Banding together, relying on their numbers and ferocity, they killed and plundered others in the wilderness, already a de facto gang of violent thugs. Eliminating these people was like removing a public menace. Guan Tong felt no unease about it. As for any sense of tension in the fight, there was none. To deal with these guys, he didn't even need to show himself. The shadow was enough to defeat them. However, his initial thought remained unchanged. During this silent hour rule period, he didn't want excessive contact or connections with others. So, facing this middle-aged woman's typed message on the phone, he didn't respond. He just made the shadow nod and then turn to walk back. Sister Yu and her male companion were taken aback. The latter mustered his courage, stepped forward, and showed the text on his phone. May I ask, do you have camp on the mountain? Can we join you? The shadow shook its head, continued walking forward, and soon disappeared into the night. The man looked disappointed. Sister Yu typed a message for him to see. It seems the other party doesn't want contact with us. We shouldn't disturb them. Then, Sister Yu, what should we do? Our camp. Should we go back? But now it's just the two of us left. Sister Yu, we can't go back because we don't know if these thugs have other accomplices. Let's go bury Xiao Sun first. Then we'll temporarily set up a makeshift camp at the foot of the mountain. Xiao Sun was the young woman who had escaped with them. If she hadn't accidentally tripped over the tree root, she might still be alive. All right, I'll listen to you, Sister Yu. The man nodded and went back the way they came with Sister Yu. After they left, a shadow surveillance eye hanging on a nearby tree transmitted the image back. Guan Tong, who had already returned to the wooden cabin, was somewhat satisfied. That middle-aged woman called Sister Yu had a decent sense of boundaries. She could tell he didn't want to be disturbed, so she didn't continue up the mountain to look for his camp. But Guan Tong thought it might also be out of fear. After all, he had easily eliminated over a dozen thugs by manipulating the shadow. This meant that if they angered him, their fate might not be much different from the thugs. However, compared to these thugs, what Guan Tong was thinking about now was still related to the sound hunters. How to use his own advantages to eliminate an enemy that was fast and could become invisible. This indeed required careful thought and planning. After eliminating over a dozen violent thugs, Guan Tong no longer felt sleepy. He knew that in the era of the Doomsday Rules, such things were bound to happen. It was just a matter of sooner or later. In fact, such incidents might even occur more frequently in the future. Just like the first Ascended Challenge tournament, those Ascendants who died in that tournament were merely eliminated from the competition, not actually killed. What if dying in the tournament meant real death? Would Guan Tong then avoid competing for the Holy Grail? He would still go for it. Therefore, having long been mentally prepared for this, even after just manipulating his shadow to personally kill over a dozen people, he didn't experience much psychological turmoil. Guan Tong sat at the desk and turned on his computer. Many people were already discussing the Sound Hunters online. Many had already discovered their characteristic of invisibility. Furthermore, some online believed that their physical size must be quite small. This was because some of the victims were inside shelters. Yet after the rule was announced, all shelter doors were tightly shut. With the doors undamaged, how did the Sound Hunters get inside to attack those who made sounds? Either they could teleport, ignoring spatial limitations, or besides invisibility, they had the ability to pass through walls, or they were simply small enough to infiltrate through places like ventilation ducts or drainage pipes. People preferred to believe it was the third option, because the first two were too terrifying. But as for the actual truth, no one could give a definitive answer yet. Even Guan Tong himself, who had witnessed the bearded man being killed by a Sound Hunter, could only confirm that Sound Hunters could turn invisible. He tried having his shadow split into countless tiny tentacles covering the surrounding area, hoping to make tactile contact with the Sound Hunter, but failed. However, this failure meant he couldn't determine whether the Sound Hunter moved away at extreme speed or teleported away after killing his target. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Extreme speed still left open the possibility of chasing, but if it could teleport, ignoring spatial distance, then pursuit was impossible. Guan Tong opened his Ascendant Home website. In the intelligence section, many people were posting and discussing the current rule. Help post. How to ensure I don't make any sound. Regarding Sound Hunters, does anyone know how to survive their attacks? Official shelter notification. Posting it here for those outside to see. Because this section had the rule prohibiting one-sentence topic posts, there were very few irrelevant, low-effort posts. Most were serious discussions, with those wanting to post fluff generally going to the casual chat section. Yeah, Guan Tong browsed and found one post with exceptionally high popularity. I, your humble servant, have an unorthodox method to clear this rule. Are you envious? Seeing the phrase unorthodox method to clear, and with the post replies already in the high hundreds, Guan Tong curiously clicked in to read. The poster's ID was, I am a good man. Guan Tong inexplicably felt the name was somewhat familiar, but he didn't dwell on it, focusing first on the post content. I am a good man. It's rather embarrassing to say, but my mind power item is a hypnosis app. As the name suggests, using it allows me to hypnotize others or myself with a duration of 24 hours. After successful use of the item, the hypnotized person enters a deep sleep state, will not talk in their sleep, and will not suddenly wake up. In other words, I can hypnotize myself every 24 hours and pass this rule while remaining in deep sleep. After reading the post, Guan Tong was momentarily speechless. He had to admit this, I am a good man, was absolutely right. If he kept hypnotizing himself, remaining in deep sleep, he could indeed easily pass this rule. And the first reply under the post made him remember why the poster's name felt familiar. I'm a good man? This ID sounds so familiar. Isn't this the legendary guy who posted during the first rule about staying awake through pure guidance? It really seems like him. I remember that post replies exceeded 100,000 back then. Brother Liang is actually still alive? Hey, how you talking upstairs? Just based on his guidance without output principle alone, you can see his immense potential. Brother Liang? God Liang. Hypnosis app? Truly worthy of God Liang. The item you got really suits you. Good brother, share the app link. I want to hypnotize myself too. Upstairs, are you sure you want to hypnotize yourself? Not joking, Brother Liang's item is really useful for this rule. And I think since it can hypnotize others, he should take the chance to use it to earn a fortune, right? Agree with the above. Those with power and influence definitely have this demand. Now is the time for God, Liang, to shine. Any other time, if you use this item to hypnotize others, they'd beat you up if you're lucky. Now if you use it, people will thank you and even have to offer benefits. God Liang, where are you? I want to find you to hypnotize me. I'm a chatterbox, usually talking so much in a day that my mouth gets dry and I need to drink several liters of water. With this rule, it's going to be the death of me. I feel like I definitely can't last a month. The discussion in this post was extremely heated. Some were envious, some begged for hypnosis, and others gave the poster suggestions on how to use the item to earn benefits. After reading it, Guan Tong felt this was indeed an opportunity for I am a good man. However, actually going to hypnotize others still carried risks. I'm a good man also replied in the post. Many people have contacted me, offering gold or ascension coins in exchange for hypnosis. But after consideration, I've decided against it. The will of heaven is unpredictable, but human hearts are even more so. I fear being set up in a honey trap or coerced by unknown organizations. If official departments have a need, I am willing to assist after they verify their identities. Once this reply was posted, everyone expressed being moved to tears. The gentleman shows great righteousness. Now he's truly God Liang. God Liang, I beg you, activate infinite hypnosis and put everyone in the world into a deep sleep to pass this rule. The later replies became increasingly outrageous and off-topic, so Guan Tong didn't continue reading. He pondered for a moment, then used his administrator account to post a thread himself. Partial intelligence regarding sound hunters. The post content was the 2 points mentioned in the hidden rule. First, although sound hunters were extremely dangerous, they could be eliminated. Second, after elimination, one would receive ascension coin rewards and had a chance to obtain tradable communication scrolls. The reason Guan Tong decided to publicize this intelligence was that this hidden rule was somewhat similar to the information about the matriarch converter during the Living Dead rule. Back then, Guan Tong didn't publicize it because there was no safe channel. If there had been, he would have chosen to make it public. The reason was simple. There was only one matriarch converter per region. No matter how strong Guan Tong was, he couldn't eliminate converters across multiple regions alone. So, after publicizing the information, other strong individuals in various regions could search for and eliminate them. This way, they would get rewards, and the survival rate of ordinary people would increase. It was a good thing all around. The current rule was similar. Even if Guan Tong had plans to try eliminating sound hunters, there were clearly more than one. Therefore, he was willing to publicize the information, letting capable, strong individuals make attempts. Moreover, this had another benefit, further increasing the influence of him as the administrator and of the Ascendant Home website. He had already searched. Currently, no one online had mentioned eliminating sound hunters as a chance to drop communication scrolls. Whether no one had discovered it, or someone had, but the information was blocked by the authorities, by posting it, he would be the first to make it public. After posting, Guan Tong almost watched in real time as the number of replies skyrocketed. He only refreshed once, and the replies exceeded several dozen. Refreshing again, they surpassed 100. Clicking in, he saw the top comments were all expressing shock. Administrator, caught you. Holy crap, the administrator killed a sound hunter. How did the administrator do it? Teach us, teach us, teach us, teach us. They can drop tradable communication scrolls? Won't the price skyrocket to the heavens? Is the information confirmed? Aren't sound hunters invisible? How did administrator kill one? Sincerely seeking the method. There were some skeptical voices in the replies, but not many. Most believed what the administrator said was true and wanted to know the specific method to kill sound hunters. Seeing these inquiries, Guan Tong couldn't reply. Others assumed he knew what eliminating a sound hunter would drop because he had actually eliminated one. In reality, he could only see the hidden rules and hadn't actually eliminated one. So he could only remain silent now and not give random advice. However, he somewhat underestimated the virality of this post. Within less than an hour of posting, the replies exceeded several thousand. Furthermore, many website users shared the post to other social platforms, sparking huge discussions while also attracting numerous new users to register on the Ascendant Home website. For a time, the phrase Ascendant Home climbed the trending rankings on many social platforms, greatly increasing its fame. This directly led to the official network monitoring department discovering this website and quickly finding that it wasn't registered on record. Soon, a series of investigations were launched, and some cybersecurity experts attempted infiltration, all of which failed. The information was quickly reported up the chain, arriving at the Countermeasures Research Office in the early morning, placed on Gao Liangwei's desk. After reading it, surprised, he immediately convened a temporary meeting with relevant experts. Gao Liangwei, take a look, everyone. Our testing on sound hunters hasn't even officially begun, yet someone is already stating what you get for killing them. An expert responsible for test preparation was also stunned after reading. This is the information on the forum really credible? Could it be fabricated nonsense? Relevant departments have reported that this Ascendant Home website is not registered on record, creator unknown. Moreover, the website seems to employ some special security technology. Currently, it cannot be breached. A network expert typed, the AI automatic keyword blocking one-way mirror system we developed seems to have failed on this website. It's strange. Normally, the system should automatically collect information from the entire network. You mean the AI system you developed cannot collect information from this website? Yes, that's why it's strange, because this AI system is currently top tier worldwide. This website's security technology is extremely special. It's likely set up using mind power-related items. Gao Liangwei was silent for a moment. A website set up using mind power items. Are we completely helpless against it? Network expert. Unless someone possesses a similar item or ability, they might be able to attempt a breach. At dawn, at the foot of Mingdao Mountain, Sister Yu and another man had set up a temporary camp and were sitting by the campfire, lost in thought. Neither had slept all night. Having lost several companions overnight and nearly being killed by thugs themselves, grief and terror intertwined, leaving them unable to sleep. The man now took out his phone and typed, Sister Yu, it's just the two of us left. What are we going to do from now on? Sister Yu replied, Zhao Yu, even for the sake of those who died, we must strive to survive. You're right. The man named Zhao Yu nodded. Those thugs' jeeps had a lot of supplies, enough for us to survive for a long time. Seeing Zhao Yu's text, Sister Yu thought for a moment and typed, I plan to take most of them up the mountain. You know as well as I do, without the help of the people on a mountain, we definitely wouldn't have survived. Zhao Yu, that's true. We should thank them for saving our lives. But, judging by that person's attitude yesterday, they didn't seem to like being disturbed. Won't taking things up there make them angry? Sister Yu thought about it. We'll just leave them at the spot we reached yesterday. Think about it. The people on the mountain knew we ran up the mountain in the middle of the night, so someone must be on lookout duty. So if we leave the supplies there, the people on the mountain should find them. Zhao Yu nodded, then thought of something, his expression darkening. Sister Yu, if we had someone on lookout last night too, if we had discovered that gang of thugs earlier, could more of us have escaped? Seeing Zhao Yu's text, Sister Yu fell silent, a look of guilt on her face. As the camp leader, failing to make such preparations was indeed her dereliction of duty. But she truly hadn't expected so many thugs to commit murder and robbery so brazenly. This made her, while heartbroken, also develop a certain realization. From this rule, no, from a moment the authorities announced that major cities were entering a wartime management state, cities and the wilderness had become two separate worlds. Cities are strictly managed by the authorities, with drones patrolling 24/7. People are gradually, until all, moving into shelters. Eventually, each city will operate like a precision instrument, achieving peak efficiency. Meanwhile, the wilderness far from cities will gradually become, in a sense, a lawless land. Various gangs of thugs and violent organizations will emerge, attacking and annexing each other to compete for survival resources. For those kind-hearted people living in the wilderness who dislike conflict, this is undoubtedly tragic and threatening. But this is the price of choice. Choosing freedom means bearing the corresponding consequences. No one provides you shelter. You can only protect yourself. Remembering the clean, efficient way the person on the mountain eliminated over a dozen thugs last night, Sister Yu felt both envy and awe. She envied that if she had such combat power, the camp members wouldn't have suffered heavy casualties. She was in awe because, as an ascendant, she could sense that the person on the mountain was definitely an extremely powerful ascendant. Furthermore, She believed there was more than just that one person on the mountain. There should be a camp. Otherwise, if it was just one person, would they stay awake outside on lookout duty in the middle of the night? But regardless of how many people were on the mountain, judging by their attitude during yesterday's contact, they weren't particularly welcoming to outsiders. So Sister Yu didn't have thoughts of trying to join them. She just wanted to repay their life-saving grace first. Then, together with Zhao Yu, she took out the supplies loaded in the thugs' jeeps and carried most of them to the spot they had reached yesterday, leaving them there. This scene naturally didn't escape the watch of Guan Tong's shadow surveillance eye. Seeing the two carry supplies over and leave them, clearly for him, he didn't stand on ceremony. After they finished moving everything, he blew the corpse whistle, sending the living dead to transport all the supplies to his small courtyard. Ara in Bedes. After they were brought back, he saw a letter placed on top of one of the boxes, written by that Sister Yu. Hello, friends on the mountain. I am Yu Hong, and my companion is Zhao Yu. These supplies were taken from those thugs' vehicles. Please accept them. Our former camp was destroyed by the thugs, our other companions were killed, and we now have nowhere to go. If you don't mind, the two of us plan to set up camp at the foot of this mountain for now. We are also deeply grateful for your life-saving grace. I was previously a surgeon, and Zhao Yu is an architectural designer. If there is anything you need our help with, we will certainly not refuse. Reading Yu Hong's letter, Guan Tong felt she had a good sense of boundaries. Clearly, both Yu Hong and Zhao Yu believed there was more than one person on the mountain, that a camp existed. If she and her companion Zhao Yu were moving supplies to show goodwill with the intention of joining the camp, Guan Tong definitely wouldn't agree. But simply expressing gratitude and making the request of, if you don't mind, we'll camp at the foot of the mountain, seemed much more reasonable. The subtext of the letter was an acknowledgement that this mountain was the territory of the camp on the mountain, and that she and Zhao Yu wouldn't encroach on it, only camping at the foot. This way, while seemingly not seeking to join, they actually gained a form of alternative protection. From last night's events, the two could tell that the people on the mountain were good people. If they were similarly predatory thugs, they wouldn't have just eliminated the bearded man and the others. She and Zhao Yu would also have been doomed. So they believed staying close to a camp of powerful good people would definitely provide more security than going elsewhere. Guan Tong had no real objection to this. Where others chose to camp was their freedom. As long as it didn't hinder him, he wouldn't interfere. However, the cruelty of those thugs yesterday also gave Guan Tong a similar thought to Yu Hong's. That was, as the authorities focus their efforts on shelters within cities, they will likely adopt a kind of hands-off management approach for areas outside cities. Guan Tong himself had solid strength and wasn't worried about threats. But some weaker groups weren't suited to staying in the wilderness or needed to quickly join a larger wilderness organization. Otherwise, they would end up like Yu Hong's group, targeted by roving thug gangs for their supplies, killed, and robbed. Deep underground, in a laboratory of the Countermeasures Research Office, after thorough preparations, the Sound Hunter attack test was finally about to begin. A tester walked into the room. Besides a thick black metal box with one side open and a mechanical arm suspended on the wall, the room was empty. The expert who designed the test used equipment to convert text into electronic speech to guide the tester inside the room. Please enter the metal box. The tester nodded, walked into the black box and the suspended mechanical arm. Following signals, closed the door tightly and seamlessly. Thus, a fully enclosed small space was created. This black metal box, seemingly ordinary, was actually made from various alloys. It could block electronic signals and had incredibly high defensive strength. Ordinary missiles couldn't damage it. After the tester was sealed inside, the mechanical arm began following the program, placing numerous proximity-triggered bombs around the sealed metal box. This way, no matter from which direction the Sound Hunter approached, it would trigger a bomb explosion. These bombs varied in composition. Some were chemical explosives, some were metal shrapnel bombs, others were gas bombs containing neurotoxins, totaling over 10 types. The goal was to test which weapons could effectively damage the Sound Hunter. After all bombs were placed, the expert took a deep breath and used a remote-control mechanical arm to tap the metal box 3 times, notifying the tester inside. Preparations complete, test begins. The tester inside the metal box heard the 3 taps, opened his mouth, and shouted, "Ah!" The moment the tester failed a rule challenge, a large number of monitoring devices simultaneously activated and began operating. Since the naked eye couldn't see the sound hunter, all kinds of biological imaging technologies were employed. Fluorescence, contrast imaging, nuclear magnetic resonance, electronic, thermal imaging, etc. The expert didn't believe that among so many technologies, not a single one could scan the sound hunter. For a moment, aside from the sounds of the relevant instruments, there was no other noise. Every observer held their breath. According to previously compiled data on attacks from various locations, within approximately 3 to 8 seconds after a sound was made, the sound hunter would arrive and launch an attack. These few short seconds felt like an immense ordeal for every observer, even feeling as long as several minutes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 seconds passed. None of the densely packed bombs around the sealed metal box detonated. The observers were shocked. The expert who designed the test immediately initiated the door-opening procedure. The suspended mechanical arm responded, opening the sealed metal door. Inside, the tester sat slumped, blood continuously flowing from his neck. At this moment, all observers widened their eyes. The testing expert concluded with an ashen face. It's teleportation. The sound hunter moves by teleporting remotely to the side of the person making the sound. The experiment observers now understood one fact. If the sound hunter moved via teleportation, that meant eliminating it would become extremely difficult. There might even be only one possibility. 10 minutes later, the relevant experimental results and conclusions were placed before the research office director, Gao Yongwei. Experimental result: tester deceased. Determined that the sound hunter moves via teleportation type means. Hypothesized elimination method: untested by attaching a proximity-triggered bomb to the tester's neck location, detonating at the moment the sound hunter kills the tester. There is a probability of damaging the sound hunter. Experimental conclusion: to attempt to eliminate a sound hunter capable of teleportation movement. Currently, it appears only possible through suicide attack experiments. But this means the tester will certainly die. Whether to proceed with the next experiment is for the director to decide. After reading the conclusion, Gao Yongwei frowned deeply. Although he originally knew the sound hunter was troublesome, he hadn't expected it to be this troublesome. Attempting to eliminate it necessarily came at the cost of human lives. But who would be the certainly doomed tester? The previous volunteer tester, if he knew the experiment meant certain death, might also hesitate. So now, was it really worth sacrificing lives for ascension coins and the possibly dropped tradable communication scrolls? Moreover, the attempt might not succeed, and the authenticity of that post on Ascendant Home was still unverified. Just as Gao Yongwei hesitated, a red landline phone on his desk rang. He was slightly startled. This landline could only be dialed by a select few official higher-ups. He picked up the receiver and placed it to his ear. An electronic voice came through. Continue the experiment. Gao Yongwei's eyes sharpened. Then the electronic voice in the receiver continued. Experimental personnel will be provided by me. They will be delivered to the underground base in 3 hours. Beep, beep, beep. After the 2 electronic sentences, the call ended. Gao Yongwei held the receiver for a moment before placing it back on the phone. He knew that the number of people in Beijing country qualified to learn the experimental results simultaneously with him didn't exceed double digits. And the will of these people was the will of a nation. Gao Yongwei took a deep breath and conveyed the order. Notify the testing expert. The experiment will continue in 3 hours. Begin preparations now for the proximity trigger bomb to be placed on the tester's neck. It really was teleportation-style movement. At noon, Guan Tong saw the official bulletin and confirmed that his earlier suspicion was correct. Sound hunters are not merely fast. They teleport instantly to the sound maker, complete the kill, and then immediately teleport away. And it can now be confirmed that sound hunters only hunt the individuals who made the sound. Even if others are standing right next to that person, they will not be affected. Whether a sound hunter would still attack if 2 people's necks were pressed together is unknown. So far, no one has risk testing that. Having confirmed the sound hunter's movement and attack method, Guan Tong now had experimental ideas. Of course, he would not make any noise himself. Instead, he planned to summon living dead and have them make sounds. If living dead count as humans under this rule, then Guan Tong would have unlimited attempts. But to be safe, before the experiment, Guan Tong first summoned a thick layer of shadow armor that fit tightly against his skin to wrap his body. Then he went out into the courtyard and blew the corpse whistle, summoning 3 living dead. The living dead summoned by the corpse whistle do not roar unless Guan Tong issues an order. They're not much different from robots in that regard. Once everything was ready, Guan Tong ordered one of the living dead to make a noise. Roar! He stood to one side, watching that living dead. About 5 seconds later, with no warning, the living dead's neck was pierced and it died. Guan Tong's eyes lit up with joy. It worked. Under this rule, the living dead he summoned were indeed classified as human. That meant he could run multiple trials to find a way to kill the Sound Hunters. After a moment of thought, Guan Tong had the shadow cover another living dead's neck and materialize into a physical form. Then he made that living dead howl. A few seconds later, the living dead's carotid artery and the shadow neck brace that covered it were pierced together. What incredible penetration! Guan Tong looked at the round hole in the materialized shadow and realized that a piece of shadow armor that thick could not completely stop a Sound Hunter's attack. What about making it even thicker? Guan Tong looked at the last living dead he had summoned. This time he used a lot of mind power, transforming the shadow into a huge, half-meter-wide collar around the living dead's neck. After the living dead roared, a few seconds later the Sound Hunter's attack arrived again. But this time it was different from the previous 2. Before it had been a single fatal strike, but now the Sound Hunter seemed to have struck twice. Guan Tong watched closely and confirmed it was indeed 2 strikes. The first pierced into the shadow collar about 80 centimeters, and only the second strike finally pierced through and killed the living dead. That made him realize at once that the Sound Hunter's attack was not entirely capable of ignoring defenses. If the barrier was strong and deep enough, it could provide a measure of protection. If that was the case, then under this rule, quite a few ascendants who failed the challenge might survive, especially those backed by organized groups. Those people usually have defensive items, and if they're close-fitting and highly efficient, they might be able to withstand a Sound Hunter's strike. But simply blocking the attack wasn't enough. They'd need a way to counterkill as well. Guan Tong thought for a moment, then summoned 3 living dead again. He chose one and had the shadow transform closely into a thick collar covered in spikes around the living dead's neck. That way, a Sound Hunter attacking the living dead could not avoid those spikes. At the same time, Guan Tong didn't stand idly by this time. He used 200 points of reserve mind power to summon a Great Axe warrior to stand beside the living dead, while he himself raised the Silver Hunt, preparing a multi-angle saturation attack on the Sound Hunter. Howl! At Guan Tong's mental command, the living dead gave its roar. 5 seconds later, the Sound Hunter's attack arrived. The instant the shadow collar was struck, Guan Tong noticed the spikes on the collar had pierced into something and a black, viscous fluid oozed out. Was that the Sound Hunter's blood? Without hesitation, Guan Tong ordered the Great Axe warrior to attack and squeezed the trigger himself, unleashing a dozen or so type 3 high-explosive rounds without holding back. Boom, 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 boom. With the Great Axe warrior swinging his axe, the explosions engulfed the living dead entirely. Was it a success? Guan Tong wasn't sure, because he didn't hear any agonized screams. He didn't wait for the smoke to clear. He immediately guided the shadow into the cloud to provide visual information. Beside the living dead that had been blasted to pieces lay a strange black creature on its back. Seeing that creature, Guan Tong's heart leapt with joy. It had to be a Sound Hunter. The creature was jet black all over, looked like a short snake, but had no eyes, and appeared extremely hideous. Its offensive organ seemed to be a long stinger protruding from its mouth that had been cut by the Great Axe warrior, leaving a piece on the ground. Guan Tong also noticed that despite suffering such heavy attacks, the monster hadn't died. It was still slowly writhing on the ground, its body gradually turning transparent. Not good. Guan Tong realized that once the Sound Hunter became fully transparent, it would probably teleport away. He immediately pulled the trigger again, switching to Type 2 single-headed rounds that were more effective against single targets, and fired another dozen or so. After the barrage of explosions, the voice of the fire thief sounded in Guan Tong's mind. You have killed the Sound Hunter. You received Ascension Coins, 350. You received Communication Scrolls, 3. Great. The moment the fire thief's voice played, Guan Tong knew the sound hunter was truly dead. He was happy, but remained careful not to make a sound, quietly savoring the joy. The Ascension Coin's reward was secondary. More important was that the tradable communication scrolls that could drop had given 3 at once, a very lucky outcome. Once the smoke cleared, Guan Tong walked over and examined the sound hunter's corpse. It clearly wasn't a native Tianshui star creature. Its slender body contained a spear almost as long as its torso, several dozen centimeters in length. Its attack method seemed to be to project that spear out, pierce the soundmaker's carotid, and then retract it back into its body. How did this creature teleport? Guan Tong wondered curiously whether it was a biological trait or something the fire thief had engineered. And the appearance of this seemingly non-native creature, did it prove that the fire thief was an alien? Like the earlier matriarch converters, was the fire thief dispersing alien creatures across Tianshui star under different rules? None of these questions had answers right now. Guan Tong didn't dwell. His eyes were filled with eager anticipation. Using living dead as bait, and then combining Shadow, Grey-Taxed Warrior, and Silver Hunt in combat, their combined strength was sufficient to destroy sound hunters. That immediately gave Guan Tong a farming plan. The goal was naturally to obtain reward Ascension coins and to sell communication scrolls for more Ascension coins. Because even before the Ascendant Challenge tournament, Guan Tong had found that the Ascension coins from rules were no longer enough. Spending in the Ascension store was fine, but his coins in the terminal market were only pocket change compared to large organizations. Any moderately effective item was being hoarded and driven to high prices by those organizations, to the point that an individual ascendant couldn't afford them. Especially now that the wartime state had been declared. According to the publicly posted shelter occupancy terms, anyone moving into a shelter would have their Ascension coins and items subject to unified allocation and distribution. That gave the authorities terrifying purchasing power. Imagine billions moving into shelters. The amount of Ascension coins the government could mobilize would reach the hundreds of billions or even trillions. Since there was an opportunity now, Guan Tong decided to use this rule to obtain more Ascension coins. Before starting, he pulled up his personal panel and opened the terminal market. Just as he expected, there were currently no communication scrolls on the market. Even though his listing had been posted for several hours, no one else had listed one. Or perhaps someone had acquired them and decided to keep them rather than sell. That meant he could be the first to list and take the risk. Guan Tong opened the listing interface and put up one tradable communication scroll, then considered the price. What would be appropriate? He couldn't sell it too cheap. This item might be useless for most ordinary people, but for high-security demand high-ups, powerful figures, or spies and other covert operators, it would be invaluable. Those buyers all have one trait in common. They control resources, or they receive investment, meaning they have a lot of coins. He wouldn't pass up an opportunity to take from those who had so many Ascension coins. Guan Tong thought and entered a 3, then 3 zeros. He intended to test the waters at 3,000. He barely finished listing when a notification popped up. The item you listed has been sold. Guan Tong hadn't expected it to sell so fast. His pricing had been conservative. He listed another scroll, this time tripling the price to 9,000 Ascension coins. 3 seconds later, the prompt came again. The item you listed has been sold. 9,000 sold just as quickly? Had he underestimated how high the demand for private communications was? He had one last scroll left. After thinking for a long time, he priced it at 20,000 Ascension coins. That price felt absurd to him, but if it sold quickly, that would mean a huge niche market, and he might farm hard. Sure enough, the listing didn't sell as fast this time. Probably buyers were evaluating value. After 7 or 8 seconds, just as Guan Tong thought this one might linger a while, another notification arrived. The item you listed has been sold. 20,000 Ascension coins, sold in less than 10 seconds? Guan Tong was first surprised, then ecstatic, but his brow tightened slightly. This was on the surface great. He would make a tidy profit as expected. But when he realized the buyer hadn't used their own coins but coins collected from many people, he felt an inexplicable displeasure. The purchaser was almost certainly buying these scrolls for powerful people to use in secret communication, not to help ordinary people. As an ordinary person himself, Guan Tong felt a touch of sympathetic resentment. Forget it. He quickly reconciled himself. After all, Ascension coins in his hands could achieve value no less than those held by organizations. They might even go much further. Before closing the panel, he glanced at his Ascension coin balance, currently 32,487. Would have been 487 before was now just pocket change. 30-some thousand Ascension coins could buy some things even in a frenzied terminal market, but this wasn't the time to splurge. He needed to farm more quickly. Guan Tong had a feeling this blue ocean opportunity wouldn't belong to him for long. It wouldn't be long before the officials discovered mass methods for killing sound hunters. Once supply increased in the market, selling communication scrolls for tens of thousands would no longer be so easy.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.